In the depths of the night, a young girl ventured into the thicket by the roadside for a moment of relief, only to find her waist ensnared by a dark, thread-like object. As she rose to her feet, the object was lifted from the underbrush alongside her. To her horror, she discovered it to be a disfigured female head. Even more startling, within the mouth of the head lay a note inscribed with the letter M. Shortly thereafter, beneath a bed in a quaint inn, another macabre discovery awaited, a male head adorned with golden teeth, similarly accompanied by a note bearing the letter U. The emergence of such bizarre cases plunged Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit in W City, into a labyrinth of confusion, compelling him to seek the expertise of criminal psychologist Xie Siyu. Together, they endeavored to unravel the enigma, hoping to trace the psychological imprints left by the perpetrator. As they delved deeper, they soon uncovered an intricate connection between the ongoing series of murders, dubbed the 919 series, and a violent incident that transpired a decade prior at a private club. The letters, they surmised, serve as the killer's forewarnings of impending death. To thwart the murderer's sinister intentions, they needed to decipher the secrets concealed within these letters. However, just as Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu caught a glimpse of the case's underlying truths, W City was once again rocked by a shocking homicide. In the midst of their mounting frustration, the killer unexpectedly surrendered to the police station. Yet, the astute Xie Siyu quickly discerned that this was merely a ruse orchestrated by the murderer. Chapter 1. The KTV Tragedy. In a lavish nightclub in a Southeast Asian country, stepping out of the changing room, Lin Xianqian cast a glance downward at the snug-fitting mini skirt that barely contained her curves, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In a flurry, she tugged at the hem of the leather skirt, attempting to conceal the alluring contours of her figure. Yet this action inadvertently revealed a generous expanse of smooth, fair skin on her abdomen. Desperation welled up in Lin Xianqian, nearly bringing her to tears. She pivoted to retreat back to the changing room to don her original attire, only to be halted by Zhao Meiqi, who grasped her arm firmly. "You're new here, aren't you? Don't be shy, it's only natural to feel a bit bashful on your first day dressed like this. You'll get used to it in no time," Zhao Meiqi encouraged with a mischievous grin. "But I came to be a waitress, why must I dress like this?" Lin Xianqian inquired, brow furrowed in confusion. "If you don't dress this way, how will you earn the attention of men?" Zhao Meiqi teased, playfully pinching Lin Xianqian's ample curves. "Oh my, how springy. I heard you're still a university student. With a figure like yours, you'll soon become the star attraction of our establishment. In less than 6 months, you could afford a house and a car. What's a little sacrifice in the grand scheme of things?" "I am here to be a waitress," Lin Xianqian reiterated, determination lacing her voice. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Didn't you come here to make quick money? If you genuinely want to be a waitress, you could work at those small eateries, toiling away for a meager salary of $1,500 a month. It pales in comparison to what we offer here. The supervisor assigned me to guide. You just follow my lead. If you heed my advice, those men will shower you with their money." Lin Xianqian suddenly realized that the so-called high-paying job for a waitress was nothing more than a ruse. The establishment was evidently recruiting women for the purpose of providing companionship during drinking sessions. Yes, she turned to flee once more. Zhao Meiqi grasped Lin Xianqian's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Hey, college student, you must think this through. You paid a deposit of 500 yuan upon arrival. If you leave now, you will forfeit that deposit, and I will face a deduction from my earnings as well. For families of considerable means, 500 yuan may be a trifling sum, but for someone like Lin Xianqian, who hailed from a humble background, it was an astronomical figure." Her foot, poised to step away, hesitated and retreated involuntarily. "The guests in room 1707 are growing impatient. We must hurry. Trust me, and you'll earn a handsome sum," Zhao Meiqi insisted, tugging Lin Xianqian along to the door of the private room. Upon pushing the door open, a pungent cloud of smoke billowed forth, the room enveloped in a haze from the excessive smoking of its occupants, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the figures within. Lin Xianqian could not suppress a cough. Yet before she could fully process her surroundings, a pair of greasy hands reached around her waist, exclaiming, "Wow, is this a newcomer? Truly a rare gem." Having lived in the sheltered confines of her university, Lin Xianqian had never encountered such a scene and was overwhelmed with fear, letting out a series of shrill cries. However, the greasy hands only tightened their grip around her. Before Lin Xianqian could react, a mouth adorned with 2 large gold teeth and reeking of foul breath leaned in and planted a kiss on her delicate cheek. "Let go of me, please," Lin Xianqian stammered, her fear rendering her somewhat incoherent. Observing this, Zhao Meiqi quickly interjected to alleviate the tension, saying, "Mr. Huang, do take it easy. She's just a university student. She's never encountered such a scenario before. Look how frightened she is. The man referred to as Mr. Huang burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "A university student, huh? This is exactly my type." From the sofa, another man's voice chimed in, "Old Huang, you can't keep such a gem all to yourself." Upon hearing this, Mr. Huang forcefully shoved Lin Qianqian toward the other man, saying, "Crazy, don't say I'm not being considerate. Such a beautiful woman. They'll let you have the first turn." Lin Qianqian struggled to rise from the embrace of the man, dubbed crazy. However, he was even more reckless than Mr. Huang, promptly pinning her down onto the sofa. Zhao Meiqi, witnessing the unfolding situation, immediately sensed the impending danger. Having spent many years in such establishments, she recognized that these two men were local tyrants, known for their reckless behavior. Moreover, given their current state, it seemed they were intoxicated, their actions devoid of rational control. An instinctual alarm rang in Zhao Meiqi's mind. It was clear that Lin Qianqian was in grave peril that evening. In a bid to defuse the situation, Zhao Meiqi hastily proposed, "Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, this is Lin Qianqian's first day on the job. She knows nothing. Allow me to entertain you both instead." Zhao Meiqi approached the madman, intent on rescuing Lin Qianqian from his clutches. Little did she know, the madman retaliated with a swift slap, sending Zhao Meiqi sprawling aside. "Damn it, get away. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror," he sneered. With that, he lunged once more at Lin Qianqian, viciously kissing and biting her delicate neck. Though Lin Qianqian was a fragile student, when her honor was at stake, she summoned an astonishing strength. Instinctively, she grasped the ashtray on the coffee table and forcefully struck the madman on the back of his head. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed onto the sofa. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qianqian pushed him away and leapt from the sofa, sprinting towards the door of the private room. However, just as she reached the threshold, Mr. Huang seized her by the hair. "Come back here." He cackled maliciously. Lin Qianqian was once again flung back onto the sofa. By this time, the madman had regained his composure. He touched the bloodied back of his head, his face contorting in fury. Grabbing a bottle of liquor from the table, he tilted his head back, guzzling nearly half the bottle of beer. True to his nickname, the madman was inherently volatile, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol, and now nursing a head injury inflicted by Lin Qianqian. He had completely lost his sanity. "Damn it, how dare you strike me? Today, you shall experience my wrath," he roared, shattering the bottle on the floor and lunging at Lin Qianqian on the sofa like a feral beast. "I am sorry. I can't assist with that." Chapter 2. The Wild Man's Head. 10 years later, a black SUV was traversing the rain-soaked road. Behind the wheel was a man in his mid-20s named Li Xiaofeng, with his girlfriend young Lulu seated beside him. The vehicle resonated with the powerful strains of heavy metal rock music, and Li Xiaofeng swayed rhythmically to the beat. Growing somewhat impatient, young Lulu switched off the music and remarked, "Where's there a restroom ahead? I need to relieve myself. In this darkness, where can we possibly find a restroom?" Li Xiaofeng replied, "I'll pull over. You can find a suitable patch of grass. What if a snake slithers out? This desolate mountain area is no joke." Young Lulu shot him an annoyed glance. "Just hold on a bit longer. We'll be home in an hour." "An hour?" Young Lulu frowned. "All right, you better find me a place quickly. Just up ahead. It's quite secluded, so it should be free from surveillance. Be careful." Not long ago, a couple was caught in the act by the forest surveillance and broadcasted live on a big screen. It was utterly embarrassing. Enough already. Young Lulu's expression was one of disdain as she pushed the door open and stepped out onto the damp ground, making her way into the thicket. As she unfastened her pants and squatted down, an unsettling sensation crept over her. It felt as if she had brushed against something furry. Startled, she turned her head and was met with the sight of a dark, fuzzy mass lurking within the grass. Due to the insufficient light, young Lulu struggled to discern the nature of the object before her. Yet, an instinctual apprehension told her it could not be anything benign. Without a moment's thought for her own comfort, she hastily rose to her feet, only to find that her gaudy belt had become entangled with the ominous entity. As she stood up, propelled by her belt, the object was lifted into the air. In that instant, young Lulu finally perceived the grotesque sight. It was a human head, infested with writhing maggots. The shock was overwhelming, and she was so frightened that she lost control of her bladder. Overwhelmed by her dampened embarrassment, she clutched her trousers and desperately fled towards the grass beyond. However, in her frantic haste, she stumbled over a vine on the ground and fell heavily. The foul-smelling head landed squarely on her face. Unable to contain herself any longer, young Lulu let out a heart-wrenching scream. The blinding lights pierced the darkness before dawn, and the tautly drawn police tape indicated a heinous crime had occurred. Amidst the flashing red and blue lights, officers clad in various uniforms busied themselves in a thicket by the roadside. At that moment, a black SUV came to a halt outside the perimeter. A sharply dressed man in a black trench coat stepped out. Whether it was the sudden chill from the drizzling rain or the palpable aura of death that enveloped the scene, he instinctively pulled up his collar. A man wore a badge on his chest, inscribed with the words Chief of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, Lin Yihang. Upon seeing this identification, the officers guarding the crime scene outside the cordon instinctively displayed expressions of solemn respect. Indeed, the individual who had arrived was none other than the illustrious Lin Yihang, a young detective renowned throughout W City for having solved numerous intricate cases. At that moment, a young female officer, upon spotting Lin Yihang, hastily set aside her work and approached him. "Chief, you've arrived." Through the badge on her chest, it was evident that she, too, was a member of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, named Gu Jejia. Lin Yihang nodded slightly. "What is the situation at the scene?" "We have discovered the severed head of a female victim at the site. However, further examination is required by the forensic expert, Lao Su, and his team," she replied. "Who reported the crime?" Lin Yihang inquired. Gu Jejia pointed to a young couple huddled beside a police car not far away. It was that couple. While driving through this area, the female passenger, named Yang Lulu, suddenly felt the urge to relieve herself and ran into the bushes, inadvertently discovering the head. Lin Yihang approached Yang Lulu and Li Xiaofeng. He first presented his identification. "I am Lin Yihang, Chief of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. I would like to understand the entire process of how you came across the head." The girl named Yang Lulu had already turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably in her boyfriend's embrace. It is evident that previous experiences have inflicted profound trauma upon this young girl. Yet, when confronted by the police's inquiries, Yang Lulu bit her lip and recounted the entire ordeal of discovering the severed head. "Are you suggesting that the head was not buried in the soil, but rather carelessly discarded amidst the underbrush?" Lin Yihang inquired after listening to Yang Lulu's account. She nodded. "The head was right there in the grass behind me. I stumbled upon it as I crouched down. Furthermore, the hair of that head had entwined with my belt, which caused me to inadvertently drag it along when I stood up to flee." At this juncture, Yang Lulu's body trembled violently once more. At that moment, Gu Jejia handed over an evidence bag containing a remarkably stylish hollow metal belt, adorned with several strands of black hair. Lin Yihang mused. "No wonder the belt became entangled with the hair. The embellishments on this belt are simply excessive. Do not fear. We, the police, are here to ensure your safety," Lin Yihang reassured her. After comforting Yang Lulu, he donned a professional uniform and proceeded to the epicenter of the cordoned-off area where the head had been discovered. At this time, the director of the Evidence Collection Center and chief forensic pathologist, Su Jingzhong, had completed the thorough examination of the crime scene and was directing his officers in the preservation and organization of the evidence. As Lin Yihang approached, Su Jingzhong gently wiped the fog from his glasses and remarked, "Chief, the deceased is a female, approximately 32 years of age. Due to her skull having been scalded with boiling water and the subsequent decomposition, the precise age and cause of death require further examination in the laboratory." "Scalded with boiling water?" Lin Yihang pondered over those words. "Are you suggesting that the perpetrator had immersed the victim's head in a pot?" He recalled some previous dismemberment cases, where deranged murderers often resorted to steaming the heads of their victims in pressure cookers to dispose of the bodies. To his surprise, the coroner, Old Su, shook his head. It was not in a pressure cooker. The assailant merely placed the victim's face in a regular cooking vessel for a brief period. The high temperature only marred the victim's facial features without causing separation of the flesh. "Are you implying that the murderer simply blanched the head as one would with meatballs in boiling water?" Lin Yihang asked incredulously. Old Su nodded affirmatively. The perpetrator aimed solely to distort the victim's facial characteristics, rather than using boiling as a means to obliterate the evidence. "Ah, this killer is indeed rather unconventional." With that, Lin Yihang slowly crouched down, his gaze fixated on the severed head. The visage, ravaged by boiling water and decay, had become unrecognizable. Yet, through the long strands of hair and the elegant curvature of the face, it was evident that this woman had once been exceptionally beautiful. Chapter 3: The Sole Clue. What manner of individual harbors such profound hatred, capable of brutally murdering a beautiful woman and disfiguring her remains in such a cruel fashion? After a long contemplation, Lin Yihang turned to Old Su and inquired, "Old Su, aside from the severed head, are there any other clues?" Old Su shook his head despondently. "We conducted a thorough search of the nearby underbrush, yet we failed to uncover any valuable evidence, such as footprints or the murder weapon. Are there any surveillance cameras in this area?" Lin Yihang pressed on. Old Su once again shook his head. "This road is quite remote, with only a small village nearby, and it sees very few travelers. Thus, no surveillance has been installed. Thus, this area is devoid of surveillance, and it seems exceedingly difficult to find any eyewitnesses." Lin Yihang furrowed his brow as he asked. Old Su nodded, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated sorrow. It appeared that this case lacked surveillance, evidence, and witnesses, rendering it a case of three absences. As Lin Yihang pondered this, he gradually rose to his feet. Regarding the victim, Lin Yihang began to speak but abruptly realized the inappropriateness of his words, given that the victim was merely a head, devoid of a body. He corrected his phrasing, asking, "Was there anything found on the victim's head that could serve as proof of identity?" Old Sue delicately picked up an exquisite hairpin with a pair of long tweezers. Only this hairpin was discovered atop the victim's head. However, this hairpin is rather unique. It is not an industrial product, but rather a piece of handcrafted silver jewelry. The style suggests it was crafted by indigenous artisans from the region of Nepal. Yet, relying solely on this clue makes it challenging to ascertain the identity of the victim. Did this severed head exhibit any signs of having been buried? Lin Yihang posed this pivotal question. Forensic expert Lao Su shook his head. Although the head was covered with a considerable amount of dirt, our meticulous examination revealed no evidence that it had been buried. It had merely been carelessly discarded by the perpetrator amidst the underbrush. Lin Yihang pondered this statement deeply, his gaze filled with a profound and grave uncertainty. Generally speaking, a killer dismembers the victim's body primarily to obliterate any evidence of their crime, effectively making the victim vanish. Yet in this particular case, although the assailant had indeed mutilated the body and even exhibited signs of having boiled the head, the ultimate disposal was shockingly haphazard. They simply cast the head aside by the roadside. Such a method of disposal is evidently rather ostentatious. Gazing at the road in the distance, Lin Yihang envisioned the process by which the perpetrator had discarded the body. On a pitch-black night, the assailant arrived at this patch of underbrush via some form of transportation and directly tossed the head onto the grass by the roadside. The killer made no effort to conceal the head, as if they were eager for it to be discovered swiftly. What could be the true intent behind such actions? Lin Yihang found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, Lao Su, who was engaged in the final examination of the cadaver, suddenly exclaimed, "It appears that the deceased is concealing something within his mouth." All eyes were drawn to the scene. Su Jingzhang cautiously extracted a meticulously folded square piece of paper from the tightly shut lips of the corpse. Upon unfolding the paper, they discovered that it prominently displayed a capital letter, M. The certainty of it being M rather than W was underscored by the fact that the assailant had deliberately marked an upward arrow on the note to indicate its orientation. Meanwhile, Chen Weijie sat in his father Chen Xiaodian's black Rolls-Royce, incessantly pressing the horn. Yet, the vehicles ahead remained immobile, suggesting some complication in the traffic. Beside the road lay a construction site, where towering cranes were in the process of hoisting a bundle of steel rebar from the ground to the rooftop of a building rising over 20 stories. Chen Weijie was once regarded as the most promising business prodigy among the new generation in W City. Upon returning from his studies in America, he assisted his father Chen Xiaodian in managing the vast Chen Group, achieving remarkable success. However, the brilliance of Chen Weijie's ascent was tragically brief. Following an incident a decade prior, he plummeted like a shooting star, transforming into a recluse, ensnared in his own world, drifting through each day in a haze of indulgence. This profound metamorphosis left everyone astonished and bewildered. However, the true reason remains known only to Chen Weijie. Some events, once they occur, leave no possibility for retreat. Although he held the position of vice president in the company, Chen Weijie had long ceased to attend its meetings. Yet this time, his father, Chen Xiaodian, issued a stern command, insisting that he must attend, and even personally dispatched a car to fetch him. Despite his profound sense of despair, having become a figure of derision among people, Chen Weijie still harbored a deep-seated fear of his domineering father. Confronted with his father's unwavering decree, he reluctantly mustered the will to dress properly and set off towards the company in his father's limited-edition Rolls-Royce. On the way, however, the driver, Old Wang, received a call informing him that his wife had fallen ill and was hospitalized. Chen Weijie had no choice but to allow Old Wang to leave, begrudgingly taking the driver's seat himself. He pressed the horn a few times, only to have a large bald head protrude from the car ahead, demanding to know why he was honking, as if he were unaware of the traffic accident ahead. Chen Weijie rolled down the window, prepared to offer an apology, but the bald man spat out a venomous curse. "What's the rush? Your mother dead or something?" The mention of his mother struck a nerve, and Chen Weijie, seething with anger, raised his middle finger in response. The bald man immediately leapt from his vehicle, approaching with a tirade of insults. "Just because you're driving a luxury car, you think you can honk at will?" Without further ado, he yanked Chen Weijie from the car and dragged him to a nearby open space, ready to unleash a flurry of blows. Upon witnessing the scene, the bald man's companion hurriedly pulled him aside, exclaiming, "You fool! This is a Rolls-Royce, a limited edition at that. Ordinary folks cannot afford to sit in such a vehicle. You cannot provoke the background of this individual." He continued apologetically, "My apologies, sir. My friend is a bit daft. Please forgive us." The bald man incessantly expressed regret. Chun Weijia adjusted his torn collar, initially intending to utter a casual reassurance, but the dim-witted bald man lunged at him once more. Wealthy individuals never drive themselves. This kid is merely a chauffeur. How dare he act cool? With that, the bald man struck Chun Weijia squarely in the face. As blood streamed from his nostrils, an unexpected smile emerged on Chun Weijia's face, an eerie and contorted grin that bore no resemblance to the expression of a living person. While the bald man and his companions looked on in bewilderment, a dark shadow suddenly descended from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, a bundle of steel rebar plummeted down, obliterating the luxury vehicle Chun Weijia had just occupied, rendering it as crushed as a discarded soda can. The horrifying spectacle left both the bald man and his companions, as well as Chun Weijia, utterly stunned. After a moment of shock, realization dawned upon the onlookers. A malfunctioning tower crane had released a hefty load of steel from several meters above, crashing directly onto Chun Weijia's car. Had it not been for the bald man dragging Chun Weijia from the vehicle, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by the falling steel. Contemplating this grim thought sent a chill down Chun Weijia's spine. He no longer paid heed to the bald man, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the tower crane that had caused the calamity. Meanwhile, not far away, a colossal screen in the shopping mall was broadcasting news that drew Chun Weijia's gaze away from the incident involving the crane. The screen displayed a group of police officers diligently working amidst a dense patch of grass. As the footage rolled on, a pixelated human head emerged at the center of the screen. Concurrently, a voiceover announced, in the early hours of today, police discovered a severed head in a thicket beside the road at Debiakin. The facial features of the head have been mutilated, rendering the victim's identity currently indeterminate. However, preliminary investigations suggest that the victim is a woman approximately 30 years of age, and the road adjacent to Debiakin appears to be the site of the body disposal. At the scene, authorities also found a handcrafted silver hairpin. If anyone has seen this hairpin, please contact the police promptly. Our station will continue to monitor the latest developments in the Wilderness Head case. The news continued to unfold, yet at that moment, Chun Weijia was oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him. His entire focus was captivated by a silver hairpin resting atop the severed head. Although the head was obscured by pixels, the silver hairpin was vividly clear on the screen. The hairpin was not a piece of extravagant jewelry, but its craftsmanship was exquisite, and its design was notably beautiful, possessing a charm entirely distinct from the mass-produced items commonly found in the market. It was evidently handmade. Chun Weijia gazed intently at the video of the female corpse's head for a considerable time before casting a meaningful glance at the battered Rolls-Royce. Chapter 4. Case analysis. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the conference room of the police station remained brightly lit. Following meticulous examinations of the crime scene and the compilation of sample data, by 8 o'clock, the investigative results from various departments had been largely organized. Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, resolved to seize the moment and convene a case analysis meeting. In attendance were not only the 4 members of the Major Crimes Unit, including Lin Yihang, forensic expert Su Jingzhong, information engineer Gu Jiejia, and investigator Liao Chong, affectionately nicknamed Fatty, but also the heads of various departments within the police station. The Major Crimes Investigation Unit was established specifically to address heinous criminal cases and operates directly under the authority of the police chief, possessing the capability to mobilize all personnel and resources within the department at any given moment. Given the severity of this brutal homicide, the responsibility for solving the case naturally fell upon the Major Crimes Unit. Lin Yihang was a person of exceptional efficiency. Unlike other leaders who often begin meetings with grandiose introductions, he promptly delved into the matter at hand, given the exceedingly grave nature of the crime, the brutal methods employed by the perpetrator, and the profound societal impact. The high-ranking officials of the police force had resolved to designate this case as the 919 Major Homicide Case, with the Major Crimes Investigation Unit entrusted with its complete resolution. To commence, I would like to invite Su Jingzhong, the director of the Evidence Center and chief forensic expert, to present the findings from the crime scene investigation, as well as the final autopsy results of the victim's skull. Su Jingzhong maneuvered the mouse to open an image, and immediately, a photograph taken at the crime scene appeared on the large screen in the conference room. At 2:45 this morning, a young couple, Li Xiaofeng and Yang Lulu, made an impromptu stop by the roadside to relieve themselves while driving back to City W. While Yang Lulu was in the bushes, she inadvertently stumbled upon a severed head. According to her account, the head was simply placed amidst the foliage. Our forensic analysis corroborated that the head bore no signs of having been buried, indicating that it had been directly discarded by the perpetrator into the underbrush. Upon receiving the report, we promptly conducted a thorough examination of the scene. Regrettably, we found no valuable evidence such as footprints, fingerprints, or the murder weapon. This further solidified our previous hypothesis that the head had been tossed onto the roadside by the assailant. Consequently, the perpetrator left no footprints or other biological traces in the grass. We transported the victim's cranium to the laboratory for analysis. Preliminary findings suggest that the deceased was a female, approximately 30 years of age. We discovered a hairpin among the victim's locks. Although the hairpin was handcrafted and possessed a unique design, locating the victim's family solely based on this item proved to be a formidable challenge. Thus, we sought the assistance of the media, hoping they might bring forth good news. Su Jingzhong paused momentarily before continuing. In addition to the hairpin, we also found a meticulously folded piece of paper within the deceased's oral cavity. The note bore merely a single letter, M. It was evident that this piece of paper had been deliberately placed within the victim's oral cavity by the perpetrator. Forensic expert Lao Su clicked the mouse, and the screen immediately displayed the uppercase discovered in the victim's mouth. Upon seeing this letter, the previously silent scene erupted into a cacophony of speculation. Why would the murderer meticulously insert such a letter into the victim's mouth? Inquired a middle-aged police officer. Perhaps this letter serves as the killer's signature. Each time he commits a murder, he places this letter in the victim's mouth, suggested another female officer. I concur with your assessment. Chimed in a significantly overweight young officer, Liao Chong, who was a member of the homicide investigation team. During my time at the police academy, I read numerous texts on criminal psychology. Some offenders take particular pleasure in leaving behind distinctive marks on their victims to flaunt their crimes. I believe the murderer belongs to this category of deviant. Well, look at you, fatty, delving into criminal psychology. I never would have guessed, teased Gujejia. Of course. Do you think I'm just muscles? I embody both intellect and strength, Liao Chong proclaimed, patting his protruding belly. Gujejia rolled her eyes at him. Humph. A compliment, and you lose track of your own name. All right, you two, enough with the banter. Faced with the lively banter of the major crimes investigation team, Lin Yihang promptly intervened to halt their verbal skirmish. He continued to inquire of Su Jingzhong. Has the cause of the victim's death been determined? Old Su pursed his lips and replied. The victim succumbed to fatal lacerations inflicted upon her cranium by a sharp instrument, such as a dagger. Ah, Old Su, are you suggesting that the perpetrator severed her head while she was still alive? Lin Yihang asked, astonished. Indeed, Su Jingzhong replied. Rolling his mouse to display an enlarged photograph of the severed head on the screen, we discovered a significant amount of blood within the victim's oral cavity and remnants of her trachea. This evidence indicates that the decapitation occurred while the victim was still alive. Upon hearing this, a chill swept through all the officers present. The audacity of a killer capable of such a gruesome act on a living being was terrifying. The method employed by the assailant was remarkably skillful, suggesting a foundational knowledge of human anatomy or experience in slaughtering professions. You may observe the cross-section of the cut, he continued, as the projection screen illuminated a detailed image of the neck, revealing an exceptionally clean incision, devoid of any erratic markings. Old Su, can you ascertain the time of the victim's death? Lin Yihang inquired, offering him a cigarette as he spoke. Su Jingzhong accepted the cigarette, stating, due to the sweltering heat hastening decomposition, coupled with the fact that the head had been subjected to boiling water, it is impossible to ascertain the precise time of death. Preliminary deductions suggest that the incident occurred approximately 10 to 15 days ago. Old Su, Lin Yifan inquired, can you provide a profile of the suspect based on the existing clues? Su Jingzhong offered a bitter smile, followed by a sigh, and replied, based on the available evidence. I can only ascertain that the perpetrator likely possesses a certain level of anatomical knowledge, possibly being affiliated with the medical or slaughtering professions. As for further details regarding the assailant, I am unable to deduce them at this time. If I were to venture a bold guess, I would surmise that the culprit is a robust middle-aged man. Additionally, the victim is likely to be a worker in the entertainment industry, as previous experiences indicate that many dismemberment cases occur within such demographics. Chapter 5, Eternal Shadows. Fatty, how is your investigation of the area surrounding the corpse disposal site coming along? Lin Yihang inquired as he turned to his companion. Fatty, a college mate of Lin Yihang, had undergone a bit of physical transformation over the years, but he had once been quite vigorous. Flipping open a notebook, Fatty responded, upon receiving the report. I immediately led the team to conduct a thorough investigation of the surroundings of the highway where the head was discovered. Not far from the disposal site lies a village named Debiakan. Through our inquiries, we learned that the area where the head was found used to be a mass grave several years ago, which was only filled in during recent road construction. Hence the villagers seldom ventured into that region. So there are no eyewitnesses? Lin Yihang furrowed his brow as he questioned. Indeed, not only are there no eyewitnesses, but we also found no surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the highway, Fatty added. It seems the murderer meticulously selected this area for the disposal of the body, Lin Yihang remarked, casting the ash from his cigarette into the ashtray. Why didn't the murderer simply bury the head? That would have made it exceedingly difficult to discover. Gu Jieja pondered, blinking in confusion. Moreover, why insert a note into the deceased's mouth? Could it truly be, as Fatty suggested, an act of boasting? That possibility cannot be dismissed. Fatty replied. In typical dismemberment cases, the perpetrator usually resorts to such methods to obscure the victim's identity and ensure their disappearance. This tactic serves to conceal the criminal's actions. In this particular case, the perpetrator not only callously discarded the victim's head by the roadside, but also deliberately inserted a folded piece of paper into the victim's mouth. It is evident that this paper was intended for our police force, suggesting the killer aimed to convey some form of information. However, the exact nature of this message remains elusive to me for the time being. Upon hearing Lin Yihang's analysis, the officers in the conference room instinctively lowered their heads. This is a quintessential case devoid of witnesses, surveillance, or sufficient supporting clues, an archetype of a 3-no case. Furthermore, the assailant exhibits a brazen and cunning demeanor. The pressure on the officers to solve such a challenging case in a short time frame is palpable. The crime scene lacks witnesses, video surveillance, and any valuable crime leads. It seems this indeed is a crime of high intellect. Chief, what should we do next? The corpulent officer inquired. Lin Yihang pondered briefly and replied. Our immediate priority is to ascertain the identity of the victim. Only by confirming the victim's identity can we potentially extract the perpetrator from the victim's social network. I will assign this task to Gu Jejia. Please organize a team to investigate the recent cases of missing women in W City. Understood. Gu Jejia promptly affirmed. Lin Yihang then turned to the corpulent officer again, saying, Your task is to lead the officers in surveying the city's karaoke bars, dance halls, and massage parlors. As Old Su astutely analyzed earlier, historical cases reveal that many dismembered young women hail from such establishments. Moreover, upon their disappearance, it is often the case that no one reports their absence. Therefore, your primary focus should be to investigate whether there have been any sudden resignations or disappearances from these venues in recent times. It is imperative that you conduct this inquiry meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. The stout man nodded vigorously, assuring, Boss, rest assured, this is my forte. After assigning the task, Lin Yihang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as he remarked, This case has caused a tremendous societal uproar. However, the clues at our disposal are exceedingly scant. Thus, we can only proceed from these two angles, hoping to swiftly uncover the victim's identity and subsequently locate this cunning perpetrator. Upon exiting the police station, Lin Yihang immediately felt a chill in the air. Although September had arrived, W City, being a coastal locale, could only be described as pleasantly cool, far from genuinely cold. Yet, Lin Yihang instinctively wrapped himself in his long-sleeved coat, his left hand reflexively tugging at the high collar. Ever since the harrowing incident 3 years prior, he had become acutely sensitive to temperature. Even during the sweltering summer months, he was invariably clad in long-sleeved shirts. The onlookers, observing Lin Yihang's attire, found it quite peculiar. Yet only he understood the underlying reason. That incident had been exceedingly brutal and bizarre. Even Lin Yihang, a seasoned officer, bears indelible shadows in his heart. To this day, he feels ensnared within the chilling specter of death. Thus, he often experiences an inexplicable chill. As Lin Yihang settled into his car, he hesitated to start the engine, paralyzed by the dread of returning to that frigid home. Since the tragic death of his girlfriend, Ouyang Yufei, 3 years ago, he has been haunted by the thought of returning to a place that once filled him with boundless joy. Time and again, he contemplated leaving that residence. Yet he clung to the hope that one day Ouyang Yufei might miraculously return. But could a person, so brutally dismembered, ever come back to life? Lin Yihang understood that he was merely indulging in self-deception, yet he could not sever the bond he shared with Ouyang Yufei. If he were to leave, what would become of her? Would she remain eternally restless? It was amidst this turmoil that Lin Yihang continued to reside alone in the very home where the horrific murder had transpired for 3 long years. Throughout this time, he had never experienced a peaceful night's sleep. In his dreams, he was perpetually confronted by the solitary figure of Ouyang Yufei. At times, her silhouette appeared whole, while at others, it fractured into chaotic shards, reminiscent of that gruesome box of dismembered flesh he had once seen. Such harrowing visions frequently jolted him awake, plunging him into nights of relentless insomnia. Returning home so early was unbearably painful. If only he could find someone to share a conversation with. Lin Yihang instinctively took out his phone, only to discover that there were 3 missed calls, all from the same person, a woman named Xie Siyu, whom he had only met once yet left an indelible impression on him. Chapter 6. The beautiful Dr. Xie Siyu, a graduate of a prestigious domestic university with a specialization in psychology, pursued her studies abroad in the United States immediately after graduation, dedicating herself to the research of criminal psychology. During her time in America, she not only earned a doctoral degree in psychology, but also became an exceptionally appointed psychological consultant for Interpol, a remarkable honor for someone freshly graduated. This distinction clearly underscores Xie Siyu's exceptional capabilities in the realm of criminal psychology. However, at the beginning of this year, she abruptly resigned from her position at Interpol and returned to W City, where she took up the role of a specially appointed psychologist at the local police department. Due to the similarity in age and their status as leading figures in their respective fields, the director personally arranged a meeting between Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang last weekend. Although Lin Yihang was not particularly inclined towards dating at this juncture, he felt compelled to honor the director's wishes and attended the matchmaking event. To his astonishment, Xie Siyu was unlike any girl he had encountered before. She epitomized beauty, exuding an air of elegance and nobility while possessing a playful charm reminiscent of a youthful spirit. Lin Yihang was thoroughly impressed by her, and they exchanged contact information, agreeing to dine together at 7 o'clock that evening. However, the unexpected discovery of a female corpse completely disrupted Lin Yihang's life trajectory. He spent the entire day engrossed in the investigation and analysis of the 919 case, having entirely forgotten about their dinner date. Upon noticing the 3 missed calls from Xie Siyu, Lin Yihang felt a warm glow intertwined with a hint of anxiety. Could Xie Siyu be upset with him? He glanced at the clock. It was already 11 at night. Would it be too intrusive to call her at this hour? After all, their acquaintance was still in its infancy. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until tomorrow to explain. Yet, despite his thoughts, his finger inexplicably pressed the call button. Instantly, the melodic ringtone of Xie Siyu's phone resonated in his ear. Lin Yihang anxiously awaited her response, yearning to hear her silvery voice while simultaneously fearing the awkward silence that might follow. At that moment, he bore little resemblance to the formidable detective known in the police force, and instead appeared as a nervous schoolboy awaiting a reprimand from his teacher for a misdeed. 10 seconds, a mere blink of an eye, felt interminable to Lin Yihang, stretching out like a decade. Finally, the call connected. Her slightly fatigued voice came through the receiver. "Hello, Chief Lin." Ah, the eloquent Lin Yihang suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Are you referring to our dinner plans this evening? I waited for you at the restaurant for quite some time and felt a twinge of irritation. However, once I learned about the 919 dismemberment case, I understood you must have been preoccupied with the investigation. Work, of course, takes precedence over social engagements. I bear you no ill will." Xie Siyu's voice was not only melodious, but also imbued with a playful charm reminiscent of a young girl, instantly easing Lin Yihang's taut nerves. "Dr. Xie, I truly apologize," he began. "Please, do not call me Dr. Xie. Simply refer to me as Siyu," she interjected. "Oh, Siyu. I must express my sincere regrets for tonight." Lin Yihang attempted to elaborate, but Xie Siyu interrupted him once more. "I have already stated that there is no need for apologies. I hold no resentment towards you. You were merely attending to your duties. A man should prioritize his career, especially one in the police force." Finally, the tension that had lodged in Lin Yihang's throat dissipated, and he inquired, "Siyu, are you not resting at this late hour?" "Oh, I am in the midst of completing a paper." Lin Yihang found himself at a loss for words, his mind a blank canvas, utterly unsure of how to proceed. "Damn it, why has my tongue suddenly turned so clumsy?" He berated himself internally. "Director Lin, are you suggesting we share a late-night meal?" Xie Siyu's light laughter alleviated Lin Yihang's embarrassment. It was evident that her overseas education had bestowed upon her a refreshing openness. At last, Lin Yihang felt his anxious heartstrings relax. "Siyu. Oh, are you available now?" "Of course, if you invite me, it would be my pleasure." Xie Siyu responded with cheerful candor. 20 minutes later, Xie Siyu appeared as promised at a bustling late-night eatery. Xie Siyu donned a pink plaid long dress today, her cascading waves of long hair casually draped behind her. Her exquisite visage bore only a hint of makeup, yet she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Although Xie Siyu made a conscious effort to maintain a low profile, her towering height of 175 centimeters, coupled with her stunning features, inevitably attracted numerous admiring glances. "Who is that woman? She is truly gorgeous," exclaimed a man, drooling with admiration. "Wow, her figure is simply marvelous. As a woman, I am almost falling in love with her," another lady at a nearby table remarked in awe. As Xie Siyu took her seat opposite Lin Yihang, he could clearly sense the intense envy emanating from the men at the adjacent tables. Remarkably, Lin Yihang felt a twinge of pride swelling within him. "Siyu, I must confess I am unaware of your culinary preferences, so I have ordered all the signature dishes here. I hope they suit your palate." "Wow, this is rather extravagant." "Isn't it?" Xie Siyu exclaimed, eyeing the table laden with dishes, her tongue playfully peeking out in surprise. "On our first dining occasion, I initially intended to select a more upscale venue, but at this hour, we could only resort to a modest eatery. It is indeed my honor, Lin Yihang, to have the esteemed Dr. Xie grace such a humble place. Even this modest selection of dishes feels quite extravagant," he continued, filling her glass with wine while thoughtfully offering her a warm towel. "Director Lin, I didn't expect you to be so adept at charming the ladies, Xie Siyu said. Her eyes, clear as autumn waters, gazing intently at Lin Yihang. A bitter smile crept upon Lin Yihang's face as he reflected on the past. I suppose that could be said, he replied. Xie Siyu leaned in, her curiosity piqued, and inquired with a hint of gossip. It seems that Section Chief Lin has quite a rich romantic history. Not at all. I have only had one girlfriend, Lin Yihang retorted. Surely. The girl who captured Section Chief Lin's heart must be exceptional, Xie Siyu remarked, only to feel a pang of regret as she noticed the change in Lin Yihang's expression. Indeed, upon mentioning Ouyang Yufei, Lin Yihang's voice faltered, choked by emotion as he said, she has transformed into an angel, leaving this world forever. Chapter 7. The Beautiful Doctor, 2. I apologize. I should not have brought up your sorrowful matters, Xie Siyu said apologetically. She had merely intended to lighten the atmosphere, but inadvertently unearthed such a poignant topic. Quickly lifting her glass, she declared, I shall drink as self-punishment. Lin Yihang hastily pressed down on Xie Siyu's wrist, assuring her, it is nothing. It is all in the past now. Xie Siyu's wrist was smooth and warm, emanating a comforting heat. This sensation stirred something within Lin Yihang, prompting him to withdraw his hand in haste. He then raised his own glass, proclaiming, let us toast to the future. To the future. They both exclaimed in unison, downing their drinks, with the alcohol serving as a social lubricant. Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu shed their earlier reservations. Their conversation grew increasingly lively, naturally gravitating towards the peculiar case of the Yuan 2 incident that had unfolded earlier that day. Isn't today's case rather perplexing? Xie Siyu inquired. What leads you to that conclusion? Lin Yihang raised an eyebrow. The fact that the illustrious detective Lin appears troubled suggests that this case is anything but ordinary. It seems nothing escapes the discerning eyes of you psychology experts. Oh, by the way, I was just about to discuss the case with you. But I am not part of your major crimes investigation unit, am I? If you share details of the case with me, would that not constitute a breach of police confidentiality? Xie Siyu said, pursing her lips. As long as you can assist me in solving this case, I will promptly petition the chief to transfer you to our major crimes investigation unit as our special psychological consultant. Then you must keep your word. Xie Siyu playfully extended a tiny finger. Lin Yihang never anticipated that the typically aloof psychology PhD possessed such a playful and charming side, and he happily extended his pinky in return. It's a promise then. The two linked their fingers like children. Lin Yihang took another sip of his drink before delving into the matter at hand. The female skull discovered today. Due to the face being scalded with boiling water and the subsequent decay exacerbated by the sweltering heat, we were unable to discern the victim's features. The only personal item found with the deceased was a handcrafted hairpin. Additionally, we uncovered a note within her mouth, bearing a capital letter M. Beyond this, we possessed no further information regarding the victim. The body was disposed of beside a secluded road, devoid of surveillance cameras, leaving us with no video evidence. We conducted a thorough search of the vicinity for potential witnesses, but to no avail. Consequently, this case stands as one devoid of surveillance, clues, and witnesses, an utterly barren investigation. I once asked forensic expert Lao Su to attempt a reconstruction of the perpetrator's characteristics. He provided but one piece of information. The assailant possesses a degree of anatomical knowledge, possibly engaged in the medical field or slaughtering profession. However, this information is exceedingly limited and offers little substantial aid in our quest for resolution. Thus, I would like to request your expertise as a criminal psychology specialist to create a profile of the perpetrator. I am, of course, more than willing to assist. However, I must first review all the materials you have. No problem. I have brought all the necessary documents. Lin Yihang opened his briefcase, revealing not only a laptop but also physical materials related to the case, including forensic reports, photographs from the crime scene, and witness statements. A charming smile crept across Xie Siyu's lips. It seems you had this planned all along. Unfazed by the revelation, Lin Yihang replied with candor, after our agreement, I specifically returned to the police station to make copies of these documents. Xie Siyu pushed aside the utensils. As she perused the photographs on the laptop while cross-referencing the printed materials, her brow occasionally relaxed, then tensed again. Her intense focus made Lin Yihang feel somewhat inadequate. Approximately 15 minutes later, Xie Siyu delicately licked her lips and said, all right, I have completed my analysis of the materials. You may now ask your questions. So soon? Lin Yihang was taken aback by Xie Siyu's remarkable efficiency in analyzing all the investigative materials pertaining to case 919 in such a brief period. Allow me to pose my first question. Was the severed head discarded by the murderer carelessly, or was it a deliberate act? The location of the body was meticulously chosen by the perpetrator. The act of discarding the head was a well-considered decision, based on 3 reasons. First, compared to the head, the human torso is considerably larger, making its disposal far more complex. However, until now, The police have not uncovered any information regarding the torso of the female corpse. This indicates that the perpetrator has handled the remains with remarkable precision. It suggests that the assailant is an individual of meticulous nature. One must ponder, how could such a fastidious person casually discard the head by the roadside? Therefore, I am convinced that the act of disposing of the head was deliberate. Furthermore, the location of the body appears to be random, yet it has been meticulously chosen. After an entire day of searching, you have found no surveillance footage or eyewitnesses. This implies that the dumping site was carefully selected by the perpetrator. In an era dominated by surveillance, such a location is indeed difficult to locate. Clearly, prior to the disposal, the assailant had thoroughly observed the terrain. Thirdly, we have the letter M mentioned by the victim. This note was placed within the victim's oral cavity by the perpetrator. It is evident that this letter was not intended for the victim's eyes, but rather for the police. If the assailant deliberately sought to convey a message through the corpse, how could they possibly haphazardly discard the victim's head? Based on these 3 points, I can ascertain that the act of discarding the head was intentional. Xie Siyu's response aligns perfectly with the analysis presented by the Special Investigation Team during the case analysis meeting. Moreover, Xie Siyu's reasoning is even more thorough and detailed. Lin Yihang couldn't help but nod in approval. Now, I pose a second question. What does the letter M signify? Is the perpetrator attempting to demonstrate something to the police? The assailant does not possess any intention to showcase anything to the authorities. If the perpetrator genuinely sought to challenge the authority of the police, they would have discarded the victim's head in a densely populated area, thereby inciting a tremendous social uproar. However, the assailant chose otherwise, leaving the severed head in a relatively secluded location. This indicates that the perpetrator's intent was not to flaunt their actions before the police, but rather to subtly convey a certain message. Therefore, it is evident that the final letter is certainly not singular. Chapter 8. Another victim. Are you suggesting that this is not an isolated homicide, and that the murderer will continue to kill? Lin Yihang inquired, a note of surprise in his voice. Xie Siyu nodded affirmatively. A single letter conveys a rather limited amount of information. If the perpetrator wishes to convey a complete message before the police, then the victim cannot possibly be the sole target. Therefore, I am certain that the murderer will persist in their spree. Moreover, each subsequent victim will be accompanied by a letter placed by the killer. When these letters are assembled, they will undoubtedly unveil a long-buried significant secret, which may very well be the true motive behind the murders. In other words, to apprehend the killer, one must first decipher the mystery behind these letters. These letters could represent a person's name, a geographical location, or perhaps a code for a particular incident. The killer, along with these victims, has been entangled in this event. While your analysis holds some merit, it appears to be rather subjective. From what I know of past cases, some murderers intentionally leave marks on their victims, but these symbols serve merely as personal identifiers without any profound metaphorical significance. Is it not somewhat exaggerated to interpret the letter Masa puzzle to be solved? Lin Yihang offered a differing perspective. Xie Siyu, unfazed, smiled charmingly and replied, because I possess additional evidence to support my claims. What evidence? Lin Yihang asked, his curiosity piqued. It is indeed the victim's head. But what does this signify? Lin Yihang still felt somewhat perplexed. Have you noticed that although the victim's head has been subjected to boiling, it only marred its appearance without separating the flesh from the skull? Typically, the purpose of dismemberment is to obliterate the body. The perpetrator would usually discard the victim's head into a pressure cooker, subjecting it to repeated steaming until the flesh detaches. This would serve to maximize the destruction of evidence. However, in this case, the murderer merely damaged the victim's facial features and did not even remove the victim's hairpin. This indicates that the perpetrator is not afraid of us identifying the owner of this head. The act of mutilating the victim's face is merely a tactic to delay the police investigation, granting him time to continue his malevolent deeds. Are you implying that the perpetrator's mutilation of the victim's face is a race against the police's investigative efforts? The murderer exploits the interval in our inquiries regarding the victim's identity to facilitate his subsequent killings. Xie Siyu surely nodded. Precisely so. Therefore, I assert that the perpetrator meticulously devised a detailed murder plan from the outset and, through those letters, systematically lured the police into his preordained trap. Consequently, you are currently contending with a highly intelligent criminal. At this moment, you are being led by the nose by the murderer. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's analysis, Lin Yihang could not help but gasp in astonishment. He anticipated the perpetrator's cruelty, yet he did not foresee that the assailant was a meticulously calculating serial killer. The murderer was engaged in a frenzied game of death, with a list of victims and letters already inscribed in the killer's meticulous plans. Even the police's every move was within the killer's foresight, while he remained blissfully ignorant of this sinister design. It appeared that this was not a random act of murder driven by greed or lust, but rather a premeditated series of killings aimed at a specific purpose. Xiyu, thank you for your alert. Otherwise, our investigative direction would have been entirely misguided. We had previously adhered to conventional methods, focusing our inquiries on the missing women from entertainment venues, treating the killer as merely a typical psychopath. It seems we must shift our approach. Oh, by the way, Siyu, could you create a profile for the perpetrator? Lin Yihang inquired with great anticipation. The killer has likely received a fine education, possibly a surgeon or nurse, possessing an intimate knowledge of human anatomy and excelling in dissection, thus leaving behind impeccable incisions when severing the victim's skulls. However, the assailant could also be someone from the slaughtering industry. Lin Yihang recalled the forensic analysis of Su. Absolutely not, Xie Siyu firmly refuted. Why? Lin Yihang found himself utterly lost in Xie Siyu's line of reasoning. Both surgical professionals and slaughterhouse workers wield knives for a living, and they are well acquainted with the physiological structures of mammals. In numerous criminal cases, society tends to indiscriminately categorize these two types of individuals. However, in truth, they are fundamentally distinct. Medical practitioners are dedicated to saving lives. Thus, their surgical precision must be impeccable, down to the minutest detail. Conversely, the slaughtering industry often employs a more rudimentary technique in the name of efficiency. Yet, in the case at hand, the perpetrator exhibited an astonishingly refined method of decapitating the victim while they struggled. This suggests a level of finesse in the assailant's technique that is characteristic of a medical professional, rather than a butcher who operates with brute force. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's astute analysis, Lin Yihang experienced a moment of enlightenment. He could hardly believe that, merely through the examination of the incision, Xie Siyu had accurately identified the suspect's profile. Her observational skills and insight truly surpassed that of the average person. Just as Lin Yihang was poised to pose his next inquiry, his phone abruptly rang. Reluctant to answer at that moment, his brow furrowed upon seeing the incoming call's number. After answering, Lin Yihang listened intently, and his expression grew gravely serious. Once he ended the call, he remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xie Siyu in a state of shock. She, puzzled, inquired, "What has happened?" "You were correct in your analysis. The perpetrator is indeed a serial killer. We have discovered another severed head in a local guest house. Moreover, as you might anticipate, we discovered yet another letter U within the oral cavity of this human skull. The perpetrator is indeed communicating with us through a cryptic puzzle of letters." Chapter 9. A head beneath the bed. The discovery of another skull occurred at a guest house located beside a picturesque area. This establishment, transformed from a 4-story villa, is enveloped by lush greenery. Standing in the garden before the guest house, one can behold the breathtaking scenery not far away. Thus, this guest house, perched halfway up the mountainside, serves as an idyllic retreat. At this moment, the guest house was cordoned off with police tape. Officers who arrived earlier were meticulously surveying the surroundings. Upon the arrival of Lin Yihang's vehicle, the guard at the entrance, Gu Jiejia, immediately approached him, with her lips pursed. She was about to greet Lin Yihang when she quickly noticed another woman seated inside his car. As the car door swung open, a tall, elegant beauty clad in a floral long dress appeared before Gu Jiejia. "Chief, who is she?" Gu Jiejia inquired quietly, her lips curling in curiosity. "This is Dr. Xie Siyu, a psychology expert who has just joined our police department," Lin Yihang replied, gesturing toward Gu Jiejia. "And this is Gu Jiejia, our information engineer in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. She is exceptionally skilled in network information technology." "Hello, Officer Gu." Xie Siyu extended her right hand, her demeanor warm and inviting. However, Gu Jiejia feigned ignorance, turning her head toward Lin Yihang and stating, "Chief, we have discovered a male victim's skull beneath the bed in the guest house. His mouth was stuffed with a note, which bears a capital letter U." Upon witnessing the scene, the forensic expert, Old Su, immediately deduced that the perpetrator of this case was likely the same individual responsible for the gruesome Wilderness Head case. Although Gu Jiejia's refusal to shake hands had rendered Xie Siyu somewhat uncomfortable, her typically magnanimous nature prevented her from dwelling on the incident. Through her observations, Xie Siyu discerned that the young policewoman harbored a palpable hostility towards her, stemming from the presence of the dashing detective, Lin Yihang. The intuition of a woman whispered to Xie Siyu that Gu Jiejia harbored a secret affection for her handsome superior, which explained the unfriendly demeanor. Xie Siyu merely smiled gently in response. Her late-night arrival was not motivated by jealousy, but rather a desire to comprehend the case at hand. "How was the head discovered?" Lin Yihang inquired. "It was found by a young couple," Gu Jiejia replied, gesturing towards the courtyard in front of the villa where indeed a couple sat upon a stone bench. Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu approached the pair directly. "I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit in W City. Could you recount the events in greater detail?" The girl's complexion was pale, and a few used tissues lay discarded at her feet, suggesting she had recently endured a bout of nausea. She glanced at Lin Yihang and, mustering her composure, recounted. "After attending a friend's gathering, we drove here. We entered the room at approximately 11:20 p.m. As soon as we stepped inside, my boyfriend and I became intimate. I reclined on the bed, plagued by an inexplicable odor. I asked my boyfriend to investigate, yet despite his thorough search, he could not discern the source of the scent. We returned to the bed, but the peculiar smell lingered. Thus, I meticulously traced the origin of the odor and discovered that it emanated from beneath the bed. I urged my boyfriend to remove the mattress, and together we lifted the bed frame, only to uncover a spherical object tightly wrapped in a black plastic bag nestled within the partition beneath the bed. Upon tearing open the plastic, a nauseating stench erupted forth, startling my boyfriend so much that he dropped the object. To our horror, it was a human head. At this point, the girl could not suppress her urge to vomit, prompting her boyfriend to quickly guide her to a nearby patch of grass. Observing the couple's palpable terror, Lin Yihang realized that further inquiries would yield no fruitful results. He and Xie Siyu donned shoe covers and caps before entering the villa. The room housing the head was numbered 304. At that moment, forensic expert Old Su was meticulously examining the scene with his assistant. After obtaining his consent, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu stepped into the room. It was approximately 30 square meters in size. The layout bore resemblance to a typical hotel double room, albeit with a cozier decor. In the center of the room stood a wooden double bed. The bed is constructed as a closed box structure, with the space beneath it serving as a storage area for blankets, clothing, and other items. At this moment, the bedboard has been raised, revealing a black plastic bag placed near the head of the bed. Beside the plastic bag lies a decayed human head, exuding a powerful stench. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Lin Yihang could not suppress a wave of nausea. Conversely, Xie Siyu displayed no reaction, as if what she beheld was not a rotting human head, but rather a slice of black forest cake from a patisserie. This head belonged to a male victim. Due to the boiling process the face underwent, compounded by decomposition, the deceased's features were rendered unrecognizable. Su Jingzhong gently rolled the head and remarked that the victim had been decapitated while still alive. The murderer's technique was exceedingly meticulous, resulting in an exceptionally clean incision. Within the victim's oral cavity, we also discovered a piece of paper folded into a square. Inscribed upon it was a capital letter U. Forensic expert Lao Su, while speaking, handed an evidence bag to Lin Yihang. Indeed, upon inspection, a bloodstained note, darkened to a crimson hue, bore the letter U. This letter U matched the letter M found in the oral cavity of the female head discovered that morning. Undoubtedly, both cases were perpetrated by the same individual. Can the time of death of the victim be established? Lin Yihang inquired. Forensic expert Lao Su pondered briefly before stating, the time of the victim's death should be approximately 8 days ago. However, a more precise determination will require further analysis in the laboratory. He then inquired, were any fingerprints or footprints of the assailant collected from the room? Lao Su sighed and replied, the hotel room is a public space, and it contains numerous fingerprints and footprints from various individuals. It is virtually impossible for us to identify which belong to the perpetrator. Moreover, based on my understanding of the assailant, I am certain that before leaving the room, they would have meticulously eradicated all physiological traces, such as fingerprints, footprints, and skin flakes. What about the surveillance footage? Lin Yihang asked. This is a hotel. There must be surveillance cameras. He directed his gaze towards Gu Jiajia, hoping to glean some valuable information from her. Chapter 10. The Hotel Murder Case. Gu Jiajia shook her head helplessly. Chief, I have already inquired with the staff at the front desk. Indeed, the hotel is equipped with surveillance cameras, but the footage is automatically overwritten every 7 days. Consequently, after reviewing the recordings, we found no suspicious individuals. I suspect that the murderer must have hidden the head beneath the bed 7 days ago. This is likely a case without surveillance evidence. At that moment, Lin Yihang noticed a woman peering curiously from the staircase. He furrowed his brow and asked, who are you? This is a crime scene. You should return to your room immediately. However, the woman did not leave. Instead, she smiled ingratiatingly and said, you must be Chief Lin. I am the owner of this guest house, Zhao Meiqi. Officer Gu instructed me to wait for you here. As she spoke, Zhao Meiqi gestured subtly toward Gu Jiejia. Gu Jiejia quickly explained to Lin Yihang, since the murderer was able to check into this room, they must have registered at the front desk, which is why I called the owner here. Lin Yihang cast an approving glance at Gu Jiejia before addressing Zhao Meiqi. I need to review the guest records. Upon hearing Lin Yihang's request, an unnatural expression crossed Zhao Meiqi's face. Lin Yihang immediately sensed that there was something amiss. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Zhao Meiqi forced a smile and replied, Chief Lin, since there has been a murder, I shall speak candidly. Among the guests who come to stay here, many arrive with their lovers. As you are aware, such individuals are particularly apprehensive about their privacy being compromised, which often leads them to decline registration. In our pursuit of profit, we have gradually turned a blind eye to these matters. Consequently, we seldom enforce strict accommodation registration for guests renting rooms by the hour. Before Lin Yihang could utter a word, Gu Jiejia could no longer contain her admonishment. Zhao Meiqi, are you aware that your actions are unlawful? Zhao Meiqi's countenance darkened as she replied, I am indeed aware that this is illegal. However, the current business climate is exceedingly challenging. Before Zhao Meiqi could finish her statement, Lin Yihang interrupted her. Please take me to the front desk. I wish to speak with your on-duty receptionist. Understanding that further entanglement with Zhao Meiqi would yield no fruitful outcome, Lin Yihang deemed it more prudent to gather information directly from the front desk staff. Zhao Meiqi promptly led the way, while explaining, in an effort to reduce costs, I, as the proprietor, also take on the role of receptionist. Aside from myself, there is another front desk attendant. At my age, my memory is not what it once was, and I truly cannot recall any particularly noteworthy guests of late. However, Qin Xiaolan at the front desk has a much sharper memory than I do. Perhaps she can provide you with some valuable information. Under Zhao Meiqi's guidance, Lin Yihang and his companions soon arrived at the front desk located on the first floor of the hotel. A middle-aged woman in her 40s, with an unassuming appearance, sat there with a look of anxiety etched upon her face, her murky eyes reflecting a sense of confusion and helplessness. What is your name? Lin Yihang inquired directly. I am Qin Xiaolan, she stammered. How old are you? He pressed on. 32, she replied. 32? Yet you appear to be in your 40s. How can there be such a stark contrast between your actual age and your appearance? Lin Yihang asked, his curiosity piqued. We, the villagers, are unlike you city dwellers. We toil under the sun and the elements every day, which causes us to age more rapidly, Qin Xiaolan explained. During this time, have you and Zhao Meiqi been the only ones on duty at the front desk? Lin Yihang steered the conversation back on track. Qin Xiaolan nodded yes. We alternate shifts with the boss. In recent times, have you noticed any suspicious individuals staying here, particularly 7 days ago? Lin Yihang inquired. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Xiaolan. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. It seems not. Lin Yihang then turned his attention to Zhao Meiqi, who also shook her head. I have no recollection either. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Yihang placed a business card on the front desk. This is my card. If either of you remembers anything, please feel free to call me. Understood. Both Zhao Meiqi and Qin Xiaolan responded in unison. At this moment, forensic expert Lao Su and his team had completed their examination of the body disposal site. They descended the stairs, carrying evidence bags and a box containing a severed head. Lao Su's expression indicated that the investigation yielded no significant findings. Nevertheless, Lin Yihang, undeterred, inquired, have any clues regarding the perpetrator been discovered? Lao Su shook his head, replying, the assailant has left no trace. As I anticipated, we found no fingerprints on the head. Lin Yihang, unwilling to accept this, pressed on. Can the identity of the victim be established? The murderer has disfigured the victim's facial features, rendering facial recognition impossible. Aside from 2 gold teeth, we have uncovered no other valuable information from the skull. But 2 gold teeth alone provide scant leads, Lin Yihang lamented. Upon hearing the mention of gold teeth, Zhao Meiqi, who was drinking water nearby, unexpectedly spat out her drink. All eyes turned to her. After a brief cough, she explained, I choked on my water. The group redirected their attention, except for Xie Siyu, who lingered, keenly scrutinizing Zhao Meiqi with evident interest. Once outside the hotel, Lin Yihang sought a clear area to convene all members of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, preparing to hold a meeting to discuss the situation at hand. As Xie Siyu was about to evade the situation, Lin Yihang seized her wrist, exclaiming, Siyu, oh no, Dr. Xie, you must participate in the meeting. Xie Siyu appeared to have anticipated Lin Yihang's insistence, for no unusual expression graced her face. In contrast, Gu Jiejia, witnessing the intimate interaction between Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, could not help but feel a pang of jealousy, pouting as she remarked, she isn't even part of our Major Crimes Investigation Unit. What right does she have to attend the meeting? Lin Yihang replied with utmost seriousness. The clues left by the perpetrator at the scene are exceedingly scant. To swiftly identify the culprit, we must rely on Dr. Xie to seek breakthroughs from the perspective of criminal psychology. However, Gu Jiejia remained unconvinced, inwardly muttering, it's only because she's an enchanting beauty. If she were an old codger, you wouldn't be this enthusiastic. Chapter 11. The enigma of the corpse disposal site. Gu Jiejia was quite displeased with Xie Siyu's presence at the major case investigation meeting. Nevertheless, her dissatisfaction was inconsequential. She had to obey the orders of the department head. With a sulky expression, she stood defiantly to the side. Observing her demeanor, the portly colleague approached with ill intent. Jesting, my dear lady, who has incited your ire? Your lips seem poised to ascend to the heavens. My mood is rather foul at present. If you possess any sense, you would do well to retreat to a cooler spot. Witnessing Gu Jiejia's grimace, as if she could devour him alive, the portly man promptly fell silent. Su Jingzhong, an expert in both physical evidence and forensic science, commenced his report on the scene investigation. As he had previously indicated, aside from discovering a severed head beneath the hotel bed, no other valuable information had surfaced. The perpetrator had executed the scene's manipulation with consummate skill. The pursuit of the victim's identity yielded no leads, mirroring the previous case's lack of clues. The only remnants consisted of 2 gold teeth and a note deliberately left by the murderer, inscribed with the letter U. Similarly, Gu Jiejia and her companion's inquiries were devoid of progress. The hotel's surveillance footage was automatically overwritten every 7 days, rendering it impossible to extract any images of the assailant. Initially, the hotel registration could have served as a promising breakthrough. However, due to lapses in the registration process, the assailant had once again eluded capture. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that this was yet another case devoid of witnesses, surveillance, or any viable clues, a true 3-0 case. The faces of the members of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit were etched with profound frustration, and the scene fell into a heavy silence. At that moment, Xie Siyu suddenly spoke up. "May I express my thoughts?" Lin Yihang nodded vigorously. "Of course." In the realm of criminal psychology, there exists a term known as psychological traces. Beyond the objective biological evidence left at a crime scene, such as fingerprints, footprints, hair, skin flakes, and tissues, the perpetrator also leaves behind psychological traces. As these psychological traces cannot be directly perceived, they are often overlooked during investigations. In this particular case, the killer has meticulously handled the physical evidence. However, they have failed to eradicate their psychological imprint. It is also conceivable that the perpetrator intentionally left these psychological traces for us, the police, to decipher. What kind of psychological traces did the killer leave behind? The forensic expert, Lao Su, inquired with keen interest. The perpetrator left behind 2 psychological traces. The first is explicit, conveyed through the letters M and U. The killer placed these 2 letters in the victim's oral cavity, intending to guide the police toward uncovering the secrets behind these 2 cases. In essence, the motive for the murder is concealed within the enigmatic significance of these letters. Currently, we have discovered the letters M and U. However, these 2 letters alone do not form a complete word, suggesting that the killer will continue their spree. Furthermore, within the subsequent victim's oral cavities, we are likely to uncover different letters. Are we to say that this is a serial murder case? The portly man inquired. Xie Siyu nodded affirmatively. If we wish to prevent further loss of life, we must decipher the secret concealed within these letters. Once we unveil this enigma, we will uncover the true motive behind the killer's actions. At that point, identifying the cunning murderer will become a mere formality. You've been speaking for quite some time, but what do the letters M and U signify? Gu Jiejia asked, pouting. How many letters are there, and what meanings do they encapsulate? I currently lack an answer. However, I am certain these letters must pertain to names, locations, or specific events. Given the vast scope of possibilities, I suggest you first investigate all entertainment venues in City W, as these areas are hotspots for criminal activity, often triggering heinous incidents. Thus, any establishments with names containing M and U, where criminal cases have occurred, should be scrutinized. Upon hearing this, Lin Yihang promptly commanded, "Gu Jiejia, please visit the Information Investigation Department and collaborate with them to compile a list of all entertainment venues in City W bearing the letters M and U. Document every suspicious establishment." Gu Jiejia, somewhat reluctant, nodded, understood. Observing her resistant demeanor, Lin Yihang felt perplexed. Since joining the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, this young lady had consistently exhibited enthusiasm in her work. What could be troubling her tonight, leading to such a palpable sense of negativity? Lin Yihang was wholly engrossed in his work, oblivious to Gu Jiejia's affection for him. Gu Jiejia's unusual behavior this evening was entirely due to the arrival of Xie Siyu. Naturally, Lin Yihang had no time to ponder the sentiments of these young girls. He continued to inquire, "Dr. Xie, what is the second psychological trace?" "That would be the location of the body disposal," Xie Siyu replied, pursing her lips as she continued her analysis. The site where the first female head was discovered was in a patch of overgrown grass by the roadside. I have previously provided an analysis to Captain Lin. This disposal location, while seemingly random, was, in fact, a result of the killer's meticulous contemplation. There are no surveillance cameras, nor any eyewitnesses, indicating the murderer possesses an intimate familiarity with that area. The subsequent emergence of the hotel body disposal case only solidified my belief. The killer opted not for a more convenient wilderness for disposal, but deliberately chose a hotel, a setting that could easily expose their identity. What does this imply? It suggests that this disposal site holds an exceptionally significant meaning for the perpetrator, thus they are willing to embrace the associated risks. Dr. Xie, are you suggesting that both disposal sites carry special significance? Lin Yihang inquired, pressing his lips together. Indeed, the killer's motive for murder is to unveil a long-buried secret. Hence, They meticulously orchestrated this series of homicides. They could have disposed of the two heads without arousing suspicion, yet they intentionally exposed them to the scrutiny of the police. This indicates that the murderer's intentions extend beyond merely eliminating these individuals. The more significant objective is to unveil the underlying secret to the world. The perpetrator fears that we might uncover this secret, hence the letters left as clues. Additionally, he discarded two severed heads at locations imbued with particular significance. Oh, I comprehend now. To achieve a substantial breakthrough in the case, we must initiate our investigation from these two crime scenes, Lin Yihang exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, these locations were not whimsically chosen by the murderer. They were deliberately selected after careful consideration. There must be other hidden secrets concealed behind these two dumping sites. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's analysis, the attendees were enlightened. They cast admiring glances towards her. And even Gu Jiejia could not help but mentally commend Xie Siyu. This psychologist truly lives up to her reputation and possesses considerable skill. Chapter 12. Return to the graveyard. The location of the first female victim's head was discovered in a thicket beside the road, with a nearby mass grave lurking just behind it. Approximately 2 kilometers from this burial site lies a village named Debiakin, home to around 100 families. Due to its remote geographical location, this village is exceedingly impoverished and backward. Had it not been for this heinous crime, Lin Yihang would have never crossed paths with Debiakin in his lifetime. Driving his off-road vehicle with utmost caution, Lin Yihang entered Debiakin, accompanied by Xie Siyu in the passenger seat. The initiative to revisit Debiakin was proposed by Xie Siyu. Thus it was only natural for Lin Yihang to invite her to partner with him in the investigation. When the head of the female corpse was first discovered, the investigator in charge, a portly fellow, had previously sent a team to Debiakin for inquiries. The findings at that time revealed no missing persons within the village, and the villagers had not observed any suspicious individuals disposing of bodies near the mass grave area. Consequently, the police had initially abandoned their investigation here. However, Xie Siyu remained steadfast in her belief that the murderer's choice of the mass grave near Debiakin as a dumping ground was a deliberate decision, shrouded in some undisclosed secret. Therefore, Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang returned once more to Debiakin. Following the villagers' directions, Lin Yihang drove straight to the doorstep of the village chief. The chief, a man in his 50s, exhibited a distinct difference in attire and demeanor compared to the other villagers. At that moment, the village chief was seated at the entrance, indulging in a cigarette, accompanied by several villagers engaged in light conversation. Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu alighted from their vehicle and approached the village chief directly. You must be the village chief, correct? I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Division in W City. Lin Yihang presented his credentials to the chief. Being a worldly individual, the village chief recognized the significance of Lin Yihang's position, and with a warm demeanor, he greeted, "Ah, so you are Chief Lin. I have heard of your name. They call you the detective." The village chief frequently attended meetings in town and was somewhat informed about the happenings in W City. Such praises are merely exaggerations. Lin Yihang replied with a smile. I have come to inquire about the recent case of a body being discarded near your village. Debiakin is quite close to the location of the incident. Based on the information we have gathered, it appears the perpetrator is well acquainted with that area. Therefore, I would like to know if there have been any recent disappearances in your village. A junior officer had come to investigate earlier. There are no missing persons registered in our village's household records. The victim is not from our village, the chief stated. As Lin Yihang was poised to pose another question, Xie Siyu interjected, Village chief, you mentioned that there are no missing individuals in your household registry, which implies that there may be some who are not registered. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's inquiry, the village chief's expression shifted several times before he burst into hearty laughter, saying, This lady officer certainly has a keen sense of humor. In our village, there are no such individuals without proper documentation. Xie Siyu refrained from further comment, merely clasping her hands behind her back, her gaze directed towards the nearby villagers. Observing her, several villagers instinctively lowered their heads. A middle-aged woman, engrossed in crafting shoe soles, unwittingly turned away under Xie Siyu's scrutinizing stare. Meanwhile, Lin Yihang continued his inquiry. Has there been any unusual behavior among the villagers lately? The village chief shook his head, stating, No, our villagers are just as they always are. Rest assured, Director Lin, our people abide by the law. The perpetrator could not possibly be one of us. That is for the best. Lin Yihang realized that further questioning would yield little fruit and signaled for Xie Siyu to leave. She did not object, and the two ascended into the vehicle. Just as the off-road vehicle departed from the entrance of Debiakin, Xie Siyu gestured for Lin Yihang to pull over to a secluded spot. Though uncertain of Xie Siyu's intentions, Lin Yihang complied, parking the vehicle amidst a grove of trees. What is it? Lin Yihang inquired, lifting his gaze towards her. Xie Siyu pursed her lips and replied, I believe the village chief is not being truthful. He is concealing certain matters from us. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. While the chief appeared composed in responding to your questions, he subconsciously stroked his chin. Typically, people exhibit such small gestures when they are being deceitful. When I pressed the village chief about whether there were unregistered residents in the village, his expression visibly shifted, and he immediately erupted into laughter to mask his evident tension. As I cast my gaze around the villagers, it was apparent that they all averted their eyes from me. Clearly, this village harbored a secret, potentially linked to the female head we had discovered. Truly a testament to the acumen of a psychologist. The observation is astoundingly meticulous. Had you not been by my side, I might have been deceived by the village chief. Lin Yihang reflected on the chief's demeanor, which indeed bore an unsettling quality, just as Xie Siyu had noted. What shall we do now? Lin Yihang inquired. We must find a breakthrough. The village chief is a cunning old fox. Extracting information from him will not be an easy feat. Earlier, there was a woman sitting at the chief's door, crafting shoe soles. Perhaps we should start with her. But how can we locate that woman? Quite simply, follow me. Xie Siyu chuckled lightly as she leaped from the passenger seat and began walking towards the westernmost part of Debiakan. How can you be sure she will come here? Lin Yihang asked, scanning the surroundings. I have my own clever strategies, Xie Siyu replied with a playful pout, reminiscent of the enchanting Huang Rong from the legend of the Condor heroes. Just as Lin Yihang harbored doubts, a figure suddenly entered his line of sight. The individual was of modest height, somewhat hunched, and was simultaneously walking while crafting shoe soles. It was precisely the middle-aged woman who had just been seated in front of the village chief's home. At this moment, Lin Yihang felt an even deeper admiration for Xie Siyu. Pray tell, how did you deduce that this woman would come here? Lin Yihang inquired with curiosity. Chapter 13. The missing woman. Xie Siyu pointed towards the nearby brook and remarked, this brook has recently overflowed, hence the path beside it is somewhat muddy. Should one traverse this route, the soles of their shoes would undoubtedly be stained with damp earth. I just observed the shoes of those villagers, and only this woman's footwear bore traces of wet mud. Moreover, while you drove through Debiakan, I noticed that there is only one brook on the western edge of the village. Only those residing near that brook would tread upon the mud. Thus, I deduce that this woman is likely to return here. Wow, you are truly remarkable, to infer the woman's residence from such a seemingly trivial detail. Lin Yihang expressed his admiration for Xie Siyu wholeheartedly. This is nothing extraordinary, Xie Siyu replied nonchalantly. As students of psychology, we must learn to observe the finer details. Otherwise, how can we assist others in their ailments? As they conversed, the woman approached them. Upon noticing Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, she instinctively took a step back, a gesture that vividly illustrated her profound wariness of the police. Xie Siyu, with her hands clasped behind her back, slowly walked up to the woman. Sister, I am aware that the village chief has spoken falsehoods. I also understand that you are cognizant of the disappearance occurring within the village. If you can provide truthful information, the police will offer you a material reward. However, should you choose to remain silent, I fear you may need to accompany us to the police station. Upon hearing the mention of the police station, the woman's face turned ashen, and trembling, she exclaimed, I'll tell you. In truth, there is nothing of great significance. Our village is situated in a remote area, steeped in poverty, where many are unable to find brides. Consequently, several years ago, the practice of purchasing brides became prevalent here. Among us were two brothers, known as Li Daigu and Li Ergu, who, a decade ago, collaborated to acquire a bride, rumored to be a university graduate. After her arrival, the woman was confined to the woodshed. Recently, I heard that she had vanished, and shortly thereafter, a woman's head was discovered by the roadside. I surmised that she must have angered Li Daigu and Li Ergu, leading them to take her life. Xie Siyu's psychological tactics proved remarkably effective. The village woman divulged everything in a torrent, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Officers, please do not reveal that it was I who spoke, she implored. Li Daigu and Li Ergu are somewhat unhinged and prone to violence when displeased. If they discover I have spoken to the police, they might very well kill me. Do not worry, we shall safeguard your secret, Xie Siyu assured her, exchanging a significant glance with Lin Yihang. Without delay, Lin Yihang picked up his phone and dialed Liaochong. Approximately an hour later, a procession of police vehicles roared into the entrance of Debiakan. Lin Yihang had been waiting there for quite some time. He promptly assigned tasks to the officers. One team, led by Liaochong, was to secure all exits of Debiakan. The other, under Lin Yihang's direct command, proceeded to the village chief's residence. As they pushed open the gate to the chief's courtyard, a dozen officers streamed in one after the other. Upon hearing the commotion, the village chief emerged from his dwelling, his face paling at the sight before him. Director Lin, what is the meaning of this? He stammered. What does it signify? You are well aware of that. Lin Yihang replied sternly. The village chief, seasoned by experience, recognized the gravity of the situation. Further concealment would only lead to dire consequences. He pressed his lips together and confessed, "Director Lin, I did not intend to withhold the truth. Our village is exceedingly impoverished, leaving many unable to find brides. Thus, they resort to secretly purchasing women from traffickers to serve as wives. As the village chief, I am powerless to change this. Is there anything else?" Lin Yihang inquired coldly. "Yes, there is indeed a woman who has gone missing from our village. Approximately a decade ago. She was sold to our village and given to the brothers Li Dagu and Li Ergu," the village chief said, trembling. "Take me to Li Dagu and Li Ergu immediately," Lin Yihang commanded gravely. Very well, the village chief replied, lifting his heels to lead the way. Before long, Lin Yihang and his entourage arrived at a dilapidated courtyard, where the village chief pointed to a partially ajar gate. "Director Lin, it is here," he indicated. Lin Yihang exchanged a glance with his officers, who swiftly encircled the perimeter to prevent any escape by the suspects. Slowly, he pushed the gate open, revealing a naked man standing in the center of the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Yihang and his companions, the man began to shout fervently. The village chief hurriedly clarified, "This is Li Ergu. He has some mental challenges." At that moment, Li Ergu's cries startled those inside the house. The door creaked open, revealing a gaunt man who bore a striking resemblance to Li Ergu, albeit older and equally lacking in astuteness. "Who are you? What brings you to our home?" The man stammered. The village chief whispered to Lin Yihang, "This is Li Dagu. He is somewhat more coherent than Li Ergu, yet his intellect is still rather deficient. We discovered a female head near the highway outside the village. We suspect the victim may very well be the woman you have imprisoned," Lin Yihang declared emphatically. Upon hearing the reason for their visit, Li Dagu abruptly turned and dashed towards a low wall, attempting to escape by leaping atop it, only to be swiftly subdued by the waiting police officers. Observing this, Li Ergu too sought to flee, but Lin Yihang swiftly surged forward, pinning him to the ground. After restraining both Li Dagu and Li Ergu, Lin Yihang turned to the village chief and inquired, "Where was the woman previously confined?" The village chief responded, "In the woodshed." Led by the village chief, Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu, forensic expert Old Su, and Gu Jiejia arrived at the dilapidated woodshed. The village chief retrieved a key, unlocked the iron chain securing the door, and then pushed it open. A foul stench immediately assailed the senses, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their noses. The storage room was shrouded in darkness and dampness, lacking any ventilation. After a moment of acclimatization, they finally discerned the room's dismal appearance. The majority of the space was cluttered with withered branches and discarded newspapers. Near the entrance, some dry straw was strewn about, indicating that the previously imprisoned woman had likely slept upon it. Beside the straw stood 2 buckets. One contained human excrement, while the other held a moldy bun. Witnessing this dreadful scene ignited a spark of fury in everyone's eyes. Gu Jiejia, as a woman, was particularly incensed, her face paling in outrage. It was utterly inhumane to treat women like livestock, confined and neglected. Chapter 14. Unveiling the identity of the deceased. What is the name of this woman, and where does she hail from? Do you have any knowledge of this? Lin Yihang inquired of the village chief. The chief reflected for a moment and replied, "Approximately a decade ago, when the fathers of Li Dagu and Li Ergu were still alive, he sought a bride for these 2 simple-minded sons. Naturally, no sensible woman would consider marrying them. Thus, Li Dagu's father ventured out to seek a woman, and I cannot say what methods he employed, but he managed to procure a rather beautiful lady. As for her specific origins, I am not privy to that information." "Village chief, it would be prudent for you to think more carefully," Xie Siyu interjected. As a psychological expert, she had already discerned that the village chief was not being entirely forthcoming with the authorities. Under the piercing gaze of Xie Siyu, the chief hastily added, "Oh, indeed, that woman seemed to have etched her name onto the wall of the firewood shed." As he spoke, he began to search and soon located 3 letters scratched into the wall with what appeared to be fingernails. Lan Shaoqing. "When did this woman go missing?" Lin Yihang pressed further. The village chief pondered for a moment before responding, "I cannot pinpoint the exact time of her disappearance. However, recently I encountered Li Dagu at the village entrance, and he appeared quite dejected. I found it peculiar that a simpleton would be troubled, so I inquired, 'What is the matter? Why the long face? Did a dog bite you?' Li Dagu then revealed that he could not find his wife. It was then that I realized the woman had vanished. Instances of abducted women fleeing are not unprecedented, so I did not dwell on it at the time. It was only after the woman's severed head was discovered by the roadside that I truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Both Li Dagu and Li Ergu possess impaired intellects, and it is undoubtedly these 2 who, in a fit of madness, have committed the heinous act of murder. Knowing the severity of the matter, why do you still choose to conceal it?" Lin Yihang inquired sternly. The village head, striking his forehead in despair, lamented, because Because Li Dagu and Li Ergu are my own nephews. Oh, how foolish I have been, blinded by ignorance, to shield these imbeciles. I suspect you are merely attempting to protect yourself, Xie Siyu remarked, pacing deliberately. Upon hearing her words, the village head's expression soured, resembling that of a bitter gourd. Village head, you are implicated in the cover-up and complicity in the trafficking of women. You are under arrest. With a commanding voice, Lin Yihang instructed. And immediately 2 officers surged forth to restrain the village head. Pale with fear, he shouted, Chief Lin, I am willing to cooperate with the police and disclose everything I know. By 9 o'clock that evening, preliminary findings regarding the case of the missing woman from Debiakan had emerged. Lin Yihang resolved to convene a special meeting to discuss the connection between the missing woman and the 919 case. In addition to the 4 members of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, Xie Siyu was also invited to attend the meeting. Gu Jiejia exhibited a conflicted demeanor regarding Xie Siyu's presence. On one hand, she harbored considerable aversion towards her, driven by the innate jealousy characteristic of young girls. On the other hand, Gu Jiejia had to acknowledge that it was precisely due to the arrival of Xie Siyu that the investigation into the case made substantial progress. Without Xie Siyu's astute analysis and criminal psychology, the police's investigative efforts would have continued to meander aimlessly, wasting precious time. Therefore, Xie Siyu's presence at the meeting was entirely justifiable. As the meeting commenced, Su Jingzhong, who was responsible for evidence collection and forensic work, first provided an update. We have successfully rescued 12 women in Debiakan. There is a significant age disparity among them. The oldest has lived in Debiakan for over 30 years, while the youngest has been there for 3 or 4 years. In addition to these 12 women, there is one missing female, namely Lan Xiaoqing, who was imprisoned by the brothers Li Dagu and Li Ergu. Within the confines where Lan Xiaoqing was held captive, we discovered numerous strands of human hair and skin flakes, which were presumably left behind during her confinement. Comparative analysis has confirmed that this hair matches the DNA profile of the decapitated female corpse. It is now certain that the victim, whose head was severed, is indeed Lan Xiaoqing. The identity of the victim has finally been established. Yet, the officers present could not muster any excitement. A woman who had endured a decade of captivity had finally escaped from a den of iniquity, only to fall into the clutches of a murderous fiend, ultimately meeting a tragic fate of being a dismembered corpse in a foreign land. Such an outcome is profoundly disheartening. Lin Yihang's mood was equally heavy. He withdrew a cigarette from his pack and lit it slowly, reflecting, what a wretched woman she was. Lin Yihang exhaled a smoke ring and turned his gaze towards Gu Jiejia. Gu Jiejia, how is your background investigation on Lan Xiaoqing progressing? Gu Jiejia, an information engineer in the Major Crime Investigation Unit, was responsible for all matters pertaining to advanced technology. She opened her laptop and replied, I accessed the missing persons database of W City and discovered that a woman named Lan Xiaoqing had indeed gone missing 10 years ago. At that time, she was 22 years old and studying at W City Medical University. Lan Xiaoqing excelled academically and demonstrated outstanding performance in all aspects, thus earning a scholarship for studying abroad. However, just prior to her departure for overseas studies, she tragically fell into the water during an outing and went missing. This incident garnered significant media attention at the time. As Lan Xiaoqing was unable to swim, many believed she had drowned and been swept away by the sea. Yet, her parents refused to give up, exhausting their entire fortune over the ensuing years in search of their daughter, but to no avail. 2 years ago, Lan Xiaoqing's parents succumbed to illness brought on by their relentless quest. No one could have anticipated that she would later be trafficked to Debiakan. Upon hearing Gu Jiejia's account, everyone was filled with profound sorrow. A young university student in the prime of her life, after an unfortunate accident, had been sold into Debiakan. And this ordeal had spanned a decade. Even more heart-wrenching was the realization that after enduring 10 years of a hellish existence, this unfortunate woman had ultimately met a cruel demise. At this thought, an expression of deep hatred spread across the faces of all the officers present. As the section chief, Lin Yihang naturally could not be swayed by emotions. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he turned to Liao Chong and inquired, Liao Chong, have there been any significant breakthroughs in the interrogation of the suspect on your end? Liao Chong cleared his throat and replied, the village chief has provided us with a highly valuable lead, which has unveiled the entire process of Lan Xiaoqing's abduction. Chapter 15. The second body dumping location. 1. The plump man continued recounting the results of the interrogation. At that time, the village chief's brother, Li Laodan, the father of Li Dagu and Li Ergu, sought to ensure the continuation of his family lineage. Therefore, he approached a trafficker in hopes of acquiring brides for his 2 sons. However, the trafficker's asking price was exorbitantly high, lacking the necessary funds. Li Laodan conceived the idea of abducting women himself. One day, while passing by a beach, he stumbled upon a woman who had been washed ashore by the waves. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that she was still alive. Overjoyed by this fortunate encounter, he promptly rescued her and carried her back to Debiakan. This woman was Lan Xiaoqing. From that moment on, Lan Xiaoqing became the plaything of the trio, the father and his two sons. Xie Siyu pondered thoughtfully, remarking, "It seems that Lan Xiaoqing did not drown after falling into the sea. Rather, she was swept to another beach. Li Loudon happened to pass by and discovered her unconscious form. Thus, he took her away. Did Lan Xiaoqing ever give birth?" Lin Yihang inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. At the sound of this question, the plump man's expression darkened. He bit his lip tightly before responding. Not long after being confined in the woodshed, Lan Xiaoqing became pregnant. Yet, during her pregnancy, the three of them continued to torment her, ultimately resulting in severe hemorrhaging. These three wretches did not take her to the hospital, but instead, callously watched as blood flowed from her body. Fortunately, Lan Xiaoqing was remarkably resilient, surviving such dire circumstances, though she would never conceive again. These three men were indeed more beastly than human. Gu Jiejia, infuriated, slammed her fist on the table. Meanwhile, Xie Siyu displayed no discernible change in expression, as if she had become accustomed to such scenes. This demeanor astonished Lin Yihang. Xie Siyu appeared exceedingly composed. The stout man pressed his lips together and continued his report. Subsequently, I conducted separate interrogations of the brothers Li Dagu and Li Ergu. Li Ergu was thoroughly dim-witted, utterly oblivious to the events that transpired. Li Dagu exhibited a slightly more average intellect, yet still fell significantly below the norm. After our persistent questioning, he alternately claimed that he had slain Lan Xiaoqing in the woodshed, then asserted that he had disposed of her in the sea. Moments later, he insisted that she had fled on her own. When we presented a photograph of the decapitated female corpse discovered by the roadside, he immediately identified it as Lan Xiaoqing, only to later deny that the head belonged to her. In summary, Li Dagu's testimony was exceedingly chaotic, lacking substantial value as evidence. What means did Li Dagu and Li Ergu rely on for their livelihood? Lin Yihang inquired, narrowing his eyes. The village chief, being their uncle, utilized his authority to grant them social assistance. Furthermore, the village chief arranged for Li Dagu to undertake sanitation duties. Aside from maintaining the village roads, Li Dagu frequently scavenged for recyclables to sell. Thus, we discovered an abundance of cardboard boxes, newspapers, and plastic water bottles at the residence of Li Dagu. These two fools are truly despicable, having tormented a female university student to such an extent. Indeed, I could not endure even a single day in that woodshed. It is hard to fathom how Lan Xiaoqing managed to survive there for a decade. The officers present were vocally expressing their outrage on behalf of Lan Xiaoqing. At this moment, Lin Yihang noticed that Xie Siyu appeared somewhat taciturn this evening, and he gazed at her with keen interest, inquiring, "Dr. Xie, what is your perspective on this case?" Xie Siyu gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "I believe there are several lingering questions regarding this case. Firstly, who exactly severed Lan Xiaoqing's head? According to Li Dagu's testimony, he seems to have merely killed Lan Xiaoqing and subsequently discarded her body in the wilderness. I have just meticulously reviewed Li Dagu's statement. Although his logical reasoning is somewhat disordered, he has never mentioned the phrase decapitate at any point. Moreover, given Li Dagu's intellectual capacity, he would be incapable of neatly severing Lan Xiaoqing's head. Therefore, the act of decapitation must have been carried out by another individual. Secondly, considering that Lan Xiaoqing had been imprisoned by the Li father and son for a decade, why would the perpetrator insist on removing her head and discarding it by the roadside? What profound enmity exists between the perpetrator and Lan Xiaoqing? The two inquiries posed by Xie Siyu evidently struck at the heart of the matter. Lin Yihang continued his analysis along the lines of Xie Siyu's thoughts. The process of Lan Xiaoqing's demise can be delineated into two distinct phases. The first phase involved her being subjected to brutal treatment by the brothers Li Dagu and Li Ergu, leading to her unconsciousness. Mistakenly believing that Lan Xiaoqing was deceased, Li Dagu carried her lifeless body under the cover of night and disposed of it in the wilderness. The second phase reveals the lurking perpetrator, who, upon discovering Lan Xiaoqing, severed her head and discarded it amidst the grass by the roadside. A note printed with the English letter M was inserted into her oral cavity. This sequence of events aligns with the forensic findings of the coroner, Old Su, indicating that the head was cut while the victim was still alive. Lin Yihang extinguished his cigarette and focused intently on a photograph of another case involving a body being disposed of in a guest house, stating, based on the characteristics of the cutting marks and the material of the two notes, it is unequivocal that the murderer of Lan Xiaoqing is the same individual responsible for the decapitation of the golden-toothed head in the hotel. Lan Xiaoqing had been imprisoned by the Li brothers for a decade. Thus, the motive for her murder must be traced back to events from 10 years prior, a task of considerable complexity. Therefore, our investigation should prioritize the golden-toothed head. Once we identify the intersection between the two victims, we shall swiftly locate the assailant. Following the conclusion of the meeting, as Xie Siyu had not driven that day, Lin Yihang offered to drive her home. Xie Siyu did not decline the offer. The two of them traveled in Lin Yihang's SUV along the road enveloped by the night. Lin Yihang felt an unusual lightness in his heart, contrasting sharply with his usual heaviness. It seemed that as long as Xie Siyu sat beside him, he would experience a long-lost sense of security. Yet today, Xie Siyu remained enveloped in silence, her chin resting on her hand, her gaze vacantly fixed on the window. What could she be pondering? I sense a weight upon you today, Lin Yihang inquired. Naturally, it pertains to the case, Xie Siyu replied. I noticed during today's meeting that you seemed to deliberately withhold some of your viewpoints, Lin Yihang observed, looking intently at her. This is because I have yet to untangle the logical connections between the two cases. The forensic examination concluded that Lan Xiaoqing was murdered approximately 10 to 15 days ago, while the victim with the golden tooth found in the guest house was killed around 8 to 9 days prior. The time of their deaths was less than a week apart, and if we consider the shortest interval, it might even be just 1 or 2 days. The proximity of these timelines, coupled with the absence of any discernible flaws, suggests that the perpetrator executed these two homicides with meticulous planning. However, a pressing question arises. Regardless of how astute the murderer may be, how did he ascertain that Li Daigu and his accomplices would abandon Lan Xiaoqing in the wilderness on that particular day? The act of killing Lan Xiaoqing by Li Daigu and his cohorts was entirely unpremeditated. According to Li Daigu's confession, they had grown accustomed to tormenting her. It was merely that this instance of torment escalated excessively, resulting in her unforeseen death. On one hand, we have an accidental death, and on the other, a meticulously calculated act. There exists a glaring logical contradiction between these two narratives. The time of forensic death determination is infallible. Thus, I dare to propose a bold hypothesis. The murderer has been vigilantly observing Lan Xiaoqing. Your analysis is indeed astute. What course of action shall we pursue next? As I previously deduced, both locations of the body disposal carry unique significance, serving as deliberate psychological imprints left by the perpetrator. The site along the roadside conceals the malevolence that transpired in Bay Village. Furthermore, the inn chosen by the murderer as the second site for disposal must harbor some unspeakable secrets. To swiftly identify the culprit, we must revisit that inn and engage with the proprietress, Zhao Meiqi. Chapter 16. The second crime scene. 2. Early the next morning, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu returned to the quaint inn where the tragic incident had occurred. Nestled on the gentle slopes of a picturesque hill adjacent to a scenic area, this establishment once thrived due to its prime location, offering breathtaking views from its garden. However, in recent years, a downturn in the economy had led to a significant decline in tourism, resulting in meager profits for the inn. In an effort to sustain the business, the proprietress, Zhao Meiqi, brazenly disregarded police regulations, allowing guests to rent rooms by the hour without any form of registration. This reckless behavior had consequently hindered the investigation into the homicide. Regrettably, Zhao Meiqi's opportunistic actions ultimately brought her considerable harm, as the incident forced the inn to cease operations. All doors were sealed with police tape, rendering the once vibrant establishment eerily silent. Standing on the lawn before the inn, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu patiently awaited Zhao Meiqi's arrival. The previous evening, Lin had specifically called her, requesting that she come to the inn for questioning at 9 o'clock that morning. It was not until around 9:40 that Zhao Meiqi appeared, driving her white Hyundai sedan. Lin Yihang had always harbored a disdain for tardiness. However, he chose to suppress his irritation today, as the matter at hand took precedence. Zhao Meiqi arrived clad in a black dress, her hair hastily gathered at the back of her head, and her demeanor bore the unmistakable signs of exhaustion. Particularly, her eyes were bloodshot, indicative of several sleepless nights. Chief Lin and Dr. Xie. Zhao Meiqi's memory was surprisingly sharp. She even recalled Xie Siyu. Did you go to a bar last night? Xie Siyu inquired with a gentle smile. Ah, how did you know? Zhao Meiqi responded with an embarrassed smile. It must be the strong scent of smoke and alcohol on me. She sighed. Ever since the incident, I haven't had a peaceful night's sleep. So I've taken to spending my time at bars. Miss Zhao, I summoned you today to inquire about the victim, Xie Siyu said, her gaze fixed intently on Zhao Meiqi. But that was merely a head, devoid of any discernible features. If even the police can't identify the deceased, how could I possibly know? Zhao Meiqi replied, her expression one of distress. The reason we did not bring you to the police station, but rather invited you here, is to facilitate a clearer recollection of your relationship with the victim. Xie Siyu remarked, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she regarded Zhao Meiqi. Dr. Xie, are you jesting? How could I possibly know the victim? Zhao Meiqi remained evasive. I firmly believe you are acquainted with the victim, and perhaps even the perpetrator. My conviction rests on 2 points. First, in another case involving a female corpse found in the wilderness, our investigation revealed that the head belonged to a woman who had been abducted and imprisoned from a nearby village. This indicates that the perpetrator meticulously selected the site for disposing of the body, suggesting an intrinsic connection between the location and the victim. By extension, the reason the murderer went to such lengths to conceal the gold-toothed head beneath the bed in your hotel is that there exists a profound link between the victim and your establishment. Or indeed, between you and the victim. This is a logical deduction. From a factual perspective, on that fateful night, while we were examining the crime scene and the term gold tooth was mentioned, you unexpectedly spewed out a mouthful of water. Such a reaction strongly implies that you are acquainted with an individual possessing a gold tooth and that there exists a notably special relationship between you and this person. Thus, when you suddenly learned that the victim had 2 gold teeth, it is only natural for you to respond so dramatically. Xie Siyu's reasoning is undeniably impeccable, leaving Zhao Meiqi at a loss for words, her mouth agape and unable to refute. Even Lin Yihang was taken aback, having expected this to be a routine inquiry. He had no inkling that Xie Siyu was already well prepared and was about to unveil the deepest secrets harbored by Zhao Meiqi. Fortunately, Siyu is an ally. If she were the murderer, one could fear being left utterly devastated. A chill ran down Lin Yihang's spine, but now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He needed to seize the moment and thoroughly dismantle Zhao Meiqi's psychological defenses. Zhao Meiqi, he advised, at this juncture, it would be wise for you to disclose everything you know. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to escort you to another venue for further discussion. Lin Yihang skillfully tapped the side drum beside them. Zhao Meiqi's psychological defenses were finally breached. She wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, I know a man with 2 gold teeth. His name is Huang Jiangwo, and he is engaged in engineering construction, having established several construction companies. Therefore, everyone refers to him as President Huang. How did you come to know this President Huang? Xie Siyu inquired. Upon hearing this question from Xie Siyu, a hint of embarrassment flickered across Zhao Meiqi's face. Feel free to speak. We will keep your secret, Lin Yihang assured her from the side. With Lin Yihang's promise, Zhao Meiqi finally gathered the courage to say, Director Lin, Dr. Xie, you may find it amusing, but in my youth, I worked as a companion at a KTV. It was during that time that I met President Huang. He was always generous, a valued client in our area, so I often found myself close to him. Over time, we became acquainted. However, I haven't seen him in 5 or 6 years. When I heard about the deceased's 2 gold teeth that night, I instinctively thought of him. Is that the extent of your relationship with President Huang? Xie Siyu's clear eyes emitted a piercing intensity, seemingly capable of penetrating one's innermost thoughts. Under Xie Siyu's scrutinizing gaze, Zhao Meiqi spoke in a flustered manner. I once spent the night with President Huang, and he gave me a substantial sum of money. The relationship between the two of us is confined solely to the trivial matters pertaining to the opposite sexes. There is truly nothing beyond that. Is that so? From Xie Siyu's expression, it is evident that she does not believe Zhao Meiqi's words at all. Chapter 17. The crime scene at the 2 murder scenes. We discovered 2 notes left by the perpetrator, each inscribed with the letters M and U. Can you discern the significance behind this? Xie Siyu produced a sheet of paper and inscribed the letters M and U upon it. Zhao Meiqi gazed at the letters for a moment, then shook her head, expressing her bewilderment. I truly cannot comprehend this. I have a feeling the murderer is acquainted with you. Perhaps you are his next target, Xie Siyu boldly asserted, startling not only Zhao Meiqi, but also Lin Yihang, who stood beside her. Thank you, doctor, but please do not frighten me. Zhao Meiqi stammered, clearly shaken. Prior to my arrival, I conducted a thorough investigation of this inn. It has been in operation for merely 3 years, without any recorded criminal incidents. Thus, it appears that the murderer is not specifically targeting this establishment. The only remaining explanation is that the killer discarded that golden-toothed head here because of you. Hence, I can assert with conviction that the murderer must know you. Noticing Zhao Meiqi's fearful demeanor, Xie Siyu gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and advised, Miss Zhao, if you possess any further information, it is imperative that you share it with me and Captain Lin without delay. Otherwise, you may very well become the next target of the murderer. This is not mere hyperbole. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, beads of cold sweat began to form on Zhao Meiqi's forehead. After a moment of silence, she resolutely shook her head. I truly do not know anything else. Based on the clues provided by Zhao Meiqi, the police swiftly ascertained the details surrounding Huang Jiangwo. Huang Jiangwo, a 52-year-old local of W City, is the proprietor of a construction company that oversees several engineering teams and has collaborated with numerous real estate development firms in W City. Many of the city's significant developments have been constructed by Huang Jiangwo's company. However, in the past 2 years, due to mismanagement, the company has encountered a severe debt crisis, compounded by health issues. Consequently, Huang entrusted the business to his wife and retreated to his self-built villa in the countryside to recuperate. Upon contacting Huang Jiangwo's wife, the authorities discovered that the family had indeed been unable to reach him for over 10 days. Given Huang's previous tendencies to secretly indulge in extramarital affairs and gambling, His family had not been overly concerned. Nevertheless, the current circumstances heightened the likelihood that the victim found in the hotel was Huang Zhengguo. Lin Yihang promptly instructed forensic expert Lao Su to arrange a DNA comparison between Huang Zhengguo's family and the severed head with a golden tooth. The final results of the DNA analysis confirmed that the deceased was indeed Huang Zhengguo, the owner of the construction company. The groundbreaking developments in both cases stemmed from Xie Siyu's astute analysis and judgment of the killer's psychological profile, allowing for the identification of critical leads through the psychological clues left at the crime scene. In the murder case of Lan Xiaoqing, the perpetrator had harbored a grudge against her for a decade, ultimately leading to her abduction and gruesome dismemberment after years of waiting. Ultimately, the perpetrator discarded the head of Lan Xiaoqing beside Debei village, where she had been imprisoned for a decade. This choice of disposal location undoubtedly carries significant implications. In the second case, the victim, Huang Zhengguo, had a prior acquaintance with the hotel owner, Zhao Mei. It is highly plausible that the murderer exploited this connection, leading to Huang Zhengguo's head being abandoned in Zhao Mei's establishment. Both incidents corroborate Xie Siyu's earlier conjecture. The selection of disposal sites is meticulously deliberate, imbued with special meanings and suggestions. Regardless, identifying the victims will greatly facilitate the investigation, prompting Lin Yihang to promptly request authorization to conduct a scene examination at Huang Zhengguo's residence. Upon receiving approval, Lin Yihang, accompanied by the entire Major Crimes Investigation Unit, proceeded to the self-built villa where Huang Zhengguo had resided. Nestled adjacent to Huang Zhengguo's ancestral home, the villa boasts a picturesque landscape. However, being situated in a rural area, it lacks surveillance cameras. Moreover, the nearest neighbor is situated over 100 meters away, indicating that if the crime occurred within the villa, it would be exceedingly challenging for the police to locate any surveillance footage or eyewitnesses. Observing the surroundings of the villa, Lin Yihang's brow furrowed in concern. Upon entering the villa, the overwhelming sense of cleanliness struck him. It hardly resembled a dwelling of an elderly man living alone while recuperating. There were no signs of struggle, nor even a stray scrap of paper to be found. However, with the assistance of advanced technological surveying equipment, forensic expert Su Jingzhong swiftly uncovered numerous splattered traces of human blood in the bathroom. Simultaneously, traces of blood and remnants of human tissue were also discovered among the kitchen utensils and meat grinder. "Old Su, how is the situation?" inquired Lin Yihang. Clad in protective gear, Su gently adjusted the mask covering his face and replied, "Both the bathroom and kitchen have been thoroughly cleaned. However, although these blood traces are not visible to the naked eye, specialized instruments can still detect them with clarity. Based on the pattern of the blood spatter, it is highly likely that the perpetrator dismembered the body in the bathroom. After cutting the body into smaller pieces, they used the meat grinder in the kitchen to reduce it to a pulp. As for the fate of this meat pulp, Su pointed towards the toilet and the floor drain. Then, using tweezers, extracted a small piece of pulpy substance from the pipe wall, stating, "We have discovered some minute human tissue in the sewage system. The perpetrator likely disposed of these remains through the drainage pipes." Upon hearing Su Jingzhong's words, several young officers could not help but cover their mouths and retch. Yet, Xie Siyu remained utterly unfazed, standing quietly as if the dismemberment case before her was non-existent. Lin Yihang had been discreetly observing Xie Siyu's demeanor, feeling that her reaction was rather peculiar. After all, this was a case of dismemberment. Even he, a seasoned detective accustomed to handling corpses, felt a churn in his stomach. Why was this young girl so composed? "Siyu," Lin Yihang couldn't help but inquire. "During your tenure as a consultant at Interpol, did you frequently encounter corpses?" Xie Siyu shook her head at that time. "My responsibilities were solely focused on the study of criminal psychology. I never visited the crime scenes." Lin Yihang raised an eyebrow, but refrained from pressing further. It was then that forensic expert Lao Su continued, "We have extracted these blood samples. Once we compare them in the laboratory, we will ascertain whether this location is indeed the primary scene of Huang Zhengguo's murder and dismemberment." Chapter 18. One step behind, did we manage to extract any valuable fingerprints or footprints from the villa? Lin Yihang inquired, squinting slightly. Forensic expert Old Su shook his head. "The entire villa has been meticulously cleaned. We have hardly retrieved any complete fingerprint or footprint information. It appeared that the perpetrator had executed the crime with remarkable caution. Undoubtedly a highly intelligent criminal." At that moment, Lin Yihang recalled the profile that Xie Siyu had previously drawn of the assailant. The criminal was well versed in human anatomy, possessing a background in medicine, belonging to the realm of high intellect, and could not possibly be a low-culture butcher. The findings from the scene corroborated Xie Siyu's earlier deductions. Xie Siyu was truly exceptional. With this thought, Lin Yihang couldn't help but glance at her once more. Coincidentally, Xie Siyu was also looking toward Lin Yihang at that moment. Their eyes met, and they instinctively averted their gazes. Lin Yihang composed himself and continued, "Old Su, did you find any signs of a struggle within the villa?" Forensic expert Old Su shook his head. We examined the entire villa and found no indications of a fight. It is highly likely that the victim was ambushed and killed by the assailant. It seems that the assailant knew the victim well and was familiar enough to catch them off guard, Lin Yihang deduced. Indeed, Old Su affirmed Lin Yihang's conjecture. Lin Yihang immediately turned to the portly investigator responsible for the peripheral inquiries. What are the findings regarding the individuals surrounding Huang Zhengwo? Since the discovery of Huang Zhengwo's head beneath the bed in the guest house, Lin Yihang had promptly assigned Fatty to investigate relevant information about the victim. Fatty hastily pulled out his investigative notebook and responded. Huang Zhengwo was a businessman with an exceedingly intricate network of connections. It would require considerable time to thoroughly map out all of his interpersonal relationships. However, according to Huang Zhengwo's wife's account, he had been living alone in this villa for the past year since falling ill, with very few visits from his wife and children. Did Huang Zhengwo hire a caretaker to tend to him? Lin Yihang inquired. Yes, he did. But none of the caretakers could endure Huang Zhengwo's peculiar temperament and resigned after a short period. Fatty conveyed his findings to Lin Yihang. Moreover, we have traced the last phone call made by Huang Zhengwo, which was from a small convenience store, occurring 12 days prior to his demise. Unfortunately, the store lacked surveillance cameras, so we were unable to gather any information regarding the caller. Fatty expressed his regret. This call appears highly suspicious, Lin Yihang remarked. Have you inquired with the store owner about the caller's appearance? He asked eagerly. I did pose that question to the owner. But he is quite elderly and simply cannot recall, Fatty replied. At that moment, Lin Yihang's phone rang. He glanced at the incoming number and saw it was Gu Jiajia, who was responsible for investigating Lan Xiaoqing. Lin Yihang hurriedly answered the phone. Hello? He heard Gu Jiajia's voice. The incident of Lan Xiaoqing accidentally falling into the sea has been clarified. At that time, she was at the seaside with a classmate named Lin Xianqian. While taking photos, Lan Xiaoqing accidentally fell into the water. Is this truly just an accident? Lin Yihang asked with some skepticism. It was indeed an accident, as there were two eyewitnesses present when Lan Xiaoqing fell into the sea, one being Zhao Meiqi and the other Huang Zhengwo. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yihang immediately relayed this information to the other officers in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Upon hearing the news, everyone was exceptionally astonished. Isn't Zhao Meiqi the owner of the guest house? It turns out she is an old acquaintance of Huang Zhengwo. This case is becoming quite intriguing. The forensic expert, Lao Su, remarked thoughtfully. In contrast to the extreme shock of others, Xie Siyu's reaction was less pronounced. Her bright eyes swiftly scanned the room, quickly identifying a critical issue. Xie Siyu promptly addressed Lin Yihang. We have overlooked one person. Who? Lin Yihang asked, puzzled. Zhao Meiqi. She is very likely the next target of the murderer. Why do you say that? Lin Yihang inquired. The murderer deliberately placed Huang Zhengwo's head beneath the bed in Zhao Meiqi's guest house, subtly indicating the connection between her and this homicide. In light of the relationship between Zhao Meiqi and Huang Zhengwo, as well as the ominous cardboard note intended as a murder warning, it is evident that the next target of the perpetrator will undoubtedly be Zhao Meiqi. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's analysis, Lin Yihang immediately seized his phone to dial Zhao Meiqi's number. However, it went unanswered. When he attempted to call again, it was already in a state of unreachable. Zhao Meiqi had vanished. This is dire. The assailant has outpaced us once more, Xie Siyu exclaimed in alarm. Hastily exiting the villa of Huang Zhengwo, Lin Yihang, concerned for Xie Siyu's safety, promptly followed suit after managing the scene. Yet, as Lin Yihang burst from the villa, Xie Siyu had already disappeared from sight. A shadow of worry crossed Lin Yihang's face. This time, it seemed that Xie Siyu too might be in peril. Siyu, you lack combat skills. Why rush ahead so recklessly? Lin Yihang silently lamented, his heart heavy with concern for Xie Siyu. Chapter 19. The killer appears for an entire day. Zhao Meiqi was lost in a haze of anxiety. Ever since confirming that the deceased was Huang Zhengwo, an unsettling chill had gripped her spine. She secured all the doors and windows of her home, yet a sense of vulnerability lingered. Zhao Meiqi had previously shared her life with her son, Zhao Chong. However, the abrupt demise of Huang Zhengwo instilled within her a profound sense of crisis. To shield her son from potential danger, she entrusted Zhao Chong to her close friend, Lisa, while she remained alone at home. The solitude was unnerving. She felt compelled to seek safety in the company of others. Thus, she gathered her belongings and ventured to a bar. The bar was bustling, filled with patrons and an ample supply of drinks, which brought her a measure of satisfaction. Perhaps only inebriation could alleviate her tense demeanor. Consequently, she summoned a few close friends and made her way to the most opulent bar in W City. After several bottles of beer, her spirits began to lift considerably. As she staggered toward the restroom, her trousers in hand, she inadvertently collided with someone. Who is this? Blind to their surroundings? Zhao Meiqi remarked, her irritation palpable. However, Upon recognizing the individual before her, her expression drained of color, akin to seeing a ghost. In a state of panic, she hastily covered her face and fled the bar. The man she had bumped into was none other than Chen Weijie, the heir of the prestigious Chen Group, the largest real estate development company in W City. In that fleeting moment of impact, he too had recognized Zhao Meiqi. Before Chen Weijie could utter a word, Zhao Meiqi had already fled in a daze. As Zhao Meiqi's name lingered on Chen Weijie's lips, he couldn't help but sneer. Before also departing the bar. In her panic, Zhao Meiqi dashed out of the establishment, and by the time she regained her composure, she found herself in an unfamiliar alley. Gasping for breath, she reached for her handbag to retrieve her phone and ascertain her location, only to discover it was absent. Her handbag had been left behind in the bar. Earlier, Zhao Meiqi had merely gone to the restroom, entrusting her handbag and phone to her friend. It was the unexpected encounter with the wealthy Chen that had compelled her to flee in such disarray. With Chen Weijie present, Lin Qianqian was undoubtedly nearby as well. The mere thought of Lin Qianqian sent shivers down Zhao Meiqi's spine. Instinctively, she glanced back, only to find a figure standing about 7 or 8 meters away. If that person had been moving normally, it would have been unremarkable. However, the individual stood motionless, resembling a statue. The scene was undeniably eerie. The dim lighting of the alley obscured Zhao Meiqi's view of the person's features. What kind of person would remain still in a dark alley at such an hour? A wave of foreboding washed over her, prompting her to hasten her steps toward the alley's exit. Instantly, the figure followed suit. When Zhao Meiqi quickened her pace, so did the shadow. When she slowed, the figure matched her tempo. In summary, the shadow trailed behind Zhao Meiqi at a steady pace. It finally dawned upon her that this figure was pursuing her. Instantly, Zhao Meiqi summoned all her strength to flee towards the mouth of the alley. However, after barely 50 meters, she found herself gasping for breath. Years of reckless drinking and sleepless nights had left her body utterly drained. She barely managed to reach a nearby utility pole, leaning against it for support, while glancing back at the relentless shadow that clung to her like a parasite. To her astonishment, the shadow had vanished. Could it be that she had shaken it off? Zhao Meiqi thought hopefully. Yet, the moment she turned her head back, she discovered that the shadow had inexplicably materialized in front of her. Startled, she instinctively attempted to flee. But the shadow seized her by the hair and forcefully yanked her forward. Zhao Meiqi's body was thrown against the utility pole, and a wave of blood oozed from her forehead. In that moment, however, she felt no pain. Her singular thought was to escape. At that critical juncture, the shadow drew a dagger from its waist. A glint of cold steel flashed as the dagger lunged towards Zhao Meiqi's abdomen. Instinctively, she extended her right hand to grasp it, but how could her flesh and blood hand withstand the sharpness of the dagger? With a sharp sound, 4 of Zhao Meiqi's fingers fell to the ground. Simultaneously, the dagger lunged toward her lower abdomen. However, due to Zhao Meiqi's palm briefly intercepting the blow, the strike was diverted, merely grazing her abdomen and leaving a slender gash. It was not until her severed fingers dropped to the floor that Zhao Meiqi truly felt the pain, letting out a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, the cold-blooded assailant showed not a shred of mercy. With a swift twist of the wrist, the dagger once again aimed for Zhao Meiqi. Weak and defenseless, she collapsed to her knees. The blade sank into her shoulder, eliciting another harrowing scream as she crumpled to the ground. The assailant, dagger in hand, advanced step by step, while Zhao Meiqi writhed on the floor like a helpless creature. "Please, don't kill me, I beg you," she cried out. Yet the assailant seemed intent on tormenting her. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, he plunged the dagger into the tendon of her left foot, severing it with a sickening ease. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare me." Zhao Meiqi continued to wail. The assailant struck again, carving a deep cut along her thigh. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I will give you all my money." Zhao Meiqi pleaded in terror, but the assailant remained unmoved. With a glint of cold steel, he inflicted several more wounds upon her. Exhausted, she could no longer crawl, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless mass. The assailant slowly approached Zhao Meiqi, raising the dagger and tracing its edge along her relatively fair neck as if searching for the optimal point of incision. "Please don't kill me," Zhao Meiqi pleaded weakly. Yet, the murderer merely responded with a chilling smirk. Despite her grave injuries, the instinct for survival compelled Zhao Meiqi to muster her remaining strength. Crawling away from the icy blade, momentarily evading its lethal touch, the shadowy figure let out a cold laugh, repositioning the dagger against her throat. Suddenly, a glimmer of malice flickered in the assailant's eyes as he prepared to slit her throat. Just then, a figure darted past the mouth of the alley. Chapter 20. A missed opportunity. A voice rang out, commanding, "Don't move, or I will shoot." To her astonishment, the person was none other than Xie Siyu, the assailant. Upon seeing her, disregarded Zhao Meiqi entirely. He swiftly turned and fled deeper into the alley. Realizing that Zhao Meiqi was no longer in immediate danger, Xie Siyu withdrew her hand from her pocket. As an external psychological consultant for the police department, she was not authorized to carry a firearm. Moments earlier, she had merely pretended to wield a gun, inserting her hand into her pocket to intimidate the perpetrator. With the assailant disappearing into the alleyway, Xie Siyu cast aside her own safety. She pursued him into the depths of the alley while dialing Lin Yihang's number. Captain Lin, I have located the assailant at the entrance of the alley on Jianxi Road. Zhao Meiqi is here as well. She appears to be seriously injured. Please contact the emergency services immediately. After placing the call, she tucked her phone back into her pocket and continued her relentless chase, fixating on the fleeing figure. Xie Siyu was not a trained officer from a police academy. Her expertise lay in psychology. Consequently, she was at a distinct disadvantage in terms of physical fitness and combat skills compared to the professionally trained officers. Thus, during the pursuit, she found herself struggling against the assailant. However, it seemed the perpetrator's stamina was also lacking, as he had not managed to shake her off. Just as Xie Siyu was closing in on him, the assailant overturned a trash can, scattering refuse across the ground. Unbeknownst to Xie Siyu, she inadvertently stepped on a shattered glass bottle, the sharp shards immediately piercing the sole of her foot. A pained gasp escaped her lips as her body succumbed to gravity, collapsing onto the ground. Seizing this moment, the assailant fled in a frenzied sprint, swiftly vanishing into the thick cloak of night. Approximately 6 or 7 minutes later, Lin Yihang finally located Xie Siyu. Upon witnessing her foot, stained crimson with blood, a wave of anguish washed over him. Siyu, are you all right? It's entirely my fault for being so careless. She lamented, I was so close to capturing the culprit, only to step on glass. It's not your fault. The assailant was simply too cunning, Lin Yihang reassured her as he dialed for emergency assistance to tend to her wound. How's Zhao Meiqi? Xie Siyu inquired with concern. Zhao Meiqi sustained over a dozen stab wounds and has been taken by paramedics to the ambulance. Her life remains in jeopardy. Upon hearing that Zhao Meiqi was still alive, Xie Siyu felt a sense of relief. Lin Yihang meticulously examined the glass-laden injury on Xie Siyu's foot, noting several shards still embedded within. Bear with me. I'll help remove them, he urged, to which Xie Siyu nodded anxiously. In that moment, she bore little resemblance to the stunningly aloof psychologist she usually portrayed. Instead appearing as an endearing neighbor in distress, Lin Yihang cradled her injured foot in his arms and, steeling himself, resolutely extracted a shard of glass from her sole. Xie Siyu let out a pained cry, her body instinctively collapsing into Lin Yihang's embrace. At that moment, the backup officers arrived on the scene. When Gu Jiejia beheld this sight, it was as if she had overturned a millennia-old jar of jealousy, the air around her thick with its acrid scent. Just as they were on the verge of capturing the perpetrator, a crucial moment slipped away. What a vexatious situation. Who had dared to provoke her ire? Liao Chong, newly arrived with the reinforcements, questioned the scene in bewilderment. Some individuals, taking advantage of their injuries, seek solace in the arms of others. Gu Jiejia contemplated delivering a scathing remark to Xie Siyu, but upon witnessing the blood streaming from Xie Siyu's injured foot, she stifled her words. The police's swift arrival to Zhao Meiqi's side and their successful rescue of her was entirely attributable to Xie Siyu's initiative. Realizing that Zhao Meiqi was likely the next target of the assailant, Xie Siyu promptly urged Lin Yihang to mobilize all available forces to locate her. Although Zhao Meiqi's phone was turned off, the police ultimately managed to ascertain her location through technical means. Yet, upon arriving at the bar, they found only Zhao Meiqi's phone. She herself was nowhere to be found. A review of the bar's surveillance footage revealed that Zhao Meiqi had fled in a distraught state. Consequently, Lin Yihang and his team dispersed to search for her, and it was at the most critical juncture that Xie Siyu appeared before Zhao Meiqi. Although Xie Siyu was unarmed, her quick wits ultimately saved Zhao Meiqi's life. Ultimately, the perpetrator managed to escape right under their noses. The ambulance arrived swiftly. After the paramedics administered basic treatment to Xie Siyu's wounds, they lifted her onto the stretcher. Concerned for Xie Siyu's injuries, Lin Yihang insisted on accompanying her to the hospital. Thus, he also climbed aboard the ambulance. Did you get a clear look at the killer's appearance? Lin Yihang inquired during their journey to the hospital. The assailant was wearing a mask that obscured their entire face. Moreover, for the most part, they were facing away from me, so I did not get a good look at their features, Xie Siyu replied with a hint of regret. What about the physical characteristics of the assailant? Did they possess any distinctive traits? Xie Siyu shook her head in response. The assailant is approximately 1.7 meters tall, of slender build, and lacks any notable distinguishing features. At that moment, Lin Yihang's phone rang. It was Liao Chang, who was continuing the investigation in the alleyway. Hello, Liao Chang. How's the investigation progressing in the alley? Liao Chang sighed and responded, Boss, the alley is extremely secluded, with no pedestrians at night, so we have yet to locate any eyewitnesses. As for the surveillance, this alley is one of those long-neglected ones. There are hardly any functioning streetlights, let alone cameras. However, forensic expert Su has made some progress. They have identified the assailant's footprints. Please have Lao Su take the call. Soon, the voice of the forensic expert, Old Su, resonated through the microphone. Chief Lin. We have meticulously examined the scene of the altercation in the alley and ultimately extracted the footprints of the suspect. Based on these prints, we estimate the perpetrator's height to be approximately between 170 and 175 meters, with a slender build. The forensic findings aligned perfectly with Xie Siyu's analysis. However, this information remained rather vague. Old Su, can you deduce the gender of the assailant? Is the perpetrator male or female? Old Su shook his head, replying, the footprints belong to ordinary athletic shoes, which can be worn by either men or women. Based solely on these prints, we cannot ascertain the gender of the culprit. Were there any biological traces, such as hair, collected from the scene? Nothing was retrieved. The assailant must have been wearing a hat or some type of head covering during the crime. Moreover, minute particles like hair and skin flakes can easily be swept away by the wind outdoors, which is why we have detected no other valuable information. Chapter 21. The Breakthrough. 1. Old Su paused momentarily before continuing. However, at the location where Zhao Meiqi was assaulted, we discovered a neatly folded note. Upon unfolding it, we found a capital letters inscribed upon it. Based on our experiences from the previous 2 cases, it is evident that this note was discarded by the perpetrator. The assailant initially intended to sever Zhao Meiqi's head and subsequently placed this note within her mouth. However, the unexpected arrival of Dr. Xie disrupted the assailant's plans. In the course of fleeing, the perpetrator inadvertently left this note at the scene. Lin Yihang had anticipated that the assailant's appearance would yield numerous clues. After all, this time, the perpetrator had no opportunity to cleanse the crime scene. Yet, the final investigative results left Lin Yihang profoundly disheartened. Aside from a few footprints that could provide insights into the assailant's height and approximate weight, no groundbreaking evidence was uncovered. Lin Yihang's disappointment was palpable. Director Lin, do not be disheartened. We have already disrupted the assailant's plans. It's merely a matter of time before they reveal their vulnerabilities, Xie Siyu expressed with a hint of regret. If only I possessed the same competence as Gu Jiajia, perhaps I would have apprehended the assailant on the spot. How can this be blamed on you? If it weren't for your astute analysis of those clues, we might still be wandering in the dark regarding the assailant's identity. As for physical prowess and combat skills, those have never been your forte. Capturing criminals on the front lines is not the responsibility of personnel such as yourselves, Lin Yihang reassured her. Upon arriving at the hospital, the physician meticulously attended to Xie Siyu's wounds. After applying the bandages, he administered a tetanus shot to prevent any severe consequences from potential infection. Once these matters were addressed, the doctor advised Xie Siyu to stay for inpatient treatment, a suggestion she resolutely declined. Doctor, it's merely a minor injury. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. With no other option, the doctor acquiesced to Xie Siyu's request, but cautioned her to keep the wound dry and to avoid vigorous activities during her recovery. Xie Siyu readily agreed. However, as soon as she exited the doctor's office with the aid of crutches, she hurriedly made her way to Zhao Meiqi's hospital room. At that moment, Zhao Meiqi had just undergone surgery and had yet to regain consciousness. Lin Yihang, Gu Jiajia, forensic expert Old Su, and Liao Chong were all waiting outside Zhao Meiqi's room. Upon seeing Xie Siyu, Lin Yihang rushed over and assisted her to a chair in the corridor. Your foot is injured. You should be resting. Why have you come here? I am preoccupied with the case. Even at home, I cannot find rest. It is better to stay here with all of you, hoping to glean some breakthrough information from Zhao Meiqi. Xie Siyu's words resonated with the sentiments of every officer present. They all stood vigil, yearning to uncover the true identity of the perpetrator from Zhao Meiqi, so that the perplexing series of murders could ultimately be brought to light. After waiting for over an hour, the bell from Zhao Meiqi's room rang. The duty nurse hurried into Zhao Meiqi's ward. After a brief inquiry about her condition, the nurse exited the room, informing that the patient had regained consciousness and wished to see Director Lin and Dr. Xie. I am Director Lin, Lin Yihang announced as he stood up. Beside him, Xie Siyu also rose with the support of a cane. Although the injuries the patient sustained were not life-threatening, they numbered over a dozen. Therefore, the nurse cautioned, please refrain from overly stimulating her during your conversation and keep the discussion brief. Understood, Lin Yihang replied, assisting Xie Siyu as they entered the ward. Observing Lin Yihang's considerate demeanor, Gu Jiajia was consumed with jealousy and muttered softly, why should she be allowed in? She is not even part of our major crime investigation unit. Liao Chong seized the opportunity to interject, ingratiatingly stating, Jiajia, you shouldn't fixate solely on one tree. Look around. I am quite the towering tree myself. Go away. I'm not familiar with you. Gu Jiajia retorted irritably. On the hospital bed, Zhao Meiqi held her phone in her only intact hand, seemingly engrossed in browsing information. It was not until Lin Yihang called her name twice that she snapped back to reality, putting her phone down. At that moment, Zhao Meiqi was swathed in bandages. Resembling a mummy, the assailant had severed 4 of her fingers and inflicted numerous long, shallow wounds across her body. Clearly, the perpetrator was intent on tormenting Zhao Meiqi, not wishing for her to die swiftly and painlessly. The deranged murderer appears to take immense pleasure in the torment inflicted upon his victims. This sadistic inclination is evident as he severed Zhao Meiqi's left Achilles tendon, relishing the sight of her writhing on the ground. It seems that only through such heinous acts can the killer vent his deeply rooted hatred towards Zhao Meiqi. Did you catch a glimpse of the killer's appearance? Lin Yihang inquired. Zhao Meiqi shook her head. The assailant was masked, and the hood of his sweatshirt enveloped his entire head, rendering me unable to discern his features. Her response was entirely consistent with Xie Siyu's prior account. The murderer had taken extensive measures to disguise himself during the act. Did you hear the killer's voice? Lin Yihang pressed on, unwilling to yield. No, he never uttered a single word to me. Zhao Meiqi continued to shake her head. With neither a description of the assailant nor any auditory clues to provide, it seemed that Zhao Meiqi could yield no further leads. Lin Yihang's expression betrayed his frustration. Observing his silence, Xie Siyu seized the moment to speak. Instead of hastily delving into the case, she directed her gaze towards Zhao Meiqi's hand, from which 4 fingers had been severed. Miss Zhao, have those 4 severed fingers been reattached? Zhao Meiqi's face immediately contorted with rage. That monster is utterly depraved. After he severed my fingers, he callously kicked them into the sewer. There is no way to reconnect them. However, after her fury, Zhao Meiqi suddenly descended into a state of utter despondency. It doesn't matter whether I can connect or not. It holds no significance for me anyway. I wish to show you something. As Xie Siyu spoke, she opened her phone and revealed an image, a bloodstained note inscribed with a capital letter S. What does this signify? Zhao Meiqi inquired, puzzled. The perpetrator, during the act of murder and disposal, has a penchant for leaving behind letters imbued with special significance. In the initial case of the Debiakan body disposal, we discovered a capital letter M. Subsequently, in the incident at your hotel, we found the letter U within Huang Zhengwo's oral cavity. This time, we unearthed the discarded capital letter S at the site of your assault. The implications of these 3 letters remain exceedingly limited. Thus, I am convinced that the murderer has not revealed the entirety of their message. This indicates that the murderer intends to kill again. The police have been striving to decipher the meanings of these letters, yet thus far, no leads have emerged. Nevertheless, I firmly believe you can assist me in unraveling this mystery. Xie Siyu's words not only astonished Zhao Meiqi but also left Lin Yihang, who stood nearby, in a state of disbelief. Chapter 22, Breakthrough 2. Dr. Xie, are you jesting? If even your police force cannot decipher the cryptic letters, how could I possibly uncover the secrets behind them? Zhao Meiqi remarked with a bitter smile. I am certain you can comprehend it. Moreover, I am convinced that you are acquainted with the murderer. Dr. Xie, what grounds do you have for such an assertion? In the first case of the body disposal, the victim, Lan Xiaoqing, fell into the sea a decade ago and was subsequently trafficked to Debay village. At the time of her fall, you and Huang Zhengwo happened to be eyewitnesses. 10 years later, after Lan Xiaoqing managed to escape from Debay village, she was tragically beheaded. Shortly thereafter, the head of Huang Zhengwo was discovered in your hotel. This evening, you were again assaulted in an alley. The names of Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, and yours all appeared in the incident of the fall a decade ago, and now, a decade later, you are all being hunted down, with the killer leaving different letters as clues for the police. This abundantly indicates that 10 years ago, Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, and you were all entangled in a particular event. It is this very incident that has incited the killer's hatred towards you, a grudge that has persisted for a decade. The surveillance footage from the bar this evening clearly shows that you encountered something profoundly terrifying there. This is why you fled the bar in a panic, even leaving behind your handbag and phone. This suggests that you are aware of the murderer's identity, as well as the motive behind the intent to take your life. Xie Siyu remarked, casting a piercing glance at Zhao Meiqi, and then solemnly warned, by sheer coincidence, I found myself at that location tonight, rescuing you from the clutches of the murderer. However, you may not be so fortunate next time. If you wish to avoid becoming the next Huang Zhengwo, it is in your best interest to divulge all the secrets you harbor to the police. As an astute psychologist, every word from Xie Siyu was akin to a steel needle, piercing deeply into the most vulnerable recesses of Zhao Meiqi's heart. Under this verbal onslaught, Zhao Meiqi's final psychological defenses crumbled. Dr. Xie, your eyes seem to penetrate through everything. You are truly remarkable. At this point, I shall no longer conceal the truth. In fact, when you previously showed me the 2 letters M and U, I had already anticipated what the next letter would be. The murderer intends to reveal a total of 5 letters, M, U, S, Y, A, which together spell Musia. Musia? Is that an entertainment venue? Xie Siyu inquired. Zhao Meiqi nodded. Musea is indeed an entertainment establishment. 10 years ago, it was there that I met Huang Zhangwo and Lan Xiaoqing. At that time, I was already 30. Considered on the older side within the club, I was desperately striving to earn a significant sum to secure my retirement, so I could escape that environment. Thus, I endeavored to ingratiate myself with the wealthy patrons. Huang Zhangwo was one of them. Huang Zhangwo is the head of the largest construction company in W City, a frequent patron of the Musea Entertainment Club and notably generous in his spending. Consequently, each time he visits, I endeavor to secure a place in his private room. However, it is evident that Huang Zhangwo harbors little affection for someone of my age and fading charm. Thus, I devised a plan to enlist the companionship of a young and attractive hostess, hoping this would deter him from ejecting me from the chamber. Yet my colleagues, seasoned in the nightlife, are astute and cunning, far from my ideal partners. Therefore, I was compelled to seek a newcomer. At that moment, Lan Xiaoqing arrived at the club seeking employment. Upon seeing this young woman, strikingly beautiful and a university student, I promptly requested to be her mentor. The supervisor approved my request, entrusting Lan Xiaoqing to my guidance. On her first day, Lan Xiaoqing appeared in athletic attire and declined to wear the club's uniform, expressing a desire to first acclimate to the nightclub environment. Upon scrutinizing her outfit, I noted that it was of an exceptionally high-end imported brand. A discreet inquiry revealed that her ensemble alone was valued at no less than 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, while her shoes were even pricier. This suggested that Lan Xiaoqing hailed from a remarkably affluent background. One cannot help but wonder why such a wealthy young woman would seek part-time work in a nightclub. For several consecutive days, Lan Xiaoqing merely observed, refusing to partake in drinking with patrons. Nevertheless, she generously informed the supervisor that her wages need not be calculated during this initial period of observation. The supervisor, captivated by her beauty and the fact that she was a university student, refrained from pressuring her. On the 6th day, however, Lan Xiaoqing suddenly summoned me to a private room and expressed her desire for my assistance in dealing with a woman. Confused by her intentions, I inquired about the nature of the help she required. Lan Xiaoqing explained that it was quite simple. I needed to lure the girl into Huang Zhangwo's booth and somehow capture photographs of her drinking with the guests. Once she finished speaking, she slipped 10,000 yuan into my bag. A decade ago, such an amount was not insignificant for an ordinary person, and I found myself intrigued, asking Lan Xiaoqing who exactly I was meant to deal with. To my astonishment, Lan Xiaoqing revealed that I was to assist her in undermining a classmate named Lin Xianqian. I questioned her motive behind such a scheme. Lan Xiaoqing explained that there was a scholarship for studying abroad available at the university, and the only eligible candidates were herself and Lin Xianqian. She believed that she might not be able to outshine Lin Xianqian in the competition. Thus, she sought to tarnish Lin Xianqian's reputation to secure the scholarship for herself. Upon hearing this, I was struck with a cold sweat, utterly taken aback by the depths of this seemingly beautiful girl's cunning. To jeopardize a fellow student's future for the sake of a scholarship was truly terrifying. Sensing my hesitation, Lan Xiaoqing produced another 10,000 yuan and placed it into my bag. Although I was initially reluctant to engage in such activities, I soon reflected on the daily harassment and bullying I endured from men at the entertainment club, all in the pursuit of earning a modest income. If my aim is to make money, then I should cast aside notions of conscience and principles. After all, working tirelessly for a month may not even yield a sum of 20,000. It seemed more pragmatic to acquiesce to this favor. Thus, I consented to Lan Xiaoqing's request. The following afternoon, Lan Xiaoqing arrived at Musea Entertainment Club accompanied by Lin Xianqian. Their laughter and camaraderie suggested a deep friendship. Yet beneath this facade of intimacy lurked an insidious and malevolent plot. Chapter 23. Breakthrough. 3. Lan Xiaoqing introduced me to my dear friend Lin Xianqian, a strikingly beautiful girl with outstanding academic achievements, yet burdened by the weight of her impoverished background, prompting her desire to work while studying. Henceforth, the two of us would follow your lead. Lin Xianqian, evidently unaware of the true nature of the job, assumed she was merely to be a waitress. Moreover, with her best friend Lan Xiaoqing by her side, she readily paid a deposit of 500 yuan without a second thought. That evening, I recall it was June 11th, when Lin Xianqian and Lan Xiaoqing commenced their employment at Musea Entertainment Club. In the changing room, we donned our outfits together. However, just as we were about to leave, a message chimed on Lan Xiaoqing's phone. After glancing at it, she apologetically informed Lin Xianqian and me that her father had come to visit her at school, making it impossible for her to work that night. I was fully aware that the message was a ruse, yet I played along with Lan Xiaoqing's charade. Once Lan Xiaoqing departed, I unceremoniously took Lin Xianqian's hand and led her to Huang Zhangwo's private room. I distinctly remember the room number, 1707. The atmosphere was thick with smoke, rendering the figures within nearly unrecognizable. As soon as Lin Qianqian entered, Huang Zhengguo enveloped her in his embrace. It had been quite some time since he had entertained such a young and beautiful girl, showering her with affection. Lin Qianqian struggled fiercely against him. At that moment, the man seated on the sofa, known as the madman, also took a keen interest in Lin Qianqian. Who is the madman? Lin Yihang interjected. The moniker madman belongs to Li Jinfeng, a notorious ruffian in W City, commanding a cadre of henchmen who frequently aid Huang Zhengguo's company in unsavory dealings. The two are sworn brothers. Upon observing madman's interest in Lin Qianqian, Huang Zhengguo unceremoniously thrust her into the embrace of Li Jinfeng. At that moment, madman was inebriated and appeared to be under the influence of drugs. Under the intoxicating effects of alcohol, Li Jinfeng forcefully pinned Lin Qianqian onto the sofa. She desperately resisted, seizing an ashtray from the coffee table and striking madman atop his head. Typically, it was madman who inflicted such violence. Yet this time he found himself on the receiving end, and by a woman no less. The fury that ignited within him was palpable. In a frenzy spurred by rage and intoxication, he completely lost his composure, ripping at Lin Qianqian's garments. In an instant, she was left exposed. The sight of her fair skin intensified madman's desires. However, no matter how fervently he tried, he was unable to fully subdue Lin Qianqian. Thus, he turned and called for Huang Zhengguo's assistance. Initially, Lan Shaoqing had employed me to lure Lin Qianqian into the private room merely to capture photographs of her drinking with clients. I had never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. I sensed that a calamity was imminent. Should I remain in the room or hastily flee? Just as I was engulfed in confusion, Huang Zhengguo suddenly shouted at me. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and hold down her other leg. Huang Zhengguo, while speaking, tossed a stack of banknotes before me. At that moment, I was blinded by greed and did not flee immediately. On one hand, I yearned for the money. On the other hand, I was deeply afraid of offending Huang Zhengguo and the deranged forces surrounding him. Thus, after much hesitation, I found myself unwittingly approaching, pressing down on Lin Qianqian's leg. Amidst the heart-wrenching screams that echoed, Lin Qianqian was subjected to the vile acts of that madman. It is worth noting that at that time, Lin Qianqian was still a virgin. As I recounted this, Zhao Meiqi was brought to tears, clearly indicating the severe psychological trauma that scene had inflicted upon her. The feelings of regret and guilt have accompanied her throughout the past decade. What transpired next? Xie Siyu inquired. The deranged individual, in a fit of madness, did not forget to pull out his phone, capturing the heinous act while committing it. After the ordeal, he flung a stack of money onto Lin Qianqian's face, disdainfully remarking, "Little girl, didn't you come out for this? I have plenty of money." At that moment, Huang Zhengguo, having indulged in drink, could no longer suppress his impulses as he gazed upon the naked Lin Qianqian on the coffee table, further subjecting her to humiliation. Perhaps the struggles prior had utterly drained her of energy. In any case, Lin Qianqian lay there like a lifeless body, allowing Huang Zhengguo to act with impunity. That night, the madman and Huang Zhengguo reveled until dawn. They repeatedly ravaged Lin Qianqian. By the following morning, once the intoxication had worn off, both the madman and Huang Zhengguo recognized the gravity of their actions. They hastily transported Lin Qianqian to the hospital and instructed their subordinates to procure 500,000 yuan as hush money for her. What transpired thereafter? Did Lin Qianqian report the incident to the authorities? Lin Yihang inquired. Zhao Meiqi shook her head, stating, "During Lin Qianqian's hospitalization, I remained by her side. Of course, this was not out of my own volition. Huang Zhengguo and the madman had employed me to care for Lin Qianqian, insisting that I persuade her against filing a police report. I earnestly implored Lin Qianqian, informing her of the significant influence wielded by Huang Zhengguo and the madman in W City. Moreover, the madman had recorded the entire assault on his phone. Even if she chose to report it, they possessed a professional legal team that could easily orchestrate a psychiatric evaluation, leading to their acquittal. Ultimately, not only would she forfeit the 500,000 yuan in compensation, but her reputation would also be irreparably tarnished, jeopardizing her future. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to accept the 500,000 yuan and treat the incident as though it had never occurred. Lin Qianqian lay motionless on the hospital bed, neither agreeing nor mentioning the possibility of reporting the matter. I believed that, given her youth and inexperience, she was undoubtedly too intimidated to consider alerting the authorities. Consequently, I felt assured in collecting my reward from Huang Zhengguo and the madman. I had expected the matter to fade into obscurity, but to my astonishment, a month later, the instigator of this heinous act, Lan Shaoqing, met with an inexplicable demise. At this point, Zhao Meiqi's complexion had turned ashen. Following her injury, her body had already been exceedingly frail, and after speaking for such an extended period, she felt utterly drained. Observing her state, Xie Siyu hurriedly suggested, "You should rest. We can continue tomorrow." Just as Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang were about to turn and leave, Zhao Meiqi grasped Xie Siyu's hand firmly. "Dr. Xie, I am fine. These words have weighed upon my heart for a decade. I finally have the opportunity to unburden myself." After a brief respite, Zhao Meiqi resumed recounting the bizarre incident of the maritime plunge that had transpired years ago. Approximately a month after the incident in the private room, Huang Zhengwo unexpectedly invited me to a seaside villa for a holiday. I was taken aback, questioning how someone of my standing could possibly receive such an invitation to a private retreat. Dazed, I accompanied Huang Zhengwo to the villa. Upon entering, I discovered that others had already gathered inside. The moment I laid eyes on them, I was immediately startled. Among the guests were Lin Qianqian, the madman, Chen Daxiao from the Chun family conglomerate, and Lan Xiaoqing. The sight of this assembly made it abundantly clear that this was, without a doubt, a banquet of treachery. Chapter 24. The Breakthrough. 4. I discreetly inquired with Huang Zhengwo to uncover the intricacies of the entire situation. It turned out that the news of Lin Qianqian accompanying clients at the Musea Entertainment Club had quietly spread. The source of this leak remained a mystery. Regardless, as a consequence of this incident, Lin Qianqian lost her opportunity to study abroad, while Lan Xiaoqing, in contrast, eagerly seized this coveted chance for overseas education. Perhaps the stress of the situation led Lin Qianqian to a moment of clarity. After graduation, she sought out Huang Zhengwo, hoping he could assist her in securing a respectable job. At that moment, the young heir of the Chun family, Chen Weijia, happened to be in Huang Zhengwo's office. Chen Weijia was instantly smitten with Lin Qianqian, leading them to become an item. In just a week, Lan Xiaoqing was set to embark on her journey abroad. Hence, Lin Qianqian proposed to host a farewell gathering for her dear friend, resulting in an intimate private party. The young master Chun, Huang Zhengwo, and the eccentric individual enjoyed themselves thoroughly. However, the remaining three women harbored their own motives. I could discern that Lin Qianqian had realized Lan Xiaoqing's ulterior motives against her. Yet, Lan Xiaoqing remained oblivious, shamelessly attempting to seduce Lin Qianqian's boyfriend, Chen Weijia. I sensed that trouble was inevitable. Indeed, later that very evening, I witnessed Chen Weijia entering the same room as Lan Xiaoqing. It is noteworthy that Chen Weijia was, at that time, Lin Qianqian's boyfriend. This Lan Xiaoqing had already usurped Lin Qianqian's opportunity to study abroad. Did she now intend to claim Lin Qianqian's boyfriend as well? The following morning, Huang Zhengwo and I rose early to take a stroll by the seaside. However, as we stepped out of the villa, we witnessed a woman tumbling from the balcony. This villa, perched upon a steep cliff, boasted a breathtaking view of the ocean, with turbulent waves crashing directly below. After she fell into the sea, she was swiftly engulfed by the surging waters. Both Huang Zhengwo and I were rendered speechless, our gazes fixated on the balcony. Moments later, a figure slowly emerged from the balcony. It was Lin Qianqian. Wait a moment. I recalled that your earlier statement to the police claimed that Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing were taking photographs by the seaside when Lan Xiaoqing accidentally slipped into the ocean. Yet now you assert that Lan Xiaoqing fell from the villa's balcony? Your two accounts are inconsistent, aren't they? Questioned Xie Siyu. Zhao Meiqi chuckled softly in response, explaining that the previous testimony had been concocted by Huang Zhengwo, who had instructed her to say so. So, did Lin Qianqian indeed push Lan Xiaoqing into the sea? Lin Yihang interjected. We had previously questioned Lin Qianqian, but she vehemently denied the accusation, insisting that Lan Xiaoqing had accidentally fallen from the balcony. Though we found her claims dubious, we were powerless against her assertions. The room where Lan Xiaoqing had met her unfortunate fate belonged to young Master Chen. To speak of the actual circumstances would undoubtedly cause significant trouble for him. Furthermore, if the police were to label Lin Qianqian as a murderer, she might very well reveal the incident involving Huang Zhengwo and the madman who assaulted her, leading to disastrous consequences for all involved. After much deliberation, it was decided that Huang Zhengwo and I would provide false testimony. Consequently, the death of Lan Xiaoqing would be deemed an unfortunate accident. This implies that the perpetrator had commenced their murderous scheme a decade ago, Lin Yihang exclaimed. The culprit he referred to was undoubtedly Lin Qianqian, who harbored significant suspicions of murder. That is indeed plausible. Zhao Meiqi affirmed Lin Yihang's conjecture. Upon encountering the letters Mandu, I immediately associated them with the Musea Entertainment Club, as its English name is Musea. Furthermore, the deceased in both cases were Lan Xiaoqing and Huang Zhengwo, which further corroborated my hypothesis. Lin Qianqian remained unable to let go of past grievances, thus resorting to eliminating us one by one. At this juncture, an expression of profound terror flickered in Zhao Meiqi's eyes. However, I still found myself puzzled. If Lin Qianqian truly was the murderer, why did she wait a decade to exact her revenge? After all, she had already committed murder 10 years prior. Xie Siyu inquired, bewildered. Perhaps it was due to the romance between Lin Qianqian and young Master Chen. They eventually married. Chen Weijie cherished Lin Qianqian, and she became the human resources director of the Chen Corporation. With a comfortable life, her animosity may have been temporarily set aside. The sudden resurgence of her wrath could possibly stem from issues within their marriage. I have heard rumors that the young Master Chen subsequently suffered from mental issues, spending his days either engrossed in video games or frequenting bars, resembling a wandering spirit. It is also said that Lin Qianqian engaged in an affair, which was discovered by young Master Chen. This incident has led the couple to contemplate divorce. Having signed a prenuptial agreement, Lin Qianqian stands to lose not only her executive position at Chen's group, but also face the prospect of leaving with nothing. Undoubtedly, this has left her feeling deeply unsettled. When a person plunges into despair, they often spiral into madness. This, I believe, is the catalyst for Lin Qianqian's desire for revenge a decade later. After hearing Zhao Meiqi's account, Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang nodded indifferently. Lin Qianqian is a pitiable woman, betrayed by her closest friend and repeatedly victimized by Huang Zhangwo and that deranged man, losing not only a promising future, but also the most precious aspects of her womanhood. Lin Qianqian had initially embarked on her path of retribution 10 years ago, yet love had drawn her back onto a righteous path. However, the disappointments of married life and the burdens of her past have plunged her into a profound sense of despair. At this juncture of extreme hopelessness, Lin Qianqian was already teetering on the edge of collapse. Suddenly, Lan Xiaoqing, whom Lin Qianqian had once cast into the sea, reappeared before her. The arrival of Lan Xiaoqing signifies that Lin Qianqian's future will either be spent in prison or entangled in an endless cycle of extortion. At last, Lin Qianqian erupted in fury, resolving to silence Lan Xiaoqing once and for all. Once the gates of murder are flung open, they can never be closed again. Lin Qianqian has now lost all hope in life, and she resolves to drag those who have wronged her down to hell alongside her. After disposing of Lan Xiaoqing's body, she forcefully stuffed the letter M into Lan Xiaoqing's mouth and discarded the head in the grass beside Debiakan. Subsequently, Lin Qianqian made her way to Huang Zhangwo's residence. Seizing an opportune moment, she ambushed Huang Zhangwo and dismembered him within his home. This time, Lin Qianqian selected the hotel of her third enemy, Zhao Meiqi, as the site for disposal, knowing that the surveillance footage at Zhao Meiqi's hotel would be overwritten every 7 days. Upon learning of this vulnerability, she decided to exploit it to the fullest. She meticulously prepared Huang Zhangwo's head, encasing it in thick plastic to ensure that the stench would not emanate until after the 7-day period. Furthermore, Lin Qianqian took advantage of the registration loophole at Zhao Meiqi's hotel, concealing Huang Zhangwo's head beneath the bed. In this manner, she flawlessly obscured all traces of her criminal activities. This evening, her intended target was Zhao Qi. However, thanks to the timely intervention of Xie Siyu, Zhao Meiqi's life was fortuitously spared. Chapter 25. Lin Qianqian. After an extended period of dialogue, Zhao Meiqi had become exceedingly frail. Following a few words of advice from Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, they vacated the ward. Outside the room remained only Old Su, Liao Chong, and a female officer assigned to safeguard Zhao Meiqi. Gu Jiejia had been dispatched by Lin Yihang to attend to other matters. Upon ascertaining the circumstances within the ward, both Old Su and Liao Chong discreetly took their leave. After imparting several precautions to the female officer, Lin Yihang assisted Xie Siyu toward the elevator. The events of the evening had been tumultuously dramatic, yet the revelations were profoundly significant. Through Zhao Meiqi's disclosures, the police not only identified the perpetrator, but also unveiled the truth behind this series of heinous crimes. All malevolence stemmed from the Musea Entertainment Club a decade ago. Thus, the assailant had employed the letters M, U, S, Y, A as clues, placing them on the respective victims. The first dumping site was adjacent to the Great North Village, where Lan Xiaoqing had been held captive for 10 long years, intended to direct the police toward the secrets surrounding her. The second site was chosen within the hotel operated by the third victim, Zhao Meiqi, with the hope that the police might uncover the hidden truths from her. The assailant's brutal disfigurement of the first 2 victims was a calculated maneuver to impede the police investigation, allowing sufficient time to prepare for the murder of additional individuals. Each detail of the criminal plan had been meticulously orchestrated, rendering the scheme nearly flawless. Regrettably, the perpetrator, despite their meticulous planning, could not have anticipated encountering an adversary such as Xie Siyu. It was precisely Xie Siyu who astutely discerned the psychological clues left by the culprit at the crime scene, thereby hastening the police's investigative efforts. This intervention spared the third victim, Zhao Meiqi, from a dire fate and enabled law enforcement to unravel the secrets concealed behind those letters in a remarkably short span of time, ultimately leading to the identification of the true offender. Prior to this case, Lin Yihang, while acknowledging the significance of criminal psychology, had regarded it merely as an auxiliary tool in solving cases. However, after becoming acquainted with Xie Siyu, he truly grasped the profound impact of criminal psychology. Physical traces of crime may be obliterated, yet the psychological imprints persist indefinitely at the scene of the crime. Once one possesses the key to unlock this door, they can accurately identify the suspect through psychological cues. Contemplating this, Lin Yihang could not help but cast another admiring glance at Xie Siyu. "What are you looking at?" "It seems you have regarded me with such eyes several times this evening," Xie Siyu remarked, somewhat bashfully. "That is indeed a gaze of admiration. Only you, Xie Siyu, could inspire Lin Yihang to admire you 3 or 4 times in a single night," he responded, seizing the opportunity to express his admiration while supporting her. "Humph, I hardly believe that," Xie Siyu retorted, blushing. "I speak the truth," Lin Yihang replied earnestly. "By the way, how is your foot?" "Much better, it no longer hurts." Due to the injury to Xie Siyu's foot, she could only nestle in Lin Yihang's embrace, relying on his support as they entered the elevator. The elevator contained only the two of them. Lin Yihang had not been so close to a woman in a long time, causing his heart to beat with an unusual intensity. Particularly, the fragrance of Xie Siyu's hair left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Xie Siyu also sensed Lin Yihang's unease and stole a glance at him. At that moment, Lin Yihang turned his gaze towards her as well. Their eyes met, and a rosy blush flickered across both their faces. Those fleeting seconds felt as prolonged as a lifetime. Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu felt both awkward and infinitely sweet. Finally, the elevator reached the first floor, and Lin Yihang assisted Xie Siyu in exiting the hospital building. "My car is over there," he said, guiding her towards his SUV. Lin Yihang opened the door and took his place in the driver's seat, while Xie Siyu settled into the passenger seat. Just as Lin Yihang was about to start the engine, his phone chimed. It was a message from Gu Jiejia, who was responsible for information gathering. Lin Yihang opened the document, which contained detailed files on Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. Earlier, while conversing with Zhao Meiqi in the hospital room, Lin Yihang had discreetly messaged Gu Jiejia to investigate the detailed information on Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. Gu Jiejia was remarkably efficient. Within a short span, she had sent Lin Yihang 2 thoroughly compiled dossiers. Lin Yihang placed his phone between the two of them, inviting Xie Siyu to join him in viewing the screen. Due to the diminutive size of the text, they leaned in closely, so much so that Lin Yihang could feel Xie Siyu's hair brushing against the tip of his nose. The silky sensation stirred within him a flutter of nervousness akin to that of a fawn in a tender embrace. Despite his usual aversion to the cold, he found himself unexpectedly enveloped in a warmth that was difficult to bear. Meanwhile, Xie Siyu remained oblivious to these subtle changes in Lin Yihang. Her entire focus was captivated by the document displayed on the screen. Lin Qianqian, female, height 172 centimeters. Holds a bachelor's degree from the Medical College of W University, she murmured to herself. It became evident why the victim's neck bore such a flawless incision. Lin Qianqian had studied medicine. As she scrolled down, Xie Siyu continued her reading. Although Lin Qianqian was born in the city, her father had passed away at an early age, and her mother, lacking a formal job, could only sustain the family through occasional domestic work, leading to a life of considerable hardship. From a young age, Lin Qianqian exhibited remarkable obedience and diligence, excelling academically and gaining admission to the prestigious Medical College of W University. Upon graduating, Lin Qianqian swiftly married, her husband being the affluent heir of the Qin Group, Qinweijie. This event became a sensational news story in W City that year. Lin Qianqian epitomized the transformation from a Cinderella to a princess. Yet, who could have anticipated the profound suffering she endured that ultimately led her to cross paths, albeit by chance, with Qinweijie? Upon marrying into the Qin family, Lin Qianqian seamlessly ascended to a high-ranking executive position within the Qin Group immediately after her university graduation, ultimately attaining the role of Human Resources Director. Lin Qianqian wielded considerable power over personnel decisions within the Qin Group, establishing her influence during that era. After perusing Lin Qianqian's dossier, Xie Siyu proceeded to open Lan Xiaoqing's file. At that moment, Xie Siyu noticed that Lin Yihang, who typically approached his work with utmost diligence, appeared somewhat distracted, his eyes covertly darting towards her with a mischievous glint. "Hey, focus," Xie Siyu gently admonished. It was then that Lin Yihang snapped back to reality. His entire attention had been fixated on Xie Siyu, completely oblivious to the contents of the dossier. Pouting playfully, Xie Siyu chided, "Concentrate on reading the files. You might stumble upon unexpected revelations." With that, Lin Yihang redirected his wandering thoughts and devoted himself to studying Lan Xiaoqing's profile. Chapter 26. Murder Beneath the Eyelids. 1. Lan Xiaoqing was a classmate of Lin Qianqian and a graduate of the medical program at W City University. In contrast to Lin Qianqian, Lan Xiaoqing hailed from a significantly more privileged background. Her father was the director of a factory, while her mother held the position of an accountant in a multinational corporation. It is no wonder that Lan Xiaoqing was often seen donning outfits worth thousands during her university years. Her family's financial standing was exceptionally affluent. Xie Siyu remarked on this disparity. From a young age, Lan Xiaoqing excelled academically, gaining admission to the prestigious medical school at W City University. Due to her outstanding academic performance, she secured the sole opportunity for overseas study offered by the medical school in her graduating year. However, just a week before her departure, Lan Xiaoqing tragically fell into the sea, and her body was never recovered. Her parents steadfastly believed that their daughter was still alive, leading them to resign from their jobs and embark on an 8-year quest to find her. Ultimately, both of Lan Xiaoqing's parents succumbed to illness brought on by despair 2 years ago, resulting in the shattering of a once happy family. Upon examining this dossier, who could have imagined that Lan Xiaoqing was a woman of meticulous thought, marked by an exceedingly cruel and selfish nature? She had meticulously plotted against Lin Qianqian solely to vie for the opportunity to study abroad. Given Lan Xiaoqing's familial circumstances, even without securing the government-funded spot for overseas study, her pursuit of further education abroad would not have been hindered. Was it truly worth it to betray a close friend for such an opportunity? Lin Yihang pondered. The intricacies of human nature can often be the most perplexing. In the eyes of Lan Xiaoqing, her pursuit of that position was not motivated by monetary gain, but rather by a thirst for honor, or perhaps a sense of jealousy. She could not tolerate the existence of someone as exceptional as Lin Qianqian. Xie Siyu analyzed. Women understand women best. Lin Yihang chuckled. As if your thoughts are any simpler. Xie Siyu retorted defiantly. Throughout history, the majority of deceit and treachery has been perpetrated by men. Observing Xie Siyu's irate demeanor, Lin Yihang promptly conceded, Indeed. In the annals of history, it is we men who are the most selfish. Now that is more like it. Xie Siyu finally grinned with satisfaction. After comparing the two profiles, aside from confirming Xie Siyu's earlier hypothesis that the perpetrator was a medical professional, the useful information garnered was rather scant. However, solving a case is akin to unraveling a complex tapestry. It requires a methodical approach to exploration. Thus, neither felt any discouragement. Lin Qianqian is indeed a prime suspect. I shall promptly request an arrest warrant for her from the bureau, Lin Yihang declared as he finished his call and prepared to drive away. Yet, just as he started the vehicle and had only traveled a few meters, a dark object suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the hood of Lin Yihang's SUV. To their astonishment, the object was none other than a woman. What was even more shocking to both Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu was that this woman, who had just recounted the case details to them, was Zhao Meiqi. Crimson blood incessantly streamed from Zhao Meiqi's mouth and nose, while her eyes bulged grotesquely, reminiscent of lifeless fish. Her lips quivered, as if attempting to convey a message to Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu. Yet this instinctual final spasm gradually weakened with the passage of time, until it ultimately faded into oblivion. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu remained in a state of stunned silence within the vehicle, rendered immobile for several agonizing seconds. The suddenness of the events was overwhelming, and Zhao Meiqi's gruesome demise was both bloody and brutal. How could the woman who had just moments ago been peacefully resting in her hospital bed transform into a lifeless corpse in the blink of an eye? Even for the worldly wise Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, this shocking turn of events left them utterly astounded. It was Xie Siyu who first regained her composure, abruptly pushing open the car door and rushing to the front of the engine. Lin Yihang followed suit, leaping from the off-road vehicle from the opposite side. He placed 2 fingers on Zhao Meiqi's neck, only to shake his head in despair. She had already succumbed to death. The murderer must still be within the confines of the hospital building. Xie Siyu's words sparked a realization in Lin Yihang. Siyu, stay here and secure the scene. I will ascend to apprehend the perpetrator. Do exercise caution, Xie Siyu advised with genuine concern. Lin Yihang felt a warmth in his heart at her words. Yet he had no time to linger. He turned and dashed into the hospital. As he ascended in the elevator towards Zhao Meiqi's room on the 13th floor, he simultaneously dialed a number within the confines of the lift. Regrettably, the signal in the elevator was exceedingly weak. It was only upon reaching the 13th floor that Lin Yihang finally managed to connect with Liao Chong. Liao Chong, there has been an incident at the hospital. Zhao Meiqi has been pushed from the inpatient building. You must come immediately with reinforcements. After hanging up, Lin Yihang swiftly drew his service weapon and rushed to the entrance of Zhao Meiqi's hospital room. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Lin Yihang could not ascertain whether the assailant still lingered within. Thus, prioritizing safety, he did not charge in recklessly. Instead, he forcefully kicked the door open and aimed his gun toward the interior. The room was in disarray, with 4 drip bottles shattered on the floor. The 2 chairs that Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu had previously occupied were now in disarray. One lay awkwardly on the ground, while the other had been tossed onto the bed. It was evident that a fierce struggle had unfolded within the confines of the hospital room. Lin Yihang stormed inside, and then kicked open the bathroom door, only to find it empty as well. It appeared that the assailant had fled. At that moment, the female officer assigned to protect Zhao Meiqi, alerted by the commotion, arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the chaos within, her complexion turned pale. What on earth has happened here? Where have you been? Wasn't it your duty to safeguard Zhao Meiqi? Lin Yihang reprimanded. Zhao Meiqi mentioned she was about to start her period and asked me to go to the supermarket on the first floor to buy sanitary pads, the young officer replied, filled with remorse. Lin Yihang chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, the police department was understaffed, and it was inevitable that assigning only one female officer to protect Zhao Meiqi would lead to lapses in vigilance. You stood guard at the entrance, ensuring that no one was permitted to enter the room. After Lin Yihang issued this directive, he dashed out of the ward. Taking the elevator, Lin Yihang descended to the lobby on the first floor. Although it was late at night, the lobby was still bustling with individuals attending to their hospitalization procedures. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yihang found no suspicious figures in sight. Chapter 27. Murder Beneath the Eyelids. 2. Approximately 10 minutes later, forensic expert Old Su, Liao Chong, Gu Jejia, and others arrived at the hospital. Lin Yihang briefly recounted the events that transpired before issuing his orders. Old Su, you and the staff from the forensic department will split into 2 teams. One will conduct a scene investigation in Zhao Meiqi's hospital room, while the other will examine Zhao Meiqi's body downstairs. I require immediate access to first-hand data. Old Su nodded and replied, understood. Lin Yihang then addressed Liao Chong. The murderer is likely Lin Xianxian, who endured humiliation a decade ago. Driven by revenge, she has become an extremely dangerous individual. Liao Chong, you must immediately apprehend Lin Xianxian. She must not be allowed to escape. Understood. Liao Chong responded, promptly leading a team of officers to all potential hideouts of Lin Xianxian. Lin Yihang glanced at Dr. Xie Siyu and inquired, Dr. Xie, can you manage to work with your foot injury? Do not worry about that. Feel free to delegate tasks. Dr. Xie Siyu replied resolutely. Your task is to secure the entire building and investigate whether any suspicious individuals fled after the fall incident. Focus particularly on a young woman approximately 172 meters tall and around 30 years of age, and it would be ideal to locate eyewitnesses. This was Dr. Xie Siyu's first time undertaking such a responsibility, and her face was alight with excitement. She immediately led a team of over 10 officers to seal off all exits of the inpatient building and began a thorough search. Lin Yihang turned his gaze towards Gu Jejia. Gu Jejia, please contact the hospital's security department immediately and retrieve all surveillance footage of the inpatient building from tonight. It is imperative that we identify the suspect. The examination and sampling at the scene lasted nearly 3 hours. By the time all the results were available, dawn had broken. Although the officers from the Major Crimes Investigation Unit had not closed their eyes all night, anticipation was etched on each of their faces when the autopsy results were revealed. They were tremendously eager to uncover substantial evidence from this investigation. However, the findings left everyone feeling disheartened. Forensic expert Lao Su sat in a police command vehicle, pointing at a photograph in his notebook. We conducted a thorough examination of Zhao Meiqi's hospital room. Regrettably, although there were numerous signs of a struggle, we found no footprints or fingerprints left by the assailant, let alone hair or skin tissue. This is quite illogical. Xie Siyu was the first to notice the anomaly. After Zhao Meiqi crashed on a Captain Lin's SUV's hood, both Lin and I were momentarily stunned for about 10 seconds. Once we regained our composure, Captain Lin rushed into the inpatient building and took the elevator to Zhao Meiqi's room on the 13th floor. It was late at night, and there were few people using the elevator, allowing him to reach the 13th floor with relative ease. I calculated the time. From the moment we discovered Zhao Meiqi's body to Captain Lin's arrival at her room on the 13th floor, no more than 7 minutes had passed. 7 minutes is sufficient for the perpetrator to escape, yet it is hardly enough time to sanitize the crime scene. This is precisely what strikes me as peculiar. Old Su expressed his agreement with Xie Siyu's perspective. Perhaps there is more than one assailant. Gu Jejia suddenly presented an astonishing notion that left everyone astounded. Indeed, this is quite plausible. Old Su seized upon Gu Jejia's thread of thought, noting that the confines of the hospital room are exceedingly cramped. If 2 suspects were to concurrently cleanse the scene, it is conceivable that they could accomplish this before Section Chief Lin arrived on the 13th floor, subsequently covering for one another as they departed the inpatient building. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The other officers voiced their concurrence. But what is the cause of Zhao Meiqi's demise? Did she perish from the fall, or had she already succumbed prior to plummeting? Lin Yihang inquired, pressing his lips together. Zhao Meiqi died as a result of the fall. We conducted a meticulous examination of Zhao Meiqi's hospital room, which confirmed that she was pushed from above. We discovered numerous fingerprints around the open window in her room, indicating that she desperately clutched the window frame, resisting the urge to plummet. Yet ultimately, She was thrust down by the perpetrator, as forensic expert Old Su elucidated. If indeed there were two assailants, and if one of them is Lin Qianqian, who might the other be? Lin Yihang posed the question to the group, appearing to seek their thoughts while also reflecting inwardly. Lin Yihang articulated the collective sentiment. Initially, this case had begun to reveal some clarity, but it now seems that the complexity of the situation far exceeds any prior assumptions held by the group. At that moment, Lin Yihang's phone rang. It was a call from Liao Chong. "How are things on your end?" Lin Yihang inquired. Liao Chong's voice was somewhat breathless, clearly indicating that he had hurriedly made his way to Lin Qianqian's residence. Lin Qianqian had not returned home for over 10 days, and her husband, Chen Weijia, was unaware of her whereabouts. Given that his wife had been missing for such a duration, did he not feel compelled to search for her or report her absence to the authorities? Lin Yihang questioned with a hint of irritation. Lin Qianqian's husband, Chen Weijia, was none other than the young master of the Chen group. It seemed that this young master exhibited little concern for his wife. Witnessing the police attempting to apprehend his spouse, he remained entirely indifferent. When we inquired with Chen Weijia about the exact date of Lin Qianqian's departure, he appeared utterly perplexed. It was evident that their marital relationship was indeed as discordant as rumored. Subsequently, we reached out to Lin Qianqian's secretary. According to her recollection, Lin Qianqian had not attended work for 12 days. The secretary attempted to contact Lin Qianqian, but her phone was perpetually switched off. She reported this situation to the company's vice president, who, coincidentally, was none other than her husband, Chen Weijia. Naturally, Chen Weijia, the vice president, had been working from home and had not been disturbed by his subordinates unless matters were of great urgency. Upon receiving the secretary's report, Chen Weijia merely uttered 3 words. "It's nothing," and suppressed the issue. Did Lin Qianqian not have a mother as well? Her daughter mysteriously vanished. Could it be that the mother exhibited no response whatsoever? Lin Yihang inquired with a sense of bewilderment. During this period, Lin Qianqian's mother had traveled abroad with a tour group. Thus, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding domestically, including her daughter's disappearance. What about Chen Weijia? Did he venture out this evening? I posed this question to Chen Weijia as well. He claimed he had been at home, engrossed in video games, and had not stepped outside. I contemplated reviewing the surveillance footage in the vicinity. However, there were no cameras installed around Lin Qianqian's residence. Liao Chong's feedback further corroborated Zhao Meiqi's assertions. Lin Qianqian must harbor some secret, for it was inconceivable for her to suddenly vanish at this juncture without cause. The only plausible explanation is that Lin Qianqian had foreseen the potential exposure of her identity and thus preemptively concealed her whereabouts. Chapter 28, 1. 090 fragments of corpses. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yihang expressed his frustration to Xie Siyu, stating that their attempt to apprehend Lin Qianqian had been in vain. Lin Qianqian had already concealed herself. This was hardly surprising. A criminal of her high intelligence would never remain idle at home, waiting for the police to capture her. Xie Siyu, however, reacted with remarkable composure. As an adept psychologist, she had long anticipated that a criminal of Lin Qianqian's caliber would never passively await her fate, and capturing her would prove to be a formidable challenge. What about the surveillance footage? Did it capture any images of the assailant? Lin Yihang inquired eagerly, directing his gaze toward Gu Jiajia. He was hopeful, as this case was markedly different from the previous two. It transpired within a hospital teeming with surveillance cameras. Even the most cunning perpetrator would find it arduous to evade such an extensive network of monitoring. Lin Yihang was convinced that this time they would secure evidence of the assailant's actions. However, Gu Jiajia's response doused his optimism with cold reality. She had arrived at the hospital to provide assistance after reviewing the files of Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. Before Zhao Meiqi's tragic fall, an individual had infiltrated the hospital's main surveillance room, incapacitating the on-duty security guard, subsequently disabling all surveillance equipment and erasing the existing footage. What? All the surveillance data has been destroyed? Lin Yihang was taken aback by this revelation. It was evident that he had underestimated Lin Qianqian's capabilities, as she had audaciously assaulted the surveillance room without hesitation. What is the condition of the security guard? Gu Jiajia replied. The guard was merely knocked unconscious and did not sustain any serious injuries. He has since regained consciousness. Lin Qianqian's cunning far exceeded our expectations. In future encounters with Lin Qianqian, everyone must exercise utmost caution. Following this incident, Lin Yihang has developed a newfound understanding of Lin Qianqian. She is not only methodical in her thinking, but also resolute and decisive, proving to be a formidable opponent. Xie Siyu's efforts to locate witnesses have also been fraught with difficulties. The police promptly sealed off the entire building and began a meticulous search, examining every room within it. Yet, they found no trace of Lin Qianqian, nor could they locate a single witness. It was as if she had vanished into thin air after murdering Zhao Meiqi, disappearing from the hospital building like a magician. After concluding the on-site meeting in the police command vehicle, Lin Yihang instructed others to rest while he returned to his office at the police station. He wished to review the investigation reports of the 3 cases once more. However, the exhaustion from consecutive days of work washed over him like the rising tide, and he soon succumbed to slumber at his desk. In his dreams, Lin Yihang found himself once again confronted by the red suitcase. As it slowly opened, it revealed neatly severed human limbs within. Among the dismembered remains, Lin Yihang spotted a woman's ear, adorned with an earring, the very same earring he had personally gifted to his fiancée, Ouyang Yufei. The presence of earrings among the dismembered remains signifies that the owner of these fragments is none other than Lin Yihang's fiancée, Ouyang Yufei. In a fit of madness, Lin Yihang emptied an entire box of body parts onto the ground. Weeping bitterly, he attempted to reassemble the dismembered pieces into a semblance of a human form with trembling hands. In total, there were 1,090 fragments. Like a puzzle enthusiast, he tirelessly worked day and night for 3 consecutive days. At last, a lifeless female corpse materialized before Lin Yihang. Yet, it remained incomplete, lacking 3 vital pieces, the woman's torso and 1 eye. This was not a whole body. Lin Yihang frantically rummaged through the box, but he could not find the remaining 3 fragments. Just then, to his horror, the assembled corpse suddenly sat up, its pallid and icy fingers piercing into Lin Yihang's right eye socket, forcibly extracting his eye and placing it within its own hollow gaze. Simultaneously, the corners of the female corpse's mouth curled upward, emitting a chilling sound akin to the scraping of bubbles. 2 more pieces are still needed, my dear. I must extract 2 from you. Before the words could fade, the corpse's hands lunged towards Lin Yihang's chest. With a sickening rip, 2 muscle tissues were violently torn from his torso, revealing stark white ribs and a still beating heart. Lin Yihang awoke with a start from his desk, drenched in sweat. What happened? Another nightmare? A gentle female voice floated into Lin Yihang's ears. Rubbing his drowsy eyes, he finally discerned that, unbeknownst to him, Xie Siyu had entered his office and was now seated across from him. Siyu, is that you? In the absence of others, Lin Yihang addressed her as she wished, but in the presence of company, he referred to her as Dr. Xie. I returned home and lay in bed, yet sleep eluded me. I recalled that you hadn't eaten since last night, so I brought you some breakfast, Xie Siyu said, placing a steaming cup of milk and a chicken leg burger before Lin Yihang. Thank you, Siyu. Lin Yihang could not help but grasp Xie Siyu's delicate hand. She did not withdraw her hand, despite feeling a flutter of anxiety akin to a startled deer. However, as a psychologist, Xie Siyu profoundly understood the despair that engulfed Lin Yihang at that moment. He must be trapped in a nightmarish reverie, haunted by a tormenting memory that had left an indelible mark on him, persisting to this day. The look in Lin Yihang's eyes was filled with emptiness, solitude, and fear. His sudden grasp of Xie Siyu's hand stemmed from an overwhelming need for compassion and solace. Yihang, no matter what you face, I shall always remain by your side, Xie Siyu declared with unwavering intensity. Her words were like the brilliant sun of winter, instantly warming Lin Yihang's heart, which had been chilled to the core. His terrified cheeks finally relaxed. Thank you, Siyu. Lin Yihang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. You've already said thank you to me numerous times since last night. There is no need for such formality between us. Come, have something to eat. Xie Siyu gently pouted her rosy lips, indicating that Lin Yihang should partake in some breakfast to replenish his energy. It was only then that Lin Yihang realized he had been tightly holding onto Xie Siyu's delicate hand. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly released her grip. I'm sorry, I'm feeling a bit disoriented today. Xie Siyu smiled radiantly. I told you there is no need for such politeness between us. Her presence dispelled all the clouds of gloom from Lin Yihang's heart, allowing him to finally feel at ease. Under Xie Siyu's watchful gaze, Lin Yihang devoured the hamburger and milk, then inquired, Siyu, you rushed over to find me, and aside from bringing me breakfast, I suspect you have something else to discuss. Xie Siyu nodded. While I was lying in bed, I carefully recalled the entire case. The murderer, Lin Qianqian, leaves a letter at each crime scene. In the first murder, we found the letterman Lan Xiaoqing's mouth. In the second, the letter in Huang Zhengwo's mouth. Last night, at the scene where Zhao Meiqi was attacked, we discovered the letters. Through Zhao Meiqi's testimony, we have discerned that the series of murders currently unfolding is intricately linked to an entertainment establishment known as Musea. The English name of Musea is composed of 5 letters, M, U, S, Y, and A, with 3 letters already revealed. It implies that Lin Qianqian's intended victims extend beyond the trio of Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, and Zhao Meiqi. It is certain that 2 additional victims are included in her predetermined targets. We must locate these 2 individuals before Lin Qianqian's next move, thereby preventing her from continuing her spree of violence. As Lin Yihang listened to Xie Siyu's account, he inscribed the 5 letters on a piece of paper. Who does the 4th letter, Y, represent? It must be the individual known by the moniker Madman, Li Jinfeng. You share my thoughts. Time is of the essence, and we must seek out Li Jinfeng immediately. However, regarding your foot, Lin Yihang cast a glance at Xie Siyu's injured foot. This injury is trivial, and I have brought a cane. Xie Siyu playfully waved her cane. Lin Yihang could not suppress a chuckle. After years of solving cases, it was indeed his first encounter with someone conducting an investigation while using a cane. Chapter 29. The madman finding Li Jinfeng was not a daunting task. Once a formidable figure in the underworld of City W, Li Jinfeng had been embroiled in numerous heinous acts, including brawls, robbery, and kidnapping. The police had made several attempts to dismantle his gang, yet Li proved to be exceedingly cunning, consistently maneuvering his subordinates to take the fall for his misdeeds, leaving the authorities at a loss. However, approximately a decade ago, he was apprehended in the midst of a kidnapping and extortion case, resulting in a sentence of 9 years and 6 months. Merely a month prior, he had been released from prison. When Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu sought out Li Jinfeng, he was still recovering from the effects of the previous night's intoxication. Rubbing his reddened eyes, he languidly smoked a cigarette and remarked, "Officer, I haven't done anything wrong lately. What brings you to me?" Li Jinfeng, do you recall the Musea Entertainment Club? Lin Yihang asked directly. I'm sorry, officer. I'm getting old, and my memory isn't what it used to be. I don't remember any Musea Entertainment Club, he replied. Allow me to refresh your memory. Lin Yihang said, his eyes flashing like bolts of lightning, brimming with intensity. Under the weight of that gaze, Li Jinfeng instinctively shuddered. 10 years ago, you encountered a hard-working college student, Lin Xianqian, at the Musea Entertainment Club alongside Huang Zhengwo. Once, the two of you were notorious figures in the underworld of W City. Emboldened by your reputation and excess libations, you brazenly assaulted Lin Xianqian in a private room. Aside from the two of you, there was also another escort, Zhao Meiqi, present in the room. With her eyes on the monetary rewards, she became your accomplice. A bright future lay ahead for a young university student. Yet you callously destroyed her life. You are nothing short of beasts. Li Jinfeng took a drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling 2 streams of smoke through his nostrils. Officer, if you have evidence, then come arrest me. Speaking to me is futile. I am not easily intimidated. His arrogance was palpable, confident that the police could never possess evidence of his assault on Lin Xianqian a decade prior. Witnessing Li Jinfeng's audacity, Lin Yihang felt an overwhelming urge to confront this scoundrel, yet his role as an officer restrained him from acting on his impulses. We will continue our investigation into the case from 10 years ago. However, we are not here solely for that matter. You must have heard about the recent string of murders known as the 919 series, correct? Of course I have. Such a sensational case is impossible to ignore. Li Jinfeng replied nonchalantly. Among the victims in this series, there are 3 individuals, Lan Shaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, and Zhao Meiqi. I trust you are familiar with all 3? Officer, do not attempt to extract information from me. I only know Huang Zhengwo. The other 2 are strangers to me. Li Jinfeng, a seasoned figure frequently seen at the police station, appeared nonchalant, yet his words were meticulously crafted. Have you ever considered that you might very well be the 4th victim? Lin Yihang inquired, his gaze piercing as it fixed on Li Jinfeng. I haven't committed any unlawful acts. Why should I be afraid? Li Jinfeng retorted, flicking his cigarette but into the ashtray with a casual gesture. Observing his feigned composure, Xie Siyu, who had been silently watching, could not help but chuckle. Hey, beautiful. What are you laughing at? Li Jinfeng questioned, somewhat irked. I find it amusing that you are terrified on the inside, yet put on a facade of fearless bravado. Isn't that quite comical? Hey, female officer, mind your words. Li Jinfeng snapped back. However, Xie Siyu remained unfazed. Glancing at her watch, she remarked, It has been 6 minutes since I entered this room. In that time, you've crossed your legs 12 times and your eyelids have twitched 23 times. While your gesture of flicking the cigarette seemed suave, I clearly observed your lips quivering. These subtle movements unequivocally reveal your inner turmoil. You are acutely aware that your 3 accomplices have already been murdered, and the killer's next target is undoubtedly you. The incident from 10 years ago ultimately stemmed from your actions. Had you not been the first to lose control and assault Lin Xianqian, the ensuing tragedies would not have unfolded. Li Jinfeng, I advise you to cease your pretense, lest your demise becomes a grotesque spectacle. You, Li Jinfeng, stammered twice, unable to articulate further. It was evident that Xie Siyu had pierced through all of Li Jinfeng's psychological defenses. Without granting him a moment to ponder, she leaned forward, enunciating each word with precision. I do not wish to encounter your severed head in some dark corner in a fortnight, nor do I desire to discover a note inscribed with the letter within your mangled cranium. Xie Siyu's words struck like a heavy hammer, utterly shattering Li Jinfeng's composure. He slumped upon the sofa, trembling like a deflated balloon. In a futile attempt to mask his inner turmoil, he reached for a cigarette, yet repeatedly failed to ignite it. Observing Li Jinfeng's disheveled state, Lin Yihang nearly burst into laughter. This once arrogant gangster had previously dismissed the police with contempt, yet now, with just a few words, Xie Siyu had reduced him to a quivering wreck. Truly, Xie Siyu, an expert in psychology, effortlessly subdued this most arrogant of individuals. Li Jinfeng wrestled with his thoughts for an extended period, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle. Ultimately, he opened his mouth to confess, 10 years ago, I. Just as Li Jinfeng was about to divulge the truth, his phone rang abruptly. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression betraying a profound astonishment. He answered the call, oblivious to the words spoken on the other end. After Li Jinfeng hung up the phone, he addressed Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, stating, I have some pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With that, he picked up the coat draped over the sofa and departed the private room without a backward glance. Xie Siyu had successfully breached Li Jinfeng's psychological defenses, and it seemed he was on the verge of revealing the truth. However, that damned phone call caused a complete reversal in his demeanor. Disappointment etched across the faces of Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu. Little did they anticipate that this would be the last time they would see Li Jinfeng alive. Chapter 30. The Mysterious Box. 1. After leaving the private room, Li Jinfeng descended the staircase to the first floor. Awaiting him was one of his subordinates, who had pulled up in a Japanese Honda sedan. Li Jinfeng opened the car door and settled into the back seat. The vehicle roared to life, navigating the highway towards the outskirts of the city. Unbeknownst to him, a blue SUV silently trailed behind, occupied by Liao Chong and Gu Jiejia. Prior to their meeting with Li Jinfeng, Lin Yihang had meticulously orchestrated their plan. While Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu engaged Li Jinfeng in plain sight, Liao Chang and Gu Jiejia covertly followed and safeguarded him. Xie Siyu firmly believed that Lin Qianqian's next target would undoubtedly be this individual known as the Madman. By shadowing Li Jinfeng, they were certain they would uncover Lin Qianqian's whereabouts. The gray Toyota cruised leisurely along the road, while Liao Chong and Gu Jiejia patiently kept pace behind. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, a bus abruptly blocked their path. Liao Chong, anxious, pounded the steering wheel, fearing that Li Jinfeng's car might seize the opportunity to escape. Fortunately, after maneuvering around the bus, the gray sedan remained just a short distance ahead. Liao Chong finally exhaled in relief. They had not lost track after all. However, Gu Jiejia pouted, still harboring resentment towards Xie Siyu. If you want to handle the case, just handle it. Why does it have to be so overly familiar? Who are you talking about? Of course, I'm referring to Xie Siyu. She's turned our serious investigation department into something resembling an idle drama. Are you just jealous of her? I hold Dr. Xie in high regard. He seems quite compatible with her leader. However, this statement is the very thing that Gu Jiejia detests the most. Were it not for their mission, she would have already torn Liao Chang's mouth into shreds. After driving for over half an hour, Liao Chang suddenly realized that he and the gray sedan had returned to their original starting point. An unsettling realization dawned upon him. He abruptly pressed the accelerator, and the blue SUV surged forward, positioning itself parallel to the gray sedan on the road. Peering through the car window, Liao Chang noticed the backseat of the gray sedan was completely empty. Li Jinfeng had stealthily slipped away at some point. This revelation struck Liao Chang with great alarm. He understood he was in serious trouble. He quickly swerved the steering wheel, forcing the gray sedan to a halt. Liao Chang leaped from his vehicle and rushed to the front of the gray sedan, seizing the driver by the collar. Where's Li Jinfeng? Where has he gone? The driver, a bald man adorned with tattoos, exuded an intimidating presence. He glared back defiantly. Who the hell are you? Liao Chang displayed his police badge. I am Officer Liao Chang from the Major Crimes Investigation Unit in W City. Tell me where Li Jinfeng went. Upon recognizing the authority of the Major Crimes Unit, the bald man's bravado diminished significantly. Our boss, he suddenly instructed me to pull over, then hurriedly exited the vehicle. He told me to continue driving back to the original location. Beyond that, I know nothing. Liao Chang suddenly recalled a time when a bus had obstructed the space between two cars. During that interval, he was unable to discern what transpired on the other side of the gray sedan. It was during this moment that Li Jinfeng cunningly slipped away from the gray vehicle. Truly, Li Jinfeng was a master of guile. Enraged, Liao Chang struck the roof of the sedan with his fist. Given Lin Qianqian's extreme danger, once her suspicious identity was confirmed, Lin Yihang promptly requested that the police headquarters issue a citywide manhunt for her. The warrant was swiftly approved. Consequently, wanted posters bearing Lin Qianqian's image began to appear throughout the streets and alleys of W City. Major media outlets also broadcasted the latest developments regarding the 919 series of homicides. Lin Qianqian instantly became the focal point of public discourse. Wasn't she the human resources director of the Qin Group? How could someone of her stature descend into the depths of a murderer? Though these affluent individuals may appear polished on the outside, many harbor deeply twisted inner lives. It was rumored that Lin Qianqian had been wronged during her university days, and her acts of murder were driven by a desire for vengeance. In this light, one might find Lin Qianqian quite pitiable. Following the revelation of her case, it was surprising that many expressed sympathy for her almost immediately. It is no wonder. Had it not been for the atrocities committed by Huang Jiangwo and others a decade ago, Lin Qianqian would not have embarked on this irreversible path. Just as the killer's cryptic letters suggested, all malevolence traces back to the Musia Entertainment Club from 10 years prior. Had it not been for that fateful night of transgression, the current series of murders would not have come to pass. Although the 919 murder case has captured the attention of the entire city, Lin Qianqian, a highly intelligent suspect, is not easily apprehended by the police. 3 days have swiftly passed, and during this time, the authorities have failed to uncover any trace of the elusive Lin Qianqian. Even Li Jinfeng seems to have vanished without a trace. His wife, children, and numerous subordinates have not seen him since. Lin Yihang immediately sensed that something was amiss. Beside him, Xie Siyu wore a furrowed brow, as the developments in the case had far exceeded their expectations. They had hoped to follow Li Jinfeng's trail to capture Lin Qianqian, only to discover that Li Jinfeng had seemingly disappeared right under the police's noses. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Li Jinfeng's fate was dire. As everyone wore expressions of concern, a knock echoed at the office door of Lin Yihang. "Come in," he called out. A security guard entered, cradling a cardboard box in his arms. "Director Lin, someone just delivered this box to the security room and insisted that I hand it over to you." Lin Yihang took the box, scrutinizing it closely. It bore no writing, merely sealed meticulously with transparent tape. As he retrieved a utility knife, preparing to slice through the tape, Xie Siyu intervened. "This box seems rather peculiar. It would be wise to summon the evidence team." Lin Yihang immediately understood and called for Su Jingzhong. Su Jingzhong was a dual expert in physical evidence and forensic science at the police station, serving as Lin Yihang's invaluable assistant. After meticulously examining the box with his instruments and confirming the absence of any explosive devices, Su cautiously opened the box. Inside, he discovered a black plastic bag. Carefully, he lifted the plastic bag from within the box. Suddenly, the bottom of the bag ruptured, and a spherical object rolled onto Lin Yihang's desk. To their horror, it was a mangled human head. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Box 2. The sudden turn of events took everyone by surprise. Several officers nearby gasped in shock, while Gu Jiajia, caught completely off guard, nearly leaped into Liao Chang's embrace. Xie Siyu, however, quickly approached and immediately recognized the severed head as belonging to Li Jinfeng. It was indeed Li Jinfeng. The murderer had gruesomely dismembered him. Lin Yihang swiftly turned to the security guard, inquiring, "Who delivered this box to you?" The guard, trembling and at a loss for words, stammered, "It was an elderly lady. Over 60. She is still sitting in the security room. Old Su, you are responsible for conducting the autopsy on the head. The rest of you, follow me to the security room immediately." After assigning the tasks, Lin Yihang hurried towards the security room at the entrance of the police station. Indeed, inside sat a gray-haired grandmother. "Ma'am, I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Homicide Investigation Unit. Who gave you this box?" he inquired eagerly upon entering the room. The elderly woman, her voice hoarse, replied, "I don't know him. He gave me 500 yuan to deliver this box to the police station security room, saying it was for you. I usually survive by scavenging, so that 500 yuan was a considerable sum for me, which is why I brought the box here." "Officer Lin, what on earth has happened?" Lin Yihang did not respond to her question, as he could tell the old woman was completely unaware of the situation. "Did you get a good look at the man's appearance?" Lin Yihang asked. The elderly woman slowly removed her sunglasses, revealing that she was blind. Lin Yihang felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he pressed on with his inquiries. "Did you discern the sound of his voice? Was it male or female?" "It was a man's voice," she replied, "but it sounded peculiar, as if each word were being spat out individually." In that moment, Lin Yihang grasped that the perpetrator had employed a voice-modifying device, making it utterly impossible to ascertain their gender. He posed several additional questions, but it was evident that the old woman possessed no further information. "Do not ask any more," gently interjected Xie Siyu, tugging at Lin Yihang's sleeve. Lin Qianqian had audaciously entrusted the box to the elderly woman, fully exploiting her blindness as a vulnerability, while also utilizing a voice changer. Consequently, even if Lin Qianqian were to confront the old woman again, she would be incapable of identifying her. Lin Qianqian was indeed cunning. Even if they apprehended her now, there would be no solid evidence to implicate her in the series of murders. A profound sense of frustration enveloped Lin Yihang. The murderer had already claimed 3 lives, yet the police had yet to uncover a single substantive piece of evidence. He felt as though he were being toyed with. An hour later, forensic expert Old Su laid the investigation report on Lin Yihang's desk. As anticipated, there were no traces left by the assailant on either the cardboard box or the severed head. Within Li Jinfeng's oral cavity, a carefully folded note was discovered, inscribed with a capital letter Y. In the first murder case, the letter found in Lan Xiaoqing's mouth was M. In the second case, the letter in Huang Zhengwo's mouth was U. And in the third case, the letter on Zhao Meiqi was S. Thus, in this fourth murder, the letter in Li Jinfeng's mouth is Y. Consequently, 4 of the 5 letters that comprise Musia Entertainment Club have been revealed, leaving the final letter A shrouded in mystery. Whom does it signify? This question, posed by Xie Siyu, mirrored Lin Yihang's own confusion. According to Zhao Meiqi's account, 10 years prior, 4 individuals congregated in a private room at Musia Entertainment Club: the victim Lin Xianqian, the 2 assailants Huang Zhengwo and Li Jinfeng, and an accomplice, Zhao Meiqi. Although Lan Xiaoqing was not physically present in the room and did not directly inflict harm upon Lin Xianqian, she masterminded the entire nefarious plot. If Lin Xianqian sought revenge, targeting 4 individuals would suffice. All 4 who had once tormented her are now deceased. Thus, to whom does this 5th letter A pertain? Could it possibly be a remnant of Lin Xianqian's own legacy? Lin Yihang felt a twinge of uncertainty. I sense that Zhao Meiqi has not divulged the complete truth. Or perhaps she herself remains oblivious to the entirety of that incident. The assailants that night were certainly not limited to just these individuals, Xie Siyu speculated. Are you suggesting that, aside from Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, Lan Xiaoqing, and Zhao Meiqi, there was indeed a 5th participant that evening? Xie Siyu nodded. Although Lin Xianqian's method of killing is exceedingly brutal, each of her victims, in a sense, deserved their fate. This indicates that Lin Xianqian is not a mindless murderer of the innocent. Should she intend to eliminate a 5th individual, she would undoubtedly possess ample justification, inherently linked to the events that transpired at the Musia Entertainment Club that night. Otherwise, she would not have left the letter A for that person. So who could this 5th individual be? Lin Yihang pondered, resting his chin on his hand. I cannot ascertain that for now. However, we do have a potential lead. What lead? Lin Yihang inquired, intrigued. Do you recall? During our conversation with Li Jinfeng, I had already breached his psychological defenses. But at that moment, he received a phone call and left the private room without a backward glance. I believe the caller is likely also a participant in that incident from years ago. The very individual Lin Xianqian is poised to kill last. Very well, I shall have Gu Jiejia investigate the origin of that call immediately. Lin Yihang promptly assigned this task to Gu Jiejia. In fact, even when Li Jinfeng departed the private room, Xie Siyu had intended to trace this phone call. Yet at that time, Li Jinfeng was neither a victim nor a suspect, and the police are not authorized to infringe upon personal privacy. Thus, Xie Siyu had no choice but to abandon her pursuit. However, the situation has changed. Li Jinfeng is now deceased. As the victim, the police possess the authority to investigate all leads pertaining to Li Jinfeng, encompassing his personal call records. In this era of advanced technology, probing into an individual's communication details has become an exceedingly straightforward task. Gu Jiejia swiftly presented the findings to Lin Yihang. To the astonishment of all, the call in question was placed by none other than Chen Weijia, the scion of the Chen Group. Chapter 32. Who is the final target? What exactly did Chen Weijia say to Li Jinfeng that prompted such an urgent departure? Lin Yihang furrowed his brow. Li Jinfeng managed to evade police surveillance and met Chen Weijia alone. It was during this encounter that Li Jinfeng lost his life. It seems that Chen Weijia is highly suspicious. Perhaps he is an accomplice of Lin Xianqian, Gu Jiejia analyzed. I concur with Gu Jiejia's assessment, Liao Chong remarked. Although rumors suggest that Lin Xianqian's marriage to Chen Weijia is far from harmonious, it cannot be ruled out that they might conspire together in the face of mutual interests. Indeed, this possibility cannot be dismissed, Lin Yihang noted. The case from a decade ago can be divided into 2 parts. The first incident occurred at the Musia Entertainment Club, involving not only the victim Lin Xianqian but also Huang Zhengwo, the head of a construction company, the notorious figure Li Jinfeng, the club's escort Zhao Meiqi, and Lin Xianqian's classmate Lan Xiaoqing. The second case, which involved the mysterious drowning of Lan Xiaoqing, encompassed 6 individuals, besides Lin Xianqian, Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Zhao Meiqi. A new figure emerged, Chen Weijia, the heir of the Chen Group. Now, a decade later, the once victim Lin Xianqian has become a suspect. According to Lin Xianqian's predetermined plan, she intended to eliminate 5 individuals, as the English name of Musia Entertainment Club is composed of the 5 letters M, U, S, Y, and A. At present, Lin Xianqian has utilized the initial 4 letters M, U, S, and Y, corresponding to Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, Zhao Meiqi, and Li Jinfeng respectively. The question arises, who does the final letter A signify? This will be the focal point of our subsequent investigation. Initially, I believe that the individual represented by this letter A should be Chen Weijia, as he was present at the scene during the incident involving Lan Xiaoqing's fall into the sea. Given that the other parties involved have perished, It seemed likely that Chen Weijia would also meet a grim fate. However, later investigations contradicted this hypothesis. The reasoning was straightforward. The last phone call received by Li Jinfeng before his demise was made by Chen Weijia. Additionally, our analysis of Zhao Meiqi's fall suggested the possibility of two assailants being involved. This evidence indicates that Chen Weijia could very well be an accomplice of Lin Qianqian. If he is indeed an accomplice, then Lin Qianqian would not have a motive to eliminate him, Liao Chang interjected. Who says that being an accomplice precludes one from being killed? Gu Jiejia shot a glance at Liao Chang and remarked, I believe that Lin Qianqian has manipulated Chen Weijia. She likely used sweet words to deceive him into becoming her accomplice. Once all her targets have been eliminated, she would then dispose of Chen Weijia. Thus the letter A must be intended for him. I have a lingering feeling that the letter A refers to someone else entirely. Liao Chang remained steadfast in his viewpoint. Just as Gu Jiejia and Liao Chang were embroiled in their dispute, Xie Siyu suddenly interjected, I just recalled something important. Zhao Meiqi recounted the harrowing incident of the assault, mentioning a specific detail. After the atrocity occurred, Li Jinfeng and his accomplices had threatened Lin Qianqian with a video. This implies that during the heinous act, a video was indeed recorded. Should we manage to locate this footage, it could not only elucidate the events of that brutal assault a decade ago, but it might also lead us to the individual represented by the letter A. However, after so many years, it is conceivable that the perpetrator has long since destroyed the evidence. Mused forensic expert Lao Su, his voice tinged with uncertainty. That is highly unlikely, Xie Siyu asserted with unwavering conviction. Following the incident at the Musea Entertainment Club, Li Jinfeng would not have hastily deleted the video, for he needed it as leverage against Lin Qianqian. Yet, shortly thereafter, Li Jinfeng was sentenced to 9 years and 6 months in prison for unrelated offenses. It was only recently that he was released. He hardly had the opportunity to destroy the video. Over the span of the past decade, the paths of Li Jinfeng and Lin Qianqian diverged dramatically. Lin Qianqian transformed from a destitute student into the esteemed matriarch of the Chen Group, serving as the director of human resources and establishing herself as a true socialite. In stark contrast, the ex-convict Li Jinfeng emerged from prison in a state of disarray. The relentless campaign against organized crime over the last 10 years had eradicated any semblance of a livelihood for individuals like him. Apart from a few loyal subordinates, Li Jinfeng's circumstances were hardly better than those of an elderly retiree, lacking any source of income upon his release. It is quite plausible that Li Jinfeng would resort to using that video to blackmail Lin Qianqian. This may also be one of the factors that prompted Lin Qianqian to suddenly take drastic action a decade later. Therefore, I firmly believe that the video still exists. However, with the demise of Li Jinfeng, it may have fallen into the hands of Lin Qianqian or Chen Weijia. Thus, our immediate priority is to pay a visit to the esteemed young Master Chen. The Chen family, as the foremost super-rich dynasty in City W, would typically reside in the most luxurious and upscale locations. Yet, to the astonishment of Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, this young heir of the Chen family resides in the suburbs of City W, in a rather ordinary villa. This solitary villa, ensconced amidst dense woods, exudes an air of tranquility, devoid of any semblance of opulence. While the environment is pleasant, it starkly contrasts with the youthful exuberance of Chen Weijia and Lin Qianqian. It is hardly a fitting abode for young individuals, but rather seems more suitable for retirement. I fail to comprehend their choice of residence, Xie Siyu remarked, furrowing her brow as she stood before the villa. I had conducted an investigation prior to my arrival. Chen Weijia, the eldest son of the Chen family, possesses exceptional abilities across various domains and was once deemed the successor to the family business. However, this individual suddenly fell into a state of despair, spending his days in a drunken stupor and neglecting company affairs. On one occasion, while finalizing a deal with a major client, he was so intoxicated that he could not even lift a pen. This incident nearly led to his father, Chen Xiaodian, the founder of the Chen Group, disowning him from the family. However, following this incident, Chen Jue appeared to show no signs of introspection. Aside from frequenting bars and indulging in alcohol, he remained confined at home, engrossed in online gaming. Consequently, many privately referred to him as Chen the Useless. As Lin Yihang pressed the doorbell of the villa, he spoke to Xie Siyu. Chapter 33, Young Master Chen. 1. I have also perused the dossier on Chen Weijia. During his university years, he exhibited remarkable excellence, later pursuing his studies at a business school in the United States, where he earned a doctoral degree in business administration. Upon returning to his homeland, Chen Weijia assisted his father, Chen Xiaodian, in managing the family business, achieving outstanding success. Such an individual, barring any significant upheaval in his life, would undoubtedly not have devolved into his current state. In psychological terms, he appears to be engaging in self-destruction. What do you believe has caused Chen Weijia to suddenly succumb to such despondency? Lin Yihang inquired, gazing at Xie Siyu. Perhaps it is related to an incident from a decade ago, as I have noticed that his decline began precisely at that time. Lin Yihang nodded in agreement. At that moment, he became aware that the doorbell had been ringing for over a minute with no response. I have inquired with his secretary. He should be at home. Just as Lin Yihang was about to press the doorbell again, it was finally answered. Who is it? A voice from within replied impatiently. Is this young Master Chen? I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit in City W. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Lin Yihang responded to the doorbell. Haven't the police already visited once? Is this never-ending? For any inquiries, you may contact my lawyer, Chen Weijie retorted. Preparing to terminate the call. Li Jinfeng has died. After receiving your call, he was murdered. Lin Yihang's words struck like a thunderbolt, abruptly rousing Chen Weijie from his stupor. He hesitated for a moment before opening the grand door of the villa. Upon entering the garden, the initial impression was one of disarray. The modest yard was overgrown with weeds exceeding a foot in height, and one could also see discarded beverage bottles strewn carelessly about. Were it not for the sight before his eyes, one might easily mistake it for an abandoned dump. Never suspecting it to be the garden of the eldest son of the Chen family, the villa's door stood ajar, and Lin Yihang gently pushed it open, stepping inside the grand hall alongside Xie Siyu. At that moment, Chen Weijie descended from the second floor, clad in a loose bathrobe. He approached Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu with an air of indolence. When did Li Jinfeng meet his demise? Chen Weijie's hair was tousled, and a stubbly patch adorned his lips, a foul stench of alcohol emanating from his mouth as he spoke. Not long after I received your call, he was murdered. Did you see his corpse? No, we only received his severed head. Ah, so the murderer willingly delivered the head to you? Ah. It seems the killer has little faith in your police force, fearing you might not locate the head, thus opting to personally deliver it to your precinct. Chen Weijie laughed derisively. Such provocative words caused Lin Yihang to clench his fists involuntarily. Thankfully, Xie Siyu stood nearby, gently tugging at Lin Yihang's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively, lest he fall into Chen Weijie's trap. Do you suspect that I killed Li Jinfeng? Chen Weijie plopped down onto the sofa, leaving Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu standing awkwardly in the center of the living room. We merely wish to inquire about certain matters, Xie Siyu said in a gentle tone. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Weijie rudely interrupted her. Officer, spare me the lofty rhetoric. If you had any evidence, you would have arrested me by now. The truth is, you possess nothing, which is why you are here hoping for a stroke of luck. So, what exactly do you wish to know? Xie Siyu, undeterred by his rudeness, slowly took a seat opposite Chen Weijie, choosing not to rush her response. She gazed at him for a moment before shifting her focus to his injured right hand. Young Master Chen, how did you injure your hand? Chen Weijie, initially expecting her to pursue other inquiries, was taken aback by her sudden shift to the topic of his injury. He cast an uneasy glance at his bandaged palm and instinctively withdrew his hand. I accidentally cut myself while cooking. Cooking? Does your household not employ any servants? Both Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu were astonished by this revelation. One would expect someone from Chen Weijie's background to have an entourage of staff. My wife and I both cherish tranquility, hence we have not engaged any servants, Chen Weijie replied, his gaze flickering slightly. Xie Siyu smiled, for she discerned from Chen Weijie's series of reactions that he merely feigned indifference. In truth, he was deeply anxious. Moreover, Chen Weijie had just uttered a falsehood. His hand was certainly not injured while cooking, as his expression had betrayed him. Yet, Xie Siyu did not hasten to expose him. What is the nature of your relationship with your wife, Lin Xianqian? Mr. Chen, you must love your wife dearly, don't you? Her inquiry once again caught Chen Weijie off guard, prompting him to respond with a hint of trepidation. Yes. Chen Weijie was, after all, an exceptionally astute individual. He immediately recognized that this female psychologist was incomparable to the police officers he had previously encountered, although this woman maintained a constant smile. Each of her questions struck at the most vulnerable parts of his psyche. Rather than answer promptly, Chen Weijie retorted, Why do you think so? Xie Siyu replied with a gentle smile, through observation. As you mentioned earlier, your household does not employ a maid, and since you do not partake in domestic chores either. The villa is quite chaotic, with a layer of dust covering everything. However, the frame of your wife's photograph is impeccably clean. Hence, I deduce that you hold a deep affection for your wife, Lin Xianqian. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, Lin Yihang finally noticed that there were 5 frames of Lin Xianqian displayed and hung in the living room of the villa. Every picture frame gleamed with pristine cleanliness, standing in stark contrast to the squalor of the room. Furthermore, I noticed that in the mere 5 minutes since our entry into the villa, you had touched the wedding ring on your left hand 4 times. Only one who deeply cherishes his wife would exhibit such concern for his wedding band. Xie Siyu's seemingly casual remark had thoroughly pierced through Chen Weijie's facade. He finally cast aside his languid demeanor, and his expression gradually morphed into one of sternness. How should I address you? Chen Weijie inquired with an icy tone. My name is Xie Siyu, and I am a psychologist. No wonder you possess such prowess. It turns out you are a psychologist. Chen Weijie's gaze shifted from shadowy to incisive. I made the call, but I did not commit the murder. That is all I can divulge, Chen Weijie said, narrowing his eyes, yet his expression was imbued with an undeniable authority. Perhaps this was the true essence of the young master, Chen. Xie Siyu likewise retracted her smile. Where is Lin Qianqian now? I know you must be aware of her whereabouts. Chen Weijie remained silent, his eyes radiating a cold, wolf-like intensity. After a silence of 5 or 6 seconds, he finally uttered a few words. I do not know. Chapter 34. Young Master Chen. 2. When Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu first arrived at the villa, Chen Weijie exuded the demeanor of an arrogant and insolent young rake. However, now he appeared as cold as ice, his eyes filled with resentment, resembling a beast poised to unleash a lethal attack at any moment. Observing this scene, Lin Yihang instinctively reached for the pistol at his waist. Should Chen Weijie dare to assault Xie Siyu, he would immediately spring forth to subdue him. In the face of Chen Weijie's menacing gaze, Xie Siyu remained remarkably composed. Young Master Chen, may I trouble you for the use of the restroom? Chen Weijie's eyes, once ablaze with murderous intent, momentarily faltered at her unexpected request. The audacity of this female psychologist to ask for a restroom under such circumstances was utterly unconventional. Nevertheless, he nodded and gestured towards the second floor. The public restroom on the first floor is out of order. You may use the one on the second. After expressing her gratitude, Xie Siyu ascended the stairs with her cane. Her intention was not genuinely to use the restroom. Rather, she sought to disrupt Chen Weijie's predetermined line of thought. Human beings possess a tendency towards habitual thinking. In the earlier tense atmosphere, Chen Weijie deliberately employed a piercing glare to provoke both Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu. Under normal circumstances, they would have reacted defensively, precisely as Chen Weijie anticipated. He wished for the scenario to unfold according to the script he had devised. However, Xie Siyu unexpectedly broke through Chen Weijie's expectations, catching him completely off guard. It was akin to a boxing match. Chen Weijie had gathered his strength to deliver a powerful punch, believing it would be sufficient to knock his opponent down. Yet, to his astonishment, the opponent effortlessly evaded the blow. Instantly, Chen Weijie was engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. This was precisely the effect Xie Siyu sought to achieve. Only by utterly dismantling Chen Weijie's psychological defenses could she hope to gain substantive progress from him. After washing her face in the restroom, Xie Siyu emerged, strolling along the corridor while admiring the decorative items. To her surprise, unlike the typical affluent homes adorned with artworks, oil paintings, or landscapes, the corridor of Chen Weijie's villa was exclusively lined with photographs of his wife, Lin Qianqian. Indeed, Chen Weijie is deeply in love with Lin Qianqian. Xie Siyu mused to herself. The photographs of Lin Qianqian, captured at various stages of her life, portrayed her in diverse lights. Some depicted her youthful innocence, others her graceful maturity, some exuded elegance and opulence, while others presented her as the charming girl next door. Among them, one particular photograph captivated Xie Siyu's attention the most. It depicted Lin Qianqian and Chen Weijie hand in hand on a vast plateau, both beaming with radiant smiles. It was evident that they had once been deeply in love. In the lower right corner of the photograph, a handwritten inscription read, "Captured in a certain year and month, Nepal, a memento from our honeymoon." This indicated that the photograph was taken during the honeymoon of Chen Weijie and Lin Qianqian. Once deeply in love, the two individuals are now rumored to be on the brink of divorce. How cruel fate can be. Xie Siyu couldn't help but sigh. Just as she prepared to withdraw her gaze and return to the first floor, a detail within the photograph caught her eye. Instantly alert, she leaned in closer, fixating her attention on an object within the image. After a fleeting moment, a look of profound shock spread across her face. Swiftly, she retrieved her phone to scan the photograph, then hastily made her way back to the living room on the first floor. At that moment, Lin Yihang was engaged in a serious inquiry, but judging by Chen Weijie's cold demeanor, it was evident that Lin Yihang's interrogative efforts had culminated in utter failure. For someone as worldly and astute as Chen Weijie, attempting to extract valuable information through questioning was akin to chasing shadows. Xie Siyu hurried over, taking Lin Yihang by the arm as they promptly exited Chen Weijie's villa. As they settled into the car, Lin Yihang voiced his frustration. That guy Chen Weijie must have significant involvement in the crime. Why were you so eager to pull me away? Our previous investigative direction may have been entirely misguided. The murderer is not Lin Qianqian. It is someone else. How can that be? Only Lin Qianqian possesses sufficient motive for murder. Moreover, since the case of the corpse in the wilderness, Lin Qianqian has seemingly vanished without a trace. How could she possibly not be the culprit? Lin Yihang countered. Xie Siyu, with a grave expression, remarked. We have yet to uncover Lin Qianqian's whereabouts after such a long period, which leads us to two possible conclusions. First, she has chosen to conceal herself, Second, Lin Qianqian may already be deceased. What? Lin Qianqian is dead? How could this be possible? A look of disbelief spread across Lin Yihang's face. Have you noticed that whenever I mention Lin Qianqian's name, Qin Weijie involuntarily twitches at the corner of his eye? This subtle movement, though minuscule, indicates that Qin Weijie is profoundly concerned about Lin Qianqian and that he is already aware of her predicament. Hence, the involuntary twitch at his eye. But that is merely your conjecture. Where is the evidence? What proof do you possess to substantiate that Lin Qianqian is indeed dead? Lin Yihang clearly disagreed with Xie Siyu's perspective. The evidence lies within this hairpin. Xie Siyu retrieved her phone and displayed the photo she had just scanned. Qin Weijie meticulously zoomed in on the image, ultimately focusing on Lin Qianqian's hair. This photograph was taken during Qin Weijie's honeymoon with Lin Qianqian, where she adorned her hair with a particular hairpin. Take a closer look at the hairpin in Lin Qianqian's hair. Lin Yihang leaned in to scrutinize it for a considerable time before suddenly realizing. The female head we discovered in the grass near Debeacon also bore such a hairpin. Are you suggesting that the deceased woman is not Lan Xiaoqing, but rather Lin Qianqian? Indeed, the likelihood that it is Lin Qianqian is exceedingly high. Lin Yihang still felt somewhat uncertain. He opened his phone to log into the police department's database and retrieved the photograph of the female skull. Gradually, Lin Yihang magnified the image until the hairpin appeared distinctly on his phone screen. Holding two phones, he meticulously compared them. Indeed, the two hairpins were identical. At this juncture, Lin Yihang had no choice but to concede that Xie Siyu's perspective was accurate. Chapter 35 New doubts out of an abundance of caution. Upon returning to the police station, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu promptly made their way to the office of the evidence department. They sought out the forensic expert, Old Su, to compare the hairpin depicted in the photographs with the actual hairpin found at the crime scene. Old Su, not only a forensic specialist, but also the most renowned evidence expert in W City, swiftly provided a report based on his extensive experience and advanced technological instruments. The hairpin in the photograph and the one discovered on the victim's head were identical in both material and texture, thereby confirming they were indeed the same item. This revelation instilled a profound sense of defeat in Lin Yihang. Since the onset of the 919 series of cases, the Major Crimes Investigation Unit had focused their efforts squarely on Lin Qianqian, even going so far as to issue a citywide manhunt for her. Little did they know, Lin Qianqian had already met her demise. Such a conclusion was undeniably difficult for Lin Yihang to accept. Unconsciously, he smoked 3 cigarettes in quick succession, gradually clearing the fog from his mind. He turned to Xie Siyu and inquired, "Dr. Xie, what should we do next?" After a moment of contemplation, Xie Siyu replied, "Although the hairpin belongs to Lin Qianqian, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the perpetrator deliberately orchestrated this ruse by placing her hairpin on the victim's head. Therefore, our immediate priority must be to collect DNA samples from Lin Qianqian's family and subsequently compare them with those of the victim." Initially, the Major Crimes Investigation Unit identified the victim as Lan Xiaoqing, whose parents had tragically passed away 2 years prior. With no other immediate relatives, DNA comparisons for the deceased's head had not been conducted. Now, given the suspicion that the head belongs to Lin Qianqian, it becomes imperative to locate Lin Qianqian's direct relatives for DNA testing. Lin Yihang promptly summoned Liao Chong, who had previously investigated Lin Qianqian's family background. "Liao Chong, does Lin Qianqian have any immediate family in W City?" Lin Yihang inquired directly. Liao Chong produced a report and responded, "Lin Qianqian's father passed away many years ago due to illness, leaving only her mother. Recently, her mother was part of an overseas travel group and has been away from W City. However, by calculating the timeline, it is expected that Lin Qianqian's mother should have returned to W City by this morning. Then you must go and bring Lin Qianqian's mother to the police station immediately." Lin Yihang commanded. Liao Chang accepted the task and swiftly departed from the precinct. Upon exiting the airport, Zhang Xiaoying, Lin Qianqian's mother, attempted to reach her daughter, calling 6 or 7 times, yet each attempt met with failure. A frown creased her brow. Today marked her return from travel, and in the past, Lin Qianqian had always been waiting patiently at the arrival's gate. This time, after nearly 3 months abroad, she found herself unable to connect with her daughter. Zhang Xiaoa originally believed that her daughter was simply too occupied to engage in video chats with her. However, today was different. Knowing that her mother was returning home, why had her daughter not come to greet her? A wave of suspicion washed over Zhang Xiaoa. She resolved to take a taxi to her daughter's residence to uncover the truth. Hence, she boarded a blue taxi, dragging her suitcase behind her. After providing the driver with Lin Qianqian's address, she closed her eyes and leaned against the seatback, lost in her thoughts. 10 years ago, upon graduating, her daughter Lin Qianqian married into the prestigious Qin family, ascending to the status of a wealthy matron. This outcome filled the frugal Zhang Xiaoa with immense satisfaction. From that moment on, she basked in her daughter's success, abandoning her previous part-time, sewing jobs to travel the world. The drastic transformation in Zhang Xiu's life evoked envy among her old friends, significantly alleviating the insecurities that had once plagued her. Yet, Zhang Xiu soon discerned a growing tension between her daughter and son-in-law. On her birthday, her daughter had not even invited Chen Weijie, which caused Zhang Xiu, as a mother, to harbor concerns for her daughter's future. A divorce from Chen Weijie would mean that her daughter would be cast out from the affluent lifestyle. They would inevitably return to their former life of hardship, an outcome Zhang Xiu could not fathom. Countless times, she had contemplated urging her daughter Lin Xianqian to treat her husband with greater kindness. However, before she could utter a few words, her daughter Lin Xianqian retorted sharply. Over time, Zhang Xiuying ceased her attempts to persuade Lin Xianqian. After all, her daughter had grown, and as a mother, Zhang Xiuying could no longer make decisions on her behalf as she once did. Due to the strained relationship between Lin Xianqian and her son-in-law Chen Weijie, Zhang Xiuying did not alert him of her return and opted to take a taxi to her daughter's residence. Reflecting on these troubling matters, Zhang Xiuying felt a sense of suffocation. She contemplated rolling down the car window for some fresh air. However, upon opening her eyes, she realized that the vehicle had entered an unfamiliar, desolate area. Zhang Xiuying furrowed her brow and asked the driver, "Sir, have you taken a wrong turn? It feels as though we are heading into the wilderness." The driver pointed to his mouth, indicating that he was mute, and gestured for some time. Eventually, Zhang Xiuying understood that he was conveying that the road ahead was under construction, and he had to take a shortcut to reach their destination. With this revelation, she sighed in relief. After approximately another hour of travel, they finally arrived at the villa where Lin Xianqian resided. However, to Zhang Xiuying's astonishment, the individuals awaiting her were neither her daughter Lin Xianqian nor her disheveled son-in-law Chen Weijie, but a group of fully armed police officers. "You must be Ms. Zhang Xiuying." A robust young officer approached her, introducing himself as Liao Chong from the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. "Yes, I am Zhang Xiuying," she replied. Zhang Xiuying cast a suspicious glance at the police officer before her. "We have retrieved the flight information and learned that you returned to City W today. However, we arrived at the airport only to find that you had already departed. We immediately dispatched technicians equipped with specialized devices to locate your mobile phone, only to discover that its signal had vanished. We were concerned that something might have happened to you. Thankfully, you have returned safely." "Oh, it was simply that there was an accident on the main road, so the driver took a detour. Perhaps the signal was poor on that route," Zhang Xiuying explained. Yet, she soon realized that something was amiss. "Why have you mobilized so many resources to find an elderly woman like me? Could it be that?" Qianqian's words trailed off as Zhang Xiuying found herself unable to continue, having discerned an ominous undertone from the expressions of the surrounding officers. "Ms. Zhang, please remain calm. During the 3 months of your vacation abroad, several significant events have indeed transpired. However, the truth of the matter is currently under investigation by our police force. We require your assistance with a particular task," Liao Chong patiently elucidated. "What task?" Zhang Xiuying inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. "We need to collect your biological information for a DNA comparison." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiuying felt her legs weaken, as if they were made of clay. Unable to support her weight any longer, with a sudden thud, she collapsed to the ground, but fortunately Liao Chang was quick to catch her just in time. Qianqian must have encountered some misfortune. Although Zhang Xiuer had limited formal education, her horizons had broadened significantly since her daughter ascended to the ranks of high society. Zhang Xiuer understood that DNA testing is not only employed in paternity verification, but is often utilized for the identification of deceased individuals. The sudden visit from the police to collect her biological samples for DNA comparison could only imply one thing: Lin Xianqian was in trouble. Chapter 36. The resurrection of the dead upon the comparison of Zhang Xiuyue's biological sample with the DNA of the first female head discovered in the 919 murder case. The conclusion confirmed Xie Siyu's suspicion. The previous investigative direction of the Major Crimes Unit had been entirely misguided. The female head found amidst the grass near Debiakan did not belong to Lan Xiaoqing, but rather to Lin Xianqian. The individual who had long been regarded as the prime suspect, Lin Xianqian, had, in fact, been murdered. This revelation left many officers present in disbelief, as it defied all logic. Gu Jejia was the first to voice her doubts. A decade prior, after being assaulted by Huang Zhengwo and Li Jinfeng at the Musea Entertainment Club, Lin Xianqian had abruptly entered a marriage with a wealthy family. Clearly, this was a form of compensation from her assailants. 10 years later, Lin Xianqian's marriage to young Master Chun had reached its conclusion, following his release from prison. The other suspect, Li Jifeng, had begun to blackmail Lin Xianqian with a video of the assault from that time. Under the dual devastation of her career and marriage, the seed of vengeance that Lin Xianqian had buried deep within her heart finally began to sprout once more. The resurrection of Lan Xiaoqing further accelerated this process. Lin Qianqian embarked on a mission to eliminate her tormentors one by one. This, indeed, constituted a typical murder chain. How could it be that Lin Qianqian suddenly became the victim? If Lin Qianqian was the victim, then who was the true murderer? The plump detective also felt a sense of bewilderment. I believe this precisely illustrates the cunning of the perpetrator. The forensic expert, Old Su, squinted thoughtfully, articulating that the perpetrator's initial intent was not to seek vengeance for the rape case that transpired a decade ago at the Musea Entertainment Club. Instead, the assailant had merely employed that incident as a smokescreen to obscure our police investigation. The true motive behind their actions was to eliminate those involved from that time, thereby safeguarding their current reputation and standing. I wholeheartedly concurred with Old Su's assessment. Lin Yihang produced 2 cigarettes, offering one to Old Su while placing the other between his own lips. As we endeavored to reconstruct the events of the rape case that occurred 10 years prior at the Musea Entertainment Club, there were 3 individuals responsible for the assault. The first was Huang Zhangwo. The second was the man known as Madman Li Jinfeng. The third was represented by the letter A, whom we shall refer to as Spade A. Under the influence of alcohol, these 3 men perpetrated the heinous act against Lin Qianqian, a female university student working part-time at the club. During the assault, another hostess, Zhao Meiqi, succumbed to the intimidation of these 3 men, compounded by financial inducements, and thus played a complicit role in the crime. According to Zhao Meiqi's confession before her untimely demise, the next day, upon regaining sobriety, the assailants offered Lin Qianqian monetary compensation. Yet, it was evident that such compensation fell short of Lin Qianqian's expectations. Consequently, a month later, the incident involving Lan Xiaoqing's mysterious fall into the sea unfolded. I surmised that their vacation was merely a pretext. Their actual intention was to seize the opportunity of the getaway to renegotiate the terms of compensation. In order to avoid venturing into danger alone, Lin Qianqian deliberately brought along her classmate and close friend, Lan Xiaoqing. However, Lin Qianqian could never have foreseen that Lan Xiaoqing had long conspired with Zhao Meiqi, and that the instigator of the violent incident that transpired in the private room that night was none other than her dear friend, Lan Xiaoqing. The smoothness of the negotiations remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, through Zhao Meiqi's account, it is revealed that night, Lan Xiaoqing, in a state of delirium, was carried into her room by Chun Weijie. The subsequent morning witnessed a tragic plunge into the sea. Based on the information currently at hand, Lan Xiaoqing's fall was unequivocally not an accidental occurrence. At the time of the incident, there were certainly 2 individuals present in the room, Lin Qianqian and the room's owner, Chun Weijie. Who exactly pushed Lan Xiaoqing into the ocean remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the eventual outcome saw Huang Zhangwo and others concede, providing Lin Qianqian with a more generous compensation, the means to ensure she became the wife of Chun Weijie, the heir of the Chun family conglomerate. Thus, Lin Qianqian underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving from a destitute university student into the illustrious matriarch of a prominent family in W City. In light of this outcome, it is highly probable that Chun Weijie was the one who dealt the fatal blow to Lan Xiaoqing, which explains his significant concessions, marrying Lin Qianqian, who held neither status nor influence, as his wife. This conclusion appeared to be a favorable resolution for all parties involved. However, as time marched on, everything underwent a profound transformation. A decade later, Lan Xiaoqing escaped from the confines of Debei village, where she had been held captive. By that time, both of her parents had already passed away. With no evidence and no financial means, Lan Xiaoqing resolved to risk everything to seek out Lin Qianqian, hoping to obtain monetary compensation. Coincidentally, at this juncture, one of her tormentors, Li Jinfeng, was released from prison. No longer the formidable underworld figure he once was, Li Jinfeng had transformed into a pitiful wretch, his face etched with wrinkles. He set his sights on Lin Qianqian, intending to exploit a video of her assault to extort a substantial sum. Meanwhile, a third party, known as Spade A, swiftly sensed an unprecedented threat. He had initially contemplated resolving the matter with money, yet both Lan Xiaoqing and Li Jinfeng were now reckless and desperate, making it clear that the only way to ensure their silence was to silence them forever. Thus, Spade A resolved to commit murder. Though he was not foolish enough to invite trouble upon himself, he required a scapegoat, and Lin Qianqian emerged as the most suitable candidate. Consequently, Spade A killed Lin Qianqian, and then adopted her identity, viewing the world through her eyes as he committed further atrocities. He deliberately scattered the English name of the Musea Entertainment Club among the victims, ensuring that the police would focus their investigation on Lin Qianqian. However, no matter how thoroughly the authorities searched for Lin Qianqian, they would never arrive at a conclusive outcome, for the real Lin Qianqian had already perished. A deceased individual can never be apprehended, thus allowing the true perpetrator to rest easy. This cunning tactic employed by the murderer could aptly be described as a resurrection of the dead, utilizing Lin Qianqian's lifeless body to fulfill his murderous intentions. The true perpetrator's cunning was acknowledged by all present after Lin Yihang's analysis. Gu Jiejia, pursing her lips, remarked, "This real killer is exceedingly sly. Even if our police were to scour the entirety of W City, we would be unable to uncover Lin Qianqian, for she has already been murdered, her head resting within our precinct's archives. But where, then, is the body of Lan Xiaoqing?" The rotund individual found this point perplexing. Lin Yihang replied solemnly, "Lan Xiaoqing, having lost both her parents and being presumed dead for a decade, would hardly attract any attention concerning her fate. After executing Lan Xiaoqing, the murderer most certainly buried her deep. Subsequently, he disguised Lin Qianqian's head as that of Lan Xiaoqing and discarded it into Beacon. By doing so, the killer mocks our police force, flaunting his intellectual prowess in crime. Yet, unbeknownst to him, despite his belief in the perfection of his scheme, there exists within our homicide investigation unit a hunter far more formidable than he, Dr. Xie Siyu. Dr. Xie astutely discerned the flaw in the killer's plan. Otherwise, we would have truly fallen prey to his taunts." Chapter 37. Another life lost upon hearing Lin Yihang's words. Everyone cast reverent glances towards Xie Siyu. Had it not been for her involvement, the Major Crimes Investigation Unit would likely have faced a significant setback. Xie Siyu had been quietly absorbing Lin Yihang's analysis when, unexpectedly, he shifted his focus entirely onto her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue and remarked, "I merely engaged in some deductive reasoning. Director Lin, you flatter me." In truth, the killer's greatest oversight was failing to eliminate Lin Qianqian's mother, Zhang Xiuyue, in a timely manner. Had Zhang Xiuyue also vanished, we would have been unable to ascertain the true identity of the female head discovered. We would have been compelled to continue believing Lin Qianqian to be the perpetrator. As for a deceased individual, we would never be able to trace them. Consequently, the murderer could have evaded the clutches of justice entirely. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's statement, the hefty man appeared to have an epiphany. He hastily interjected, "In fact, we encountered an unexpected turn while searching for Zhang Xiuyue. By the time we arrived at the airport, she had already departed in a taxi. We promptly employed technological means to locate her mobile phone, only to discover that her signal had been completely jammed. Just as we feared the worst for Zhang Xiuyue, she unexpectedly arrived at Lin Qianqian's villa in a taxi. It was then that we finally breathed a sigh of relief." As soon as the hefty man finished speaking, Xie Siyu anxiously inquired, "How long did it take Zhang Xiuyue to travel from the airport to Lin Qianqian's villa?" "Nearly 2.5 hours, the stout man replied. Xie Siyu glanced at the map. This exceeded the usual time by almost an hour and a half. Lin Yihang also frowned and remarked, "With our police's positioning capabilities, even if Zhang Xiu's phone is turned off, we can still pinpoint her location. The reason we cannot locate Zhang Xiu's phone signal is evidently due to someone jamming it. It is highly probable that this jamming individual is the taxi driver." The stout man finally realized, "Boss, are you suggesting that the taxi driver is the murderer? He lured Zhang Xiu, Lin Qianqian's mother, into the wilderness, presumably with intentions to harm her. However, for some unknown reason, the perpetrator ultimately failed and had to return Zhang Xiu to Lin Qianqian's villa." Lin Yihang nodded vigorously. "Indeed, this is the only explanation that accounts for everything." Upon hearing this, the stout man's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. According to Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang's analysis, the murderer had slipped away right under the stout man's nose. "Stout man, did you get a clear look at that taxi driver?" Lin Yihang inquired. The stout man shook his head, his face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, all our attention was focused on Zhang Xiu, so we did not pay heed to the driver. I only recall that the driver seemed to be wearing a baseball cap, obscuring much of his face. Thus, I could not discern his appearance. Stout man, did you at least ascertain whether the driver was male or female?" Lin Yihang asked nervously. The chubby man scratched his ample head, pondering for a moment before replying, "It's a male." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. When I assisted Lin Qianqian's mother out of the car, I caught a glimpse of the driver. His shoulders were quite broad, and his finger joints were notably thick. So I am convinced he is a man. Go see Zhang Xiu. She is the only one who has witnessed the true face of the murderer." After Xie Siyu finished speaking, she leaned on her cane and rushed out of the conference room. Lin Yihang drove the SUV, with Xie Siyu in front speeding ahead. Behind them, the chubby man drove another police car, carrying Gu Jiejia and forensic expert Lao Su, closely following. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yihang arrived first at the apartment building where Zhang Xiu resided. However, before he could bring the vehicle to a halt, an object plummeted from above, crashing onto a nearby car, caving in its roof. Simultaneously, a spray of crimson blood erupted, staining the car's rooftop a deep red. This scene bore an unsettling resemblance to the incident a few days prior when Zhao Meiqi fell from a height. An ominous premonition immediately washed over Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu. "Oh no, someone has jumped," a passing vegetable vendor exclaimed, frantically slapping her thighs at the sight of the gruesome spectacle. Instantly, a crowd gathered. Some dialed emergency services, others reported the incident to the police, while a few attempted to check if the person who had fallen onto the car was still alive. Upon witnessing the scene, Lin Yihang urgently intervened, stating, "Do not move. I am a police officer. All unrelated individuals, please step back." The bystanders, already trembling at the sight of the gruesome corpse, instinctively retreated significantly upon hearing the arrival of law enforcement, creating a vast, vacant area. At that moment, the vehicle transporting Old Su also arrived at the scene. After several individuals disembarked, they gathered around the body. It was Zhang Xiuyue. Xie Siyu had already discerned the identity of the deceased. Fatty immediately organized the building's security to seal off the exits. "We must not allow the murderer to escape," Lin Yihang commanded. Just as Fatty was about to depart, Xie Siyu raised her hand to halt him, declaring, "Zhang Xiuyue was not murdered. She took her own life. Dr. Xie, you must be mistaken. The murderer anticipated that we would seek Zhang Xiuyue to verify their true identity, hence they preemptively took her life. The culprit must still be upstairs." Gu Jiejia, who had always harbored animosity towards Xie Siyu, seized the opportunity to voice her skepticism. "I cannot be wrong. This is undoubtedly a case of suicide," Xie Siyu asserted, casting a glance at the building beside her. "I have previously visited this establishment, and its security measures and surveillance systems are exceedingly stringent. Every staircase and corridor is replete with surveillance equipment, and currently, we are amidst a peak period of entry and exit. The murderer would certainly not choose this time to commit their crime. This forms the first basis of my conclusion that this is a case of suicide. The second reason pertains to the attire of Zhang Xiuyue, whose clothing, from the inner layers to the outermost garments, including her socks and shoes, is entirely new. Moreover, there are no signs indicating that these garments were forcibly donned. Zhang Xiuyue's face is adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Thirdly, have you noticed the peculiarity of Zhang Xiuyue's clothing? It not only seems incongruous with the current season, but also resembles attire prepared for an afterlife. Based on these three observations, I am led to conclude that upon receiving the devastating news of her daughter Lin Qianqian's death, Zhang Xiuyue, unable to withstand the emotional turmoil, intentionally donned an entirely new outfit and applied makeup, thus departing this world in a manner that retained a semblance of dignity. Consequently, it is evident that she must have taken her own life by leaping from a height. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, Gu Jiejia finally noticed that Zhang Xiuyue was indeed clad in a completely new outfit today, with the collar and cuffs meticulously buttoned. Furthermore, it is now September, a time when people typically wear short sleeves during the day, as the temperatures remain quite warm. Even those opting for long sleeves would only wear a single layer. Yet, Zhang Xiuyue was enveloped in layers of thick clothing. Clearly, her elaborate attire was intended for another realm. Chapter 38. Where is the corpse? The final autopsy report corroborated Xie Siyu's reasoning with absolute certainty. The forensic team found no evidence of a struggle at the site of the fall, thereby confirming that Zhang Xiuyue was not violently pushed from the high building. To exercise due diligence, Gu Jiejia led the officers in meticulously reviewing all surveillance footage within the apartment, yet no suspicious figures were detected. The forensic center's examination of Zhang Xiuyue ultimately revealed that, aside from injuries sustained from the fall, there were no signs of scratches or indications of physical assault on her body. Furthermore, the dissection of her esophagus and gastrointestinal tract yielded no trace of hallucinogenic substances, nor even any presence of alcohol. This series of test results indicated that Zhang Xiuyue had leapt from the building while in a lucid state of mind. The tragic event was likely precipitated by her inability to endure the overwhelming grief upon learning of the death of her only daughter, Lin Qianqian, which led her to choose the path of self-destruction. Zhang Xiuyue was the sole survivor under the watchful eye of the murderer. Although she may not have discerned the assailant's precise features, she could undoubtedly have provided crucial information regarding the perpetrator. However, her sudden departure abruptly halted the newly uncovered leads. The faces of all personnel in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit were etched with profound disappointment. Particularly, the stout man could not refrain from striking his own head a few times in frustration, lamenting, "It is entirely my fault for being so inattentive, allowing that murderer to slip away right beneath my nose." His vexation is quite understandable. Had he exercised a modicum of vigilance and recorded the most basic details of the taxi, it is highly probable that the perpetrator could have been apprehended, thus averting the ensuing complications. "Do not blame yourself," Lin Yihang consoled. "The culprit is simply too cunning. No one would have anticipated that the murderer would dare to present themselves before the police. Indeed, the assailant is an audacious and meticulous individual, exhibiting the traits of a high-intellect criminal." At this juncture, Lin Yihang's brows knitted into a frown. Thus far, All that has been established is that the murderer is male. Beyond that, we remain utterly in the dark regarding the perpetrator's identity. If the headless corpse discovered alongside the highway in Debiakan does not belong to Lan Xiaoqing, then where, indeed, lies the true body of Lan Xiaoqing? This question looms as a cloud of uncertainty over the minds of all officers in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. As if influenced by the ominous specter of a series of murders, W City has been besieged by relentless rain for an entire week. The unceasing downpour has swollen the rivers, devastating several fish ponds upstream. Consequently, locals flock to the riverbanks to catch fish. On that particular morning, 2 young men, barefoot, arrived at the river's edge. They cast their homemade net and, with a concerted effort, pulled it ashore. The net yielded 5 or 6 fish, one of which weighed over 3 pounds. The 2 young men were elated, exclaiming, "Ha ha, we shall feast splendidly at noon." They placed the fish into barrels and cast the fishing net into the river once more. "Ah, we've caught something," one of the young men exclaimed. "Feel this weight. We must have hooked a big one this time." Another young man shouted with excitement. "Oh, it's so heavy." The 2 youths exerted all their strength, finally managing to haul the net onto the shore. However, as they peeled away the aquatic plants entangled in the net and examined its contents closely, they were utterly astonished by the sight before them. "Good heavens, what is this?" The shorter young man stammered. "How do we pull up a woven bag? It's so full. What's inside?" The taller young man, bolder than his companion, picked up a stick and gently prodded at a torn corner of the bag. Suddenly, a foot emerged without warning from within the bag, startling the 2 young men so much that they collapsed to the ground. Even the dullest among them would have realized the grim reality at that moment. "It's a body," the shorter young man cried in a trembling voice, his legs shaking violently. After several futile attempts, he could not rise from the ground. The taller young man, regaining his composure after the initial panic, said urgently, "We must call the police." He hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed the emergency number. 20 minutes later, Lin Yihang arrived at the riverside with a somber expression, accompanied by officers from the Major Crimes Unit. "Who discovered the body?" Lin Yihang inquired bluntly. 2 young fishermen," answered a police officer. Soon, the 2 young men were brought over. After questioning them about the discovery, Lin Yihang instructed the youths to return to the police station to provide their statements. Meanwhile, forensic expert Old Su had completed the examination of the scene and began the autopsy. Donning gloves, he carefully opened the woven bag. Inside lay the curled form of a female corpse. The body was severely decomposed, exacerbated by immersion in the river and gnawing from aquatic creatures, resulting in a disfigured muscle structure. Old Su held his breath as he slowly turned the head of the corpse. Gu Jiejia, upon catching a glimpse, immediately covered her mouth and retreated to the side to vomit. Even the usually unfazed Chubby, who could eat in the presence of corpses, was unable to withstand the sight this time. His corpulent frame trembled involuntarily. The entire face of the corpse had disintegrated, leaving only shreds of muscle and 2 eyeballs dangling in the sockets. Lin Yihang instinctively pressed his lips together, while Xie Siyu displayed no signs of distress. Instead, she crouched down, leaning closer to scrutinize the head of the corpse. The facial tissue had entirely fallen away, leaving only a remnant of skin adhered to the skull at the back. The lone remaining ear hung askew from the flesh, creating a disturbingly surreal tableau alongside the disheveled long hair. This was not the first body disposal site. The body must have been swept down from upstream by the flood. Old Su remarked. "There seems to be something in the woman's mouth," Xie Siyu pointed out. Without delay, forensic expert Old Su retrieved a pair of tweezers and extracted a folded square piece of plastic from the crevices of the corpse's teeth. Carefully, Old Su unfolded the piece, revealing the letter A inscribed upon it. This unexpected discovery from the deceased's oral cavity immediately sparked associations among all the officers in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Connecting it to the M mentioned by Lin Qianqian, the U referred to by Huang Zhengwo, and the S that appeared on Zhao Meiqi. "This is from Lan Xiaoqing," Xie Siyu exclaimed. Chapter 39, Cause of Death. An hour later, the forensic expert, Old Su, completed the on-site investigation and preliminary examination of the body. Weary, he stepped beyond the cordon. "Take a breather, Old Su," Lin Yihang suggested, offering him a cigarette and lighting it for him. Su Jingzhong took a deep drag and reported. The victim is a female, approximately 30 years of age. The fatal injury resulted from a severe blow to the head, leading to intracranial hemorrhage. The time of death dates back roughly 2 months. Doesn't that align perfectly with the timeline of Lan Xiaoqing's flight from Dabichang? Lin Yihang remarked. Indeed, Old Su confirmed. The victim's clothing is exceedingly tattered, bearing no resemblance to what a normal person would wear. Stray bits of straw are entangled in her hair, which corresponds with the characteristics of Lan Xiaoqing's captivity. Are there any items or physiological traits that could help establish the victim's identity? Xie Siyu interjected. Her pockets contain nothing. Old Su sighed, continuing, DNA comparison would be the most effective means to ascertain the victim's identity. However, as we previously investigated, Lan Xiaoqing is an orphan with no direct relatives in the country, rendering DNA comparison impossible. We could compare dental records. I have seen Lan Xiaoqing's medical report. She underwent orthodontic treatment in middle school. The hospital must possess her dental records. By merely comparing the dental imprints, one can ascertain whether the corpse before them belongs to Lan Xiaoqing, remarked Xie Siyu. Upon hearing her words, both Lin Yihang and Su Jingzhong displayed expressions of profound admiration. It is imperative to understand that this seemingly straightforward piece of information necessitates an extensive review of numerous documents to attain. Xie Siyu's ability to articulate such minute details about Lan Xiaoqing indicates that she has meticulously examined all records pertaining to individuals connected to the 919 series murder cases. Such diligence and perseverance are qualities that surpass those of the ordinary person. Immediately, they divided into two teams, one to seek out the village chief of Debiakin for identification of the body, and the other to investigate Lan Xiaoqing's dental records. Commanded Lin Yihang. The village chief of Debiakin had been detained by the police for allegedly harboring human trafficking activities. When he arrived at the evidence department, handcuffed, to identify the clothing of the deceased woman, he glanced at it and hastily nodded, stating, "This belongs to the woman from Li Dagu's household." "Are you certain?" Gu Jiejie inquired, arching an eyebrow. "I am certain. The woman from Li Dagu's family wears this outfit year-round. I would never mistake it," he affirmed resolutely. Shortly thereafter, forensic expert Old Su delivered encouraging news. They had obtained dental records from a dental clinic documenting Lan Xiaoqing's previous dental work. By comparing these records with the dental imprints found in the corpse's oral cavity, it was confirmed that the body discovered in the river was indeed that of the female university student Lan Xiaoqing, who had been imprisoned for a decade by the brothers Li Dagu and Li Ergu from Debiakin. After graduating from the police academy, Lin Yihang experienced a smooth and successful career, solving numerous significant and unusual cases, earning the title of the most formidable detective in W City. However, ever since the onset of the 919 serial murders, Lin Yihang has found himself in a position of disadvantage. Were it not for the assistance of Xie Siyu, his situation would have been even more dire. Contemplating this, Lin Yihang cast a grateful glance towards Xie Siyu, who, oblivious to his intense gaze, rested her chin on her left hand, deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, the forthright Gu Jiejie could no longer endure the oppressive quiet. She lifted her head and spoke. Based on Captain Lin's earlier analysis, we know that there were 5 individuals present in the Muxiao private room a decade ago: the victim Lin Xianxian, the 2 assailants Huang Zhengwo and Li Jinfeng, the accomplice Zhao Meiqi, and the individual known as Spade A. Adding to this the one who relentlessly pushed Lin Xianxian into the abyss, Lan Xiaoqing, brings the total to 6. To date, Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Xianxian, Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Zhao Meiqi have all perished, leaving Spade A as the sole survivor. I firmly believe that the murderer is indeed Spade A. If we can locate Spade A, we will have found the culprit. Yet, with all the informed parties deceased, how shall we pursue this Spade A? The forensic expert, Old Su, inquired solemnly. It is indeed quite challenging to trace Spade A through the evidence chain, as the perpetrator left no valuable clues behind. However, logically seeking the identity of the ace of spades is not particularly challenging. In truth, everyone is well aware that this ace of spades refers to Chen Weijie. It is merely due to his unique status that no one dares to speak openly without evidence. Gu Jiejie articulated the sentiments of the group. At this juncture, the notion that the murderer is indeed Chen Weijie has almost solidified into an undeniable fact. The reasoning is straightforward. Among those involved in the 2 cases from a decade ago, only Chen Weijie remains alive. Lin Yihang asserted. From a logical standpoint, Chen Weijie indeed fits the characteristics associated with the ace of spades remarkably well. Firstly, Chen Weijie had already returned to the country at that time, assuming leadership of the Chun Group's real estate projects, with his collaborators being Huang Zhengwo and Li Jinping. Thus, it is entirely plausible that the 3 conspired together in the private room at Muxia. Secondly, during the incident involving Lan Xiaoqing's fall into the sea, apart from Chen Weijie, the remaining participants were all implicated in the private room assault case. If Chen Weijie had no connection to the private room assault, why would he have been invited to this vacation gathering? Thirdly, shortly after the private room assault incident, the affluent heir Chen Weijie unexpectedly wed Lin Xianxian, whose social standing was vastly inferior. This occurrence is rather peculiar. It is well known that elite families such as the Chun family have stringent criteria for selecting a daughter-in-law. To my knowledge, even the mayor's daughter of W City was deemed unworthy by the Chen family, let alone Lin Xianxian, who hails from a struggling single-parent household. Unusual occurrences often herald sinister undercurrents. it is highly plausible that Chen Weijie was complicit in the assault on Lin Xianxian. In a bid to prevent her from revealing this heinous act, he may have felt compelled to marry her. Furthermore, Chen Weijie epitomizes the characteristics associated with the Ace of Spades. He is the scion of the Chen group, currently languishing in a state of despondency. Often derided as the wastrelaire, nonetheless, he remains the prospective leader of the Chen group. Such a person must not become ensnared in the quagmire of criminal allegations. Hence, when faced with extortion from Lan Xiaoqing and Li Jinfeng, it is conceivable that he might resort to the extreme measure of silencing them permanently. Moreover, Chen Weijie was once unanimously regarded as the most talented business elite in W City, aligning with the profile of a high IQ criminal. Regrettably, all of this remains mere conjecture, devoid of any tangible evidence to substantiate it. After hearing Lin Yihang's analysis, everyone nodded in agreement. Thus far, Chen Weijie's culpability indeed appears substantial. However, Lin Yihang unconsciously shifted his gaze towards Xie Siyu, eager to gauge her reaction. To his surprise, Xie Siyu remained impassive, seated in silence, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yihang's discourse. Chapter 40. The prime suspect Lin Yihang could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Dr. Xie, do you believe the murderer might be Chen Weijie?" Xie Siyu's bright eyes flickered as she surveyed the individuals present, then turned to Lin Yihang, responding, "Your analysis, Section Chief Lin, is indeed astute. Chen Weijie certainly raises significant suspicions. However, there is another aspect that leaves me perplexed. On the very day we discovered Lin Xianxian's severed head, Chen Weijie's Rolls-Royce was struck by a falling steel beam from a crane, rendering the vehicle utterly wrecked. Fortunately, he had engaged in a dispute with someone and had vacated the car, thereby narrowly escaping disaster. The timing of this incident strikes me as exceedingly suspicious." As she spoke, Xie Siyu retrieved several printed photographs from her briefcase. The images revealed a car shattered beyond recognition by the descending steel beam. Were it not for the intact emblem, one would scarcely believe that this heap of mangled metal was once a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Upon viewing these photographs, Lin Yihang comprehended that Xie Siyu had long harbored suspicions regarding Chen Weijie and had initiated an investigation into him. He could not help but acknowledge that Xie Siyu's investigative acumen far surpassed that of his subordinates. Without delay, Lin Yihang made a phone call, instructing the officer responsible for the high-altitude steel beam incident to procure the most comprehensive information for the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Through this data, they were able to reconstruct the events of that day. Chen Weijie had been driving his limited-edition Rolls-Royce along the road, en route to a high-level meeting at the Chen Group. During the journey, a traffic accident occurred ahead, forcing Chen Weijie's vehicle to come to a halt. Following a heated exchange with the driver in front, Chen Weijie exited his car to confront the other party. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the cable from the tower snapped, and a multitude of steel bars plummeted from above, utterly crushing the Rolls-Royce in which Chen Weijie was traveling. Remarkably, this incident coincided with the day the police discovered Lin Xianxian's severed head. Was this merely a coincidence? Gu Jiejie inquired, her brow furrowed. Our colleagues conducted a thorough examination of the accident scene and concluded that it was an unfortunate result of the cable's failure, explained Su Jingzhong, an expert in physical evidence. Utilizing falling objects to commit murder is a plot device often seen in films. It is exceedingly difficult to execute in reality, particularly from a height of several meters. Numerous factors, such as positioning, wind speed, and timing, must be taken into account, all while ensuring the safety of bystanders. Such a scenario is fundamentally unfeasible in practical terms. Thus, I, too, believe this to be merely a fortuitous event. After hearing Su Jingzhong's analysis, Xie Siyu instinctively nodded, acknowledging that perhaps her concerns were unfounded. Observing that even Xie Siyu had no further objections, Lin Yihang swiftly decided to focus the investigation on Chen Weijie. Given that Chen is a prominent figure in society, the inquiry must be conducted discreetly. Otherwise, if the media were to catch wind of it, our efforts would be rendered exceedingly vulnerable. Lin Yihang surveyed the officers present and continued, "Our investigation will proceed in two distinct directions. The first directive involves a thorough investigation into the whereabouts of Chen Weijie since the occurrence of the murder. This task is entrusted to Gu Jiejie and Liao Chang. The second investigative avenue focuses on the re-examination of the 10-year-old Musea Entertainment Club assault case, as well as the perplexing incident of Lan Xiaoqing's fall into the sea. The primary objective is to ascertain the role that Chen Weijie played in these two cases from a decade ago. This responsibility falls to me and Dr. Xie." Lin Yihang then turned to the forensic expert, Old Su, saying, "Old Su, your task is to meticulously review all the physical evidence we have gathered thus far, in hopes of uncovering new leads. Additionally, mobilize the police force to search diligently for the bodies of Li Jinfeng and Lin Xianxian. Currently, aside from Huang Zhengwo's corpse, which has been confirmed to have been ground into a pulp and disposed of in the sewer, we have only obtained the heads of Li Jinfeng and Lin Qianqian. As for the fate of their bodies, we remain utterly in the dark. Therefore, we must intensify our search efforts, particularly in locations such as landfills and foul-smelling ditches, to see if any dismembered remains have been discarded. After assigning the tasks, all officers proceeded to their respective investigative roles. Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu were responsible for probing into the Musea Entertainment Club assault case from 10 years ago, alongside the enigmatic incident of Lan Xiaoqing's fall into the sea at the resort. As the Musea assault case was never reported at the time, the police possessed no records pertaining to it. However, regarding the bizarre fall of Lan Xiaoqing, the police had conducted relevant investigations and examinations upon their arrival at the scene. Thus, the archive room of the police department still retains the investigative report pertaining to this case. After deliberation, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu resolved to initiate their inquiry by examining the case files related to the incident of Lan Xiaoqing's fall into the sea. This case had been classified as an accidental event at the time, resulting in a limited number of documents, approximately 10 pages in total, which included photographs from the scene, testimonies from those involved, and the police's examination report. The incident involving Lan Xiaoqing occurred around 7:05 in the morning, according to the account provided by Lin Qianqian. On that fateful morning, she and her classmate Lan Xiaoqing ascended a cliff by the seaside to take photographs. During the course of posing for the camera, Lan Xiaoqing inadvertently slipped and fell into the sea, where she was immediately swept away by the waves, disappearing without a trace. At that time, there were two eyewitnesses, Huang Jiangwo and Zhao Meiqi, but it was evident that their testimonies had been fabricated after collusion. Zhao Meiqi, while in the hospital, had already recounted the true circumstances to Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu. On that morning, after waking, Huang Jiangwo and Zhao Meiqi went to the seaside and fortuitously witnessed Lan Xiaoqing falling from the balcony of Chen Weijia's residence. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qianqian's figure appeared on the balcony. Consequently, Zhao Meiqi suspected that Lin Qianqian had pushed Lan Xiaoqing into the sea out of vengeance. Following Lan Xiaoqing's tragic demise, these so-called social elites, fearing exposure of their sordid pasts by the media and police, conspired to align their testimonies, uniformly attributing Lan Xiaoqing's disappearance to an accidental fall into the sea, thus fabricating a narrative of false testimony. According to Zhao Meiqi's account, Lan Xiaoqing was thrust into the sea by Lin Qianqian from Chen Weijia's room. What transpired that fateful night among the three individuals? Lin Yihang jested. To unravel this enigma, we must pay a visit to the individuals involved, Xie Siyu remarked. Are you suggesting we inquire with Chen Weijia? How could he possibly disclose the truth to us? Lin Yihang expressed skepticism. Chen Weijia would certainly not reveal the facts. However, I am still curious to observe his reaction. Lin Yihang immediately grasped Xie Siyu's intention. As an exceptional psychologist, she understood the frailties of human nature. Xie Siyu aimed to provoke Chen Weijia through this incident. If he were indeed the perpetrator, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of pressure, potentially leading to a slip of the tongue. Thus, the two promptly closed the dossier and drove towards the villa where Chen Weijia resided. Chapter 41. The Indifferent Husband Amidst the Tumultuous Events of Recent Times. Chen Weijia appeared unfazed, immersing himself in a life of indulgence, either frequenting bars or languishing in his villa, lost in a haze of intoxication. When Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang knocked on the door of the villa, Chen Weijia was engrossed in an online game, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The ashtray before him overflowed with a thick layer of ash and several precariously positioned empty bottles, clearly indicating that he had engaged in a night of relentless revelry. Chen Weijia, we have come to inquire about two incidents that transpired a decade ago, Lin Yihang began, his tone direct and unyielding. The first pertains to the assault that occurred at the Musea Entertainment Club, where the victim was none other than your future wife, Lin Qianqian. The perpetrators included Huang Jiangwo, the head of a construction company, and Li Jinfeng, a notorious figure associated with organized crime. Were you present at the scene? Lin Yihang boldly posed the most challenging question, convinced that no man could remain composed when confronted with the brutal assault of his wife. However, to Lin Yihang's astonishment, Chen Weijia exhibited no discernible reaction. He continued to play his game, as if the victim of the assault a decade prior were a complete stranger rather than his own spouse. Chen Weijia's apathetic demeanor incited a profound anger within Lin Yihang. Yet, this indifferent response indirectly confirmed that Chen Weijia was indeed aware of the assault that had befallen Lin Qianqian. After a prolonged silence without a response from Chen Weijia, Lin Yihang pressed on. Do you remember Zhao Meiqi? Once a hostess at the illustrious Musea Entertainment Club, on the fateful night your wife, Lin Qianqian, was assaulted. Zhao Meiqi was also present in the private room. According to Zhao Meiqi's account, approximately a month after the incident, Lin Qianqian, Lan Xiaoqing, Zhao Meiqi, Huang Jiangwo, Li Jinfeng, and yourself gathered for a private party at a seaside villa. That evening, Zhao Meiqi witnessed you carry Lan Xiaoqing into your room. The following morning, Lan Xiaoqing fell from your room's balcony into the sea. Shortly thereafter, Lin Qianqian appeared on the balcony, leading Zhao Meiqi to suspect that Lan Xiaoqing's plunge was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act by someone in the room. The only individuals present, aside from Lin Qianqian, were you. Can you recount the events of that morning? Lin Yihang's inquiries grew increasingly pointed, clearly designating Chen Weijie as a suspect. Anyone faced with such allegations would instinctively seek to defend themselves. However, Chen Weijie resembled a soulless husk, utterly unresponsive, engrossed in his game as if Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu were non-existent. This infuriated Lin Yihang, who was on the verge of erupting in anger. Xie Siyu swiftly restrained the impending outburst and directed her attention to Chen Weijie, stating, "Chen Weijie, do you understand the source of your torment?" A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Weijie's face. You have fallen madly in love with Lin Qianqian, yet she has never truly reciprocated your feelings. You may overlook her dark history of being victimized, but you find it unbearable that she continues to betray you even after marriage. Helpless against this reality, you resort to self-destructive behavior as a silent form of rebellion. Chen Weijie, am I correct in my assessment? Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, the seemingly indifferent Chen Weijie involuntarily shuddered, and his fingers, which had been deftly maneuvering the game controller, suddenly faltered. The screen flashed the words "Game Over." Clearly, Xie Siyu's remarks had profoundly unsettled Chen Weijie's inner world, momentarily disrupting even his typically composed demeanor. Observing his startled expression, Xie Siyu's petite lips curled into a slight smile. It seems I have struck a nerve. On what grounds do you make such an assertion? My marriage with my wife is exceedingly harmonious. I could sue you for defamation for your unfounded accusations. With this, Chen Weijie finally articulated his first words since Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu entered the villa. I study criminal psychology. The distorted psyche of any criminal is not innate, but rather emerges after experiencing significant trauma. If such a distortion goes unexpressed, it can eventually fester into a potent desire for criminality. Young Master Chen, your psychological transformation over the past decade epitomizes this characteristic. Xie Siyu paused momentarily before continuing. During this period, I have meticulously researched nearly all available information about you. I discovered that a decade ago marked a pivotal turning point. Prior to that, you embodied the archetype of a relentless and ambitious professional, free from any negative scandals, and radiating an almost flawless image of a business elite. However, since your marriage to Lin Qianqian a decade ago, your life trajectory has undergone a dramatic 180-degree shift. You have ceased to be the diligent and aspiring business prodigy, instead metamorphosing into a debauched scion, ensnared in a world of excess and indulgence. Initially, I surmised that such a drastic change stemmed from the knowledge of Lin Qianqian's traumatic past, which must have dealt a profound blow to your masculine pride, leading you to self-destruct. Yet, I soon realized my hypothesis was misguided. In your 20s, you exhibited the decisive demeanor of a leader, adeptly assisting your father, Chen Xiaotian, in navigating numerous intricate business disputes with remarkable efficacy. This unequivocally signifies that you are destined for greatness. As someone of your caliber, you would never linger on the issue of Lin Qianqian's past trauma. Such behavior is characteristic of lesser men and fundamentally inconsistent with your esteemed persona, young Master Chen. Therefore, I speculate that the true source of your heartache lies in Lin Qianqian's infidelity after marriage, a circumstance over which you feel utterly powerless. This realization has undoubtedly plunged you into a state of profound despondence, yet you are unable to express your turmoil openly. Thus, you resort to self-destructive behavior as a means to vent your dissatisfaction. This is merely a figment of your imagination. My wife is not unfaithful. She has not betrayed me. Chen Weijie roared in frustration. Yet, Xie Siyu merely responded with a disdainful smile. When the profound anguish within a person is publicly exposed, they often resort to anger to mask their own panic. Your hysteria only serves to confirm that my suspicions were indeed correct. Chapter 42. Psychological Warfare. Chen Weijie's countenance grew increasingly grim. He wished to articulate something, yet his lips moved in vain, producing no sound. Xie Siyu offered him no respite, continuing, in stark contrast to you, Lin Qianqian's life has flourished over the past decade of marriage. She has not only ascended the ranks in her career, but also wears a radiant smile each day. To describe her current state as gradually entering a splendid realm would be a fitting understatement. On one side stands a husband in a state of perpetual decline, while on the other looms a wife with an unrelenting momentum. Anyone with a modicum of perceptiveness would discern the unusual nature of this disparity. Thus, I can conclude that the crisis between you and Lin Qianqian must stem from her betrayal, a matter that you, Master Chen, are utterly incapable of resolving. Hence, you have chosen to deliberately wallow in despair and degradation. If my memory serves me right, Your name is Xie Siyu, correct? Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, the once furious gleam in Chun Weijia's eyes transformed into a clear, almost ethereal light, one that had evidently been absent for quite some time. This lent him an air of remarkable elegance. Indeed, my name is Xie Siyu, she replied. Dr. Xie, your intellect is remarkable. However, a woman's excessive cleverness is not always a boon, Chen Weijia remarked enigmatically before resuming his game, sinking back into his despondent existence. From that moment forth, regardless of how Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu attempted to broach the subject, Chen Weijia remained impervious to their subtle hints. Due to a lack of sufficient evidence, Lin Yihang was unable to compel Chen Weijia to answer any questions. Faced with the exceedingly uncooperative Chen Weijia, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu exchanged glances and reluctantly departed from the villa. Shortly after their departure, the doorbell of the villa rang once more. Chen Weijia, growing impatient, opened the door to reveal an exceptionally stern visage, his father, Chen Xiaodian, the current chairman of the Chen Group. Chen Weijia's biological mother had passed away when he was very young, and his father, Chen Xiaodian, had been consumed by his entrepreneurial endeavors, often using Chen Weijia as a scapegoat when in a foul mood. Consequently, from a tender age, Chen Weijia had developed a profound fear of his somewhat volatile father. Although now in his 30s, the shadows of his childhood still rendered him as timid as a startled bird in his father's presence. Adjusting his expensive suit, Chen Xiaodian pushed past Chen Weijia and entered the villa. Upon observing the table strewn with ashtrays and empty bottles, a look of frustration etched across Chen Xiaodian's face. Filled with disappointment at his son's current state. Look at what you've become. Are you still the Chen Weijia I took pride in a decade ago? Approaching 40. And yet you squander your days in the realm of online gaming. You've truly let me down, he declared, preparing to take a seat on the sofa. However, upon noticing the dust upon it, Chen Xiaodian, who was notoriously fastidious, suppressed the urge to sit down. Your wife, Lin Qianqian, has been tragically murdered, and your mother-in-law, Zhang Xiua, has taken her own life by jumping from a height. The Chen family has been thrust into the eye of public scrutiny due to these events, and any misstep could lead to the downfall of the Chen Group. At this critical juncture, you must muster your strength and cannot afford to wallow in despair any longer. Chen Weijia remained silent, trembling as he extracted a cigarette from the coffee table and lit it slowly. Observing Chen Weijia's despondent demeanor, veins on Chen Xiaodian's forehead throbbed involuntarily. Nevertheless, he suppressed the fury brewing within him. Have Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu been here? What was their purpose for coming? Chen Xiaodian is a formidable figure in the business realm of W City, with an extensive network that ensures he is aware of nearly all occurrences within the city. Particularly, this incident, which directly impacts his own son, has not escaped his notice. They came to investigate the rape case from a decade ago. How did you respond? I said nothing. Chen Xiaodian nodded with satisfaction. This is for the best. Speaking too much can only invite trouble. After a pause, he continued, the incident involving Lin Qianqian has long since passed, and all those privy to the details are now deceased. Thus, as long as you remain tight-lipped, there will be no repercussions. Chen Weijia nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Be cautious of that female psychologist. With that remark, Chen Xiaodian strode out of Chen Weijia's villa. After confirming that his father, Chen Xiaodian, had left the villa, Chen Weijia swiftly ascended to the second floor. He opened a concealed compartment in the bedroom, revealing a safe. Chen Weijia twisted the dial of the safe and entered the password. Following facial recognition, the safe finally clicked open. Inside, alongside some jewelry and cash, lay a female mobile phone belonging to his wife, Lin Qianqian. Since her disappearance, this phone had been hidden within the safe. Due to the safe's robust shielding capabilities, the police had been unable to track this device. Chen Weijia powered on the phone and opened a text message. The sender was none other than the man known as the Madman, Li Jinfeng. The message was succinct, stating, if you wish for this video to vanish from the world, provide me with 50 million. Below the message was an attachment. Chen Weijia opened it, revealing a video clip that was exceedingly blurry and evidently shaky. The background suggested it was filmed inside a KTV private room. A young girl, appearing to be a student, lay on the coffee table, desperately struggling. Her clothing had been significantly torn. This girl, in her frantic struggle, was Lin Qianqian. Let me go. Please, let me go, Lin Qianqian pleaded repeatedly. Yet her hands were firmly restrained by Huang Zhengwo, while Zhao Meiqi clung tightly to her legs. With a tearing sound, Li Jinfeng ripped away another large piece of Lin Qianqian's clothing. Li Jinfeng erupted into triumphant laughter, then lunged at Lin Qianqian with the ferocity of a wild beast. The ensuing scene became increasingly chaotic and distressing. Witnessing this, Chen Weijia was consumed by a seething rage. In a fit of madness, he hurled his phone to the ground with great force, relentlessly stomping on it with his feet. Before long, Lin Qianqian's expensive phone lay shattered into countless fragments. Chen Weijia's fury still simmered. He retrieved a cleaver from the kitchen, designed for chopping bones, and ruthlessly hacked at the remnants of the phone. Only after reducing it to tiny pieces did he finally exhale a long sigh of relief. Chapter 43. The burial site. On the way back to the police station, Lin Yihang inquired, "Siyu, had you investigated Lin Qianqian's infidelity before your arrival?" Xie Siyu nodded. "Indeed, I conducted an investigation, but infidelity is an exceptionally private matter. Even those closest to her were oblivious, let alone an outsider like myself. Nevertheless, I am confident that Lin Qianqian has indeed been unfaithful. The frames reveal that Chun Weijie harbors profound affection for Lin Qianqian. A man of Chun Weijie's caliber, a social elite, is not easily toppled by commonplace issues. The only thing that could shatter him is Lin Qianqian's betrayal. Witnessing the woman he cherishes being unfaithful, yet feeling utterly powerless, is a torment more profound than death itself. Hence, it is no surprise that Chun Weijie would suddenly spiral into self-destruction." With a sigh, Xie Siyu continued, "Of course, beyond mere conjecture, I possess some evidence. I meticulously examined Lin Qianqian's medical records from the past decade. I discovered that she underwent 3 abortions during this time. This is quite irregular. It is well known that any woman entering a prestigious family should prioritize bearing sons to secure her position. For someone like Lin Qianqian, who comes from humble beginnings, the desire to bear a child for Chun Weijie would be even stronger. Yet, contrary to expectation, she has undergone 3 abortions in succession. This clearly indicates that the children she bore were not Chun Weijie's. This unidentifiable abomination must absolutely not be allowed to come into existence. Thus, Lin Qianqian had no choice but to risk lifelong infertility by undergoing 3 consecutive abortions. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's analysis, Lin Yihang finally experienced a moment of clarity. What appeared to be a straightforward deduction was, in truth, the result of Xie Siyu's considerable and diligent efforts behind the scenes. For instance, she meticulously investigated all of Lin Qianqian's medical records over the past decade, an endeavor that had not crossed Lin Yihang's mind. This task was not only tedious, but also often yielded minimal results, leading Lin Yihang to dismiss it selectively. However, Xie Siyu devoted a significant amount of her personal time to scrutinizing Lin Qianqian's medical history. It was precisely because of Xie Siyu's unparalleled dedication to her research that she was able to arrive at such precise conclusions. As Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu returned to the office at the police station, forensic expert Old Su had long been waiting there. "Old Su, is there something you need?" Lin Yihang inquired. "Chief Lin, following your instructions, I have just re-examined the evidence collected and the victim's remains. I discovered some reddish-brown substances in Li Jinfeng's oral cavity. I believe this might be of some assistance in our investigation, so I wanted to report this to you personally." "Oh, what sort of reddish-brown substances?" Lin Yihang asked with curiosity. Forensic expert Old Su produced an enlarged photograph and said, "These are the reddish-brown substances found in the oral cavity of the victim, Li Jinfeng." Lin Yihang picked up the photograph, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, before furrowing his brow and stating, "This appears to be some reddish-brown soil." Beside him, Xie Siyu nodded in agreement. The minuscule remnants of this reddish-brown substance found in the victim's oral cavity had previously escaped our notice, only to be revealed during this re-examination. Due to the insufficient quantity of the sample, we are currently unable to conduct a compositional analysis in the laboratory. "In which areas of the deceased can we primarily find this reddish-brown material?" Lin Yihang inquired. "It is predominantly located within the victim's mouth. I suspect that before his demise, Li Jinfeng attempted to swallow something, inadvertently ingesting some surrounding soil as well. This is why we discovered these reddish-brown remnants in his oral cavity," analyzed forensic expert Su Jingzhou. "If this is indeed the case, perhaps through this reddish-brown soil, we might uncover the location where the murderer buried the body." A glimmer of excitement sparked in Lin Yihang's eyes. It is noteworthy that the severed head of Li Jinfeng was voluntarily delivered to the police station by the assailant. Yet the whereabouts of Li Jinfeng's body and the precise location of his murder remain an enigma that has long plagued the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Su Jingzhang's revelation serves as a beacon of renewed hope, rekindling the interrupted trail of clues. Without delay, Lin Yihang utilized his personal connections to place a call to a friend at the Geological Research Institute, who promptly provided significant information in response. In the western region of City W, there exists an abandoned iron mine, its soil a distinctive reddish-brown hue. Upon receiving this information, Lin Yihang promptly marked the location of the mine on the office map. This site is located less than a kilometer from where Li Jinfeng evaded police surveillance. Lin Yihang could not help but slap his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "The place where Li Jinfeng was murdered must be in the vicinity of this mine." Approximately an hour later, Lin Yihang led a considerable number of officers to the desolate mining site. Indeed, the soil there was entirely reddish-brown. Given the vast expanse of the mining area, Lin Yihang mobilized over 100 officers, and even requested several highly capable search dogs from the K9 unit. This time, Lin Yihang was determined to thoroughly scour the mine, sparing no effort to uncover Li Jinfeng's remains. With a commanding order, the search team swiftly formed a straight line and commenced a meticulous sweep of the mining district. As time ticked away, nearly 5 hours passed. Yet the search yielded no results. The initially spirited searchers gradually succumbed to a sense of despair. Even Lin Yihang could not help but display a look of doubt. Was his judgment flawed this time? Just as despair enveloped everyone, one of the search dogs suddenly barked excitedly. The nearby officer immediately loosened the leash. The search dog dashed into an abandoned factory, barking incessantly around a machine tool. There was undoubtedly something amiss. Forensic expert Old Su was the first to draw a conclusion. Lin Yihang immediately commanded, "Move the machine tool." A group of robust officers surged forward and pushed the old machine aside. Beneath it lay a freshly dug pit of soil. Upon witnessing this scene, excitement illuminated the faces of the search team members. Without a doubt, buried beneath this recently filled earth was likely the remaining portion of the victim, Li Jinfeng's body. Chapter 44. Discovery of the corpse. The forensic expert, Old Su, promptly organized the personnel from the evidence collection department to commence a meticulous excavation of the area. Meanwhile, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu anxiously stood by, their eyes fixated without daring to blink. The soil within the pit was somewhat loose, making it remarkably easy to clear. It was evident that the earth had not been thoroughly compacted during burial, indicating that the interment had been executed in haste, as if the perpetrator had merely filled the hole carelessly before departing in a rush. After approximately 30 centimeters of earth had been removed, a staff member from the evidence department suddenly exclaimed, "There is a hand here." Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu immediately rushed over, and indeed, they discerned a human hand faintly emerging from the reddish-brown soil. The collective reaction from those present was one of astonishment and elation, astonished that a corpse had indeed been buried here, and elated that they had finally located the site where the murderer concealed the body. Another 20 minutes passed, and the pit was entirely excavated, revealing a headless male corpse. Old Su directed 2 of his assistants to carefully lift the body from the pit. Gu Jiejia, standing nearby, recognized it instantly. "This is Li Jinfeng's corpse. He was wearing this outfit the day we followed him. There can be no mistake." On the day of Li Jinfeng's disappearance, Liao Chong and Gu Jiejia had secretly tracked him, imprinting the details of his attire firmly in their memories. However, given the gravity of the situation, the clothing alone could not definitively confirm that this was indeed Li Jinfeng's body. Forensic expert Lao Su meticulously searched the pockets of the corpse and discovered identification documents belonging to Li Jinfeng, along with a wallet containing a photograph of him. All this evidence confirmed that the body was indeed that of Li Jinfeng. Lao Su promptly commenced a preliminary autopsy on site, while the other members of the evidence collection team began a thorough examination of the scene, especially focusing on the grave where the body was interred, hoping to uncover valuable information. Approximately an hour later, the evidence team completed their initial assessment of the burial site. "How did it go, Lao Su?" Lin Yihang inquired anxiously. Lao Su adjusted his mask and replied, "The victim sustained a fatal injury to the chest, inflicted by a sharp instrument, leading to organ failure and death. The assailant struck with a single lethal blow, indicating a close familiarity with the victim, which explains why he was caught off guard and stabbed in the chest." Su Jingzhong pointed to a gruesome puncture wound on the corpse's chest. It was evident that the victim's fatal injury originated from this very spot. In addition to the critical wound on the chest, there was also a gash approximately 30 centimeters long on the victim's lower abdomen, revealing evidence of laceration to the digestive organs. Su Jingzhong gestured towards a dark mass in the vicinity of the abdominal wound. "How depraved! The murderer even extracted the victim's intestines," Gu Jiejia exclaimed, covering her mouth and retching uncontrollably. This gruesome scene of murder was something Gu Jiejia had never encountered before. Had it not been for the police's unwavering commitment, she would have long succumbed to her nausea and retched violently at the side. The brutality of the murderer was indeed appalling, employing such a grotesque method to torment the victim. Liao Chong instinctively covered his mouth, visibly disturbed. The ghastly and grotesque scene was enough to unsettle even a seasoned officer like him, accustomed to the horrors of homicide. In stark contrast, Xie Siyu, encountering a corpse for the first time, exhibited an astonishing immunity to the grim reality before her. She bent down, inching closer to the lifeless form, delicately probing the putrid, decaying mass of blackened viscera with her gloved hands. Xie Siyu did not hail from a formal police academy. Prior to her involvement in the 919 special investigation, she had never laid a hand on a corpse. This moment marked her inaugural encounter with a complete cadaver. "Dr. Xie, have you discerned anything?" Lin Yihang inquired, aware that Xie Siyu was never one to indulge in pretense. Her proximity to the body surely indicated an intriguing discovery. "Not entirely," Xie Siyu replied. Turning to forensic expert Old Su. Could you examine the victim's esophagus? Su Jingzhong was perplexed by her sudden request to inspect the esophagus, yet through their time spent together, he recognized that her perceptive abilities surpassed those of the average individual. There must be a compelling rationale behind her inquiry. Thus, Old Su, accompanied by 2 assistants, proceeded to carefully incise the esophagus, employing specialized instruments to conduct a meticulous search within. Have you discovered reddish-brown soil? Xie Siyu asked anxiously, prompted by her inquiry. Forensic expert Lao Su exclaimed, within the victim's esophagus, we have identified reddish-brown granules, likely remnants of soil. Upon hearing this, Lin Yihang immediately grasped Xie Siyu's intention to examine the esophagus. I understand now. That day, after receiving a call from Chen Weijie, Li Jinfeng swiftly evaded police surveillance and proceeded to meet Chen Weijie here. Li Jinfeng must have possessed a video of Chen Weijie assaulting Lin Qianqian at the Musea Entertainment Club. He intended to leverage this as blackmail against Chen Weijie. However, unexpectedly, Chen Weijie struck first. While Li Jinfeng was engrossed in his speech, Chen Weijie plunged a knife into Li Jinfeng's chest. Li Jinfeng collapsed, struggling. Chen Weijie lunged forward, attempting to seize the memory card. With his last ounce of strength, Li Jinfeng swallowed the memory card along with the soil clinging to it, hoping to leave evidence for the police. In doing so, he aimed to perish alongside Chen Weijie. Yet, Li Jinfeng evidently underestimated Chen Weijie's brutality. After Li Jinfeng's demise, Chen Weijie methodically slit open Li Jinfeng's stomach and extracted the memory card. Thus, we witnessed the victim's intestines protruding from the abdominal cavity, bearing signs of having been cut open. The perpetrator is truly merciless. Such sentiments echoed in the hearts of all present. At this moment, Xie Siyu pointed to the corpse's hand and turned to ask Su Jingzhong, forensic expert Su. It seems that the fingernails of the deceased have been trimmed. Forensic expert Lao Su nodded, then gently lifted the corpse's hands and said, Dr. Xie is correct. The victim's fingernails have all been removed. I suspect that Li Jinfeng struggled with the assailant before his death, and in the process, his nails must have caught some of the assailant's skin flakes, prompting the assailant to cut off all his fingernails. Chapter 45. The case revisited based on the current information. I have begun to discern the intricacies surrounding the events in question. In Lin Yihang's analysis, the brutal incident from a decade ago has resurfaced in the public consciousness. A decade ago, Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing were in the prime of their youth, on the cusp of graduating from university. At this pivotal moment, their program was allocated a coveted opportunity for a government-sponsored study abroad. Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing emerged as the most formidable contenders for this singular chance. Lan Xiaoqing hailed from a privileged background. Even in the absence of this scholarship, she possessed the means to study abroad. However, driven by an insatiable vanity, Lan Xiaoqing was determined to secure this opportunity to validate her worth. Yet, Lin Qianqian's performance was equally impressive, posing a significant threat to Lan Xiaoqing's ambitions. In a bid to satiate her almost pathological need for superiority, Lan Xiaoqing devised a nefarious scheme. She would entice Lin Qianqian into working at a KTV, subsequently capturing compromising photographs of her serving drinks. This plan would tarnish Lin Qianqian's reputation and eliminate her as a competitor. Thus, Lan Xiaoqing colluded with Zhao Meiqi, instructing her to lead Lin Qianqian into the private room of Huang Zhangwo and his associates. Zhao Meiqi's task was to clandestinely photograph Lin Qianqian as she attended to the guests. However, unforeseen circumstances unfolded that evening. Both Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng became excessively intoxicated and partook in narcotics. Under the influence of alcohol and drugs, these two wretches perpetrated a heinous act of violence against Lin Qianqian. Within this private room sat another individual, the esteemed heir of the Chen group, Chen Weijie. At that time, Chen Weijie was primarily responsible for the real estate operations of the Chen group. Huang Zhangwo was the head of the largest construction company in W City, while Li Jinfeng was a prominent figure in the underworld, known for his formidable reputation. The convergence of these three men was evidently aimed at developing a new real estate project. Given Chen Weijie's status, he would ordinarily not engage in such nefarious acts. However, on that fateful day, under the influence of drugs and alcohol, he lost control and became embroiled in the assault on Lin Qianqian. This entire incident was captured on video by Li Jinfeng. Upon awakening the following day, the trio resolved to use money to resolve the matter discreetly. Yet, Lin Qianqian was not one to be trifled with. Upon discovering the true identities of these men, she sought to leverage the situation for greater compensation to offset her losses. Consequently, a month later, the group reconvened at a secluded seaside villa under the guise of a vacation. However, their true intention was to negotiate. Concerned about her vulnerability, Lin Qianqian invited her close friend, Lan Xiaoqing, to accompany her. At this point, Lin Qianqian remained unaware that it was her dear friend who had orchestrated her predicament. Lan Xiaoqing, believing this to be a mere social gathering, arrived without a second thought. With her striking beauty and fashionable attire surpassing even Lin Xianxian's, Lan Xiaoqing instantly captivated the attention of Chen Weijie and his companions upon entering the villa. Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng were originally from a nefarious background, while Chen Weijie was a privileged scion born with a silver spoon in his mouth. They held little regard for morality or the law, and under the intoxicating allure of Lan Xiaoqing's beauty, these three rascals tampered with her drink, rendering her unconscious. Chen Weijie then carried Lan Xiaoqing into his room, a scene inadvertently witnessed by Zhao Meiqi. What transpired within those four walls remains a mystery, leaving us to speculate. It is highly probable that Lan Xiaoqing endured a fate akin to that of Lin Xianxian. Of course, one might argue that Lan Xiaoqing's plight is a consequence of her own malevolence. Had she not conspired against Lin Xianxian, she would not have found herself subjected to the predations of these men. When dawn broke the following day, Lan Xiaoqing would inevitably confront Chen Weijie and his accomplices. During this altercation, she was pushed from the villa's balcony, and the assailant was likely none other than Chen Weijie himself. Lin Xianxian, having witnessed the entire episode of Lan Xiaoqing being thrust into the sea, became an unwilling witness to Chen Weijie's heinous act. The situation had now escalated beyond mere debauchery to the grave realm of murder. The ramifications of such actions were far too grave for even someone of Chen Weijie's stature within the Chen family to bear. In a desperate bid to silence Lin Xianxian forever, he acquiesced to her demands, thus elevating her from a struggling student to the esteemed matriarch of a prominent family. The truth surrounding the murder of Lan Xiaoqing has been forever shrouded in secrecy. A decade later, Lan Xiaoqing reappears before Chen Weijie. After enduring 10 years of inhumane torment, she is no longer the vibrant university student she once was. Now, Lan Xiaoqing is orphaned, homeless, and possesses no evidence to substantiate the murder case from a decade ago. Consequently, she is unable to report to the authorities and seeks compensation from Chen Weijie and Lin Xianxian instead. Simultaneously, Li Jinfeng has also been released from prison, desiring to extract significant benefits from Chen Weijie and Lin Xianxian. Chen Weijie quickly realizes the precariousness of his situation. Both Lan Xiaoqing and Li Jinfeng are now individuals who have little to lose. Their extortion will undoubtedly escalate, becoming increasingly audacious. To eliminate these threats entirely, he must eradicate all witnesses involved in the bar rape case from years prior. However, such a substantial act of murder would inevitably attract police attention. To evade legal repercussions, Chen Weijie must find a flawless scapegoat, and his wife, Lin Xianxian, emerges as the ideal candidate. Lin Xianxian possesses a motive for murder. Placing the blame on her would lead investigators to conclude that she acted out of revenge for the rape incident from that time. Thus, Chen Weijie could evade justice. Consequently, he embarks on a frenzied path of murder, beginning with the elimination of Lan Xiaoqing, who had come to extort him, subsequently burying her body in the wilderness. Subsequently, Chen Weijie cruelly murdered his wife, Lin Xianxian. He severed Lin Xianxian's head and discarded it beside the Debei village, where Lan Xiaoqing had once been imprisoned, placing the letter inside her mouth. This series of actions was a deliberate attempt to redirect the police's attention towards the rape case that occurred a decade ago at the Muxia Entertainment Club. Following this, Chen Weijie exploited his connection as a friend of Huang Zhangwo to easily gain entry into Huang Zhangwo's villa, where he killed and dismembered him. After erasing all traces of the crime scene, Chen Weijie carried Huang Zhangwo's head to the inn run by Zhao Meiqi. He took advantage of a loophole in the inn's video surveillance, which automatically overwrites every 7 days, effortlessly concealing Huang Zhangwo's head beneath the bed in Zhao Meiqi's guest room. Chen Weijie's actions were intended to create a sensational effect and to draw the police's focus onto Zhao Meiqi. Consequently, the authorities would become increasingly convinced that this series of murders was connected to the rape case at the Muxia Entertainment Club 10 years prior, with the perpetrator being none other than the victim from that time, Lin Xianxian. Chapter 46, Psychological Imprints. Indeed, after we discovered the severed head of Huang Zhangwo, our attention swiftly shifted to Zhao Meiqi, from whom we unearthed the details of a heinous assault that transpired a decade ago. However, just as we were on the brink of a breakthrough, Zhao Meiqi fell victim to the ruthless hands of Chen Weijie, abruptly halting our investigation. With the testimony provided by Zhao Meiqi, we quickly identified one of the perpetrators of the notorious Muxia Entertainment Club assault, Li Jinfeng. Just as we were poised to dismantle Li Jinfeng's psychological defenses, Chen Weijie, sensing imminent danger, deceitfully lured Li Jinfeng to an abandoned iron mine under the pretense of a phone call, where he ambushed and murdered him. Chen Weijie's audacity to use his own phone to ensnare Li Jinfeng stemmed from the latter's possession of a video documenting their collective violation of Lin Xianxian. Should that video fall into the hands of law enforcement, it would deliver a devastating blow to Chen Weijie. Thus, he was compelled to take the perilous step of enticing Li Jinfeng to the mine. In his final moments, Li Jinfeng desperately attempted to safeguard evidence by shoving the memory card containing the incriminating footage into his mouth. Yet, the extent of Chun Weijia's brutality far surpassed Li Jinfeng's darkest fears. He gruesomely disemboweled Li Jinfeng, extracting the memory card from his stomach. Following the murder, Chun Weijia severed Li Jinfeng's head, encasing it in a cardboard box, which he then entrusted to a blind elderly woman scavenging for scraps to deliver to the police station. Chun Weijia's actions are a deliberate attempt to create sensationalism, exerting public pressure on the police to resolve the case within the shortest possible time. Faced with immense societal scrutiny, the police may hastily reach a conclusion, overlooking critical details, and subconsciously identify Lin Qianqian as a suspect. Chun Weijia's strategy is indeed cunning. Had it not been for Dr. Xie's timely provision of pivotal insights, we might have been led astray by Chun Weijia's manipulations and hastily closed the case. After Lin Yihang concluded his analysis, an unsettling chill swept through all the officers present. The cunning of the murderer far surpassed their expectations. Not only did he manipulate several victims, but he also incessantly pressured the police through public sentiment, attempting to force a swift resolution that would wrongfully designate the already deceased Lin Qianqian as the perpetrator. In doing so, he could achieve what he deemed a perfect crime. While we are now fairly certain that Chun Weijia is the true mastermind behind the 919 series of murders, we still lack concrete evidence to substantiate this claim. As the heir of the Chun group, apprehending him without undeniable proof may place us at a disadvantage in the court of public opinion. Forensic expert Su Jingzhong expressed his concerns, which echo the most challenging dilemma currently faced by the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. A mere phone record is insufficient to convict Chun Weijia. With the formidable influence of the Chun family, Chun Weijia could easily hire an attorney to handle all inquiries from the police. It would be exceedingly difficult for the police to obtain any substantial testimony. In the absence of testimony and evidence, once the period of detention concludes, the police would have no choice but to release Chun Weijia without charge. This would only complicate the investigative process further. Since pursuing a direct investigation into Chun Weijia seems futile, why not reconsider our approach and delve into the entertainment club assault case from a decade ago? Xie Siyu proposed. Starting from the case a decade ago, Lin Yihang couldn't help but furrow his brow. So much time has elapsed that it would likely be challenging to uncover evidence regarding Huang Zhengwo, Chun Weijia, and Li Jianfeng's assault on Lin Qianqian from 10 years prior. Physical evidence would undoubtedly be lost, yet perhaps we can still uncover some lingering psychological traces. Psychological traces? Lin Yihang and the others regarded Xie Siyu with intrigued expressions. Xie Siyu pressed her lips together and elaborated. While physical evidence may fade over time, the emotional scars remain as long as the involved parties are alive. To my knowledge, Music Club is the premier leisure and entertainment establishment in W City, having been in operation since a decade ago and still reigning as the finest nightclub in W City. I am confident that by visiting Musia Entertainment Club, we will uncover clues that could significantly aid in our investigation. At this juncture, it seems we have no better alternatives. Thus, Lin Yihang resolved to accompany Xie Siyu this evening to visit the fabled highest-end entertainment venue in City W. Shortly after 11 o'clock at night, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu arrived outside the Musia Entertainment Club. As this was an undercover visit, Lin Yihang refrained from donning his police uniform. Instead, he wore a black jacket, with the collar turned up high, creating a stark contrast with the attire of those around him. In perfect harmony with the nightclub's ambience, Xie Siyu adorned herself in a fitted black mini-skirt that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Her snow-white legs were encased in sheer black stockings, exuding an alluring mystique that instantly attracted the fervent gazes of many men. Observing Xie Siyu's sultry appearance, Lin Yihang found himself swallowing hard, unable to contain his reaction. "Do I look beautiful today?" Xie Siyu inquired with poised confidence. Typically adept at rendering criminals speechless, Lin Yihang now found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Then why are you just standing here? Let's go," Xie Siyu urged, intertwining her delicate arm with his. Instantly, Lin Yihang felt the warmth of her body pressing against him, an intoxicating sensation that stirred memories of his former fiancée, Ouyang Yufei. In those days, Ouyang Yufei had nestled against him with the same tender affection as Xie Siyu did tonight. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Yufei had transformed into neatly cut pieces of flesh within a box. Regrettably, even to this day, the perpetrator remains at large. Lin Yihang has yet to discern even the physical characteristics of the murderer, let alone bring him to justice. Will this case become an eternal enigma? The image of Ouyang Yufei, with her delicate and charming visage, resurfaced once more in Lin Yihang's mind. Beside him, Xie Siyu perceptibly noticed Lin Yihang's unease. "What troubles you? Do you dislike having me by your side?" Xie Siyu inquired, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Lin Yihang. No, Lin Yihang replied nervously, turning his face away to wipe away a tear from the corner of his eye, feigning indifference. I was merely reminded of someone from my past. Is it your fiancé, Ouyang Yufei? How did you know? Lin Yihang asked in astonishment. The only person who could cause you, the esteemed Detective Lin. Such profound sorrow must surely be the lady Ouyang Yufei, she remarked, yet she refrained from elaborating further. Clearly, Xie Siyu was already aware of the tragic demise of Ouyang Yufei. Do not worry, we will certainly track down the culprit, Xie Siyu asserted, gripping Lin Yihang's hand firmly. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged from her palm, illuminating the gloom that had long shrouded his heart. Once that murderer reemerges, I shall personally capture him, Lin Yihang declared resolutely, biting his lip. Let us proceed to resolve the current case, Xie Siyu suggested, and with that, she gracefully entwined her arm with Lin Yihang's and confidently entered the Musia Entertainment Club. Chapter 47. An incognito visit to the Musia Club. 1. Upon entering the foyer, two elegantly attired young ladies immediately approached. One of them, a girl with a notably voluptuous figure, linked her arm with Lin Yihang's and exclaimed, "Handsome, how many of you are there? Allow me to escort you to a private room." "We are just two," Lin Yihang replied, gently extricating his arm from her embrace. The other girl, observing this, chimed in with a playful laugh. "What's the fun in just the two of you? Come, let us all play together. Both of us are exceptional at singing and dancing, and we promise you an enchanting evening." "That's unnecessary," Xie Siyu interrupted, cutting off the girl's self-promotion. "My boyfriend prefers older women. He has no interest in young girls like you. Please, could you summon the oldest one you have here?" Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, both girls erupted into giggles, while Lin Yihang's face flushed with embarrassment. His gaze fixed imploringly on Xie Siyu, as if to question, "Sister, have you lost your mind? When did I ever express a preference for older women?" However, Xie Siyu paid no mind to Lin Yihang's discomfort. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call her over. The older, the better," she insisted. After speaking, she pulled Lin Yihang into a private room. Once inside, Lin Yihang promptly shut the door and, with a tone laden with reproach, addressed Xie Siyu. "Siyu, why did you say that just now? When have I ever liked older women?" Xie Siyu could not help but chuckle. Of course, it is for the sake of investigating the case. Those two young girls were likely still in elementary school 10 years ago. How could they possibly be aware of the incident that occurred a decade prior? Only by involving the eldest individuals can we hope to find a breakthrough. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's explanation, Lin Yihang suddenly understood. "Ah, if only you had informed me beforehand. It would have prepared me mentally. Alas, my sacrifice this time is considerable. The way those little girls looked at me was as though they were gazing upon a perverted uncle. However, you mention I am your boyfriend. You cannot go back on that." At this, Xie Siyu's face flushed with embarrassment. "How annoying," she remarked, playfully thumping Lin Yihang with her delicate fists. Although Xie Siyu was a top-tier psychologist, when it came to matters of the heart, she retained the bashfulness of a young girl. Just as their delightful conversation was unfolding, a soft knock resonated at the door of their private room. Lin Yihang immediately responded in a low voice, "Come in." The door opened to reveal a woman in her 40s. She maintained an impressive physique and was dressed in a stylishly provocative manner, though noticeable wrinkles adorned her eyes. "Good evening, esteemed guests." The woman greeted politely, bowing slightly to Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu before taking a seat beside Lin Yihang. With practiced ease, she opened a bottle of beer and poured it into 3 glasses. "My name is Lisa, and I am the manager of the Musia Entertainment Club." 2 officers graced the occasion, and feeling that I had not adequately hosted, I decided to pour myself a drink in penance. Lisa, with a playful demeanor, lifted her glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. "How did you discern our identities as police officers?" This time, it was Lin Yihang who found himself thoroughly perplexed. With a hand covering her mouth, Lisa giggled and replied, "While I could detect no flaws in the lady's demeanor, you, handsome sir, are quite different. Your posture is impeccably straight, your haircut is a neat buzz, and your stride carries a certain authoritative air, evidently the hallmark of rigorous training. Furthermore, your footwear, a pair of police-issued boots, is a rather conspicuous detail. Thus, I can confidently deduce that you are officers. Your presence here surely implies a purpose beyond mere leisure." Lin Yihang, upon hearing Lisa's astute observations, could not help but nod repeatedly. Indeed, she was the manager of an entertainment venue, and her insight was commendable. "Since you are already aware of our identities, I shall not conceal our intentions. We are here to investigate a case of assault that occurred a decade ago. Might I inquire whether you were employed at the Musia Entertainment Club 10 years ago?" "I have been with Musia since the very day it opened its doors, and I continue to serve here to this day," Lisa responded. "That is splendid to hear." Lin Yihang lit a cigarette and inquired further. 10 years ago, there was a university student named Lin Qianqian who worked part-time at Musia. She entered a private room accompanied by a hostess named Zhao Meiqi. In the private room, there were several individuals, among whom 2 were notably prominent in W City. One was the CEO of a construction company, named Huang Zhengwo, while the other was a notorious gang leader known as Li Jinfeng. After Lin Qianqian entered the room, she was subjected to a heinous act by these individuals. However, due to their considerable influence, Lin Qianqian chose not to report the incident to the authorities, resulting in the matter being suppressed. Our purpose in coming here is to ascertain what transpired in the private room at that time. Aside from Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, Lin Qianqian, and Zhao Meiqi, were there any other individuals present? Lin Yihang refrained from mentioning the name of Chun Weijia. Firstly, as a public figure, introducing his name without evidence could undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. Secondly, Lin Yihang wished to avoid misleading Lisa. If Lisa were to mention Chun Weijia's name due to Lin Yihang's suggestion, such evidence would not hold validity in court. Lisa smiled subtly and inquired, "What are your names?" "Officers." Lin Yihang replied, "I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit in W City, and this is Dr. Xie, a psychologist." "Chief Lin, you mentioned earlier that this incident was not reported and occurred in a private room. How could I possibly know what happened inside? Moreover, this event took place over a decade ago. I can hardly recall it," she responded. "The assault occurred on June 11th, 10 years ago, in room 1707, Lin Yihang noted. "June 11th? That happens to be my birthday. At that time, I had only been employed at Musia Entertainment Club for half a year. I recall my colleagues celebrating a simple birthday for me, but the rest of the events remain a blur in my memory." Lisa squinted her eyes in recollection. Her statement seemed quite reasonable. After all, it is only natural for anyone to struggle to remember events from a decade ago, especially considering that Lisa was an outsider. So her lack of recollection was entirely understandable. Lin Yihang then posed a second question. "Are you acquainted with Lin Qianqian and Zhao Meiqi?" "I do not know Lin Qianqian at all. I only became aware of her being the Grand Lady of the Qin Group after recently viewing the wanted notice released by your police department. As for Zhao Meiqi, she is my dear friend. It was Zhao Meiqi who initially introduced me to Musia Entertainment Club." Chapter 48. An undercover visit to the Musia Club, 2. Upon hearing Lisa's words, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu instantly perked up with interest. "Did Zhao Meiqi ever mention the assault case that occurred a decade ago?" Lin Yihang inquired. Lisa shook her head, stating, "Zhao Meiqi has never brought that matter up with me. I only learned from you that such an incident transpired here." However, Lisa seemed to be pondering something, her expression betraying a reluctance to speak. "What is it?" Lin Yihang pressed. "If you know anything, you must share it with us, the police. There is something I am uncertain about whether to disclose. Zhao Meiqi has a son named Zhao Chong, who is 4 years old. Being a single mother, Zhao Meiqi often left her son in my care. On the day before her passing, she called me, asking if I could pick Zhao Chong up from kindergarten. At the time, I did not think much of it, so I collected Zhao Chong from school and brought him to my home. After settling him in, I left for my shift at the Musia Club around 7 in the evening. When I returned at 2 o'clock in the morning, I discovered that Zhao Chong was not at home. Panic set in as I searched every corner of the house, but he was nowhere to be found. Just as I was about to step outside to report his absence, I opened the security door and found Zhao Chong lying at the entrance. He certainly was not there when I entered. How could he have appeared so suddenly? Without reflecting further, I simply carried Zhao Chong back inside. I had initially intended to wait until the following morning, after Zhao Chong awoke, to inquire in detail about the events that transpired. However, that very night, the dreadful news of Zhao Meiqi's tragic leap from a building reached me, and I found myself unable to pursue the matter further. Today, when you mentioned Zhao Meiqi, memories of that incident resurfaced in my mind. Are you suggesting that on the night of Zhao Meiqi's fall, her son Zhao Chong mysteriously vanished? Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu asked in unison. Indeed, is there anything amiss with that? Lisa gazed at the two officers in confusion. How many children did Zhao Meiqi have? Xie Siyu inquired. She had only Zhao Chong, Lisa replied. It is inconceivable for a child to disappear without reason and then reappear out of thin air. There must be something amiss here. As she spoke, Xie Siyu rapidly tapped her fingers against the table, lost in thought. What connection could possibly exist between these two events? After contemplating for a considerable time, Xie Siyu could not discern any link. She then looked up at Lisa and asked, "Could you take us to meet Zhao Chong?" "Certainly. He is currently at my home," Lisa responded. Standing up, she added, "Director Lin, Dr. Xie, please wait here for a moment while I change my clothes. And then I will accompany you to meet Zhao Chong." Approximately 5 minutes later, Lisa re-entered the private room, now adorned in a tasteful casual outfit. Her exquisite figure rendered the attire exceptionally flattering, accentuating her beauty and femininity. "Please follow me." Under Lisa's guidance, the three of them soon arrived at an apartment building. Lisa resided on the 13th floor, coincidentally the same floor where the tragic incident involving Zhao Meiqi had occurred. As if fate had predetermined Zhao Meiqi's choice to leap from such heights. Even more fortuitously, Xie Siyu also lived in this very building. What a coincidence! We reside in the same apartment, Xie Siyu exclaimed with a smile. Indeed, That is quite fortunate, Lisa replied, her face reflecting a similar joy. This is my home. Upon opening the door, the living room was enveloped in darkness. As Lisa turned on the chandelier, she explained, I have always lived alone. Therefore, Zhao Meiqi often left her son, Xiao Chong, in my care. She had no relatives, so after her passing, I temporarily took on the responsibility of raising Xiao Chong. At that moment, soft footsteps emerged from the bedroom, revealing a chubby boy of 4 or 5 years. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he inquired, Mama Lisa, you're back. Xiao Chong, remember to put on your clothes when you go to the bathroom at night, or you might catch a cold, Lisa hurriedly responded, draping a garment over him and leading him into the bathroom. After approximately 2 or 3 minutes, Lisa returned with Xiao Chong to the living room. Xiao Chang, these 2 uncles and aunt are police officers. They have some important questions to ask you. Xiao Chong nodded, seemingly understanding. Xie Siyu hurriedly crouched in front of Xiao Chong, grasping his chubby little hand as she said, Auntie is a friend of your mother. I would like to ask you about your mother. On the night she left for a distant journey, how did you leave this room, and how did you return? Xiao Chong shook his head, I don't know. Despite their utmost efforts, Xie Siyu and Lisa could extract no valuable information from him. This was hardly surprising, as Zhao Chang was merely a 4-year-old boy who had been carried away in his sleep and returned without any awareness of the events. The notion that they could uncover significant insights from Zhao Chong was evidently a delusion held by Xie Siyu and Lin Yihang. After more than half an hour of fruitless endeavor, Xie Siyu could no longer bear it. She quickly instructed Lisa to return Zhao Chong to his bed, then stood up and offered a bittersweet smile to Lin Yihang, saying, it appears we must seek other leads. Lin Yihang also wore a furrowed brow. Since the discovery of a female head by the roadside, the 919 series murder case had become the most talked about topic in W City. Lin Yihang, responsible for investigating this case, found himself at the center of public scrutiny. This single incident was shocking enough to reverberate throughout the city. Yet, it was soon followed by the discovery of Huang Zhangwo's head beneath the bed in a guest house. Terms like guest house and head once again successfully captured the public's attention. Faced with overwhelming media pressure, the police found their investigative efforts rendered entirely passive. Subsequently, the perpetrator audaciously delivered the severed head of Li Jinfeng directly to the police station. This act not only incited public outrage, but also unsettled the higher echelons of the police force. Had it not been for Lin Yihang's previous successes in unraveling numerous significant and perplexing cases, he might have already faced immediate dismissal. Nevertheless, Lin Yihang felt an overwhelming burden of pressure. It was evident that the criminal was not merely a brilliant offender, but also an adept manipulator of public opinion, skillfully exerting pressure on the police. By employing the victim's severed head, the murderer created a series of societal flashpoints, inciting the populace to demand action from law enforcement, thereby attempting to force a hasty resolution to the case under duress. In doing so, the perpetrator could evade capture indefinitely. Contemplating this, Lin Yihang felt a surge of frustration and despair that nearly rendered him incapacitated. Observing his distress, Xie Siyu quickly supported him, urging, do not lose heart. Even the most cunning of criminals will inevitably leave a trace. Gratefully, Lin Yihang clasped Xie Siyu's delicate hand, his heart brimming with emotion. Were it not for her steadfast presence, he might have succumbed to the weight of public scrutiny long ago. Thank you, Siyu, Lin Yihang expressed earnestly. Chapter 49. New clues. At that moment, a small head peeked out from the bedroom, timidly addressing Xie Siyu. Auntie, can you help me find my mommy? Xie Siyu turned to see that it was Zhao Meiqi's son, Zhao Chong. The young Zhao Chong was blissfully unaware that his mother had permanently departed from this world, believing instead that she had merely gone to a distant place. Looking into Zhao Chong's innocent eyes, Xie Siyu felt a sudden warmth in her own. She bit her lip, stifling the tears that threatened to spill over, and nodded earnestly, saying, I will definitely help you find your mommy. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's affirmative response, Zhao Chong's face broke into a radiant smile. That smile made Xie Siyu feel as though a weight of 1,000 pounds had settled upon her shoulders. Previously, Xie Siyu had assisted Lin Yihang in investigating the 919 series of murders largely out of an instinctual sense of justice. But now she found herself utterly immersed in the case. No matter where you may be hiding, I will find you, she silently vowed. After parting ways with Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu did not rush home. Instead, she made her way directly to the police station's office. She needed to meticulously review the details of the case once more. Taking a seat at her desk, she glanced at the watch on her wrist and noted that it was already midnight. At this late hour, with the world enveloped in silence, it was the perfect time for contemplation. Thus far, the 919 series of murders comprises a total of 5 cases, 2 of which transpired a decade ago, the first being the assault of Lin Qianqian at the Muja Entertainment Club, with participants including the victim Lin Qianqian, the assailants Huang Zhangwo, Li Jinfeng, Zhao Meiqi, and Lan Xiaoqing. alongside an unidentified entity known only as the Ace of Spades. The second case unfolded at a holiday villa, involving Lin Xianqian, Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, Zhao Meiqi, and Chen Weijie, during which Lan Xiaoqing mysteriously vanished into the sea. The subsequent 3 cases occurred a decade later, the first being the murders of Lin Xianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. According to previous deductions, Lan Xiaoqing was tormented to the point of unconsciousness by the brothers Li Daigu and Li Ergu, who, mistaking her for deceased, abandoned her in the wilderness. Upon regaining consciousness, Lan Xiaoqing sought her parents, only to discover that they had succumbed to despair 2 years prior due to her circumstances, intensifying her animosity. Upon learning that her former confidant Lin Xianqian had ascended to the status of the Chun family's matriarch, Lan Xiaoqing approached Lin Xianqian, demanding substantial compensation. Although Lin Xianqian was not in possession of such funds, under the duress of Lan Xiaoqing's threats, she reluctantly led her to her husband, Chen Weijie, in hopes of resolving the matter. Although Chen Weijie had succumbed to a state of despondency, it did not imply his willingness to succumb to extortion. He understood that once the cycle of blackmail commenced, it would be interminable. The most effective way to eradicate such problems was to eliminate all involved. Reflecting on Lin Xianqian's betrayal, Chen Weijie resolved to make her his scapegoat. Only with Lin Xianqian's demise could she be wholly his. Consequently, Chen Weijie took the lives of both Lan Xiaoqing and Lin Xianqian. In a particularly cruel act, after dismembering their bodies, he callously discarded Lin Xianqian's head near the small village where Lan Xiaoqing had been abducted. This heinous deed indeed stirred a public uproar and shifted the police's suspicion onto Lin Xianqian. Subsequently, Chen Weijie eliminated key witnesses from the past, Huang Zhengwo, Zhao Meiqi, and Li Jinfeng, one after another. To date, aside from Chen Weijie himself, all individuals involved in the Musea Entertainment Club scandal have been silenced forever. Chen Weijie successfully shifted all blame onto Lin Xianqian. Fortunately, Lin Xianqian's mother, Zhang Yue, narrowly escaped Chen Weijie's wrath, allowing the police to compare the DNA of the severed head, ultimately exonerating Lin Xianqian from the murder charges. Had it not been for Chen Weijie's blunder, the police might have been compelled to follow the narrative he had crafted. Such an outcome would have unjustly burdened the deceased Lin Xianqian with all the accusations. Nevertheless, even though the police dismantled Chen Weijie's plot to frame Lin Xianqian, as of now, they have yet to uncover any direct evidence implicating him in this series of murders, despite being fully aware that Chen Weijie was the prime suspect. The police and Xie Siyu found themselves at an impasse, a conundrum that presented itself as the most perplexing issue. There must be something I have overlooked. Xie Siyu meticulously combed through the case files, beginning with the 10-year-old case of Lan Xiaoqing's plunge into the sea, scrutinizing every detail since the incident occurred. As time ticked away, even after reviewing all the documents, Xie Siyu remained empty-handed. It is impossible. A truly perfect crime cannot exist in this world. The perpetrator must have left behind some trace, yet I have yet to uncover it. Xie Siyu pressed her fingers against her temples, which throbbed faintly. Images from the case flickered through her mind like scenes from a film. At that moment, a particular image flashed before her consciousness, and Xie Siyu felt as though she had made a sudden discovery. Freezing the scene in her mind, it was the moment Zhao Meiqi was attacked by the assailant and subsequently hospitalized. At that time, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu had entered Zhao Meiqi's room. Zhao Meiqi was receiving an in her left hand while her other hand struggled to hold a mobile phone, engrossed in something on the screen. Upon noticing Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu's entrance, Zhao Meiqi hastily concealed her phone and tucked it beneath her pillow. The scene appeared ordinary. Yet Xie Siyu sensed an unsettling undercurrent. With her eyes shut tight, she magnified that image in her mind, observing a fleeting glimmer of panic in Zhao Meiqi's gaze. Zhao Meiqi's complexion was pallid, and the corners of her eyes trembled incessantly, details that vividly illustrated her profound terror and her desperate attempts to conceal something. What could instill such fear in Zhao Meiqi? What was she trying to hide? As Xie Siyu gradually shifted the image frozen in her mind, she finally discerned that Zhao Meiqi's hand was tightly clutching her phone, shoving it beneath the pillow. What Zhao Meiqi sought to conceal was undoubtedly the content within that phone. Indeed, it must be the contents of the phone. The phone? How could I have overlooked such a vital clue? Suddenly realizing the significance, Xie Siyu hastily opened her eyes and dialed the duty phone of the evidence department. Chapter 50, An Overlooked Clue. A male officer's voice resonated from the other end of the line. Hello, I am Dr. Xie Siyu from the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. I would like to verify a piece of evidence regarding the 919 series murder case. Did you find Zhao Meiqi's mobile phone at the scene of her fall? Dr. Xie. Please hold, the officer replied, placing the call on hold. The sound of keyboard strokes soon followed, indicating he was searching for evidence related to the Zhao Meiqi case. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the officer's voice returned. Dr. Xie, I have just searched all the evidence related to the Zhao Meiqi fall case. and we did not find her mobile phone. That's as expected, Dr. Xie Siyu said, disconnecting the call. She promptly logged into the police database and retrieved the footage captured by the dashcam of Lin Yihang's car at the time of Zhao Meiqi's fall. At the moment the incident transpired, Lin Yihang and Dr. Xie were situated directly beneath the hospital ward, conveniently recording the entire sequence of events as Zhao Meiqi plunged to the ground. Thus, this video had been archived in the police's video database. The footage lasted approximately 1 minute. It commenced with Lin Yihang conversing with Dr. Xie about the case while starting the vehicle, which slowly rolled forward. Suddenly, an object plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the hood of Lin Yihang's car. In tandem with this, a spray of blood erupted, transforming the video into a crimson tableau. Unmistakably, the blood expelled upon Zhao Meiqi's descent splattering against the camera lens. Xie Siyu had previously watched the video no less than 5 or 6 times. After viewing it once more, she found herself devoid of any new discoveries. Surely, there must be something I overlooked. Xie Siyu slowed the playback speed to half. As the video resumed, she still failed to uncover anything new. She then reduced the speed to 1/3, rendering the visuals almost frame by frame. Suddenly, an object captured Xie Siyu's attention, prompting her to hastily press the pause button. At that moment, Lin Yihang had just started the car, with the vehicle approximately 6 or 7 meters from the spot where Zhao Meiqi fell. Xie Siyu vaguely discerned a dark mass appearing 6 or 7 meters ahead of the car. She meticulously zoomed in on the image, yet the object remained obscured from view. In frustration, Xie Siyu leaned her head on the desk. When she finally roused from her slumber, the clamor of footsteps filled her ears. Dr. Xie, you didn't go home last night. Have you been on duty here all night? The voice belonged to Su Jingzhong. Rubbing her eyes, Xie Siyu rose from the desk. It's you, Forensic Dr. Su. What time is it? It's 7:55, almost time for work, Forensic Dr. Su replied, changing into his police uniform. I actually slept the entire night at my desk. Xie Siyu massaged her aching head and gradually straightened up. Wow, Dr. Xie, you look stunning today, exclaimed the plump man seated across from her, sticking out his tongue. Xie Siyu then realized that she had worn a black silk skirt when she went to the Muja Entertainment Club the previous night. Preoccupied with the case, she had forgotten to change her clothes. A flush crept to her cheeks. Beside her, Gu Jiejia observed the glimmer of infatuation in the chubby one's eyes and pouted in discontent, muttering to herself, look at that pathetic demeanor, with a mischievous intent to tease. Gu Jiejia deliberately bumped into the chubby one. Just as the chubby one lifted a glass of milk, he was caught off guard by the collision, splattering milk across much of his face. Hey, Gu Jiejia, watch where you're going. You've spilled my milk, he exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat, Gu Jiejia retorted with an exasperated glare. At that moment, Lin Yihang entered the office, inquiring, what are you two bickering about so early in the morning? Boss, you should ask Gu Jiejia. Out of nowhere, she bumped into me and then got angry. The chubby one replied, feeling wronged. I bumped into you because I find you unpleasant. What of it? Gu Jiejia declared defiantly. Lin Yihang shook his head in resignation. He was accustomed to their playful banter. He then noticed the weary expression on Xie Siyu's face and promptly asked with concern, Siyu, oh no, Dr. Xie. Did you not return home last night? I found some aspects of the case rather perplexing, so I stayed a bit longer at the police station, only to unexpectedly doze off at my desk, she admitted. Xie Siyu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, delicately wiped the corner of her mouth, fearful that she might have drooled in her sleep. Should that be the case, her image as a stunning beauty would be irrevocably tarnished in the eyes of her beloved. Have you made any discoveries? Lin Yihang inquired. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xie Siyu's mind. This fellow was solely fixated on the case, neglecting to show any concern for her. She hadn't even had breakfast yet. Oh, what a clumsy ox he was. Nonetheless, Xie Siyu recognized Lin Yihang's dedication to the case and chose not to hold it against him. Last night, I sat in the office meticulously reviewing all the details since the onset of the case. I suddenly stumbled upon a detail that had eluded our attention. What detail? Lin Yihang asked. It pertains to Zhao Meiqi's unusual reaction when we entered her hospital room. Was there something peculiar about Zhao Meiqi's reaction? Lin Yihang pondered, struggling to recall any oddities from that night in Zhao Meiqi's ward, yet he could not pinpoint anything amiss. You, being a psychology student, naturally failed to notice the subtleties in Zhao Meiqi's expressions. Extensive psychological research indicates that an individual's internal psychological activities often manifest unconsciously through body language or minute facial expressions. I carefully reflected on Zhao Meiqi's actions and expressions as we entered the room. Upon seeing us, she displayed a notable panic, swiftly concealing her phone beneath her pillow. Her eyes, upon encountering us, exhibited a deliberate avoidance. Zhao Meiqi's complexion was ashen, as if she had just encountered something exceedingly terrifying. In the corner of her left eye was twitching incessantly. At that moment, I merely presumed that her disarray was a result of the shock from an attack. However, upon reflection, it is evident that the contents of her phone instilled a profound sense of dread in Zhao Meiqi, compelling her to conceal it from us. Hence, she hurriedly stashed the device beneath her pillow. Analyzing her series of actions and expressions, I surmised that she must have witnessed something truly horrifying on her phone. Consequently, I set out to locate the device. Alas, my colleagues in the evidence collection unit informed me that they found no trace of Zhao Meiqi's phone at the scene. This revelation posed a significant inconsistency. I distinctly observed Zhao Meiqi conceal her phone beneath the pillow. How could it possibly elude the scrutiny of the evidence team? It is important to note that we conducted a thorough search of both the hospital room and the site of the fall. How could such a sizable device vanish without a trace? The only plausible explanation is that the perpetrator had taken the phone. Chapter 51. Locking on the suspect consequently. I reviewed the driving recorder footage from Chief Lin's SUV. This device captured the entire sequence of events leading to Zhao Meiqi's fall. I noticed that 30 seconds before her descent, an object had plummeted from the sky. However, due to the low resolution of the recorder, the image of the object was not distinctly visible. At this point, Xie Siyu pointed towards the computer screen. The others gathered around, and indeed, in the frozen frame, a dark object appeared right in front of the SUV, descending from above. How difficult could this be? I can enhance the image to ensure you see the true form of that object, Gu Jiejia declared with unwavering confidence. Indeed, how could we have overlooked Gu Jiejia? She is a computer whiz. The portly man interjected, seizing the moment to flatter her. Gu Jiejia, unfazed, promptly took her place at the computer and commenced processing the video file. Although she often appeared carefree, once her fingers touched the keyboard, her concentration resembled that of a cartoon character, a veritable monster of intellect. In mere moments, her fingers danced across the keys, and the image on the screen gradually sharpened. With a flourish, Gu Jiejia spread her hands and announced, "All done." Lin Yihang, still somewhat incredulous, remarked, "You finished that so quickly. You can verify it for yourself." Gu Jiejia replied as she stepped away from the chair. Lin Yihang, with a hint of skepticism, took her place before the screen and pressed the play button. This segment of video was captured by the dashcam of Lin Yihang's vehicle. Although Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu are not visible in the footage, one can hear Lin Yihang conversing with Xie Siyu while simultaneously starting the car. At that moment, an object plummets from the sky. Lin Yihang promptly presses the pause button. The dark, indistinct object becomes clearer after Gu Jiejia's enhancement. Lin Yihang scrolls the mouse, gradually magnifying the image. It turns out that the falling object is a women's handbag. Lin Yihang immediately instructs his companion to summon Lisa to the police station. Half an hour later, Lisa arrives at the precinct. Upon her identification, it is confirmed that the handbag belongs to Zhao Meiqi. The handbag is quite compact, suitable only for small items like a mobile phone. Typically kept in Zhao Meiqi's larger bag, she only uses the handbag for her phone and keys during evening walks for convenience. Having established the origin of the handbag, Lin Yihang asks Lisa to wait in an adjacent room. He clicks the mouse to resume the video playback. At this point, Lin Yihang's car has started moving. After traveling a few meters forward, Zhao Meiqi suddenly falls from the sky, landing on the hood of the SUV. Rewind the video, Xie Siyu suggests. Lin Yihang comprehends Xie Siyu's intent, which is to trace the handbag's descent. The location where the handbag fell is approximately 6 to 7 meters away from the vehicle. Due to the dim lighting and the dashcam's low pixel quality, only a vague dark mass is discernible. As the car started and moved forward, a shadow swiftly darted past the spot where a handbag had fallen. "Pause right there," Xie Siyu exclaimed. Lin Yihang hurriedly pressed the pause button, revealing a fleeting silhouette adorned with a baseball cap. Just as this shadow picked up the handbag, Zhao Meiqi plummeted from the upper floor. Although the shadow was but a brief glimpse, it was evident to everyone that, whether or not it was the perpetrator themselves, it was certainly an accomplice of the criminal. The handbag of Zhao Meiqi undoubtedly contained crucial evidence, compelling the assailant to risk exposure to retrieve it. Immediately review all surveillance footage from the hospital on the night of the incident. "We must locate this figure in the baseball cap," Lin Yihang commanded. The officers promptly sprang into action. Following Zhao Meiqi's fall, the police efficiently secured all surveillance videos from areas outside the inpatient building, making the search notably straightforward. Before long, Gu Jiejia discovered the figure in the baseball cap in the footage from the hospital entrance. This time, the suspect entered through the front door, where the lighting was ample, allowing the camera to capture a clear outline of their physique. Regrettably, the cap obscured much of their face, thus preventing the identification of the assailant's true appearance. A mere outline is insufficient for pinpointing the suspect. Gu Jiejia lamented, her brow furrowed. From the suspect's build, it seems unlikely to be Chen Weijia. The stout officer also remarked, sensing something amiss. The forensic expert, Old Su, squinted for a moment and remarked, "This individual appears to be slightly taller than Chen Weijia. He is likely merely an accomplice of the murderer. Alas, we failed to capture his face." Otherwise, we could swiftly identify him through facial recognition technology. Gu Jiejie shook her head and sighed. In this sweltering heat, why on earth is he still wearing gloves? If he were concerned about leaving fingerprints, he ought to have donned gloves on both hands. The stout man pointed at the shadow on the screen. Indeed, the shadow of the figure in the baseball cap revealed a white glove adorning his right hand, while the left remained bare. Upon witnessing this scene, Xie Siyu instantly grasped the implication. We must promptly dispatch personnel to investigate all bandaging records from the surgical department of the hospital on the night of the incident, with a particular focus on patients who sustained injuries to their right hands. Gu Jiejie interjected, expressing skepticism. How could a suspect possibly have their wound treated at a hospital? Sometimes, what appears illogical may in fact be the truth, Gu Jiejie contended. As she had analyzed, criminals typically strive to avoid leaving traces of their wrongdoing during the commission of their crimes. However, this particular suspect evidently found himself in an exceptional circumstance. Observe his right hand. One of his fingers remains unnaturally erect, indicating that his finger joint must be fractured. A doctor must have treated it, which is why it stands so rigidly. He likely wore the glove for aesthetic reasons, Xie Siyu explained. Perhaps the suspect had sustained an injury and received treatment long before. How could you expect to find the perpetrator in the bandaging records from that night? Gu Jiejie raised a new point of contention. This point had also crossed my mind. However, did you notice the suspect's subconscious movements? As he exited the hospital, he cast his gaze downward towards his right hand 3 times. This indicates that his right hand had recently sustained an injury, perhaps freshly bandaged, warranting his heightened awareness. Xie Siyu elucidated. Gu Jiejie watched the video repeatedly and finally discerned that the suspect indeed glanced at his right hand 3 times as he walked through the doorway. At this juncture, everyone turned to Xie Siyu with admiration. Not only is she an exceptional expert in psychology, but her observational skills are also remarkably acute. She managed to deduce the suspect's psychological state at that moment through such subtle gestures, leading to the inference that his hand had been bandaged that very evening. Chapter 52. Interrupted again with the lead provided by Xie Siyu, the direction of the investigation became immediately clear. The team split into several groups to commence inquiries into all individuals who had received treatment in the surgical and emergency departments that night. Before long, a young man named Lu Haoyang found his way onto Lin Yihang's desk. Lu Haoyang, male, 25 years of age, was a security guard at a large property development in W City, standing at a height of 177 centimeters with a slender build. According to his medical records, Lu claimed to have sustained a fracture in his right hand during a serious collision while playing basketball that evening, which necessitated his visit to the hospital for treatment. The height and physical characteristics of Lu Haoyang closely resembled those of the black-clad individual wearing a baseball cap. The forensic expert, Old Su, expressed his enthusiasm. Lin Yihang promptly slammed his palm on the table and declared, "Let us set off immediately to apprehend Lu Haoyang." With the identity of the suspect established, capturing him was sure to be a straightforward task. When Lin Yihang, accompanied by Xie Siyu, Gu Jiejie, and the stout man, burst into Lu Haoyang's dormitory, they found him reclining in a chair, engrossed in short videos while awkwardly eating instant noodles with his injured right hand. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of the police, Lu Haoyang's face drained of color as he stammered, "What do you want?" Before he could finish his sentence, the stout man had already seized him by the neck, forcefully pinning him against the table. "You are Lu Haoyang, aren't you?" Lin Yihang inquired. Lu Haoyang nodded. "Why yes, I am Lu Haoyang." "Then let me ask you, is the person in this video surveillance footage you?" Lin Yihang placed the printed surveillance screenshots before Lu Haoyang. The images captured Lu Haoyang as he exited the hospital, filmed by the surveillance camera at the main entrance. Dressed entirely in black and wearing a baseball cap, his demeanor appeared quite disreputable. Lu Haoyang glanced at the footage and nodded, saying, "Yes, that is indeed me, but I merely went to the hospital for a wound dressing. Why are you apprehending me?" At that moment, Gu Jiejie had already secured handcuffs on Lu Haoyang, while the portly officer released his grip from Lu's neck. Lin Yihang then produced a screenshot from the dashcam video. That night, an incident involving a fall had occurred at the hospital. The victim, Zhao Meiqi, had thrown a handbag from her room on the 13th floor just before her demise. After it landed, you retrieved it. We suspect you are an accomplice to the perpetrator. Upon realizing his connection to a homicide, Lu Haoyang's complexion turned ashen. "Officer, you must be mistaken. I genuinely only went to dress my wound that day." "Then why did you pick up the handbag?" Lin Yihang demanded sternly. "After tending to my injury, I happened to pass by and saw a handbag fall. I thought it must contain something valuable, so I acted on impulse and took it," he replied. "Is everything you say the truth?" Lin Yihang inquired, his gaze piercing like lightning as he fixed it upon Lu Haoyang. Nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain, Lu Haoyang affirmed, "I assure you, everything I say is true. There are absolutely no lies." "Where's the handbag now?" "It's still in the box under my bed," Lu Haoyang replied. gesturing towards his disheveled bed. The stout fellow immediately bent down, retrieving a plastic box from beneath the bed. Donning gloves, he cautiously opened the box, revealing a woman's handbag within. He unzipped the handbag, only to find a solitary mobile phone inside. What about the contents of this handbag? Lin Yihang inquired. His tone icy. There is only this phone. When I found the handbag, I intended to sell the phone for some money, but the casing is damaged. I plan to replace the casing in a few days and then sell it. But then, you all showed up, Lu Haoyang lamented, a look of grievance on his face. This fellow is undoubtedly lying, Gu Jiejia retorted, giving Lu Haoyang's messy hair a light slap. Lin Yihang turned to Xie Siyu, seemingly seeking her opinion. Xie Siyu exchanged glances with him, and the group stepped outside the room. It was then that Xie Siyu spoke. While you were interrogating Lu Haoyang, I was attentively observing his expressions. Although he appeared quite anxious, his gaze remained steady. There were no extraneous changes in his facial expressions while answering your questions. Therefore, I am certain that he is telling the truth. Xie Siyu functioned as a human polygraph, her judgments rarely missing the mark. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's conclusion, disappointment was palpable on everyone's faces. Initially, they had hoped to uncover the true culprit through Lu Haoyang, only to discover that he was merely a greedy little thief who had emerged unexpectedly. This revelation signified yet another interruption in the clues they had just uncovered. Lin Yihang exchanged a glance with his colleagues, instructing 2 officers to escort Lu Haoyang to the police car. Deep within, Lin Yihang felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Yet as the head of the major crimes unit, he understood the necessity of bolstering morale at this critical juncture. He raised his chin and declared, although Lu Haoyang is not an accomplice of the murderer, we have at least retrieved Zhao Meiqi's phone from him. The fact that Zhao Meiqi discarded her phone before her demise suggests that it harbors significant information. Through these insights, we may yet pinpoint the true perpetrator. After a brief pause, he turned to the forensic expert, Su Jingzhong, and said, Old Su, I must ask you to conduct a thorough examination of Lu Haoyang. I hope we can uncover some valuable evidence. Su Jingzhong nodded and led his team to meticulously search Lu Haoyang's room. Lin Yihang then addressed Gu Jiejia and the corpulent officer, instructing, once you return, conduct further inquiries with Lu Haoyang and see what else this scoundrel knows. Understood. Gu Jiejia and the officer replied in unison. After assigning the tasks, Lin Yihang gazed with concern at the overcast sky. Since the onset of the 919 series of murders, the police had continually been led by the nose by the murderer. The murderer is adept at crafting intricate designs, setting one trap after another for the police. With the assistance of Xie Siyu, they finally managed to identify Chun Weijia as the prime suspect. Yet, the authorities find themselves unable to uncover any compelling evidence to implicate him. This leaves Lin Yihang in a profound state of self-reproach. Must they truly allow Chun Weijia to evade justice? Surely, every crime leaves behind traces. But where could this crucial evidence possibly be found? Chapter 53. Unraveling mobile content 2 hours later, in Lin Yihang's office. A brief meeting was convened by the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. First, Gu Jiejia reported on the interrogation of Lu Haoyang. Lu Haoyang repeatedly maintained a singular narrative, claiming that he had gone to the hospital to bandage an injury sustained while playing basketball. After tending to his injured finger, he walked along the cobblestone path towards the hospital's exit. As he passed the inpatient building, he happened to notice a handbag that had fallen to the ground. Greed overtook him, and seizing the moment when no one was watching, he picked up the bag. Subsequent verification confirmed that on the night of the fall incident, Lu Haoyang was indeed playing basketball with some friends at a street court. During the game, he had accidentally injured his right hand and then left to bandage the wound. We also examined all of Lu Haoyang's recent calls and financial transactions, finding no anomalies. Although Lu Haoyang has a somewhat idle demeanor, he possesses no criminal record. Thus, based on the current circumstances, we can be fairly certain that Lu Haoyang's testimony is authentic. Gu Jiejia's findings mirrored Xie Siyu's analysis at the scene of Lu Haoyang's apprehension. Everyone involuntarily glanced at Xie Siyu. This female psychologist was truly remarkable, having discerned the veracity of Lu Haoyang's testimony in a flash. It would not be an exaggeration to liken Xie Siyu to a mobile lie detector. At this juncture, it was time for forensic expert Su Jingzhong to present his report. Su Jingzhong adjusted his glasses and remarked, I led the personnel from the evidence department to conduct a thorough search of Lu Haoyang's dormitory, and we found no other suspicious items. The female handbag discovered from Lu Haoyang was positively identified by Lisha as belonging to Zhao Meiqi. We extracted the fingerprints of both Zhao Meiqi and Lu Haoyang from the handbag and the mobile phone inside it. Furthermore, we did not retrieve any fingerprints of a third party, indicating that the perpetrator left no traces on the phone. Due to the phone having fallen from a great height, it could no longer be powered on. We sought assistance from our technical department to recover the phone's data. The final response from the technical department revealed that, an hour prior to the fall, Zhao Meiqi had received a text message and an image. As Su Jingzhong spoke, he clicked the mouse, and an image promptly appeared on the projector. The photograph depicted a chubby young boy. Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu instantly recognized the boy in the photo as Zhao Meiqi's sole son, Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong was seen lying amidst the grass, his eyes tightly shut, with a glimmering dagger resting across his tender neck. This was Zhao Meiqi's son, Zhao Chong. On the night of Zhao Meiqi's fall, Zhao Chong had been picked up from kindergarten by Lisha, Zhao Meiqi's close friend. After settling Zhao Chong in, Lisha proceeded to her job at the Musea Entertainment Club. When Lisha returned home at 2 in the morning, however, Zhao Chong had mysteriously vanished. Lisha was preparing to leave the house to report to the police when she unexpectedly discovered Zhao Chong lying outside their security door. Since Zhao Chang appeared to be unharmed, Lisha refrained from notifying the authorities. Lin Yihang shared the information he had gathered with the other attending officers. At that moment, Su Jingzhong clicked the mouse, and a screenshot of a text message appeared on the screen. The message originated from a series of peculiar numbers, seemingly generated by a virtual service. The lengthy content conveyed a chilling message. Zhao Meiqi, I trust you have seen the photograph of your son. He is now in my possession. If you wish to prevent his demise, you must comply with my demands. Shortly, police will arrive at your hospital room to inquire about the rape incident that transpired a decade ago at the Musea Entertainment Club. You are to tell them that Lan Xiaoqing, in a bid to compete with Lin Xianqian for the sole opportunity to study abroad, bribed you to lure Lin Xianqian into a private room, where you secretly captured compromising images of her while she served drinks. This would ultimately ruin Lin Xianqian's reputation. However, little did you anticipate that Huang Zhengwo and Li Jinfeng, present in the room, would brutally assault Lin Xianqian and record the act. If the police inquire about who else was in the room, simply state that you cannot recall due to the passage of time. Following this, recount the incident concerning the fall into the sea at the vacation villa, deliberately portraying Lin Xianqian as a suspect who sought revenge against Lan Xiaoqing by pushing her into the ocean. After relaying this narrative, remain silent. After the police departed, you must first disperse the officers stationed outside the ward, and then stage the room to resemble the aftermath of a fierce struggle. Next, you will cast this mobile phone out of the window. Finally, you shall leap from the upper floor, bringing an end to your life, which has long been deemed worthless. Remember, you must meticulously transform your suicide scene into one that appears to be a murder. Only thus can you safeguard your son, Zhao Chong's life. If you execute all of this, I assure you, I will return Zhao Chong safely to Lisha. Upon reading the contents of the message, the expressions of the officers present were etched with utter astonishment. Gu Jiejia's mouth gaped wide open, unable to close for an extended period. So it was Zhao Meiqi who had taken her own life. No wonder we scoured the entire hospital building without finding any trace of the suspect. The murderer is exceedingly cunning, having coerced Zhao Meiqi into suicide by threatening her son. They even orchestrated the scene to mimic that of a homicide. This individual is deliberately toying with the police, the corpulent officer exclaimed indignantly as he pounded the table, inadvertently toppling his cherished bag of chips, scattering them across the floor. The most terrifying aspect is that the murderer compelled Zhao Meiqi to provide false testimony to the police. In this fabricated account, the culprit depicted Lan Xiaoqing as a ruthless woman willing to resort to any means to achieve her ends. In truth, Lan Xiaoqing may very well be an innocent victim. Alas, poor Lan Xiaoqing, even in death, has been maliciously defamed by the perpetrator. Su Jingzhong shook his head in despair. The profound shock experienced by Lin Yihang was no less than that of his fellow officers. He could scarcely fathom that the perpetrator had orchestrated such a multitude of traps. Had it not been for the meticulous observations of Xie Siyu, who discerned the indistinct object suspended in midair, the police would likely have been perpetually ensnared by the false testimonies provided by the assailant. This would not only hinder the pursuit of the true culprit, but would also unjustly tarnish the reputation of an innocent victim. Such circumstances starkly reveal the malice and shamelessness of the murderer. Can we trace the origin of these two text messages? Xie Siyu inquired. Gu Jiejia shook her head, responding, I previously assisted forensic expert Su in investigating this number. Unfortunately, it is a virtual number generated by an overseas server. We are utterly incapable of tracing its actual location or ascertaining the true identity of the sender. Once again, the trail of clues had come to an abrupt halt. Chapter 54. Surrender after a prolonged silence. Lin Yihang pressed his lips together and remarked, the outline of the 919 series murder case has become increasingly clear. A decade ago, Lin Xianqian, who was working part-time at the Musea Entertainment Club, was brutally assaulted by Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Chen Weijia. Zhao Meiqi aided in this heinous act. The following day, upon regaining consciousness, Huang Zhengwo and his accomplices intended to placate Lin Xianqian with monetary compensation. However, Their proposed terms evidently fell short of her expectations. Consequently, a month later, the group returned to the vacation villa. Fearing for her own safety, Lin Qianqian brought along her close friend, Lan Xiaoqing. Tragically, the deranged Chen Weijie assaulted Lan Xiaoqing as well, and during the ensuing struggle, he pushed her off the villa's balcony, resulting in her disappearance. Following this fatal incident, Chen Weijie and his cohorts were compelled to concede to Lin Qianqian's demands. Chen Weijie was forced to marry Lin Qianqian. At this juncture, Gu Jiejie interjected Lin Yihang's analysis. Boss, I find it puzzling why they did not eliminate Lin Qianqian as well at that time. Wouldn't he that have eradicated any future threats? Lin Yihang shook his head and replied, the mysterious disappearance of a female university student could still be somewhat concealed. However, if two female university students vanish simultaneously, the suspicion surrounding Chen Weijie and the others would be overwhelmingly pronounced. It would be tantamount to overt murder. Therefore, they had to retain Lin Qianqian to provide testimony, which would help exonerate Chen Weijie and his associates. Gu Jiejie nodded in understanding. Ah, I see now. Lin Yihang proceeded to analyze, possessing incriminating evidence against Chen Weijie. Lin Qianqian, upon marrying into the Chen family, did not exhibit the submissive demeanor typical of a Cinderella entering a wealthy household. On the contrary, she displayed an assertive attitude, even audaciously cuckolding Chen Weijie. Aware of her actions yet powerless to retaliate, Chen Weijie found himself increasingly despondent, compounded by the psychological trauma stemming from his involvement in the death of Lan Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Lin Qianqian thrived, ascending to prominence in society and becoming the human resources director of the Qin group. Consequently, the rift between them deepened. At this juncture, Li Jinfeng emerged from prison. This former crime lord, having endured 9 years of incarceration, found himself devoid of all possessions. He resorted to extorting Chen Weijie and Lin Qianqian with a video of the assault on Lin Qianqian from years past, inciting their ire. Just then, the seemingly deceased Lan Xiaoqing, who had been gone for a decade, re-emerged, demanding compensation from Lin Qianqian and Chen Weijie. One was a vengeful spirit imprisoned for 10 years, and the other an unscrupulous villain. Chen Weijie understood that unless he eliminated both, they would haunt him for the rest of his life. The only viable solution to this predicament was to eradicate all witnesses. Thus, he devised a meticulous plan for murder. In this scheme, he intended to mold Lin Qianqian into the perpetrator, designating her as a scapegoat. Subsequently, he meticulously adopted Lin Qianqian's mindset, transforming himself into her, and proceeded to eliminate Lin Qianqian, Lan Xiaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, Zhao Meiqi, and Li Jinfeng one after another. Initially, his actions appeared flawless and devoid of any flaws. However, Chen Weijie, despite his high intelligence as a criminal, harbored an unshakable flaw, an overwhelming arrogance. He perceived crime as a cerebral game, convinced that his meticulously crafted plan would elude the police's detection. In a bid to amplify the thrill, he audaciously disguised Lin Qianqian's severed head as that of Lan Xiaoqing, discarding it amidst the underbrush along the roadside near Debiakin. This singular act unraveled all of Chen Weijie's meticulously laid plans. Had he chosen to remain discreet, opting for Lan Xiaoqing's head instead, the police would have undoubtedly fallen prey to his ruse, mistakenly identifying Lin Qianqian as the prime suspect. In such a scenario, Chen Weijie could have evaded the clutches of justice indefinitely. Regrettably, his hubris exposed a fatal flaw in his scheme, one that the police successfully uncovered. At present, the most pressing issue is that, while we are acutely aware of Chen Weijie's guilt, we lack any compelling evidence to incriminate him. Following Lin Yihang's remarks, an oppressive silence enveloped the venue. With the case having reached this critical juncture, the pivotal breakthrough hinges on uncovering direct evidence of Chen Weijie's criminal acts. Until now, the only evidence in the hands of the police is that Li Jinfeng received a call from Chen Weijie before his demise. However, a mere phone call is insufficient to ascertain Chen Weijie's guilt. Coupled with Chen Weijie's status as a socialite and the formidable legal team behind him, these factors present significant obstacles to the police's investigation. This implies that as long as Chen Weijie refrains from further criminal activity, the police may never apprehend him. Just as everyone was exchanging glances, disheartened by the lack of breakthroughs in the case, the phone on Lin Yihang's desk suddenly rang. Lin Yihang picked up the receiver and inquired, "Hello, this is Lin Yihang." The voice on the other end uttered a single phrase, causing Lin Yihang to spring up from his chair in astonishment. "Is what you said true?" His voice quivered, clearly reflecting the profound shock he was experiencing. Upon receiving confirmation from the caller, Lin Yihang forcefully placed the receiver back on the phone. "Boss, what happened?" The straightforward Gu Jiejie was the first to break the silence, anxiously asking. "The perpetrator of the 919 series murders has been found. He voluntarily came to the police station to confess." "What?" This news not only startled Gu Jiejie, but also elicited a reaction from the typically composed Xie Siyu, who leaped from her chair in disbelief. Director Lin, you can't be serious. The murderer willingly surrendered? Xie Siyu asked, her face a picture of astonishment. I find it hard to believe as well. However, the on-duty officer confirmed that someone indeed came to the police station to confess, claiming to be the perpetrator of the 919 series murders. I believe such a grave matter is not something anyone would dare to jest about, Lin Yihang replied. Then who is this person confessing? Gu Jiejie inquired. It is Chen Weijie, the individual we previously held in high suspicion. What? Chen Weijie actually came to the police station to confess voluntarily? This is truly astonishing. Gu Jiejie exclaimed, scratching her head vigorously, her face reflecting a bewildered state of mind after a mental lapse. In truth, it was not only Gu Jiejie who was taken aback, everyone present was equally astonished. Although Chen Weijie had been classified by the police as a prime suspect, until now, it had only remained within the realm of speculation. The police had not acquired any direct evidence linking Chen Weijie to the murders of Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Xianqian, and others. Why would Chen Weijie be so eager to confess? Chapter 55. The Truth. 1. In the interrogation room, Chen Weijie sat slouched in his chair, his head tilted to one side, exuding a languid demeanor. His eyes were bloodshot, and his complexion was pallid, devoid of any color, rendering him akin to a soulless automaton. Lin Yihang observed him for an extended period from behind the one-way mirror before he and Gu Jiejie slowly entered the interrogation room. While Xie Siyu remained concealed behind the mirror, continuing to scrutinize Chen Weijie's every move. Lin Yihang and Gu Jiejie took their seats opposite Chen Weijie. With deliberate intent, Lin Yihang slammed the folder he held onto the table. A calculated act designed to instill a sense of dread in the suspect and disrupt the psychological defenses he had meticulously constructed. Typically, suspects with fragile psychological resilience tend to become incoherent when startled in such a manner. However, Chen Weijie was evidently not an ordinary suspect. Despite his apparent despondency and helplessness, the intricacy and strength of his inner world far surpassed Lin Yihang's expectations. Yet, this was a logical conclusion. A suspect capable of devising such an intellectually sophisticated criminal scheme would naturally possess an extraordinary psychological fortitude. Lin Yihang understood that attempting to unsettle him through mere intimidation would be an exercise in futility. Thus, he remained calm and composed, sitting silently across from Chen Weijie, refraining from both speech and any form of physical movement. The two men sat there, face to face, akin to skilled martial artists engaged in a silent duel, each waiting for the other to falter first. Time slipped away, second by second, and before long, an hour had elapsed. During this interval, aside from the intermittent coughs of Chen Weijie, not a single sound was uttered. Beside him, Gu Jiejie was tormented to the point of rolling her eyes, unable to contain her exasperation as she muttered, "What on earth are you two doing?" Yet, Chen Weijie remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, maintaining his earlier composure. While ordinary criminals may feign silence to mask their inner turmoil when confronted by the police, they typically succumb to restlessness before long. However, Chen Weijie exhibited an unwavering calmness. Lin Yihang could not help but sigh inwardly. In this standoff, he had once again been bested. It was no wonder that Chen Weijie had once been hailed as the most promising young businessman in W City. His psychological fortitude was unparalleled. Lin Yihang could only exchange a glance, signaling Gu Jiejie to commence her inquiries. Gu Jiejie felt an immense sense of relief. Typically a lively and energetic girl, the preceding silence had nearly driven her to madness. Name? She inquired. Chen Weijie, came the reply. Gender? Male. Age? 36 years. Unlike some criminals who choose to remain taciturn, Chen Weijie was surprisingly cooperative. Why did you come to the police station to confess? Because I killed someone, he replied coolly, as if he were discussing the slaughter of mere chickens or ducks. Who did you kill? Gu Jiejie asked, holding her breath. Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Xianqian, Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Zhao Meiqi. These were the names of the 5 victims that Chen Weijie uttered in one breath. What was your motive for the murders? Gu Jiejie inquired, her expression beginning to reveal anxiety, for she recognized that she had touched upon a pivotal point. They forced my hand. If they did not perish, then in the end, it would be I who would meet my demise, Chen Weijie replied, lips pressed together. Could you recount the details of your criminal acts? Gu Jiejie continued her questioning while diligently recording the proceedings in her notebook. This time, however, Chen Weijie did not hastily respond. Instead, he turned to Lin Yihang. Chief Lin, may I have a cigarette? Lin Yihang nodded, retrieving a cigarette from the box on the table and placing it between Chen Weijie's lips before lighting it for him. Chen Weijie inhaled deeply, as if a suffocating individual had suddenly drawn in fresh air. A decade ago, upon returning from my studies abroad, I took the helm of the family business. I was merely 26 years old, at the zenith of my youthful vigor. I aspired to carve out a successful career. thus dedicating myself to my work with fervor. At that time, I sought to secure a project for the redevelopment of a shanty town on the outskirts of the city. Consequently, I turned to Huang Jiangwo and Li Jinfeng for collaboration. Both of these individuals hailed from disreputable backgrounds, yet without their assistance, I would have been unable to manage the project. Thus, I found myself increasingly entwined with them, gradually sinking deeper into their web. In the vivid recounting of Chun Weijia, the brutal incident that occurred a decade ago at the Musea Entertainment Club has finally come into sharp focus for all. On that fateful night, Chun Weijia, Huang Jiangwo, and Li Jinfeng indulged excessively in alcohol, staggering into the establishment. As soon as they settled into a private room, Li Jinfeng bellowed at the duty manager, demanding, "Bring me the most beautiful young women you have. Make sure they are youthful, stunning, and unfamiliar to me. If they are the same old faces, beware, or I shall break your legs." The duty manager, well aware of Li Jinfeng's notorious reputation in the underworld, understood the gravity of offending such a formidable figure. With a forced smile, he ingratiated himself, saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Li, we have just received a female university student. I will fetch her immediately." "Is she truly a university student, or merely an imposter?" Huang Jiangwo inquired, swirling his drink. "A genuine university student, without a doubt. I've seen her student ID. She is from the Medical College of W City, a fourth-year student about to graduate. She is exceptionally beautiful," the duty manager replied, striving to appease them. "Now that is more like it." Huang Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring her here." Li Jinfeng lifted a bottle from the table and downed its contents in one swift motion. Observing their menacing demeanor, the duty manager sensed that the night could take a dire turn. He dared not linger in the private room any longer and hastily retreated, making a swift escape to the duty office. The duty manager, upon noticing Lin Qianqian still clad in casual athletic were seated in the corner, felt a surge of irritation. "Hey, university student, we did not invite you here to idly sit and play on your phone. Why has it taken you so long to change your attire? Your outfit is rather revealing, and I believe it is quite inappropriate for this setting." Lin Qianqian replied, "In such an establishment, one must dress more provocatively to attract customers." "Enough of that," the manager retorted. "There are patrons awaiting your service. Quickly change into appropriate attire." The duty manager then turned to Zhao Meiqi, saying, "This university student is your responsibility now. Mr. Li and Mr. Huang are still waiting in the private room. You are well aware that we cannot afford to offend them. Hurry and escort the student to room 1707. Rest assured, manager, I will take care of this young lady." Zhao Meiqi responded with a flattering tone. Consequently, Lin Qianqian was pulled along by Zhao Meiqi to the dressing room. Once she donned the exceedingly revealing outfit, Lin Qianqian's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Having been raised in a modest and upright family, she had never worn such scanty clothing before. Gazing at her nearly bare reflection in the mirror, she wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Chapter 56 The Truth 2. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave, Zhao Meiqi urged as she pulled Lin Qianqian out of the changing room. Lin Qianqian quickly shook off Zhao Meiqi's hand, declaring, "I am done with this. I cannot accept such a job. Is it as simple as saying you're done? Don't forget, you still have a deposit of 500 yuan. Upon hearing Zhao Meiqi mention the deposit, Lin Qianqian hesitated. For affluent families, 500 yuan might be inconsequential, but for Lin Qianqian, it represented the fruits of her mother's labor. Stitching and mending for half a month. Noticing Lin Qianqian's wavering resolve, Zhao Meiqi leaned closer and said, "As a woman, you need to have a broader perspective. Look at your excellent attributes. You possess both beauty and brains, and you are still so young. If you are willing to let go, a fortune could easily flow into your pockets. You could pursue whatever you desire in the future. Now, the clients are already waiting anxiously. Let us go." Thus, Lin Qianqian was pulled into room 1707 by Zhao Meiqi. Inside, Huang Jiangwo was dancing to the music, and upon spotting Lin Qianqian, his small, bead-like eyes gleamed with greed. Without hesitation, he embraced Lin Qianqian, showering her with kisses and caresses. Li Jinfeng, equally lascivious, nearly lost control upon seeing Lin Qianqian's long, slender legs. He turned to Huang Jiangwo and said, "Old Huang, let me have my turn first." Huang Jiangwo forcefully pushed Lin Qianqian into Li Jinfeng's embrace. Instantly, Li Jinfeng began to explore Lin Qianqian's body with fervor. Having always been the obedient girl in university, Lin Qianqian was utterly unprepared for such an encounter, and her startled cries echoed in the air. This only served to intensify Li Jinfeng's primal desires. He opened his mouth, reeking of alcohol, attempting to kiss Lin Qianqian. In a reflexive act of self-defense, she bit down hard, breaking the skin on his lip. "You wretched girl, how dare you bite me? I will make you regret this." He seethed. Known by the moniker Madman, it was evident that Li Jinfeng possessed a volatile temperament. A notorious rogue, He was now further unraveled by the dual stimuli of alcohol and pain. He forcefully pinned Lin Qianqian against the coffee table, beginning to tear at her clothing. Zhao Meiqi, sensing the impending danger, rushed forward with a forced smile, saying, "Mr. Li, this university student is new and inexperienced. Allow me to entertain you." Bah! Take a look in the mirror and see your own worth. Get out of my sight. Zhao Meiqi, trembling with fear, retreated to the sidelines. By this point, nearly all of Lin Qianqian's garments had been torn away by Li Jinfeng. Overwhelmed with shame and desperation, she instinctively seized the ashtray from the table and struck it forcefully against Li Jinfeng's head. A stream of hot blood began to flow from his forehead. Li Jinfeng's face contorted with rage. "Damn it, you wretched creature. If I don't bring you to ruin today, I shall not bear the surname Li." His actions grew increasingly crude. Yet, Lin Qianqian's resistance thwarted his every attempt. He then shouted towards the entrance, "Old Huang, what are you standing there for? Restrain this little harlot's hands." Huang Zhangwo, already entranced by Lin Qianqian's fair form, immediately scurried over at Li Jinfeng's command and seized her hands. Nevertheless, even with this assistance, Li Jinfeng was unable to fully subdue Lin Qianqian. Thus, he turned to the dazed Zhao Meiqi and commanded, "You, come here. Grab her legs. You'll be well rewarded." Having navigated the nightlife for some time, Zhao Meiqi was acutely aware that Li Jinfeng and Huang Zhangwo were not individuals to be trifled with, especially with the promise of a tip. She hurried over and clutched Lin Qianqian's left leg tightly. At this juncture, despite Lin Qianqian's desperate struggle, her efforts were rendered futile under the combined force of Li Jinfeng, Huang Zhangwo, and Zhao Meiqi. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric echoed as Lin Qianqian's clothing was ripped away piece by piece. Following this, a cacophony of blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the confines of room 1707. Qin Weijie, who had been lounging on the sofa and nearly drifting into slumber, stirred groggily at the sound of Lin Qianqian's agonizing cries. He wished to step forward and intervene, yet the spectacle before him proved too exhilarating to resist. Qin Weijie had indulged excessively in alcohol that night, rendering his mind somewhat unresponsive. Eventually, under the coaxing of Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng, he unwittingly became embroiled in this reckless escapade. It was only the following day, upon regaining their senses, that Qin Weijie realized the gravity of his misdeed. Meanwhile, Li Jinfeng and Huang Zhangwo displayed an air of indifference, clearly accustomed to such escapades. "Master Chun, do not concern yourself with these women. They are here solely for monetary gain," Li Jinfeng remarked, baring his teeth. "Do not be deceived by that young lady's fierce resistance last night. With sufficient compensation, she will quickly acquiesce." At that moment, Lin Qianqian awoke from her stupor. Tears streamed down her face as she shamefully gathered her torn clothing from the ground to cover herself. Observing this, Qin Weijie hastily draped his jacket over her shoulders and retrieved 30,000 yuan from his bag, placing it in her hands. "Take this for now, and I shall provide you with an additional 200,000 later, provided you keep last night's events to yourself." However, Lin Qianqian, filled with indignation, cast the 30,000 yuan to the floor. Seeing this, Li Jinfeng approached her menacingly, seizing her hair. "University girl, do not refuse my kindness, or you shall face the consequences. Do you wish to discover what a madman like me is capable of? I wonder if you believe that I could easily seal you in a sack and cast you into the sea to feed the fish? Moreover, I captured on my phone the events of last night, where you were subjected to the whims of my companions. Do you truly wish for your classmates, teachers, relatives, and friends to witness that footage?" As Li Jinfeng spoke, he retrieved his phone and opened a video. The screen displayed Lin Qianqian being tormented by Li Jinfeng, Huang Zhangwo, and Qin Weijie, the visuals utterly distressing. After watching the video, the once defiant glimmer in Lin Qianqian's eyes gradually dulled into submission. "That's more like it. Young Master Qin has offered you 230,000, and I shall add another 100,000. Take this sum and relish in life's pleasures." Huang Zhangwo chimed in, patting Lin Qianqian on the shoulder. After a silence that lingered for 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Qianqian finally murmured, "Is my innocence truly worth only 300,000? Huang Zhangwo chuckled in response. "It seems you are dissatisfied with that offer? Not to worry, in a few days when we meet, you can present all your demands, and we shall endeavor to accommodate them as best as we can." At that moment, Qin Weijie noticed the myriad bruises adorning Lin Qianqian's body and realized that no protective measures had been taken the previous night. He turned to her and said, "You should head to the hospital at once. As for the matter of compensation, we can discuss that later." Indeed, added Zhao Meiqi, seizing the opportunity to interject, "Mr. Huang, Mr. Li, and young Master Qin are all reputable individuals who would never treat you unfairly. Please, find a classmate to escort you to the hospital." Lin Qianqian was acutely aware of her current precarious situation, realizing that any further delays could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, she decided to reach out to her close friend, Lin Xiaoqing, by dialing her number. Chapter 57 The Truth 3. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoqing arrived at box 1707. Upon witnessing the scene before her, she was initially compelled to call the police, but was restrained by Lin Xiaoqian. Forget it, we cannot contend with them, and they have already promised me a compensation. However, Xiaoqian, what more can you say? Li Jifeng had approached her. Upon gazing at Li Jinfeng's tattooed physique, Lin Xiaoqing instinctively fell silent. After assisting Lin Xiaoqian into a change of attire, she supported her as they exited the private room. Originally, Lin Xiaoqing had merely intended to escort Lin Xiaoqian to the hospital. However, her presence inadvertently sowed the seeds of a tragic fate that would haunt her thereafter. From the moment Lin Xiaoqing entered the room, Chen Weijia's gaze had not wavered from her. If Lin Xiaoqian could be likened to a bashful peony on the verge of blooming, then Lin Xiaoqing resembled a pristine lotus, untouched by impurities. Undoubtedly, Lin Xiaoqing's beauty eclipsed that of Lin Xiaoqian, had she not sobered up that morning. It is likely that Lin Xiaoqian's harrowing experience from the previous night would have been cruelly replayed upon Lin Xiaoqing. Yet even so, the seeds of malevolence had already begun to take root deep within Chen Weijia's heart. That afternoon, Lin Xiaoqian, still in her hospital room, received the remaining sum of 300,000 yuan in cash. To her, this amount was indeed a staggering fortune. However, Lin Xiaoqing held a differing opinion. She believed that this constituted a grave crime, and that Lin Xiaoqian should never succumb to the forces of evil. However, Lin Xiaoqian let out a deep sigh and remarked, "What good would reporting to the police do? Those three individuals are wealthy and influential. It won't be long before they are released. At that point, my fate would be even more tragic. It would be far more pragmatic to simply accept the money. Xiaoqing, 30,000 may seem insignificant to your family, but for me, that sum would mean my mother would no longer have to demean herself by working as a servant for others. Yet, this 30,000 is still insufficient. They must pay a far greater price for all they have done." At this juncture, a fierce gleam akin to that of a wolf ignited in Lin Xiaoqian's previously dim eyes. It was a glimmer of avarice, of scheming, and a reflection of a soul twisted by despair. Observing this transformation, Lin Xiaoqing couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. After the events at Musea Entertainment Club, Lin Xiaoqian seemed to have undergone a complete metamorphosis. Upon her discharge from the hospital, her first act was to spend the money on acquiring elegant clothing and jewelry. Consequently, the campus no longer bore witness to the modest, innocent Lin Xiaoqian. She was replaced by a fashionable, brand-clad socialite. Lin Xiaoqian began to actively seek the favor of professors, hoping they would assist her in securing that coveted opportunity to study abroad. However, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. The opportunity ultimately went to the more exceptional Lin Xiaoqing. Following Lin Xiaoqing's acceptance into the study abroad program, a few close friends organized a celebratory gathering in her honor, to which Lin Xiaoqian also attended. Throughout the entirety of the gathering, Lin Xiaoqian exhibited a palpable sense of distraction. Lin Xiaoqing presumed that Lin Xiaoqian's disinterest stemmed from the traumatic incident at the Musea Entertainment Club, and thus took it upon herself to offer comfort. However, the kind-hearted Lin Xiaoqing remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Xiaoqian's true animosity was directed towards her. Every aspect of Lin Xiaoqing's existence seemed to eclipse Lin Xiaoqian's own. Superior lineage, striking beauty, and academic prowess all rendered Lin Xiaoqian a mere wretched creature, trapped in the shadows of Lin Xiaoqing's brilliance. Despite her relentless efforts, she found herself unable to escape from the luminous aura that surrounded Lin Xiaoqing. Lin Xiaoqing, with her affluent background, had no need for the coveted scholarship that Lin Xiaoqian desperately desired. Yet, with merciless cruelty, she snatched it away. Such malevolence incited a deep-seated hatred within Lin Xiaoqian. Ironically, her resentment was not directed at the true perpetrators of her suffering, Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Chen Weijia, but rather at Lin Xiaoqing, who had once selflessly offered her assistance. This illustrates the profound depths of a woman's jealousy. In recent times, Lin Xiaoqian indulged in extravagant spending, an outlet for the suppressed feelings that had plagued her for over 20 years. This extreme self-deprecation had morphed into an equally extreme revelry in wealth. She discovered a newfound pleasure in the sensations of affluence. Gazing at Lin Xiaoqing, who had usurped everything that belonged to her, Lin Xiaoqian recalled the humiliating moments she had endured. While Lin Xiaoqing feigned sympathy, Lin Xiaoqian was certain that she derived delight from her suffering. It was this almost perverse jealousy that twisted Lin Xiaoqian's soul further, leading her to view the seemingly hypocritical Lin Xiaoqing as more despicable than those who had truly wronged her. At that moment, Zhao Meiqi approached Lin Xiaoqian. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Huang, and Mr. Li have decided to vacation by the seaside this weekend. They have specifically invited you and Lin Xiaoqing to join. During that time, they will discuss the final compensation amount with you." Remember to bring Lan Xiaoqing, Zhao Meiqi advised. Why must I bring Lan Xiaoqing? Lin Qianqian retorted, somewhat displeased. To put it plainly, Mr. Chun and the others have taken a fancy to Lan Xiaoqing. If you manage to bring her to the vacation villa, and subsequently to their bed, Mr. Chen has promised an additional compensation of 200,000 yuan. As she spoke, Zhao Meiqi thrust a small vial into Lin Qianqian's hand. This is a sleeping pill. Just add it to Lan Xiaoqing's drink, and she will be rendered unconscious. Once Mr. Chun and the others have their way, you will receive the 200,000 yuan. Lan Xiaoqing is my dear friend. I would never betray her, Lin Qianqian said. Pushing the vial back. Zhao Meiqi, however, wore a look of disdain. Stop pretending. I saw it all. When you looked at Lan Xiaoqing, your eyes were filled with jealousy. It's no wonder. That girl is simply too exceptional. Without her presence, you would undoubtedly be the most outstanding girl in this school. But alas, as the saying goes, if one exists, the other pales in comparison. No matter how hard you try, Lin Qianqian, you will forever remain overshadowed by Lan Xiaoqing's brilliance. If I were you, I would not hesitate to pour the contents of that vial into Lan Xiaoqing's drink, allowing her to endure the suffering you once experienced. Zhao Meiqi, despite her modest educational background, has spent years frequenting entertainment venues, where she has honed her ability to read others' emotions. She quickly discerned Lin Qianqian's jealousy towards Lan Xiaoqing and skillfully fanned the flames of discord. Lin Qianqian, now wavering, resolved not only to make Lan Xiaoqing experience the humiliation she had faced at the Musia Entertainment Club, but also began to conceive a more insidious plan brewing deep within her heart. Chapter 58. The Truth. 4. As the weekend approached, Lin Qianqian invited Lan Xiaoqing to the vacation villa. Although Lan Xiaoqing was not particularly fond of attending such gatherings, she felt compelled to accompany Lin Qianqian upon hearing her concerns about negotiating a loan and the potential dangers that lurked. With a sense of loyalty, Lan Xiaoqing decided to stand by her friend. She believed that their joint presence would deter the unruly group from further misbehavior. However, the kind-hearted Lan Xiaoqing could not fathom that the true threat lay not with the overtly unscrupulous men, but rather with her very own confidant, Lin Qianqian. A nearly twisted jealousy propelled Lin Qianqian down a treacherous path. In the villa's chambers, the group swiftly reached an agreement regarding the compensation amount. Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Chen Weijie each offered Lin Qianqian a sum of 100,000 yuan. To the trio, this sum was insignificant. What they truly coveted was the opportunity to spend the evening in the company of the stunning Lan Xiaoqing. Consequently, they arranged a lavish dinner within the villa. Initially, Lan Xiaoqing intended to leave with Lin Qianqian, believing that since the compensation had been settled, there was no reason to linger any longer. However, Lin Qianqian insisted on remaining. We can leave after dinner. It's not too late. Lan Xiaoqing expressed her discontent. Can't we just enjoy a meal at home? Why must we endure the presence of these scoundrels? To which Lin Qianqian replied, I need to finalize some work matters, so I must stay. Xiaoqing, if you dislike it, you may leave, Lin Qianqian said, strategically retreating. She was acutely aware that Lan Xiaoqing was a person of unwavering loyalty, someone who would never abandon her. As expected, Lan Xiaoqing, concerned for Lin Qianqian, chose to stay and accompany her. This decision, however, irrevocably altered the course of Lan Xiaoqing's life. At that moment, she was oblivious to the fact that this banquet was an intricately crafted trap set for her. Lan Xiaoqing, you surpass me in every aspect, academically proficient, strikingly beautiful, and of noble birth. Even in the eyes of those ruffians, your worth eclipses mine. I loathe you. Though you have always treated me kindly, I, Lin Qianqian, do not require your pity. I shall use you as a stepping stone to ascend the social ladder. Lin Qianqian seethed inwardly. During the banquet, several individuals took turns forcing Lan Xiaoqing to drink, but she steadfastly declined each time. Just as Chen Weijie and the others found themselves at an impasse, Lan Xiaoqing excused herself to the restroom. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Qianqian poured a vial of sleeping pills into Lan Xiaoqing's bowl of soup. All evening, Lan Xiaoqing had been cautious, avoiding any beverages. However, she had not anticipated betrayal from her closest confidant. When Lin Qianqian presented the bowl of soup to Lan Xiaoqing, she unsuspectingly drank it down, promptly losing consciousness. The previous encounter at Musia Entertainment Club had unfolded under the influence of alcohol, with Li Jinfeng being the first to possess Lin Qianqian. This time was different. In a state of sobriety, actions were dictated by a hierarchy of status and rank. Among the three individuals, Chen Weijie possesses the most profound background. Thus, he was the first to indulge in the company of Lan Xiaoqing. Subsequently, Huang Zhengwo and Li Jinfeng entered the room in succession, subjecting Lan Xiaoqing to humiliation. The following morning, as Lan Xiaoqing slowly awakened, she immediately grasped the horrifying events that had transpired. This time, Lin Qianqian did not conceal her intentions. She had come with the purpose of persuasion. Upon seeing Lan Xiaoqing regain consciousness, Lin Qianqian beamed with a smile and remarked, "Congratulations, Xiaoqing, for catching the attention of young Master Chun, General Huang, and General Li. You could extract a substantial sum from them. Honestly, I envy you. You come from a better background, excel academically, and are more beautiful than I am. It's infuriating. Despite enduring such torment, I only received 50 to 60,000. Yet you, on the other hand, have those three gentlemen willing to offer 1,000,000 in compensation. Moreover, young Master Chen wishes for you to be his secretary. I am utterly envious of you." Lin Qianqian spoke with a mixture of jest and seriousness. "Lin Qianqian, you are truly despicable," Lan Xiaoqing retorted angrily as she rushed into the bathroom, vigorously scrubbing her body in an attempt to cleanse herself of the filth. "It's futile. Once you've experienced it, you're forever branded like me," Lin Qianqian taunted from outside the bathroom. Inside, Lan Xiaoqing longed to weep uncontrollably. But she was acutely aware that doing so would only serve to elevate Lin Qianqian's sense of triumph. Hence, she stifled the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. After drying her body, she changed into her clothes and walked towards the door without looking back. Lin Qianqian, witnessing this, hurriedly grasped Lan Xiaoqing's arm. "Where are you going, Lan Xiaoqing?" "I am going back. I must report everything to the police. I will never compromise for money like you," Lan Xiaoqing replied, her anger palpable. "They are willing to offer you 1,000,000. What more do you desire? Besides, young Master Chun is interested in having you as his personal secretary, with a monthly salary of at least 20,000. Such an opportunity is rare. If I were in your position, I would have accepted it long ago," Lin Qianqian questioned, bewildered. "I do not lack principles like you." Lan Xiaoqing forcefully shook off Lin Qianqian's hand. Lin Qianqian, thoroughly enraged, retorted, "Lan Xiaoqing, are you still pretending to be noble? Do you have any idea how disgusting you are? Since the very first day of school, you have flaunted your superiority in front of me. You give me your old clothes, your used stationery, and even let me use your laptop for free. Do you see me as a pitiable creature deserving of your charity? What makes you think I am inferior to you? I am merely less fortunate to have a wealthy father." Lin Qianqian, it seems that my help has merely become charity in your eyes. You are the one who has twisted your perspective and succumbed to insecurity. I have never flaunted anything before you. I simply believe that as a good friend, I should extend my assistance. Tears continuously welled in Lan Xiaoqing's eyes as she grappled with the realization that she had always regarded Lin Qianqian as her closest friend, only to discover the depths of Lin Qianqian's hatred towards her. How could this not cause her profound sorrow? "Stop feigning innocence. When I was humiliated by Huang Zhangwo and his associates that day, you must have been overjoyed at the sight of me. Thus, from that moment on, I secretly vowed to make you taste the bitterness of being violated by others. Now, we stand on equal ground. We are both tarnished, and you can no longer flaunt your sense of superiority before me," Lin Qianqian declared with a triumphant smile. She had lured Lan Xiaoqing to this place not only for the promise of a 200,000 reward, but, more significantly, to obliterate Lan Xiaoqing entirely. Only by thoroughly destroying Lan Xiaoqing could Lin Qianqian hope to seize her own opportunity for success. Chapter 59. The Truth. 5. Lin Qianqian, you have truly disappointed me, Lan Xiaoqing exclaimed, preparing to storm out the door. Upon seeing this, Lin Qianqian hurriedly grasped Lan Xiaoqing's hair. If Lan Xiaoqing decided to call the police, the substantial sum of money they had painstakingly acquired would be lost. Moreover, Lin Qianqian could potentially face imprisonment for her involvement in the assault. Thus, she could not allow Lan Xiaoqing to leave the room. The two women engaged in a fierce struggle. Simultaneously, a sinister thought surged within Lin Qianqian's mind. If Lan Xiaoqing were to die in the vacation villa, the promised 1 million would rightfully belong to her. And she could leverage this as a means to extort the three men. What is it to be merely a secretary? I aspire to be the young mistress of the Qin family. Lin Qianqian, being a top student from a prestigious university, possessed an extraordinary intellect. She deduced that if Lan Xiaoqing perished in the villa, Qin Weijie and his associates would have no choice but to collaborate with her for their own protection. At that point, no matter the terms she proposed, Qin Weijie and the others would acquiesce. They certainly lacked the audacity to eliminate 2 female university students simultaneously. They needed her to fabricate false testimony. With this thought in mind, Lin Qianqian no longer hesitated. She forcefully pushed Lan Xiaoqing off the balcony, which overlooked the tumultuous sea below. Lan Xiaoqing, unable to swim, was instantly engulfed by the waves, vanishing without a trace. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Weijie, Huang Zhangwo, Li Jinfeng, and Zhao Meiqi rushed into the room. What has happened? Qin Weijie inquired. Lin Qianqian immediately feigned an utterly heartbroken expression and said, Xiaoqing is truly too strong-willed. She cannot accept the horrific reality of being violated by the three of you. Thus, when I was not paying attention, she took the opportunity to plunge into the sea and end her life. What? She jumped into the sea? Li Jinfeng also became somewhat unsettled. He rushed to the balcony, gazing out at the vast ocean below, yet he could not discern any trace of Lan Xiaoqing. There's no need to search. Xiaoqing cannot swim. If she fell into the water, she is surely doomed. Lin Xianqian continued her performance while covering her face, though her eyes stealthily observed the reactions of the others through the gaps of her fingers. What should we do now? Huang Zhengwo asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Although he had committed numerous wrongdoings in the past, this was the first time he had found himself embroiled in a life-and-death situation, especially involving a young woman from an extremely affluent family. If this were to be reported by the media, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. It's not such a grave matter, Li Jinfeng replied. When the time comes, we will have Lin Xianqian tell the police that they were merely enjoying a day at the beach. During a photo opportunity, Lan Xiaoqing accidentally slipped and fell into the sea, swept away by the waves. Having previously been involved in a homicide, Li Jinfeng was not as anxious as Huang Zhengwo. After enduring the initial panic, Chen Weijie finally regained his composure. He turned to Lin Xianqian and said, "Let us proceed as the madwoman suggests." Lin Xianqian, this matter also concerns you. If the police uncover any incriminating evidence, you will not fare well either. Upon hearing Chen Weijie's words, Lin Xianqian finally ceased her act. A glimmer of icy light flickered in her eyes as she spoke. I am but a worthless life, and at worst, I could spend a few years in prison. However, you, Master Chen, are in a different predicament. If this matter were to be exposed, it is likely that the myriad of disgraceful deeds committed by the three of you would be unearthed. You could very well find yourselves spending a lifetime behind bars. Or worse, facing a death sentence. How dare you, you vile woman? What do you mean by this? Are you threatening us? Do you think I won't kill you right now? Li Jinfeng exclaimed in a fit of rage. By all means, you may choose to eliminate me as well. But do not forget, the simultaneous demise of 2 female university students on the beach would undoubtedly make headlines. I am confident that those relentless journalists would uncover the truth of our disappearance during our vacation with you. At that point, you would not be able to escape culpability. To settle this matter, it is imperative that I testify. I am Lan Xiaoqing's classmate, her closest confidant. Only my words will be deemed credible by the police and the media. Chen Weijie pondered for a moment before inquiring. So, how much do you desire? I do not seek money. I wish to become the matriarch of the Chen family, Lin Xianqian declared, enunciating each word with determination. What did you just say? Chen Weijie thought he had misheard her. I want to be your wife. I intend to seize this opportunity to enter high society, she replied resolutely. Impossible. I would never marry a woman of such questionable repute. Moreover, your social standing is far beneath ours. Chen Weijie firmly rejected her proposal. Suit yourself, then. It's either marriage with me or a life imprisoned. How to choose, it all depends on you. At this moment, Lin Xianqian is wagering her very life. Should this endeavor succeed, she would ascend to great heights. Should it fail, she would be erased without a trace. Nevertheless, Lin Xianqian is willing to take the gamble. During this period, bolstered by over 300,000 in cash, the long-repressed Lin Xianqian extravagantly spent more than 100,000 in one breath. She adorned herself with designer clothing and exquisite jewelry, indulging in a lifestyle previously beyond her reach. There is no turning back to the impoverished Lin Xianqian she once was. To sustain this lavish existence, the most prudent course is to seize the opportunity to become Chen Weijie's wife. After a prolonged silence, the cunning Huang Zhengwo was the first to speak, advising young Master Chen. Miss Lin is exceptionally beautiful and a graduate of a prestigious university. Having her as your wife would not tarnish the Chen family's reputation. In my opinion, you should acquiesce to Miss Lin's request. Li Jinfeng, echoing Huang Zhengwo's sentiment, remarked, indeed. Young Master Chen, having such a stunning woman at home would be a delightful affair. Moreover, this way, we all become allies. When you thrive, I thrive. And we all thrive together, rather than languishing in hardship or facing danger. Chen Weijie, naturally, felt a pang of resentment. How could he swallow the indignation of having his woman toyed with by these two? Yet, should this matter escalate, it could lead to his own ruin. After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Weijie gritted his teeth and acquiesced to Lin Xianqian's demands. A wife is but a decorative vase, as long as he feels untainted. What does it matter what she once contained? A few individuals reached a tacit understanding. Zhao Meiqi, being well aware of the entire situation, received a substantial hush money from Chen Weijie and others. She utilized this sum as a down payment to acquire a seaside villa. Embarking on a venture into the hospitality business, Lin Xianqian took the initiative to report the incident to the authorities. Upon their arrival, the police diligently listened to Lin Xianqian's account, while Huang Zhengwo and Zhao Meiqi, having prepared in advance, provided fabricated testimonies that corroborated Lin Xianqian's narrative. Consequently, the police ultimately concluded that Lan Xiaoqing had accidentally fallen into the sea while enjoying a trip with her classmate Lin Xianqian. Chapter 60. The green hat, although Blue Xiaoqing's parents harbored lingering doubts regarding the matter, they were unable to produce any substantial evidence. Consequently, the entire incident was suppressed. It seemed as though the situation had been neatly resolved. However, after their marriage, Chen Weijie soon discovered that Lin Qianqian's character had become increasingly distorted. In Lin Qianqian's eyes, only power and wealth could bring her joy. The emotional bond between husband and wife was utterly inconsequential. What Chen Weijie found intolerable was that Lin Qianqian, hailing from a humble background, audaciously adorned him with a green hat. Yet, he found himself powerless to divorce her, for Lin Qianqian held the evidence of her violent crimes. Unbeknownst to Chen Weijie, Lin Qianqian was the true perpetrator, and he mistakenly believed that Blue Xiaoqing had succumbed to the pressures he had exerted. Over time, Chen Weijie fell into a deep depression, becoming increasingly despondent. Unfortunately, matters were far from improving. Chen Weijie's father, Chen Xiaodian, the chairman of the Chen Group, had also learned of his daughter-in-law Lin Qianqian's scandals. Enraged, he issued an ultimatum to Chen Weijie. Should he fail to divorce Lin Qianqian promptly, he would revoke Chen Weijie's status as heir. This would mean the loss of nearly 8 billion yuan in wealth. Chen Weijie could wallow in despair, but he could not afford to be without money. It was at this juncture that the thought of eliminating Lin Qianqian took root in Chen Weijie's mind. Since you possess leverage over me, rendering divorce impossible, I shall have no choice but to ensure your complete physical disappearance. However, eliminating Lin Qianqian poses a formidable dilemma for Chen Weijie. The Lin Qianqian of today is no longer the obscure university student she was a decade ago. She has now ascended to become a prominent figure in the social circles of WCity's elite. The notion of discreetly removing her has become a near impossibility. Thus, it is imperative to find a scapegoat to bear the blame. At this juncture, Lan Xiaoqing conveniently appeared. To be precise, Lan Xiaoqing first approached Lin Qianqian, proposing a staggering compensation of 10 million. Naturally, Lin Qianqian lacked such liquid assets and was compelled to seek assistance from her inept husband, Chen Weijie. The outcome was predictable. Chen Weijie ruthlessly murdered both Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. Subsequently, he meticulously fashioned Lin Qianqian's severed head to resemble that of Lan Xiaoqing, placing the emblematic lettermoth the Musia 9 Entertainment Club within its oral cavity before discarding it in the thickets along the road adjacent to Debiakan. This orchestrated act would lead the police investigation to conclude that Lin Qianqian had sought vengeance against those who had assaulted her years prior. In this manner, Chen Weijie would seamlessly evade the clutches of the law. Following this, he replicated his methods, eliminating several other individuals privy to the situation: Huang Zhengwo, Chen Meiqi, and Li Jinfeng. Consequently, all potential threats to Chen Weijie were extinguished, and the blame for these heinous acts was successfully shifted onto Lin Qianqian. The authorities would undoubtedly issue a warrant for her arrest, relentlessly pursuing her. Yet, how could they possibly fathom the truth? Lin Qianqian had long since become an unjust victim. Her severed head preserved as a relic of the deceased in the police's filing cabinet. How profoundly ironic this situation is. Chen Weijie took immense pride in his masterpiece. Such a flawlessly executed crime was worthy of the high intellect of the esteemed Chen. Once he finished recounting his tale, an oppressive silence enveloped the interrogation room once more. Lin Yihang narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon Chen Weijie. Beside him, Gu Jiejie wore an expression of utter shock, her mouth agape and unable to close for an extended period. On the other side of the one-way mirror, forensic expert Su Jingzhong and the portly officer displayed expressions of astonishment mingled with fury. Only Xie Siyu remained unperturbed, her demeanor unchanged as if Chen Weijie's actions had long been anticipated. She focused intently on him, seemingly seeking to extract more valuable insights from the subtleties of his expressions. So, it is true that you personally killed Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Qianqian, Huang Zhengwo, and Li Jinfeng. Lin Yihang finally spoke up. Lan Xiaoqing was so emaciated she appeared little more than skin and bones. Having been subjected to torment by the brothers Li Degu and Li Ergu until she resembled neither a human nor a ghost, I merely knocked her unconscious with a single punch, then crushed her skull, Chen Weijie recounted, abruptly succumbing to a fit of violent coughing. Yet, he paid it no heed, taking a deep drag from his cigarette, and, still coughing, added, as for Lin Qianqian, I did feel a twinge of compassion when I killed her. After all, we are bound by the ties of marriage. The thought of taking Lin Qianqian's life stirs a sense of reluctance within me. Coughing lightly, I inadvertently allowed Lin Qianqian to inflict a scratch upon my hand. Chen Weijie pointed to his right hand, revealing a freshly healed wound. During Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu's initial visit to Chen Weijie, Xie Siyu had noticed the injury on his hand. At that time, however, Chen Weijie insisted it was merely a result of an accidental fall. In retrospect, it seems this injury was sustained while he attempted to harm Lin Qianqian, who fought back against him. That wretched woman, I bore no disdain for her, yet she dared to betray me. In a fit of rage, I took Lin Qianqian's life. Chen Weijie recounted with lingering resentment. And what of the body of Lan Xiaoqing? Lin Yihang inquired, lighting a cigarette and offering it to Chen Weijie. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the burning cigarette. Lan Xiaoqing was foul and filthy, infested with fleas. I lacked the will even to dismember her. Thus, I bound her in a woven bag and unceremoniously cast her into the river. Chen Weijie expressed with palpable disgust, followed by a series of harsh coughs. You disposed of her in the river? Can you recall the exact location? Lin Yihang's gaze turned icy as he questioned Chen Weijie, taking a drag from the cigarette. Chen Weijie gently shook his head, responding, I cannot recall. I parked my car randomly by the riverbank and discarded Lan Xiaoqing's body there. And what of Lin Qianqian's body? After decapitating Lin Qianqian and cooking her head, I discarded it in the grass beside the road in Debiakan. As for Lin Qianqian's body, I pulverized it and disposed of the remains in the sewer. How could you commit such an act? Lin Qianqian was the woman you cherished most. Gu Jiejie couldn't help but interject. The depth of love naturally breeds profound hatred. My dear, you are yet to be married, so you do not comprehend. Chen Weijie gritted his teeth as he spoke. Who, pray tell, is the man who has betrayed you? Lin Yihang inquired. Chapter 61. Provocation. Chen Weijie chose not to respond to Lin Yihang's inquiry regarding the green hat, instead absorbed in his own contemplation as he smoked. Why did you choose to disguise Lin Qianqian's head as that of Lan Xiaoqing, rather than employing the genuine head of Lan Xiaoqing? Lin Yihang posed this question that had long perplexed him. Such an act would lack challenge, Chen replied. I am a PhD who has returned from studying in the United States. If my methods of crime mirrored those of ordinary thieves, I would merely be regarded as a deranged killer. Since I, the illustrious young Master Chen, have committed murder, it must be executed as an intellectually sophisticated homicide. I intentionally left clues for your police to uncover, fully confident in your inability to solve it. I never anticipated that you would enlist the help of a psychological expert. I must concede, the psychologist named Xie Siyu is indeed an adept in criminal psychology. Her logical reasoning prowess is remarkable. She managed to see through my meticulously crafted criminal masterpiece. Of course, I also made a grave error. Had I obliterated all traces of Zhang Xiua, Lin Qianqian's mother. Upon her return from her travels, you would have been unable to conduct a DNA comparison with Lin Qianqian's head. Consequently, even if you harbored suspicions, you would have been forced to conclude that Lin Qianqian was the killer. I would still evade the clutches of the law. However, Zhang Xiua bore no malice towards me. And having referred to her as mother for so many years, I found myself lacking the heart to take her life when I lured her into the wilderness. It seems I am still not cold-blooded enough. Was it you who picked up Zhang Xiu at the airport that day? Lin Yihang inquired. Chen Weijie took a puff of his cigarette and replied, Indeed, it was I. After disguising myself, the old lady failed to recognize me, lost in her own thoughts. I can only blame my own weakness at that moment for letting her go, which led me into a passive predicament. Could you elaborate on how you murdered Huang Zhangwo? Lin Yihang posed a new question. Huang Zhangwo and I had been in collusion for many years, so he harbored no suspicion of me. Therefore, when I entered his villa, he was completely unguarded. I did not hesitate. I struck him down with a knife and subsequently dismembered him. In order to successfully frame Lin Qianqian as a suspect in the eyes of the police, I deliberately placed Huang Zhangwo's head beneath the bed of the inn run by Zhao Meiqi. Once your police discovered the head, an investigation into the inn would inevitably ensue. Consequently, you would uncover the connection between the 919 series of murders and the 10-year-old incident at the Muja Entertainment Club. Of course, all of this hinges on Zhao Meiqi revealing the truth to you. So you kidnapped Zhao Meiqi's son, Zhao Chong, and used him to coerce Zhao Meiqi into narrating the incident as per your fabricated account? Gu Jiejie interjected. Chen Weijie extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray before him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, what Zhao Meiqi shared with you was all crafted according to my design. Why have you portrayed Lan Xiaoqing as a scheming villain? Gu Jiejie inquired, perplexed. Only by casting Lan Xiaoqing as the antagonist can we truly highlight how innocent Lin Qianqian was back then. This way, when your police analyze Lin Qianqian's motive for murder, they will deem her actions against Lan Xiaoqing justifiable. Otherwise, many aspects would remain inexplicable, and thus we must sacrifice Lan Xiaoqing's reputation. At this juncture, Chen Weijie cast a glance at the cigarette box before Lin Yihang. Understanding immediately, Lin Yihang lit another cigarette and placed it in Chen Weijie's mouth. Before Zhao Meiqi's tragic leap, I had commanded her to discard her phone first. If that device had fallen into your hands, my plan would have been compromised. Regrettably, cough. After she threw it away, a foolish lad snatched it up before I could, thereby granting you the opportunity to reconstruct the scene of Zhao Meiqi's murder. And what about Li Jiangguo? Why did you use your own phone to call him? Such an act would easily expose you. Lin Yihang gently tapped his fingers on the table as he spoke. Isn't it because of your beloved confidant? Chen Weijie remarked with a mocking smile, directing his gaze towards Lin Yihang in the interrogation room and Xie Siyu behind the one-way mirror. Both Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu's expressions flickered with surprise. You're confident. The female psychologist is truly formidable. Cough. She unexpectedly unraveled my deception with remarkable swiftness, plunging my murderous scheme into a dire predicament. You, the police, have managed to locate Li Jinfeng before I could. Although Li Jinfeng presents himself as a menacing figure, he is, in truth, a pitiful coward. Faced with a psychological expert like Xie Siyu, Li Jinfeng would undoubtedly falter within mere moments. He possesses a video from years past that documents our assault on Lin Xianxian. Should he decide to confess to you, all my meticulously crafted plans would be rendered futile. Cough. Thus, upon discovering that you had found Li Jinfeng, I had no choice but to utilize my phone to contact him, luring him to an abandoned iron mine. Frankly, this was a desperate measure. I was too pressed for time to seek an anonymous number to call him. Of course, my actions were not reckless. A single phone call would not suffice to implicate me as the murderer. At that moment, I still held the upper hand. The fool Li Jinfeng, upon entering the mine, began haggling with me, demanding a staggering sum of 100 million in cash. Did he believe such an amount could simply materialize? Even our Chen family could not casually produce such a fortune. I certainly did not indulge him. I approached and struck him with a knife. Realizing my intent to silence him, he collapsed to the ground. Yet he struggled to cram the memory card containing the video of my involvement in the assault on Lin Xianxian into his mouth. In my attempt to seize it, he had already swallowed it, inflicting wounds upon the back of my hand. I found myself in a predicament, compelled to slice open Li Jinfeng's abdomen, from which I retrieved the elusive memory card. Subsequently, I meticulously cleaned the scene, particularly ensuring the removal of Li Jinfeng's fingernails. Thus, I left no incriminating evidence of my crime. As this act was a spur-of-the-moment decision, I was unable to transport Li Jinfeng's remains for disposal. Consequently, I resorted to burying his body directly at the crime scene, concealing the burial site with discarded machinery. However, to my astonishment, you managed to locate Li Jinfeng's body with such swiftness. Director Lin, could you enlighten me on how you discovered Li Jinfeng's remains? Chapter 62. Seeking only death. Our forensic expert, Su Jingzhong, discovered several reddish-brown soil particles within Li Jinfeng's oral cavity. Through a friend, I swiftly traced the origin of this red-brown soil to an abandoned iron mine. Consequently, I led the police officers in a thorough search of the mine, ultimately uncovering the corpse of Li Jiangguo. Lin Yihang elucidated. The Homicide Investigation Division truly harbors hidden talents. Chen Weijie remarked with admiration. Chen Weijie, your murderous scheme is indeed cunning and exceedingly audacious, yet it is unfortunate that you have encountered an even more formidable adversary, Lin Yihang stated with a penetrating gaze. Are you referring to Xie Siyu? Chen Weijie uttered those words, slightly tilting his head to gaze at the one-way mirror, aware that Xie Siyu must be standing just behind it. Xie Siyu did not shy away from the gaze that Chen Weijie cast upon her. She meticulously scrutinized the information embedded within that glance, her left fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table before her. After you seized the video from Li Jinfeng, where did you place the storage card? Lin Yihang inquired. Observing Chen Weijie's lack of response, he rapped the table lightly. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Weijie redirected his focus back to Lin Yihang. I have already destroyed that video. Would I be foolish enough to retain such incriminating evidence? Chen Weijie smirked condescendingly, seemingly regarding Lin Yihang's question as rather juvenile. Then permit me to pose one final question. Why did you choose to turn yourself in? The inquiry into Lin Yihang's predicament resonates as a shared enigma among the entire team of detectives in the Major Crimes Unit. It is essential to recognize that, up to this moment, there exists insufficient evidence to implicate Chen Weijie as the perpetrator of the 919 series of murders. Chen Weijie has no compelling reason to confess. His sudden admission of guilt strikes everyone as rather peculiar. A flicker of bitterness glimmers in Chen Weijie's eyes. In my contest with your police, I have not yet succumbed. Yet, the sands of time slip through my fingers. What does it mean that your time is running short? Lin Yihang inquired, perplexed. Chen Weijie coughed a few times and gestured toward his lungs, saying, Recently, I have been plagued by persistent coughing. Thus, I sought medical examination, only to discover, ironically, that I am in the advanced stages of lung cancer. Ah, what a cruel twist of fate. I meticulously orchestrated such a flawless series of murders, only to find myself unable to evade death. Since my demise is inevitable, I might as well unveil my masterpiece to the world. At the very least, I want everyone to know that it was I, Chen Weijie, who conceived and executed the 919 series of murders. Moreover, at this juncture, I seek nothing but a swift end. I hope the police can grant me a merciful release. I do not wish to perish in agony under the torment of illness. As he spoke, an infinite affection illuminated Chen Weijie's gaze, a profound attachment to this world and to his own existence. Yet, This very individual, who harbors such an intense love for life, has callously extinguished 5 vibrant lives. In a moment of uncertainty, Lin Yihang found himself torn between sympathizing with Chen Weijie and reprimanding him. The acrid smoke provoked a violent cough from Chen Weijie, yet he defiantly inhaled another puff. "Since you are aware of your lung cancer diagnosis, why persist in smoking?" Lin Yihang inquired. "Do you believe that quitting smoking could alter the inevitable outcome?" Chen Weijie retorted. "Since death is predetermined, I might as well relish the fleeting pleasure of smoking." Amidst Chen Weijie's harsh coughs, Lin Yihang gradually exited the interrogation room. Upon returning to the Major Crimes Unit's office, Lin Yihang had scarcely settled into his chair when a portly colleague handed him a medical record. "Boss, here's Chen Weijie's medical history. While you were interrogating him, I called the hospital to have it sent over." The medical records revealed that Chen Weijie had indeed sought treatment 4 days prior and was subsequently diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. It appeared that the man's words were undeniably truthful. Lin Yihang perused the records thoroughly. The contents aligned almost entirely with Chen Weijie's account. He then passed the documents to his fellow officers, who, after reviewing them, exhibited expressions of complex emotions. "Boss, does this mean the case concludes here?" Gu Jiejie asked uncertainly. "What else could be done? The murderer has confessed, and the circumstances of the case are clearly laid out. If this isn't the conclusion, then what could possibly be?" The portly officer, ever eager to engage in banter with Gu Jiejie, seized the opportunity to challenge her. "However, I cannot shake the feeling that the conclusion arrived a bit too abruptly." Gu Jiejie still found it difficult to accept the reality. The primary reason was that Chen Weijie had little time left, which compelled him to surrender hastily. This individual was resolutely seeking his own demise while yearning to unveil his criminal exploits to the world, satisfying a deep-seated desire within. Frankly speaking, had Chen Weijie not turned himself in, capturing him would have proven to be a rather arduous task. The chubby man, while munching on a duck neck, continued his analysis. "Hey, can you refrain from eating while discussing a murder case?" Gu Jiejie expressed her discontent. "I don't smoke, so when contemplating the case, I can only rely on food for inspiration," the chubby man retorted defiantly. "All right, enough of your bickering." Lin Yihang quickly intervened to quell their altercation, then added, "The most pressing task now is to gather evidence." According to Chen Weijie's confession, he dismembered Lin Qianqian in their bathroom. If what Chen Weijie claims is accurate, we should be able to find traces of Lin Qianqian's blood in his home's bathroom. Without further ado, Gu Jiejie, please apply for a search warrant with the Bureau. Gu Jiejie nodded and replied, "Understood." 20 minutes later, the search warrant was granted. Lin Yihang promptly led the entire homicide investigation team, along with relevant personnel, to the suburban villa where Chen Weijie and Lin Qianqian resided. Upon entering the villa, the technical team immediately commenced a meticulous search of the entire premises. Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu, and others donned shoe covers, cautiously searching for valuable information within the villa. The villa, originally adorned with opulence, had succumbed to neglect, with a thick layer of dust coating the tables and cabinets, rendering the entire space shrouded in a gloomy haze. Furthermore, black mold marred the walls and ceilings, making it difficult to fathom that this was indeed the residence of the illustrious young Master Chen of W City. Chapter 63. Searching the villa, it is indeed perplexing that Chen Weijie and Lin Qianqian have not employed any servants, given their financial means. Hiring a few maids or butlers would pose no challenge whatsoever. This was Gu Jiejie's first visit to Chen Weijie's villa, and she found it utterly incomprehensible to witness the untidy and filthy state of the place. In her mind, the residences of the ultra-wealthy should be bright and immaculate, resembling palatial abodes of grandeur and elegance. Yet, the villa before her resembled a chaotic marketplace, wholly unbefitting the stature of Lin Qianqian and Chen Weijie. "Perhaps they have their own unspoken grievances," mused Xie Siyu with a hint of understanding. Gu Jiejie merely pursed her lips, choosing not to respond further. Despite Xie Siyu's substantial contributions to unraveling the intricacies of the 919 series murder case, Gu Jiejie found it difficult to harbor any fondness for her. Aware of Gu Jiejie's sentiments, Xie Siyu ascended to the second floor alone. She deliberately approached the wall adorned with photographs in the corridor on the second level, seeking out the image of Lin Qianqian wearing a hairpin. In that photograph, Lin Qianqian appeared youthful and radiant, her face alight with the exhilaration and joy of suddenly becoming a lady of high society. She donned a handcrafted hairpin, identical to the one found on the victim's head in Debiakin. It was this singular detail that had initially led Xie Siyu to suspect that the victim could very well be Lin Qianqian. However, upon seeing the photograph once more, a whirlwind of emotion stirred within Xie Siyu's heart. Previously, she had always believed that Lin Qianqian was an innocent victim. However, as the truth of the case gradually emerged, it became evident that Lin Qianqian had transformed from a victim into an aggressor, driven by profound insecurities and an extraordinary jealousy that lurked deep within her. She extended her malevolent grasp towards her dear friend, the kind-hearted Lan Xiaoqing, who had once selflessly aided her. Through a series of shameless manipulations, Lin Xianxian ultimately succeeded in becoming the esteemed matriarch of a wealthy family. Yet, simultaneously, she sowed the seeds of her own demise. To a certain extent, Lin Xianxian's death was entirely of her own making. Xie Siyu arrived once more in Chen Weijia's room, which could only be described as a chaotic mess. It was clear that this young master had never bothered to tidy up his space. Items were strewn about haphazardly. Yet a small box was meticulously placed on the bedside table. The box's exterior was spotless, indicating that Chen Weijia held it in high regard. Xie Siyu donned gloves and cautiously opened the box, revealing a photo album. As she leafed through its pages, she discovered pictures of Lin Xianxian and Chen Weijia together, interspersed with a few solo shots of Lin Xianxian. The watermarks on the photographs suggested that all the images were taken a decade prior, during the period when the two were enveloped in the fervor of romance and the bliss of their honeymoon. In the photographs, both Chen Weijia and Lin Xianxian were smiles. Yet their expressions diverged significantly. Lin Xianxian's smile radiates an inner sense of pride, while Chen Weijia's smile embodies a more innocent joy, one that is thoroughly immersed in the bliss of happiness. In many of the images, Chen Weijia gazes affectionately at Lin Xianxian, his deep affection palpable even after a decade of silence, and through the protective layers of the album. It is evident that Chen Weijia harbors sincere feelings for Lin Xianxian. On the final page of the album, a photograph surfaces featuring a third individual, yet the man's head has been meticulously cropped out. Judging by his attire, it is apparent that he is a tall man, intimately leaning against Lin Xianxian. Her left hand naturally rests around the man's waist while her right hand is draped over Chen Weijia's shoulder. In this image, Lin Xianxian occupies the center position. To her right stands Chen Weijia, and to her left is the man whose head has been excised. In this photograph, Lin Xianxian's expression is one of seriousness, while Chen Weijia continues to exhibit his innocent and radiant smile. At first glance, the photograph appears ordinary, resembling a snapshot of three close friends. However, to Xie Siyu, the image strikes as profoundly peculiar, primarily due to the absence of the man's head, indicating a deep-seated animosity that Chen Weijia harbors towards him. Furthermore, Lin Xianxian's expression revealed an overwhelming sense of animosity in her gaze, yet her hand affectionately nestled against the waist of that man. Even more perplexing was the sight of his wife intimately close to another man, while Chen Weijia, as her husband, exhibited an inexplicable joy. In summary, the photograph evoked a singular sentiment that could only be described as eerie. Could the man in the picture be Lin Xianxian's illicit partner? Xie Siyu pondered this thought. At that moment, a stout fellow approached Xie Siyu and remarked, "Dr. Xie, Section Chief Lin has requested everyone to convene on the first floor for an impromptu meeting." Thus, Xie Siyu set aside the photograph and accompanied the stout man to the grand hall on the villa's first floor. Upon Xie Siyu's arrival, Lin Yihang cleared his throat and announced, "We have made significant breakthroughs in our on-site investigation. I would now like to invite forensic expert Su to present the findings of our investigation." As a dual expert in both physical evidence and forensic science, Su Jingzhong had always been the busiest individual in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, yet he relished the meticulous process of uncovering crucial evidence through detailed examinations. Thus, he had never been heard to voice any complaints. This occasion was no different. Su Jingzhong's face radiated with excitement. He cleared his throat and stated, "We have discovered a substantial amount of bloodstains on the living room floor. Through our technical processing, we have extracted blood samples from 3 individuals, 1 male and 2 female. Following our preliminary comparisons, the male blood sample has been attributed to Chen Weijia. The remaining 2 female samples include one belonging to Lin Xianxian, while the identity of the other remains indeterminate due to the absence of a comparative sample. However, if we were to infer from Chen Weijia's testimony, it is highly probable that this blood sample belongs to the victim, Lan Xiaoqing." At this juncture, Su Jingzhong gestured for his assistant to activate the specialized blood trace detection tool. Under the illumination of the developer light, a significant spatter of blood traces indeed manifested upon the villa's floor. Additionally, we discovered a considerable amount of bloodstains in the guest restroom on the first floor. We successfully extracted 3 different blood samples, 1 male and 2 female. In the drains of both the restroom and kitchen, we unearthed remnants of human hair and muscle tissue, which are likely traces left after dismemberment. Through the analysis of these blood traces and muscle remnants, we can ascertain that the villa's living room serves as the initial crime scene, while the kitchen and the guest restroom on the first floor are designated as the dismemberment locations. Chapter 64. Remarkable statements. As the forensic expert, Old Su, paused to press his lips together, he continued, "During our search of the villa, our evidence team uncovered a remarkably significant piece of evidence, a dagger discovered within Chen Weijia's safe. Through the analysis of the knife wounds, we have determined that the fatal injury on Li Jinfeng's body was inflicted by this very dagger. In essence, the dagger found in Chen Weijia's possession is indeed the murder weapon in the 919 series of homicides. Upon hearing Old Su's assertions, the police officers present felt a surge of exhilaration. After enduring prolonged toil and immense pressure, they finally had the opportunity to provide the public with a resolution. However, just as they were reveling in their impending closure of the 919 series of murders, the previously silent Xie Siyu abruptly doused their enthusiasm with a chilling statement. I believe there are still uncertainties surrounding Lin Qianqian's murder. While Chen Weijia may indeed be involved in the 919 series of murders, it is clear that he did not take Lin Qianqian's life. Xie Siyu's words struck like a frigid gust, instantly transforming the once fervent atmosphere into one as stifling as a frozen crypt. Dr. Xie, I concede that your deductive reasoning is indeed formidable. Your insights through psychological profiling and trace analysis have significantly contributed to the investigation. However, this time, your assertions may be somewhat alarmist. The perpetrator has willingly confessed and provided a detailed account of the motives and the entire sequence of events. Chen Weijia's description aligns perfectly with the evidence we have gathered. This indicates that what Chen Weijia stated is indeed the truth. Furthermore, through Chen Weijia's confession, we have indeed discovered the murder weapon in his room, along with traces of the victim's blood and tissue. All evidence substantiates that Chen Weijia is the mastermind behind the 919 series of murders, having orchestrated and executed this series of heinous crimes. Thus far, the testimonies are comprehensive, the evidence irrefutable, and, more importantly, the perpetrator has confessed willingly. Do we still have any grounds for doubt? Gu Jiajia's words echoed the sentiments of many officers present. They exchanged glances, silently expressing their agreement with her statement. Even Lin Yihang felt that Xie Siyu was being overly cautious. Dr. Xie, we have now secured a complete chain of evidence. Every piece points unerringly to Chen Weijia. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as overwhelmingly conclusive. Moreover, if Chen Weijia were not the murderer, how could he possibly know that the perpetrator had sent a text to Zhao Meiqi, instructing her to provide false testimony to the police? This matter is an absolute secret within our police department. Aside from a few of us, only the murderer is privy to this information. Thus, it is indisputable that Chen Weijia is the culprit. In the face of the group's skepticism, Xie Siyu did not waver. Instead, she stepped forward confidently and stated, "The reason I believe that Chen Weijia is not the one who murdered Lin Qianqian is based on the following 3 points of doubt. First, Chen Weijia was deeply in love with Lin Qianqian. You must have noticed that everything within the villa is covered in grime, save for the pristine frame and album housing Lin Qianqian's photographs. This signifies that Chen Weijia harbored profound feelings for Lin Qianqian. Even upon discovering her infidelity, he poured all his affection into those photographs brimming with memories. One must ponder, how could a man who loves Lin Qianqian so dearly resort to murder for self-preservation, yet be capable of discarding her head in a desolate wilderness to be devoured by maggots? The second point of suspicion lies in Chen Weijia's demeanor while recounting the crime. Though his expression remained composed, I noticed a telling detail. As he narrated the events to Director Lin, he unconsciously caressed the wedding ring on his left hand with his right thumb. Such gestures typically arise from inner tension and deep contemplation. Despite his robust psychological fortitude, Chen Weijia's heart was undoubtedly fraught with anxiety during his testimony, and every word he uttered was meticulously contemplated. Are you suggesting that what Chen Weijia recounted was premeditated? Lin furrowed his brow and inquired. Indeed, Xie Siyu affirmed with a nod. Under ordinary circumstances, criminals guilty of serial killings exhibit a heightened state of excitement when recounting their misdeeds. Since they are relaying truths, there is no need for deep reflection, allowing their speech to flow naturally and effortlessly. However, at that moment, Chen Weijia struck me as someone reciting a pre-prepared confession to the police. Rather than recounting his own experiences, Xie Siyu paused briefly before continuing. The third point of suspicion lies in the fact that Chen Weijia has already taken so many lives, and his own existence is nearing its end due to lung cancer. Under normal circumstances, a person as ruthless as he would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the man who had wronged him before facing his demise. Yet, has anyone noticed? Throughout the entire ordeal, Chen Weijia has never mentioned who that man was. Lan Xiaoqing, Li Jinfeng, Huang Zhengwo, and Zhao Meiqi, fundamentally, harbor no deep-seated enmity towards Chen Weijia. He brutally murdered these individuals, even going so far as to dismember them, merely to obscure the sins he committed a decade ago. Astonishingly, he chose to let go of the man who caused him such profound humiliation, one with whom he could not coexist. This clearly presents an inconsistency. Therefore, I contend that Chen Weijia is not the perpetrator of the 919 series of murders. He merely accepted blame for others as his life drew to a close. To describe Xie Siyu's statement as startling would be an understatement. It fundamentally overturns the entire narrative of the case. Gu Zhejia was the first to voice opposition. Dr. Xie, we are investigating a murder case, not crafting a detective novel. To dismiss the entire case based on just a few points of suspicion seems rather excessive. Indeed, Dr. Xie, this time I feel you have been somewhat overly cautious. The stout gentleman has also expressed his dissent. The other officers are whispering among themselves, clearly displaying their skepticism towards Xie Siyu's groundbreaking hypothesis. Lin Yihang appears somewhat indecisive. Based on his previous casework experience, Chen Weijie is undoubtedly the prime suspect, and this case could be considered closed. However, through their interactions over time, Lin Yihang has come to realize that Xie Siyu is certainly not one to speak frivolously. Her logical reasoning abilities are exceptionally strong, and she possesses a profound understanding of criminal psychology. Since joining the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, Xie Siyu's deductions have rarely missed the mark. Thus, despite his uncertainty, deep down, Lin Yihang chooses to place his trust in Xie Siyu. Chapter 65, Military Order. Dr. Xie, I have faith in your deductive abilities. However, handling a case necessitates the reliance on evidence. I hope you can swiftly present compelling proof, Lin Yihang remarked. Very well. Grant me 3 more days. If I fail to produce pivotal evidence within this time frame, we shall conclude the case based on our previous discussions, Xie Siyu replied succinctly. Agreed. It is settled then. Later that afternoon, upon returning to the office after work, Lin Yihang discovered that everyone had departed, leaving only Xie Siyu at her desk, seemingly engrossed in her research. He approached her and said, Siyu, shall we dine together this evening? Since their last solitary meal, the demands of the case had monopolized their time, depriving them of the opportunity to relish romantic moments. Today, however, circumstances had changed, with clarity finally emerging in the investigation. Lin Yihang felt as though the burdensome weight upon his chest had been lifted. He yearned to invite Xie Siyu to dinner, expressing his gratitude for her invaluable support throughout the case. Yet, Xie Siyu did not even lift her gaze, mechanically stating, I must work overtime. Lin Yihang clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat disheartened. He understood Xie Siyu's resolute nature, since she had insisted on taking 3 days to revalidate the case. He knew she would exert every effort to accomplish it. Although Lin Yihang deemed the task nearly impossible, he nonetheless admired Xie Siyu's unwavering determination. I shall fetch you some takeout. What would you like to eat? Lin Yihang inquired with genuine consideration. No need. I have already ordered takeout, came the reply. Oh, then how may I assist you? Lin Yihang asked, a hint of disappointment evident in his tone. If you truly wish to help, please visit Chen's group and obtain a copy of all the documents regarding Chen Weijie, was the response. Certainly, Lin Yihang was not merely a person consumed by personal matters. Given that Xie Siyu had uncovered additional ambiguities in the case, it was his duty as the department head to clarify all uncertainties. Without delay, Lin Yihang drove his black SUV to the headquarters of Chen's group. Upon arriving at the entrance, he was halted by a security guard. Sir, we have already closed for the day. If you have any matters to attend to, please return tomorrow, the guard stated. Lin Yihang presented his police badge. I am Officer Lin Yihang from the Major Crimes Investigation Unit of W City. I need to speak with your company's representative to review some personnel records. The guard appeared troubled. Officer Lin, it is already 7 in the evening, and everyone has left for the day. Is it not possible for a large corporation like yours to have a supervisor on duty at night? Lin Yihang pressed. The guard, with a pained expression, replied. Only the security supervisor is on duty at this hour, and his responsibilities are limited to security matters. He lacks the authority to assist you with document retrieval. As their conversation unfolded, the automatic glass doors of the building slowly slid open, revealing an elderly gentleman leaning on a cane, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards as he exited the premises. Upon witnessing the scene, the security guard immediately stood to attention and resoundingly announced, Greetings, Chairman. The elderly gentleman addressed as Chairman offered a gentle smile, exuding an aura of approachability. Upon realizing that the individual before him was Chen Xiaotian, the esteemed chairman of the Chen Group, Lin Yihang felt a surge of interest and promptly approached him. However, several burly bodyguards swiftly positioned themselves in front of Chen Xiaotian. The lead bodyguard, with a vigilant demeanor, inquired, The chairman is out. Unrelated individuals are requested to temporarily withdraw. Lin Yihang disregarded the guard's warning. Producing his police badge and addressing Chen Xiaotian with a firm voice, Chairman Chen, I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. I require your assistance with a matter. The dignified elder before him was none other than Chen Xiaotian, the founder of the Chen Group and father of Chen Weijie, as well as the father-in-law of Lin Xianqian. As one of the most powerful tycoons in W City, Chen Xiaotian exuded an undeniable aura of authority in every gesture. Upon recognizing Lin Yihang as the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, Chen Xiaodian merely waved his hand lightly, prompting the bodyguards to part and clear a path for Lin Yihang. "Ah, it is indeed Head Lin. I have long admired your reputation. Are you here regarding my son's affairs? Alas, I have failed in my duties as a parent, raising such a rebellious child." Lin Yihang nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I would like to request access to all records pertaining to Chen Weijia. Would it be possible for you to facilitate this, Chairman Chen? Such a trivial matter," replied Chen Xiaodian. "Please, Head Lin, allow me to escort you to the VIP room for a brief respite. I shall promptly summon Deputy Director Chao, who is responsible for file management. I have an important banquet to attend this evening, hence I must excuse myself." Chen Xiaodian exchanged a glance, and the beautiful secretary beside him immediately glided towards Lin Yihang, gracefully extending her hand and saying, "Director Lin, please." Lin Yihang was acutely aware that someone of his standing rarely had the opportunity to engage in conversation with a personage like Chen Xiaodian. Were it not for the matter concerning Chen Weijia, it was likely that Chen Xiaodian would not have spared him a second glance. Under the guidance of the enchanting secretary, Lin Yihang soon arrived at the VIP room situated on the top floor of the building. The VIP room was merely a corridor away from Chen Xiaoyan's opulent office. Instinctively, Lin Yihang glanced towards Chen Xiaoyan's office, which exuded an air of grandeur and luxury, a sight typically reserved for cinematic portrayals. He could not help but reflect on the reason so many individuals strive relentlessly to amass wealth. The lifestyles of the affluent are indeed remarkably lavish. The mere office space alone would likely remain beyond his reach even after a lifetime of toil, let alone the other luxuries. This elucidated why Lin Xianqian had once resorted to any means necessary to marry into a wealthy family. Upon entering the VIP room, he found the decor equally sumptuous. Lin Yihang cautiously seated himself on a genuine leather sofa near the door, wary of damaging the costly furniture. The secretary arranged an array of delicacies and beverages before him, then respectfully withdrew. The opulence of a mere VIP room is truly beyond our imagination, epitomizing the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. I must capture this moment and share it with Xie Siyu, Lin Yihang thought. Consequently, he took out his phone and recorded a short video, sending it to Xie Siyu. Before long, a reply arrived from her. "Why are you filming someone else's VIP room? This could be deemed an invasion of privacy." "It's fine, no one can see it," Lin Yihang replied. "Such places are equipped with surveillance cameras, and you inadvertently captured the cleaner in the corridor while filming," she pointed out. "The cleaner is surely chuckling to himself, wondering who this unsophisticated person is." Lin Yihang reviewed the video, and indeed, realized he had unwittingly recorded the cleaner outside the glass partition. How embarrassing. Here he was, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit in W City, behaving like a country bumpkin, surreptitiously filming someone else's VIP room and being caught by the cleaner. The thought of it being made public was undeniably humiliating. Lin Yihang found himself lost in these thoughts. Chapter 66. Flaws. 1. Suddenly, the door of the VIP room was gently tapped, and a man in his 40s entered. "I am Deputy Director Chao from the Human Resources Department. The chairman has instructed me to fulfill all your requests. I wonder in what ways I may assist you." Deputy Director Chao's voice was soft and soothing, creating a pleasant atmosphere. "It is quite simple. I wish to review all the materials concerning Chen Weijia." "Very well. Section Chief Lin, please follow me." Deputy Director Chao led the way, swiftly guiding Lin Yihang to the archives room. Several staff members were already waiting there, attired in a variety of clothing, their faces bearing the marks of fatigue and reluctance, evidently summoned for overtime at short notice. In accordance with Lin Yihang's request, these staff members began to busy themselves. Before long, nearly a foot-thick stack of documents was placed before Lin Yihang. "Goodness, that is quite a lot." Lin Yihang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Deputy Director Chao explained, "This is merely the documentation from the years when Vice President Chen was in charge. It is indeed unfortunate, as Vice President Chen was once a remarkably talented leader, known for his kindness towards subordinates. During his 3 years of stewardship, he managed the company with great efficiency. However, something inexplicable occurred thereafter, and Vice President Chen fell into a state of despair, neglecting his duties entirely. In the past decade, he has scarcely set foot in the company. The documents before me are the records from the initial 3 years of Vice President Chen's management of the company. The Vice President referred to by Deputy Director Chao is undoubtedly Chen Weijia." When Lin Yihang returned to the police station, he thoughtfully brought a delectable takeout meal for Xie Siyu. "You can have mine. I will order you another one that is even more delicious. You will not be disappointed," Lin Yihang said softly. As Xie Siyu opened the takeout box and beheld the exquisite food inside, a sweet smile graced her face. "Thank you. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. I have always been a warm-hearted person," he replied. However, when the name Ouyang Yufei was mentioned, Lin Yihang's once cheerful countenance instantly turned ashen. Ouyang Yufei represented an insurmountable chasm in Lin Yihang's heart, destined to become a haunting nightmare that would shadow him for life unless he could personally apprehend the perpetrator who had harmed her. Gazing at the braised pork in Xie Siyu's takeout box, Lin Yihang was abruptly reminded of Ouyang Yufei's remains, meticulously cut into pieces and placed within a suitcase. A shiver coursed through him. Ouyang Yufei had been deceased for 3 long years, yet no information about the murderer had surfaced. Was this destined to remain an unsolvable mystery forever? Naturally, the subtle changes in Lin Yihang's expression did not escape the keen observation of Xie Siyu, a psychology expert. What's wrong? Are you thinking of her again? Xie Siyu inquired. Since the blind date with Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu developed a profound interest in this handsome man. Thus, during her leisure time, she delved into Lin Yihang's past. It was then that she discovered he had a long-term girlfriend named Ouyang Yufei, with whom he had been deeply in love. However, just as they were on the verge of entering the sacred bond of marriage, Ouyang Yufei was horrifically dismembered and stuffed into a suitcase. Following the incident, the police formed a special task force and mobilized nearly all available officers to capture the cunning murderer, yet they ultimately yielded no results. This tragic event left Lin Yihang with an intense fear of the cold. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, he would don high-collared long-sleeve shirts, wrapping himself tightly within layers of fabric. Observing the anguish etched upon Lin Yihang's face, Xie Siyu tenderly grasped his hand, assuring him, no matter where that fiend may hide, we shall surely apprehend him. The warmth of her touch seeped through her fingertips, providing a flicker of warmth to Lin Yihang's frigid form. Thank you, Siyu, he replied. Why are we being so formal? Xie Siyu gently patted Lin Yihang's shoulder and remarked, Yihang, you look quite pale, and your presence here is not of much help. You should return and rest. It must be so lonely for you to stay here alone. I will wait for you nearby. Noticing Lin Yihang's resolute demeanor, Xie Siyu refrained from insisting further. Then, please lie down on the sofa and take a short nap. Lin Yihang nodded and reclined on the nearby sofa. Xie Siyu hastily consumed a few bites of her meal, then discarded the remaining packaging into the trash bin. She was racing against time, striving to uncover the perpetrator's flaw before the case was made public. As she scoured the internet for updates on the Chen Group, she simultaneously rummaged through various documents pertaining to Chen Weijie's tenure as the vice president of the company for 3 years. Time slipped away with each passing second. Before she knew it, the clock's hands pointed to 2 in the morning. Yet, Xie Siyu found herself at an impasse. She had reviewed Chen Weijie's files twice already. But why had she failed to uncover any issues? Just as she began to doubt her investigative approach, a set of data suddenly illuminated her screen. A travel itinerary for Chen Weijie during a business trip abroad, dated from June 3rd to June 10th, 10 years ago. This is it. Yes, this is it. Overcome with excitement at this revelation, Xie Siyu instinctively slapped the table. Lin Yihang, who had been dozing on the sofa, immediately sprang to attention, instinctively reaching for his sidearm. What's wrong? What happened? Observing Lin Yihang's exaggerated reaction, Xie Siyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, a graduate from the police academy, even in slumber, remains so alert. It's nothing serious. I simply got a bit too excited and inadvertently slapped the table. I apologize for waking you. Oh, I see, Lin Yihang replied, settling back onto the sofa, his hands rubbing his temples in an attempt to ease the tension. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Xie Siyu gently suggested. But it is already past 2 in the morning. Aren't you going to rest for a while? Lin Yihang inquired with concern. In my current state, even if I lie on the bed, sleep eludes me. Just don't worry about me, Xie Siyu replied, playfully pushing Lin Yihang onto the sofa. During this period, Lin Yihang, as the head of the project team, had indeed worn himself out, and it wasn't long before he succumbed to slumber on the sofa. Observing Lin Yihang in deep sleep, a fleeting expression of complexity crossed Xie Siyu's face, though it vanished almost instantly. Soon, her countenance returned to its usual demeanor. She let out a soft sigh before settling back into her own chair. Chapter 67. The Flaw, 2. As she gazed at the series of dates on the file, Xie Siyu frowned in contemplation, realizing that the situation was indeed more complex than she had initially anticipated. Yet, how could she prove that Chen Weijie was not involved in the heinous crime at hand? Chen Weijie had been in a state of isolation lately, and his home lacked surveillance cameras. Without witnesses or footage, it was impossible to completely exonerate him. Where should she begin her investigation? No, she needed to shift her perspective. After a prolonged period of deep thought, Xie Siyu suddenly recalled the scene from her second visit to Chen Weijie's villa with Lin Yihang. Chen Weijie sat before his computer screen, bloodshot eyes fixated as he frantically engaged in an online game. It appeared that he hadn't had a proper night's sleep in several days. From that moment, it was clear that he had been using online gaming as a means to pass the time. Online games. Of course. Why hadn't she considered this angle earlier? In an instant, clarity washed over her, dispelling her fatigue. Xie Siyu promptly seized her phone and dialed Gujejia. Startled from her slumber by the call, Gu Jiejia furrowed her brow in annoyance. Upon recognizing the caller ID as Xie Siyu, her irritation intensified. However, as she listened to the task Xie Siyu assigned her, the anger on Gu Jiejia's face gradually faded, replaced by profound astonishment. When Lin Yihang awoke, he discovered that Xie Siyu was no longer by his side. The computer screen continued to flicker, while the cup of water on the table had long since lost its warmth, indicating that Xie Siyu had been gone for quite some time. Lin Yihang gazed out the window. The day had brightened considerably. How could I have slept for so long? Ever since the tragic incident involving Ouyang Yufei, Lin Yihang had not experienced such a sound sleep. Could it be the presence of Siyu beside me that brought me such comfort? Lin Yihang yawned and sat up from the sofa. Just as he was about to call Xie Siyu, the office door swung open, and the forensic expert Su Jingzhong along with the investigator, Fatty, entered the office in succession. Both carried breakfast in their hands, evidently having rushed over from home. So early? It's only 7:30, and you both are already at the office. In Lin Yihang's recollection, Fatty always arrived fashionably late and had never been this prompt. It was Dr. Xie who called us, urging us to come to the office immediately, saying there was something important to discuss. That's why we hurried over, Fatty explained. Dr. Xie called you? Where is she now? I have no idea. Dr. Xie merely instructed us to rush to the office. I thought you two were together, Fatty remarked, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Indeed, I was with Dr. Xie last night. However, it was strictly for work. You rascal, what are you thinking? Lin Yihang feigned annoyance, playfully patting Fatty on the shoulder. Dear sir, you and Dr. Xie are indeed a match made in heaven. You should hasten to obtain your marriage certificate. Stop joking around, you chubby fellow, Lin Yihang retorted, as he and the plump friend shared a casual camaraderie from their days at the police academy, often indulging in light-hearted banter outside of work. Dr. Xie is exceptionally beautiful. You must be cautious lest someone else snatches her away. Early in the morning, a voice called out from outside. Who is speaking my name? It was Xie Siyu. The chubby friend stuck out his tongue, hastily retracting his previous remarks, and turned to face the source of the voice. In walked Xie Siyu and Gu Jiejia, both with slightly reddened eyes, clearly bearing the signs of a sleepless night. Ah, Gu Jiejia, why do you have panda eyes? Have you been in a fight? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall seek vengeance. The chubby friend relished in teasing Gu Jiejia, seizing the opportunity to jest at her disheveled appearance. Hey you, it's truly impossible for you to speak anything of value. Gu Jiejia shot back. I stayed up late working alongside Dr. Xie last night, hence my current state. Enough of this idle chatter. I have significant news to share with everyone today. What news? The chubby friend inquired, leaning in closer. You will find out shortly, Gu Jiejia replied enigmatically, pushing him aside. See you. Ah, I mean Dr. Xie, judging by your appearance, you must have made an important discovery? Lin Yihang said, pulling out a chair for Xie Siyu to sit. Xie Siyu nodded. Last night, as I toiled away until the early hours of the morning, I finally uncovered a significant flaw in the case. Consequently, I hastily contacted Gu Jiejia, requesting her company to verify my suspicions. Ultimately, we unearthed pivotal evidence that conclusively demonstrated Chen Weijia was not the mastermind behind the 919 series of murders. Rather, he was merely taking the fall for someone else. Upon hearing this revelation, the three individuals present were left utterly astounded. The stout man raised an eyebrow and inquired, is that really true? Dr. Xie, who would go out of their way to impersonate a murderer? Even if Chen Weijia were terminally ill, there would be no need to tarnish his own reputation, would there? Absolutely, Dr. Xie replied, swiftly maneuvering the computer, and soon a scanned document appeared on the projector screen. This was the comprehensive record of Chen Weijia's business itinerary, which Section Chief Lin had procured from the Chen Group the previous evening. The incident of sexual assault at the Musea Entertainment Club occurred on June 4th, 10 years ago. According to the documents, Chen Weijia was abroad attending a crucial business conference from June 2nd to June 10th of that year. This indicates that he was, in fact, not present in the private room during the incident. Chen Weijia did not partake in the assault on Lin Xianxian. To ensure the authenticity of the Chen Group's documents, I requested Gu Jiejia to investigate the civil aviation entry and exit records, which confirmed that Chen Weijia was indeed overseas from June 2nd to June 10th, a decade ago. It truly seems to be the case, Dr. Xie. Your attention to detail is remarkable, the stout man marveled. It is essential to recognize that identifying such minute discrepancies amid an extensive pile of documents is simply unattainable without ample patience and keen discernment. Beside her, Su Jingzhong nodded in agreement, stating, this indeed substantiates that Chen Weijia was not involved in the assault case within the private room a decade ago. However, this evidence remains insufficient. It merely eliminates suspicion from 10 years prior without absolving Chen Weijia of his current status as a potential perpetrator. Xie Siyu acknowledged this point, expressing, I too have considered this, which is why I promptly called Gu Jiejia for assistance. With her help, I ultimately uncovered a more pivotal piece of evidence. Chapter 68, The Flaw. 3. What crucial evidence? Lin Yihang and the others inquired in unison. The pivotal proof lies in the fact that Chen Weijie was engrossed in online gaming during the time of Huang Jiangwo and Zhao Meiqi's murders. He was utterly incapable of diverting himself to commit such heinous acts. This evidence was obtained by Gu Jiejia from other gamers in the form of recorded gameplay footage. As Xie Siyu spoke, she clicked to open a video file, revealing scenes of virtual combat, interspersed with players' dialogues. The voices of Chen Weijie and other players could be distinctly heard communicating with one another, and the timestamps of the gameplay recordings perfectly align with the moment Huang Jiangwo was murdered. After fast-forwarding through this video, Xie Siyu opened another recording, where Chen Weijie could be heard exuberantly exclaiming, "Charge! Watch out on the left! Quickly unleash your ultimate move." The fervor in his voice indicated that he was in a highly animated state. Notably, this recording coincided with the time frame of Zhao Meiqi's tragic leap. Many gamers habitually document their gameplay, leading us to identify several players who frequently teamed up with Chen Weijie. Numerous individuals among them had recorded their gaming sessions at that time, thereby eliminating any possibility of fabrication. We enlisted professional technicians to compare Chen Weijie's voice files, confirming that these sounds were indeed produced by him. Furthermore, the gaming platform provided feedback validating that during these specific intervals, Chen Weijie accessed the platform using his home IP address. Due to the prohibition of minors from engaging in gaming, Chen Weijie underwent facial recognition verification upon logging into these games. Throughout the gaming experience, the platform randomly selects a portion of players for further facial recognition checks to prevent minors from exploiting adult accounts. Chen Weijie happened to be among those chosen, and the results of the facial comparison confirmed that he was indeed the one seated at the computer playing the game. This further substantiated that Chen Weijie had no involvement in the murders of Huang Jiangwo and Zhao Meiqi. Based on these two crucial pieces of information, it can be established that Chen Weijie was neither involved in the assault of Lin Qianqian a decade ago, nor in the subsequent murders of Huang Jiangwo and Zhao Meiqi 10 years later. The testimony he previously provided to the police was entirely fabricated. His so-called confession was merely a faade to protect the true perpetrator. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's analysis, Lin Yihang, Su Jingzhong, and Fatty couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The terrifying nature of the murderer had once again shattered their understanding. They had initially believed that the 919 series of murders could be conclusively resolved with Chen Weijie's confession. However, through Xie Siyu's meticulous reasoning and in-depth investigation, it became evident that Chen Weijie was merely a scapegoat, stepping forward to take the blame. The true culprit remained hidden in some corner of the city, secretly reveling in their cunning. Had it not been for Xie Siyu's involvement in this investigation, the police would have been utterly humiliated by the murderer. Reflecting on this, Lin Yihang and the others couldn't help but cast admiring glances towards Xie Siyu. The girl is not only young but also lacks a background in criminal investigation. Nevertheless, she possesses an extraordinary sense of intuition, consistently uncovering pivotal evidence from seemingly inconsequential details that others overlook. With such acute observational skills, combined with her exceptional prowess in criminal psychology, Xie Siyu is truly a natural-born detective. Dr. Xie, why did Chen Weijie act in such a manner? Whom is he truly protecting? The stout man inquired, scratching his head in confusion. Xie Siyu did not provide a direct response. Instead, her gaze drifted pensively towards the window. That is a question best posed to Chen Weijie himself, she replied. 20 minutes later, Xie Siyu and the stout man found themselves in the interrogation room. Meanwhile, Lin Yihang and Gu Jiejia, who had previously interrogated Chen Weijie, stood alongside forensic expert Su Jingzhong behind the one-way mirror. Chen Weijie was coughing violently, and in the mere days since their last encounter, he had lost considerable weight, his hair thinning noticeably. Clad in a hospital gown, he had been temporarily brought back from the hospital. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Chen Weijie finally managed to quell his coughing fit. He lifted his eyelids slightly and looked towards Xie Siyu. Dr. Xie, you have finally arrived. Xie Siyu did not respond verbally. Instead, she offered a gentle smile and a nod, her demeanor resembling that of someone visiting an old friend rather than interrogating a suspect. Her expression seemed to ease the tension that had enveloped Chen Weijie, who had remained on high alert. To be honest, I am quite frightened to see you, he confessed. Why is that? Xie Siyu asked softly. Because I perceive you as my nemesis, your presence signifies that all my previous endeavors have been in vain. Xie Siyu offered a gentle smile, aware that Chen Weijie had already surmised the purpose of her visit. Since we are all astute individuals, there is no need for ostentatious displays of intimidation or coercion. Chen Weijie, you are not the perpetrator of the 919 series of murders. Furthermore, when your wife, Lin Qianqian, was assaulted a decade ago, you were not at the Musia Entertainment Club. At that time, you were abroad negotiating business. making it impossible for you to have committed the crime at Muzha. You are merely taking the fall for someone else. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, Chen Weijie shook his head and managed a bitter smile. He intended to speak, yet was abruptly interrupted by a violent cough. Do you need some water? Xie Siyu inquired. Chen Weijie shook his head. Cough. Could I trouble you for a cigarette? Chen Weijie, your current condition is not conducive to smoking. Since I am destined to die, please grant me this small indulgence, Chen Weijie implored, nearly in desperation. Xie Siyu glanced at the one-way mirror, awaiting Lin Yihang's directive. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yihang spoke into the microphone. Give him a cigarette. The portly man, donning headphones, retrieved a cigarette from his jacket pocket upon receiving Lin Yihang's command and placed it between Chen Weijie's lips, then lit it for him. Chen Weijie inhaled deeply, his demeanor easing somewhat. Dr. Xie, you have ascertained the first half correctly, but erred in the latter. A decade ago, I was indeed abroad for business negotiations and did not participate in the assault on Lin Qianqian. However, I was complicit in the harm inflicted upon Lan Shaoqing at the villa. A decade later, in a bid to extricate myself from their relentless pursuit, I eliminated all those privy to that incident. Lin Qianqian, Lan Shaoqing, Huang Zhengwo, Li Jinfeng, and Zhao Meiqi, each one met their demise at my hands. Lan Shaoqing symbolizes the letter A. Together, these 5 individuals coalesced to form the complete acronym MUSEA, representing the English name of the MUSEA Entertainment Club. After Chen Weijie concluded his statement, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. The harshness of the smoke immediately provoked a fit of violent coughing. Xie Siyu sighed, leaning forward. Her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Chen Weijie as she spoke. Chen Weijie, it appears you do not fully comprehend my intentions. Were there not sufficient evidence? I would not be present here today. Chapter 69. Stalemate. Chen Weijie listened to Xie Siyu's words without uttering a single response, merely taking another silent drag from his cigarette. Xie Siyu, unwilling to grant Chen Weijie any opportunity to adjust his stance, spoke plainly. I know you will use such rhetoric to shield the true murderer. Thus, I have uncovered a pivotal piece of evidence. While you were engaged in online gaming, other players recorded the gameplay footage. In that video, we captured your voice. Furthermore, we contacted the gaming platform, and their backend data confirms that during the murders of Huang Zhengwo and Zhao Meiqi, you were at home playing online games. Coincidentally, you were selected at random for facial recognition by the platform. All of this unequivocally demonstrates that you are not the murderer of Huang Zhengwo and Zhao Meiqi. The true culprit lies elsewhere. Upon hearing Xie Siyu's words, Chen Weijie fell into a momentary silence before bursting into laughter. I thought my fabrication was flawless. Yet you still discern the flaw. Haha, cough, cough. So, who is the actual murderer? Xie Siyu, her expression grave, inquired. Who exactly is the true murderer? Gradually, Chen Weijie's laughter faded as he withdrew into a more serious demeanor. Do you truly believe I would divulge that information? Hey, Chen Weijie, what is this attitude of yours? The overweight man beside him could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his hand on the table, admonishing him. Xie Siyu gently raised her hand, signaling the man to remain calm. Chen Weijie, you are quite pathetic. After uttering this remark, she turned and departed the interrogation room without looking back. The stout man hurriedly followed outside and asked in the corridor, Dr. Xie, are you leaving just like that? We should employ a relentless strategy to interrogate Chen Weijie. I refuse to believe that this brat will remain silent. Xie Siyu shook her head, letting out a soft sigh as she replied, Chen Weijie possesses an exceptionally strong will. The methods we typically apply to ordinary criminals are utterly ineffective against him. Moreover, given his current grave illness, excessive interrogation could lead to dire consequences. As she spoke, Xie Siyu pushed open the door to the adjacent observation room. Through the one-way glass, she could clearly see that Chen Weijie had become increasingly despondent, resembling a deflated balloon. Curled up on the table, his body trembling incessantly. It was evident that the combination of pain and the humiliation of being unmasked by Xie Siyu had dealt a profound blow to this self-proclaimed genius. We must send him to the hospital immediately. Prolonging this will be futile, Xie Siyu asserted. Lin Yihang nodded, understanding that Xie Siyu was an expert in criminal psychology. Since she had determined that continuing this futile endeavor would yield no valuable information from Chen Weijie, it was indeed pointless to persist with the interrogation. For Chen Weijie's safety, he should be returned to the hospital without delay. Lin Yihang turned to a nearby officer and instructed, take Chen Weijie to the hospital at once. Upon returning to the Major Crimes Investigation Unit's office, the faces of everyone present were etched with palpable disappointment. Initially, it was believed that the case had been resolved, and everyone could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Chen Weijie was not the perpetrator after all, but merely an imposter. If Chen Weijie is not the murderer, then where does that leave the true culprit? Who could it possibly be? At this moment, not only were Lin Yihang and the others perplexed, but But even the astute Xie Siyu found herself somewhat bewildered. Who, after all, is the person that Chen Weijia was willing to protect with his own life? Lisa sat beside Zhao Chong's bed, cradling a children's picture book in her hands, softly narrating enchanting fairy tales to the boy nestled in his blankets. Her expression was one of serene tranquility. One could hardly imagine that she was, in fact, the leading manager at the foremost entertainment establishment in W City. However, that was merely a vestige of Lisa's former identity. Since the case of Lin Xianxian's assault came to light, Musea Entertainment Club had become a focal point of police investigation. The sordid transactions that had once taken place there were gradually unveiled alongside the Lin Xianxian case, resulting in the establishment being sealed off by law enforcement. Consequently, Lisa, the club's director, could not escape the fallout, and overnight she was relegated to the status of an unremarkable member of society. Yet, this circumstance afforded Lisa ample time to devote to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong's mother, Zhao Meiqi, had numerous relatives, but they held her profession as an escort in disdain and had distanced themselves from her. Following Zhao Meiqi's mysterious fall, only an enigmatic son remained. Zhao Meiqi's relatives harbored no affection for her, let alone for Zhao Chong. Consequently, none were willing to step forward to adopt him. Thus, Lilisha was compelled to continue her role as a temporary mother, shouldering the responsibility of caring for Zhao Chong. Fortunately, Zhao Chong was an exceptionally well-behaved child, causing her little trouble. As she narrated tales from storybooks, her mind wandered through the myriad events of the past. When she regained her focus, she discovered that Zhao Chong had fallen asleep beside her. Observing his sweet slumber, she could not help but let out a gentle sigh. How little children comprehend the perils of the world. Not long ago, Zhao Chong had brushed against the brink of death. Fortunately, the assailant ultimately honored their promise and returned him unharmed. Yet, Zhao Chong's survival came at the cost of Zhao Meiqi's life. Lilisha sighed softly. Closing the storybook, she tread lightly into the living room. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. For someone accustomed to the nocturnal lifestyle of entertainment venues, this hour merely marked the beginning of work. Sleeping at 4 or 5 in the morning was routine for them, and thus Lilisha felt invigorated, devoid of any drowsiness. In her boredom, she opened a cabinet and retrieved several long-forgotten photo albums, beginning to reminisce about her past. Within these albums lie cherished photographs of Lisa's childhood, spent with her family, joyful moments from her adolescence frolicking with classmates, and images capturing her work at the Musea Entertainment Club. Although her past may not be particularly illustrious, these snapshots nonetheless encapsulate Lisa's memories of her life journey. Years ago, Lisa was a naive and delightful young girl. However, misfortune struck when she encountered a gambling-addicted boyfriend, who gradually lured her onto the path of becoming a hostess. Zhao Meiqi served as Lisa's guide in this tumultuous journey. Thus, Lisa harbors complex feelings towards Zhao Meiqi. On one hand, she harbors intense resentment towards Zhao Meiqi, the self-serving woman who led her deeper into despair. On the other hand, Zhao Meiqi has shown genuine care for her. Whenever Lisa faced difficulties, Zhao Meiqi would always appear at just the right moment. Therefore, in Lisa's eyes, Zhao Meiqi is both a devil and her only true friend. Consequently, when Zhao Meiqi encountered misfortune, the loyal Lisa took it upon herself to care for Zhao Meiqi's son. Chapter 70. A calamity befalls Xie Siyu. Lisa casually perused the photographs, her mind devoid of any specific intent. However, at that moment, a particular image caught her eye, and a detail within it detonated within her tranquil psyche like a powerful bomb. Lisa involuntarily shivered and promptly sprang upright from the sofa. She rushed to her study, placing the photograph beneath the lamp to scrutinize the detail closely. Indeed, 1707. Wasn't he that the very room number where Lin Xianxian had been assaulted? This number was relayed to Lisa by Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu during their last visit. Consequently, she was acutely sensitive to it. So it was this way. The perpetrator was indeed him. Instinctively, Lisa reached for her phone, ready to dial Lin Yihang's number. Yet, once connected, she hastily hung up. Squinting, her mind raced with thoughts. Soon, she made up her mind and dialed another number. After a lengthy pause, the call was answered, accompanied by a somewhat disgruntled voice on the other end. Lisa merely responded with a cold chuckle. Meet me at Mountaintop Park tomorrow at 9 in the morning. After uttering those words, she hung up without hesitation. Lisa slowly approached the window, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the city shrouded in smog. A subtle glint of cunning flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Yihang was in the midst of taking a shower. Upon hearing the ringing of the telephone, Lin Yihang hurriedly made his way to the living room. He glanced at the incoming number, which was unfamiliar, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. Nonetheless, he answered the call. As soon as the call connected, before Lin Yihang could utter a word, the caller abruptly hung up. When he attempted to return the call, he was met with a busy signal. After waiting a while, he tried dialing the number once more, only to discover that the phone was now switched off. Who could be so trifling? Lin Yihang, somewhat disgruntled, dialed Gu Jiajia's number. Gu Jiejia, are you still awake? On the other end, Gu Jiejia responded with vibrant energy. Boss, at this hour. It's the perfect time for us young folks to unwind and relieve stress. How could I possibly be resting? What is up? Are you treating me to a late-night snack? Since you're still awake, could you help me look up a number? Lin Yihang relayed the number to her. In no time, Gu Jiejia had retrieved all the pertinent information regarding the number. The call had been made by someone named Lilisha, who served as the entertainment department manager at Musea Entertainment Club. Lilisha? Instantly, Lin Yihang recalled the alluring, articulate middle-aged woman he had encountered with Xie Siyu during their investigation at the Musea Entertainment Club. What could Lilisha want in the dead of night? Could it be related to the case? Initially, Lin Yihang contemplated verifying the situation at Lilisha's residence, but then reconsidered, pondering that perhaps it was merely a case of a wrong number. At this hour of the evening, venturing to the home of a solitary woman from an entertainment establishment could potentially invite misfortune upon oneself. It would be wiser to wait until tomorrow and invite Xie Siyu to accompany him. With this thought in mind, Lin Yihang resolved to cease his inner turmoil regarding the matter. However, little did he anticipate that this very oversight would lead to a tragic encounter. When he next beheld Lilisha, she had transformed into a lifeless body, unable to utter a word. The following morning, upon arriving at the police station office, Lin Yihang was dismayed to find the familiar figure of Xie Siyu absent. A frown creased his brow as he watched time tick by. By 9 o'clock, still no sign of Xie Siyu, and his mood began to darken with unease. Since Xie Siyu had been seconded to the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, she had consistently been the earliest to arrive, with tardiness or absence being out of character for her. Her unusual behavior suggested that something might have gone awry. Without hesitation, Lin Yihang dialed Xie Siyu's number, only to be met with the disheartening silence of a switched-off phone, amplifying his concern. After delegating his duties, he hurriedly departed from the station, making his way directly to the apartment where Xie Siyu resided. Despite having known her for quite some time, Lin Yihang had never visited her home. However, she had previously shared her address with him via WeChat, allowing him to find her apartment with relative ease. It was a luxurious 20-story building, a place where he had once accompanied Xie Siyu to investigate a case. One of the informants in this case, Lisa, resides on the 13th floor of the apartment building, while Xie Siyu's residence is located on the 17th floor. Lin Yihang pressed the doorbell, but the sound echoed for an extended period with no response. An increasing sense of unease enveloped him, prompting him to take the elevator to the security room on the ground floor. Lin Yihang revealed his identity and requested the security personnel to retrieve the surveillance footage from Xie Siyu's floor. However, to his astonishment, the footage was merely an inky darkness, revealing nothing. He proceeded to check the surveillance on other floors, only to find the same disheartening result. The entire building's surveillance system appeared to have been compromised by a virus. Who would be so idle as to unleash a virus upon the surveillance system of an apartment building? Lin Yihang felt an even stronger sense of disquiet. Once more, he returned to the threshold of Xie Siyu's apartment on the 17th floor. Observing the area in front of the door, he noted a garbage bag and a shoe rack. Upon opening the shoe rack, he found several pairs of women's shoes neatly arranged within, including a pair of Xie Siyu's favorite casual sneakers, yet no slippers were visible. This indicated that the slippers must still be inside the apartment. Lin Yihang also examined the garbage bag at the entrance. He recalled Xie Siyu mentioning that she always disposed of the trash in front of her door each morning before heading to work. Xie Siyu was an individual with exceedingly high standards for herself. It was inconceivable that she would leave the trash bag unattended at her doorstep if she had indeed stepped out. Thus, in light of the aforementioned information, it is highly probable that Xie Siyu remains within the confines of the apartment. Yet, why has she not responded to the doorbell? Could it be that something has befallen her? Contemplating this, Lin Yihang disregarded all else and forcefully flung open the apartment door. Upon entering the room, he observed that the heavy curtains shrouded the spacious hall, rendering the interior exceedingly dim. Nevertheless, Lin Yihang immediately spotted Xie Siyu curled up on the living room floor, a fragile figure in distress. Chapter 71. Explosion. Lin Yihang's immediate reaction was to recall Ouyang Yufei from 3 years prior. At that time, upon returning home, he found the room shrouded in heavy curtains, a pool of blood staining the floor, and no sign of Ouyang Yufei. The next time Lin Yihang laid eyes on her, she had been dismembered into neat pieces, meticulously arranged within a large suitcase. This haunting image continued to torment Lin Yihang to this day. After enduring such a long period, he had finally managed to regain his faith and love. Yet, the scene before him now filled him with anguish. Could it be that Siyu would become the second Ouyang Yufei? Lin Yihang frantically rushed towards Xie Siyu. Siyu, are you all right? He gently touched her nose with trembling fingers. Fortunately, he felt a faint breath beneath his fingertips. After a thorough examination of her body, he found her unharmed, save for some bruises on her knees and arms. Lin Yihang then scanned the room, discovering no signs of a struggle. Only then did his heart finally begin to calm. He swiftly dialed for emergency assistance. Before long, paramedics arrived at Xie Siyu's apartment. The emergency physician conducted a preliminary examination of Xie Siyu and turned to the anxious Lin Yihang, saying, "You must be the husband of this lady. Your wife is not in any serious danger. She merely fainted due to prolonged fatigue, compounded by her pre-existing low blood sugar. Your wife does not require a trip to the hospital. A simple remedy will suffice." The doctor tended to Xie Siyu, and soon after, she regained consciousness. "Siyu, you're awake? What happened?" Lin Yihang inquired with genuine concern. Xie Siyu slowly nodded, weakly asking, "How did you end up here?" "This morning, when I noticed your absence from the police station, I tried calling you, but there was no answer. Hence, I came to the apartment to find you, only to discover you collapsed on the living room floor. I immediately called for an ambulance. The doctor indicated that you are not severely harmed. It's merely exhaustion compounded by low blood sugar that caused you to faint." Xie Siyu then recalled that she had worked overtime until 2 in the morning the previous night and had fallen asleep at her desk. When she awoke, it was nearly 8 o'clock. In a flurry, she attempted to rise and change for work, but after a few steps, her vision dimmed, and she collapsed onto the floor. "You work late into the early hours every night. Even the strongest person would struggle under such strain," Lin Yihang remarked somewhat reproachfully. To Xie Siyu, however, his concern was profoundly endearing. The sensation of being cared for was truly exquisite, especially coming from the man she admired. A delicate smile finally graced her pale cheeks. After the doctor departed, Lin Yihang personally prepared a bowl of soup for Xie Siyu, as she observed the imposing figure of the man she knew so well. Now diligently tying a floral apron and bustling about in the kitchen, Xie Siyu felt an overwhelming sense of sweetness. Lin Yihang carefully presented the freshly prepared soup before her, then gently assisted her to sit comfortably against the cushions. He brought a spoonful of soup to her lips and inquired, "Is it tasty?" Xie Siyu nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It's truly delicious. How I wish I could enjoy such soup every day." With a smile, Lin Yihang replied, "As long as you cherish it, I am willing to prepare soup for you for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, warm tears welled up in Xie Siyu's eyes, swirling within her gaze. It had been a long time since someone had shown her such attentive care. At that moment, Lin Yihang suddenly recalled the events of the previous night and turned to Xie Siyu, saying, "Last night, Lilisha, the entertainment department manager from Yuzha Entertainment Club, unexpectedly called me at 10 o'clock. Yet when I answered, she said nothing and abruptly hung up. When I attempted to call her back, the line was busy. And soon after, her phone was turned off." Just as Lin Yihang finished speaking, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. Instinctively, he pulled Xie Siyu into his embrace. Following the deafening sound, a voice called out, "The building is on fire. Hurry and run." Lin Yihang rushed to the window and looked down, only to see thick smoke billowing from the 13th or 14th floor. "A fire has broken out downstairs. We must leave quickly, or we shall be unable to escape once the flames reach us," Lin Yihang asserted. Xie Siyu hurriedly struggled to rise from her bed. "I shall carry you down," Lin Yihang declared resolutely. "But this is the 17th floor," Xie Siyu replied hesitantly. "You must trust in my strength. I was the top performer in my physical training at the police academy," Lin Yihang insisted, and without further ado, he hoisted Xie Siyu onto his back and dashed down the fire escape. Fortunately, the fire was not spreading rapidly. As they passed the 13th floor, the corridor was filled only with smoke, and the flames had yet to reach that level. With steady determination, Lin Yihang managed to carry Xie Siyu down to safety. Though his physical prowess was exceptional, carrying a living person down from the 17th floor took a toll, and by the time they reached the ground, he was drenched in sweat. Observing Lin Yihang's breathlessness, Xie Siyu tenderly took out a handkerchief and wiped the perspiration from his forehead. At that moment, the firefighters arrived, swiftly extinguishing the flames on the 13th floor with their specialized equipment. Thankfully, their timely intervention prevented the fire from engulfing the entire building. Soon, tranquility returned to the structure. The property management called out, "Except for the residents on the 13th floor, all other residents may return home." "Allow me to escort you back," Lin Yihang said with concern, gazing at Xie Siyu's delicate appearance. Xie Siyu obediently nodded, and Lin Yihang took the opportunity to grasp her hand as they made their way towards the elevator of the apartment complex. As they passed by the fire chief, they overheard a conversation between the property manager and the captain of the fire brigade. "Captain Huang, what could possibly have caused this fire?" the property manager inquired. The man referred to as Captain Huang, with a grave expression, replied, "Preliminary assessments indicate that it was triggered by a gas explosion. However, based on various signs at the scene, it is highly likely that this was an act of arson." "Arson?" The property manager stammered in disbelief. "What is the name of the resident whose home was engulfed in flames? What is her occupation?" Captain Huang pressed. "We have already investigated the resident's information. The owner of the burn apartment is named Li Lisha, and she serves as the entertainment manager at Muja Entertainment Club. At that moment, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu happened to pass right beside the two men. Upon hearing the name Li Lisha, they instinctively halted in their tracks. Chapter 72. Lin Yihang hurriedly approached, anxiety etched on his face, and inquired whether there were any casualties within the burning premises. "May I ask if you are Captain Huang?" he questioned. Lin Yihang promptly produced his identification, declaring, "I am Lin Yihang, the head of the Major Crimes Investigation Department of W City." "Oh, so you are Chief Lin." Captain Huang saluted respectfully and continued, "We have not discovered any injured individuals or bodies within the burning room. However, we did find evidence of the door being forcibly damaged. Additionally, there were signs of tampering with the gas pipeline in the kitchen. Therefore, we surmise that arson was intentionally committed. Was there any suspicious person found at the scene?" Lin Yihang inquired further. Captain Huang shook his head, stating, "The evacuation was exceedingly chaotic, and we did not encounter any suspicious individuals." Upon hearing the exchange between Lin Yihang and Captain Huang, the property manager suddenly interjected, "At the time of the explosion, I was conducting inspections on the 12th floor. As I passed the fire escape, I noticed a young man with yellow hair hurriedly descending from the 13th floor, clutching a large bag and appearing quite flustered. Upon seeing me, his face clearly registered a moment of fear. He quickly lowered his head and maneuvered past me before continuing down the fire escape. Just as I was about to question him, the explosion occurred. Because of the blast, I could not keep track of the young man any longer. Listening to your conversation, I immediately recalled this individual. I believe there is something amiss with that blonde individual," Lin Yihang inquired. "Can you describe the specific appearance of this blonde?" "Certainly. One of my greatest strengths is my remarkable memory. As long as I have encountered someone, even after 5 or 6 years, I can still recognize them," came the reply. "Very well. I will promptly arrange for a portrait expert to collaborate with you in sketching the suspect's likeness," Lin Yihang stated as he dialed Gu Jiajia's number. Given the case's connection to a crucial witness in the 919 series murder investigations, the Major Crimes Unit swiftly took over the inquiry. The results of the scene examination confirmed the firefighter's suspicions. Before the explosion occurred, someone had indeed entered Li Lisha's room, deliberately orchestrating the gas explosion tragedy. I find it peculiar. If the perpetrator was targeting Li Lisha, why would they create an explosion when she wasn't even in the room? The stout man remarked, pouting. The suspect was not pursuing her directly. They must have been seeking something within Li Lisha's possession. Unfortunately, they did not find it, leading them to orchestrate the explosion to incinerate her room entirely. In doing so, they could obliterate that item as well, Xie Siyu analyzed. Dr. Xie, are you implying that there is crucial evidence in Li Lisha's possession? Is that why the suspect resorted to such an inferno? The stout man queried. Precisely. The truth of the matter likely unfolds as such. Last night, Li Lisha made a call to Captain Lin. It is conceivable that Li Lisha intended to deliver some crucial evidence to Captain Lin at that moment. However, for reasons unknown, she ultimately terminated the call. It is evident that the perpetrator was aware of the significant evidence in Li Lisha's possession, prompting them to search her apartment for it. Finding nothing, the suspect resorted to setting the entire apartment ablaze, aiming to obliterate the evidence entirely through the inferno. Thus, it is highly plausible that this arsonist is indeed the true murderer behind the 919 series of homicides. Gu Jiajia gasped in astonishment. Even if it is not the murderer themselves, they are undoubtedly acting under the murderer's directives. At this juncture, Xie Siyu turned to Lin Yihang, urging, "The urgent priority is to locate Li Lisha before the murderer does." When Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu encountered Li Lisha once more, she had already succumbed to a frigid demise. An elderly man, out hunting birds, stumbled upon her lifeless body. While searching for his quarry, he unexpectedly spotted a pale object ahead. Assuming it to be a white pheasant, he hurried forward, only to discover, upon closer inspection, that it was a completely naked female corpse. Overcome with terror, the old man collapsed on the spot. After considerable effort, he managed to retrieve his phone from his pocket and dialed the police. Lin Yihang promptly led the entire Major Crimes Investigation team to the crime scene. At that moment, a cordon had been established around the body. Forensic expert Su Jingzhong was diligently overseeing the meticulous examination of the corpse and the crime scene alongside the evidence collection team and forensic center personnel. Approximately half an hour later, forensic expert Old Su gestured to Lin Yihang. It was only then that Lin Yihang, accompanied by Xie Siyu, Gu Jiajia, and the portly fellow, approached the corpse. The deceased was indeed Lisa Li, with the time of death occurring 3 days prior, coinciding with the day of the explosion at Lisa's apartment. The cause of death was asphyxiation due to strangulation with a cord. We discovered evident signs of sexual assault on Lisa, and her belongings, as well as the jewelry she wore, had been entirely ransacked. Analyzing the characteristics of the crime scene, this case appeared to resemble a robbery homicide. Old Su, do you genuinely believe this is the case? Lin Yihang retorted. Old Su shook his head, a bitter expression crossing his face. This is clearly a fade meticulously crafted by the perpetrator. The true intention of the assailant was undoubtedly to eliminate Lisa to silence her. It seems Lisa possessed crucial evidence, which prompted the assailant to take her life. Since the perpetrator failed to locate that evidence, they resorted to completely incinerating Lisa's apartment. In doing so, they aimed to obliterate any traces of evidence. It is regrettable that I was overly careless that day. Had I sought out Lisa that very evening, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted, Lin Yihang lamented, a sense of guilt evident in his tone. Chief, this is not your fault. Receiving a call from a single woman in the dead of night, who would connect that with a homicide? Gu Jiejia offered words of comfort. Forensic expert Su, you mentioned that the victim, Lisa Li, had previously suffered from sexual assault. Have you extracted the killer's biological fluids from Lisa's body? Xie Siyu inquired, gesturing towards the naked corpse of Lisa. Forensic expert Old Su shook his head. Lisa's lower body is severely swollen, with signs of internal bleeding. These indications suggest that the assailant's actions were exceedingly brutal. However, the perpetrator was quite cunning. He must have employed protective measures during the assault. Hence, we have not retrieved any suspicious biological fluids from the victim's body. Does this mean the assailant left no valuable traces at the scene? Xie Siyu asked. Her brow furrowed. Su Jingzhong nodded. The killer maintained his usual caution and cunning. By choosing to meet Lisa in the wilderness, he aimed to evade surveillance cameras. After committing the act against her, he meticulously cleaned the entire scene. Thus, although it appeared quite chaotic, no traces of the perpetrator were found. Why did the killer not sever the victim's head this time? Xie Siyu continued. Before she could respond, Gu Jiejia interjected. It is simply because the 5 letters have already been used up. The English name of Musea Entertainment Club consists of 5 letters, M, U, S, Y, A, which have already been assigned to the victims Lin Xianqian, Huang Zhangwo, Zhao Meiqi, Li Jinfeng, and Lan Xiaoqing. The killer has no remaining letters to utilize. Furthermore, at this stage of the case, there is no need for the perpetrator to engage in cryptic games with us. Therefore, he did not require the elaborate task of severing the victim's head to insert letters. Everyone else expressed their agreement with Gu Jiejia's viewpoint. Only Xie Siyu remained with a furrowed brow. Chapter 73. A missed opportunity. Dr. Xie, do you sense anything amiss? Lin Yihang inquired. According to criminal psychology, a perpetrator engaged in such a high-intellect series of murders tends to regard each act as a work of art. They strive for perfection and continuity in their crimes. Based on this principle, the murderer would maintain a consistent style, such as severing the victim's head to signify the uniqueness of their crime. However, this time, the assailant did not adhere to this pattern, which cast doubt on their identity. Dr. Xie, you have been overworking lately. Perhaps your anxiety is clouding your judgment. The case may not be as intricate as you perceive. It would be wise to temporarily set the case aside and take some time to rest. Lin Yihang spoke gently. Xie Siyu wished to voice her thoughts further, but upon meeting the skeptical gazes of those around her, she swallowed her words. After all, these were mere suspicions. And thus far, she lacked any evidence to substantiate her conjectures. In the absence of supporting proof, articulating her doubts would hold little persuasive power. It would be more prudent to defer this suspicion for the moment. Gu Jiejia, how is the investigation into Lilisha's call records progressing? Lin Yihang queried. We have examined all call records from the 12 hours preceding Lilisha's demise. The night before her death, she first contacted Director Lin. Subsequently, she made a call to an individual named Lu Ermao. We immediately proceeded to investigate Lu Ermao. It has come to light that Lu Ermao is a patient suffering from mental illness, having resided in a psychiatric hospital for nearly 2 decades. Lu Ermao does not possess a mobile phone, which strongly suggests that someone has exploited his identity to procure this phone card. Upon examining the call records associated with this card, we discovered that it was exclusively used to communicate with Lilisha. Gu Jiejia remarked that Lilisha serves as the public relations manager at Musea Entertainment Club. Individuals who maintain such one-sided communication with Lilisha are undoubtedly prominent figures. It appears that the perpetrator was previously acquainted with Lilisha and was indeed one of her clients. Regrettably, this lead has also been severed, analyzed Xie Siyu. Gu Jiejia sighed, expressing her frustration, stating that with Lilisha deceased and her apartment reduced to ashes, the crucial evidence she possessed has been irrevocably obliterated. Once again, we have been toyed with by the murderer. That may not necessarily be the case. Perhaps we still hold a glimmer of hope. Lin Yihang interjected. Oh, what other leads do we have? Gu Jiejia inquired. The arsonist, perhaps? The property manager of the apartment building had previously encountered the arsonist with dyed yellow hair. A forensic artist from the province has created a composite sketch of this individual. I am confident that we will soon identify this person, once we apprehend him. Uncovering the mastermind behind this will not pose a significant challenge. In this era of facial recognition and big data, Obtaining the suspect's facial features makes it relatively straightforward to locate them. 2 days later, the suspect with dyed yellow hair was apprehended in a neighboring city. When he entered the interrogation room of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, he remained oblivious to the gravity of his offenses. "Officer, I merely touched the backside of a woman at the nightclub. Is that truly a reason to bring me here?" He protested. "You are Hu Xiaofeng, aren't you?" Gu Jiejie inquired, her round eyes wide with intensity. "Indeed, I am Hu Xiaofeng. My brothers in the underworld call me Brother Feng," he replied nonchalantly, even with a hint of arrogance. "We have brought you here not solely for that harassment incident. Reflect carefully. What else have you done?" The officer pressed. "Well, I got into a fight," Hu Xiaofeng admitted. "I was at an internet CAF when some brat stepped on my foot. I gave him a good beating. It's nothing serious. You can just detain me for a few days." He shook his head dismissively. "Hu Xiaofeng, I warn you to adopt a more respectful demeanor. We are the Major Crimes Investigation Unit, and each case we handle is tied to serious offenses. A few days ago, someone saw you fleeing from the apartment of the victim, Lin Yihang. Shortly thereafter, that apartment was engulfed in an explosion. On the same day, Lin Yihang was brutally raped and murdered in the outskirts. We suspect you are involved in this case. If proven guilty, I fear you may spend the entirety of your life behind bars." Upon learning that he was implicated in a homicide and faced with the possibility of life imprisonment, Hu Xiaofeng could no longer maintain his composure. He hastily exclaimed, "This is a grave injustice. I have never even set foot in that apartment. We have eyewitnesses. Moreover, from the belongings you carry, items belonging to the victim, Lin Yihang, have been discovered. How can you deny it?" Gu Jiejie declared, producing several evidence bags containing cash and jewelry. All these items belonged to Lin Yihang, and both Hu Xiaofeng's and Lin Yihang's fingerprints were found on them. This suggests that these possessions were stolen from Lin Yihang's apartment by Hu Xiaofeng. At this juncture, Hu Xiaofeng could no longer conceal the truth and had to change his narrative, pleading, "Officer, I did not commit murder. Who is your sister? This is the police station. It would be prudent for you to adopt a more serious demeanor," Gu Jiejie rebuked. Yes, Hu Xiaofeng stammered in panic. "Here is what happened. One morning, I was in a half-asleep state when I suddenly received a call. It was one of those numbers consisting of a long string of digits. Upon seeing the number, I suspected it was a scam call, yet I answered it anyway. On the other end, a very mechanical voice informed me that there was 200,000 yuan in cash outside my door, and if I followed their instructions to completely burn down an apartment, they would reward me with an additional 500,000 yuan. In a fit of anger, I cursed, 'Go to hell,' and tossed the phone aside. However, I soon heard a knock at the door. I angrily flung open the door, only to find the outside utterly deserted. Just as I was about to unleash a tirade, I noticed a cardboard box sitting in the corridor. Upon opening it, I was immediately taken aback and fell to the ground in shock. The box was filled to the brim with cash. As I hastily counted, I realized there was a staggering sum of 200,000. My drowsiness vanished in an instant, and I hurriedly carried the money back to my room. At that moment, I finally grasped that the call I had received earlier was no jest. Just then, the phone rang again, presenting yet another series of peculiar digits. Upon answering, the voice on the other end declared, "Now you believe, don't you? If you follow my instructions, you stand to receive an additional 500,000 in cash. However, the condition is that you must completely incinerate that apartment without taking anything from it." I remarked that setting a fire was not an issue, but the presence of surveillance cameras made me anxious. The police would swiftly apprehend me through the footage. The enigmatic caller reassured me, stating that he would arrange for someone to breach the apartment building's security system and erase all the surveillance recordings. "Did you recognize the voice of the caller? Was it male or female?" Gu Jiejie inquired. The voice had a robotic quality, likely altered by voice modulation software. "What happened next?" Gu Jiejie asked again. "Naturally, I acquiesced to his demands. I was currently in debt for 700,000 due to high-interest loans, and if it meant clearing that debt, I would not hesitate to commit arson or even resort to violence if necessary. Thus, I proceeded to the apartment as instructed. I pried open the door of the apartment and poured the gasoline I had prepared all over the floor. However, the apartment was quite spacious, and I found my supply of gasoline insufficient. Consequently, I severed the gas line and fashioned a rudimentary detonation device, preparing to vacate the premises. At that moment, I noticed several packs of fine cigarettes in the liquor cabinet and decided to pocket them. I reasoned that since the apartment was destined to be ignited, the enigmatic individual would remain oblivious to what I had taken. The temptation of readily available wealth clouded my judgment, causing me to disregard the mysterious man's warning. Thus, I rummaged through the place, collecting all valuable items into a bag. This delay led to an unexpected encounter with the property manager as I descended the stairs. The manager was about to interrogate me when, suddenly, a resounding explosion erupted from above, granting me an opportunity to escape. Alas, if I had not taken those items, I would not have crossed paths with the property manager, nor would you have captured me in the act, lamented Hu Xiaofeng with profound regret. Chapter 74. A new approach. Upon the conclusion of the interrogation, Gu Jiejia promptly delved into Hu Xiaofeng's call records, only to ascertain that his assertions were indeed truthful. The two calls had originated from overseas virtual numbers, rendering Gu Jiejia incapable of tracing the exact location of the caller. She had initially believed that apprehending Hu Xiaofeng would lead her to the mastermind behind the scenes, yet the perpetrator proved to be exceedingly cunning, leaving no traces whatsoever. Thus, the trail concerning Hu Xiaofeng abruptly ceased. Lin Yihang, unwilling to succumb to defeat, personally led a team to search Hu Xiaofeng's residence once more. They discovered it to be a dilapidated slum, devoid of any surveillance. Consequently, although the assailant had previously left a box containing cash at Hu Xiaofeng's doorstep, the absence of cameras and witnesses meant that no physical characteristics of the assailant could be discerned. A profound sense of frustration once again enveloped the faces of the entire homicide investigation team. As the clock ticked past the end of the workday, no one seemed inclined to depart. It was only Gu Jiejia who suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, my mother has an engagement tonight. She asked me to pick up Xiao Chang from kindergarten. School has already ended." Gu Jiejia rose, hastily grasping her backpack, and rushed down the stairs of the police station. "Xiao Chang? Who is this Xiao Chang?" I was unaware that Gu Jiejia had such a relative, Lin Yihang inquired, bewildered. "Boss, it's a long story. That would be Zhao Meiqi's son, Zhao Chang. Do you remember?" After Zhao Meiqi's death, Zhao Chang continued to follow Li Lisha, only for Li Lisha to meet her own demise as well, leaving Zhao Chang once again an orphan. Following your instructions, Gu Jiejia and I prepared to send Zhao Chang to an orphanage. However, he clung to Gu Jiejia's arm, refusing to go. His cries heart-wrenching and unbearable even for me, a grown man. Gu Jiejia decided to temporarily take care of Zhao Chang, hoping to stabilize his emotions before eventually sending him to the orphanage. So that was the situation. Lin Yihang recalled that after the explosion in Li Lisha's apartment, he had arranged for Gu Jiejia and Fatty to handle Zhao Chang's affairs. He had been preoccupied with the investigation into Li Lisha's murder and had forgotten about this matter. Upon hearing Zhao Chang's name, Xie Siyu felt a jolt in her heart. How could I have overlooked such a crucial clue? Xie Siyu had been in poor health recently, which caused her to miss this lead. Upon hearing Zhao Chang's name, she immediately realized it could be the key to unraveling the entire case. Xie Siyu promptly stood up and said, "Section Chief Lin, you must accompany me to Zhao Chang's kindergarten." Why do we need to go there? Lin Yihang began to question, but soon grasped Xie Siyu's intent. "Dr. Xie, are you suggesting that Li Lisha may have placed that evidence on Zhao Chang?" "Precisely. Children are least likely to attract the killer's attention. Perhaps that evidence is concealed on Zhao Chang himself." After listening to Xie Siyu's analysis, Lin Yihang felt a renewed sense of hope for solving the case. However, upon noticing the pallor of Xie Siyu's complexion, he could not help but gently say, "I can go with Fatty alone. You have not been feeling well these past few days. You should return home and rest." "It's fine. I am much better now. You know my disposition. If you do not allow me to go, I won't be able to rest well even if I return," she insisted. Faced with Xie Siyu's unwavering determination, Lin Yihang reluctantly acquiesced. "Since Dr. Xie insists on joining, I shall withdraw." Although Fatty often appeared somewhat clueless, he was not a fool. It was undeniably a delightful experience for two people to share a car while pursuing a case together. If he, the glaring third wheel, sat there, it would surely spoil the mood. Lin Yihang shot a glance at Fatty, silently acknowledging his perceptiveness. However, while he managed to shake off Fatty, he could not rid himself of Gu Jiejia, the ever-present spotlight. As Lin Yihang drove Xie Siyu out of the police station, he spotted Gu Jiejia standing by the roadside, her anxious expression evident as she attempted to hail a taxi. With no choice but to hit the brakes, he allowed Gu Jiejia to join them in the SUV. Gu Jiejia's admiration and affection for Lin Yihang were well known throughout the precinct, a fact not lost on Xie Siyu, a psychologist. From the moment Gu Jiejia entered the vehicle, an awkward tension enveloped the three of them, and the SUV was soon engulfed in an uncomfortable silence. Approximately 20 minutes later, the off-road vehicle came to a halt in front of the kindergarten where Zhao Chang attended. Lin Yihang presented his police identification to the gatekeeper, allowing the three of them to smoothly access Zhao Chang's classroom. At that moment, all the children had been picked up, leaving Zhao Chang alone and desolate in the corner. This unfortunate child had, in less than a month, lost his mother, and shortly thereafter, the only person willing to adopt him, Lisha, also met with a tragic fate. Zhao Chang had become a complete orphan. Upon seeing Gu Jiejia, he immediately rushed into her embrace, though he did not wail openly. The tremors of his body spoke volumes of his silent anguish, a heart-wrenching contrast to loud, desperate cries. Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu, and Gu Jiejia were all profoundly moved by this display. After a considerable pause, Xie Siyu gently stroked Zhao Chang's head and said, "Little Chang, you are a strong boy. How can you cry? Uncle and Auntie will take you out for a delicious meal shortly, all right?" Zhao Chang ceased his tears, rubbing his swollen eyes, and nodded in agreement. "Could you tell Auntie what Lisha said to you on the day she brought you to kindergarten?" Xie Siyu inquired delicately. Zhao Chang pondered for a moment before replying. "Auntie Lisha said that if she hadn't come to pick me up by the time school ended, it meant she had gone to find Mommy. Auntie Lisha reminded me not to go with anyone except the police officer." From Zhao Chang's words, it is evident that Lisha was already aware of the impending danger and had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of not returning alive. Fearing for Zhao Chang's safety should he fall into the hands of the assailants, Lisha had earnestly instructed him to trust no one but the police. "When you parted ways with Aunt Lisha, did she say anything particularly noteworthy to you, or did she exhibit any unusual behavior?" asked Xie Siyu. "After dropping me off at kindergarten, Aunt Lisha handed me a plush toy and said it was a gift for me. And where is that plush toy now?" The three of them inquired in unison. Zhao Chang unzipped his backpack and retrieved a green plush toy. Gu Jiejia took the plush toy and was about to pull it apart with great force. Xie Siyu hurriedly intervened, saying, "This is the last gift Aunt Lisha left for Zhao Chang. We should not dismantle it in front of him." Gu Jiejia immediately recognized her thoughtlessness, nearly causing further distress to the unfortunate child. She quickly expressed her sincere apologies, saying, "Zhao Chang, I'm so sorry." After uttering these words, Gu Jiejia promptly returned the toy to Zhao Chang. Chapter 75. Chen Xiaodian. That evening, Zhao Chang, accompanied by Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu, and Gu Jiejia, enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. Lin Yihang then drove them to the mountaintop, where they all gathered to witness the meteor shower. Throughout the night, Zhao Chang reveled in joy. However, while enjoying Zhao Chang's company, Xie Siyu and her companions did not forget the mission upon their shoulders. They purchased a toy that perfectly resembled a plush toy and discreetly exchanged the two. After escorting Zhao Chang to Gu Jiejia's mother, the trio promptly returned to the police station. There, Pangzi and Su Jingzhong awaited them. Su Jingzhong donned gloves and meticulously began to disassemble the plush toy. As anticipated, he discovered a photograph hidden within. The backdrop of the photo was dimly lit, resembling a corridor of an entertainment venue. In the center stood four flamboyantly dressed young women, with one in the middle adorned with a birthday crown. This individual was none other than a young Lisha. In the lower right corner of the photograph was a timestamp, indicating the date as June 4th, exactly 10 years ago. Was this not the day Lin Qianqian was assaulted? Gu Jiejia gasped. At that moment, Lin Yihang also recognized the location depicted in the photograph, the corridor of the Musea Entertainment Club. "Wait, who is that person behind?" Lin Yihang pointed out, revealing a man in a tailored suit emerging from a private room, the door number clearly marked as 1707. This was the very room where Lin Qianqian had been assaulted. The corpulent man also recognized the gravity of the situation. The figure emerging from the private room appeared strikingly familiar. Gu Jiejia pointed at the man who had half his body protruding from the chamber and remarked, "Isn't that Chen Xiaodian, the chairman of the Qin Corporation?" Old forensic expert Su's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "Indeed, this is Chen Xiaodian." The corpulent man confirmed Su Jingzhong's speculation. The cloud of suspicion that had loomed over them was finally dispelled. It was not Chen Weijia who had assaulted Lin Qianqian in room 1707 all those years ago. It was, in fact, his father, Chen Xiaodian. A decade later, in a bid to safeguard his reputation and status, Chen Xiaodian deemed it necessary to eliminate Lan Xiaoqing, who had mysteriously resurfaced, as well as Li Jinfeng, who sought to extort him. To completely bury the events of a decade prior, Chen Xiaodian devised a heinous plan to murder 5 individuals privy to the truth: Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Qianqian, Zhao Meiqi, Huang Zhengwo, and Li Jinfeng. Only through this ruthless course of action could he, Chen Xiaodian, live out the remainder of his days in peace. When the police began to close in on him, posing a threat to Chen Xiaodian, this heartless man callously pushed his critically ill son, Chen Weijia, into the fray, compelling him to turn himself in to avoid the scrutiny that would otherwise fall upon him. Upon discovering the photograph, Lisha initially contemplated contacting the authorities. However, the moment she dialed Lin Yihang's number, her resolve shifted. Driven by an insatiable thirst for wealth, Lisha sought to leverage this damning evidence against Chen Xiaodian to amass a fortune. However, one should not seek to negotiate with a tiger, for it will inevitably lead to one's own peril. In his pursuit of self-interest, Chen Xiaodian disregarded even his own son. Thus it is inconceivable that he would allow himself to be manipulated by the manager of a mere entertainment establishment. Consequently, without hesitation, Chen Xiaodian took the life of Lisha and fabricated a facade of robbery and murder to mislead the authorities, in his relentless quest to obliterate all evidence. He also instructed Hu Xiaofeng to incinerate Lisha's apartment. Yet, despite Chen Xiaoyan's meticulous schemes, He failed to foresee that Li Lisha had concealed such pivotal evidence on the person of a kindergarten child, ultimately enabling the police to uncover the truth behind the entire affair. When Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu arrived at the entrance of the Qin Group headquarters, the main entrance was besieged by an insatiable throng of reporters. These astute journalists had swiftly learned of Qin Xiaoyan's alleged involvement in the 10-year-old case of the assault on Lin Xianxian, prompting them to encircle the headquarters early that morning. Upon the arrival of Lin Yihang's vehicle, the reporters surged forward. Director Lin, can you confirm whether Qin Xiaoyan truly participated in the assault that occurred a decade ago at the Musea Entertainment Club? Was the woman named Lan Xiaoqing murdered by him? Is Qin Xiaoyan implicated in the recent series of 919 murders? Has there been any breakthrough in the case? The inquiries of the reporters rose in a cacophony. Fortunately, Lin Yihang had prepared for this eventuality. From another accompanying police vehicle, several officers emerged, dispersing the reporters to create a pathway for Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu. In the lobby awaited Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, the same Deputy Director of Human Resources, Director Chao, who had previously received Lin Yihang. Under Director Chao's guidance, they swiftly ascended to the presidential office located on the top floor of the building. This was Lin Yihang's second visit, however, during his previous encounter. He had merely stolen a glance at the opulence of the office from the doorway, lacking the courage to step inside. Now, as he stood within the lavish confines, he remained utterly astonished by the incomparable grandeur surrounding him. In contrast, Xie Siyu appeared unaffected by the splendor. Her complexion was still pale, yet under Lin Yihang's attentive care, her health had significantly improved over the past days. At this stage in the investigation, Xie Siyu, as a principal investigator, was determined to attend the meeting in Qin Xiaoyan's office despite her illness. Seated behind a grand desk, Qin Xiaoyan, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, bore a face marked by a rugged countenance and eyes reminiscent of a wolf, starkly contrasting with his refined son, Qin Weijia. His appearance suggested a ruthless individual, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Please, take a seat. Director Chao gestured for Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu to sit across from the desk. Once they were seated, Qin Xiaoyan's gaze bypassed Lin Yihang entirely, landing squarely on Xie Siyu. Dr. Xie, you appear unwell. You should really take better care of yourself. I have a ginseng imported from North Korea, known for its remarkable restorative properties. Allow me to have someone fetch it for you shortly. Qin Xiaoyan immediately recognized Xie Siyu. Furthermore, judging by his expression, he was already aware of Xie Siyu's significant role in the investigation of this case, which is why he chose to disregard Lin Yihang's presence entirely. This also reveals that Qin Xiaoyan has been covertly monitoring the actions of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. However, this only serves to amplify Qin Xiaoyan's suspicion. Xie Siyu's face remained devoid of any change in expression as she coldly remarked, "Thank you." Chapter 76 Confrontation. Xie Siyu, a student of criminal psychology, understood that when faced with a cunning and formidable figure like Qin Xiaoyan, pleasantries were unnecessary. The most effective way to subdue such a ruthless individual was to completely overpower him with one's presence. Indeed, Qin Xiaoyan's countenance betrayed his displeasure. Throughout the years, anyone who encountered him had behaved like a sycophant, eagerly wagging their tails in submission. Yet, this frail woman before him seemed entirely dismissive of his stature. This audacity struck a severe blow to Qin Xiaoyan's pride, causing a slight crack in the psychological defenses he had meticulously constructed. With a vigorous puff on his cigar, he expressed his discontent. Director Lin, I suspect that the photograph of me at the Musea Entertainment Club was deliberately leaked by your team. Am I correct? Do you have any idea the extent of the damage this image has inflicted upon me? In the span of a single day, our company's stock plummeted by nearly 20. The reputation and status I have painstakingly built over a lifetime have suffered tremendous harm due to this photograph. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he continued. Various rumors have begun to circulate. Some accuse me of being a rapist. Others claim I am having an illicit affair with my daughter-in-law, Lin Xianxian. And there are even whispers that I lack humanity, using my terminally ill son as a human shield. Director Lin, you must provide me with an explanation today. Before Lin Yihang's arrival, he had already received a warning from Xie Siyu. When confronting a figure like Qin Xiaoyan, a formidable force in the underworld, one must employ the principles of the jungle. Thus, Lin Yihang did not yield to Qin Xiaoyan, despite the vast disparity in their social standings. In a voice as cold as ice, he stated, "Isn't the rumor circulating in society rooted in truth?" Upon obtaining the photographs, we immediately commenced a thorough investigation. We discovered that your son, Qin Weijia, and your daughter-in-law, Lin Xianxian, initially resided in a luxurious villa in the city center, attended by a dozen servants. However, due to your illicit relationship with your daughter-in-law, which was inadvertently witnessed by those servants, you resorted to intimidation and bribery to safeguard your reputation. After offering them a substantial severance package, you expelled them all from the Chun household. to facilitate your continued affair with Lin Qianqian. You compelled Qin Weijie and Lin Qianqian to relocate to a small villa in the suburbs, forbidding them from hiring any servants or installing surveillance equipment. These measures were all taken to conceal the improper relationship between you and your daughter-in-law. Upon discovering that his wife was entangled with his father, Qin Weijie found himself utterly powerless. Naturally timid by disposition and having grown up under your harsh treatment, he harbored a profound fear of you. Consequently, even upon realizing that you had taken his wife, Qin Weijie dared not resist in any form. However, Qin Weijie is, after all, a man. Faced with such unparalleled humiliation, the only recourse available to him was to succumb to despair. Consequently, following this incident, Qin Weijie fell into a state of despondency. He abandoned all responsibilities at the company, immersing himself in the world of online gaming, relying on the sensory stimulation it provided to temporarily escape the anguish of his reality. Qin Xiaodian, in your pursuit of personal desires, you have brazenly destroyed such a remarkable son. The reason Qin Weijie developed lung cancer is intricately linked to his prolonged psychological distress and unhealthy lifestyle choices. Had it not been for you, Qin Weijie would likely be thriving today, possibly even becoming one of the most distinguished business elites in W City. Even so, you still refuse to grant him respite. Upon witnessing our police delve deeper into the case, threatening your own safety, you shamelessly thrust your gravely ill son, Qin Weijie, into the limelight to bear the blame for your misdeeds. Qin Xiaodian, you are nothing short of a beast. Qin Xiaodian never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant section chief would dare to chastise him so severely in front of his subordinates. For a moment, Qin Xiaodian found himself at a loss for words. He took several deep puffs of his cigar to mask his discomfort. After a prolonged silence, Qin Xiaodian finally retorted, "The photograph you possess is nothing but a forgery by Li Lisha. On June 4th, 10 years ago, I was never present at the Musea Entertainment Club. Qin Xiaodian, it is with great regret that I inform you we have already consulted the technical experts from the provincial department, and that photograph is indeed the authentic original. The image has not undergone any form of alteration." Lin Yihang continued with a cold demeanor. "On the night of the assault on Lin Qianqian, you, along with Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng, entered room 1707, where you committed the heinous act against the female university student Lin Qianqian. Subsequently, you set your sights on another female student, Lan Xiaoqing, who had come to retrieve Lin Qianqian from school. Thus, you devised a scheme to lure Lan Xiaoqing to that villa. Your vile actions ultimately led to her tragic disappearance into the sea. To silence Lin Qianqian and to further dominate her, you arranged for her to marry your son, Qin Weijie. You believed this would ensure that the incident would remain buried forever. However, you were unaware that Lan Xiaoqing, who had fallen into the sea, was not dead. She was washed ashore and subsequently imprisoned by human traffickers. After escaping the clutches of the brothers Li Daigu and Li Ergu, Lan Xiaoqing sought retribution from Lin Qianqian. At that moment, you were entangled with Lin Qianqian. Upon seeing Lan Xiaoqing, you immediately resolved to eliminate her to silence her forever. Your unwavering resolve stemmed from the intimidation you faced from Li Jinfeng, who had recently been released from prison. The sudden reappearance of Lan Xiaoqing drove you to madness. You, a seasoned figure in the underworld, understood that the only way to ensure someone's silence is to make them vanish completely. You, Qin Xiaodian, are no longer the man you were a decade ago. After a decade of rapid advancement, you have ascended to the position of chairman of the largest conglomerate in W City. You are resolute in your determination to protect your authority and reputation from any challenge. Thus, you devised a nefarious plan to eliminate all those who were aware of the scandal involving the Musea Entertainment Club and to frame Lin Qianqian as the scapegoat. In a cruel act, you brutally murdered Lan Xiaoqing and Lin Qianqian, dismembering their bodies in your son Qin Weijie's villa. Following this, you employed the same method to dispose of Huang Zhangwo, Li Jinfeng, and Zhao Meiqi. Your disguise was impeccable, leading the police to believe that the perpetrator was none other than the victim Lin Qianqian, who, they surmised, had committed the murders in a quest for vengeance. You deliberately placed the victims' heads in various locations, including Debiakin and Zhao Meiqi's guesthouse, even audaciously delivering Li Jinfeng's head to the police station. Your intention was to create a sensational public uproar, compelling the media to pressure the police into a swift resolution of the case. In their haste, the police overlooked numerous details. Thus, you, Qin Xiaodian, believed you could evade the grasp of justice. However, your meticulous planning failed to account for the arrival of an exceptionally skilled criminal psychologist, Xie Siyu, in the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Chapter 77, Cunning and Deceptive Dr. Xie. Through the psychological traces of your crime left at the scene, and with meticulous reasoning, ultimately unraveled your scheme, exonerating Lin Qianqian from the list of suspects. This revelation enveloped you in an unprecedented sense of peril, should the police continue their investigation. It was only a matter of time before the true mastermind behind the crimes would be unveiled. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, you, as a father, resorted to coercing your terminally ill son, Qin Weijia, into taking the fall for your misdeeds. Qin Weijia, already devoid of hope and burdened by illness, succumbed to your threats and inducements, ultimately surrendering to the police and assuming all blame on your behalf. If all proceeded smoothly, Qin Weijia would undoubtedly be convicted of murder, allowing you, Qin Xiaodian, to evade justice once more. However, the astute Dr. Xie detected anomalies and requested access to all files pertaining to Qin Weijia at the Qin Group. At that time, it was you who facilitated my inquiry. Overconfident in your apparent victory, you overlooked these crucial details and generously provided me with all of Qin Weijia's records from the company. Yet, this seemingly minor oversight allowed Dr. Xie to uncover compelling evidence, proving that Qin Weijia had no involvement in the violent incident at the Musea Entertainment Club, thereby eliminating him as a suspect. Of course, even at this juncture, you remained secure until Lilisha came knocking. At this point, Lin Yihang paused briefly before continuing. Lilisha inadvertently discovered photographs taken a decade ago during her birthday celebration at the club. It is a curious coincidence that the photograph precisely captured the moment you emerged from room 1707. This unequivocally indicates your involvement in the assault on Lin Chanqian that fateful night. Originally, Lilisha intended to present this photograph to the authorities and thus contacted my mobile phone. However, the instant I answered the call, she changed her mind. Unable to resist the allure of monetary gain, she sought to extort a substantial sum from you using this image. Upon receiving Lilisha's call, you swiftly devised a countermeasure. On one hand, you agreed to meet with her, seizing the opportunity to eliminate her unexpectedly and fabricate the illusion of a robbery. On the other hand, you hired foreign hackers to disable the surveillance systems in her apartment and instructed Hu Xiaofeng to set fire to Lilisha's residence. This meticulous planning was intended to obliterate all evidence. Yet, despite your extensive calculations, you overlooked one crucial detail. Lilisha concealed the photograph within the toys of Zhao Meiqi's son, Zhao Chong. This oversight ultimately provided our police force with the opportunity to obtain the image. Qin Xiaodian, your malevolence, selfishness, and shamelessness are truly astounding. After Lin Yihang's impassioned declaration, Qin Xiaodian, remarkably, displayed no signs of anger. Instead, a smug smile graced his lips. Clapping his hands, he remarked, "Splendid, splendid. Chief Lin, it would be a travesty for you not to pursue a career in detective fiction. However, we are currently discussing a case. Since we are discussing a case, evidence must be presented. Chief Lin, all that you have just articulated is merely a figment of your imagination. I have never assaulted Lin Chanqian, nor have I harmed anyone." Qin Xiaodian exhaled a plume of smoke and continued, "I acknowledge that on June 4th, a decade ago, I was indeed in room 1707 of the Musea Entertainment Club. However, I was merely discussing collaboration with Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng. Once our conversation concluded, I left the private room. As for what transpired thereafter, I am entirely oblivious." At this point, Qin Xiaodian leaned forward, a menacing glint in his eyes as he declared, "If you wish to apprehend me, you must present sufficient evidence. Otherwise, I suggest you vacate my premises immediately." Xie Siyu had anticipated Qin Xiaodian's brazen demeanor. The objective of her and Lin Yihang's visit was not genuinely to detain Qin Xiaodian at the police station. In truth, they lacked the critical evidence to deliver a decisive blow. A mere photograph could hardly substantiate anything. Their ostentatious arrival at Qin Xiaodian's office was a strategic maneuver to apply pressure. Just as the perpetrator could leverage the victim's demise to exert influence over the police could likewise employ the media to create a public outcry against Qin Xiaodian. Under such intense scrutiny, it was inevitable that Qin Xiaodian would falter, which was precisely what Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu hoped for. After their departure, Qin Xiaodian, filled with fury, extinguished his cigar in the ashtray. The twisted expression on his face resembled not the act of extinguishing a cigar, but rather the brutal snapping of a human neck. "Xie Siyu, you are truly my nemesis." At that moment, the financial director rushed into Qin Xiaodian's office in a state of panic. "Chairman, we are in grave trouble. Ever since that photograph was released by the media, numerous detrimental rumors regarding you have begun to circulate. This has resulted in our market value evaporating by over 300 million overnight, and our stocks continue to plummet. Companies that have collaborated with us for many years are now expressing their intent to terminate contracts. The losses we are incurring are catastrophic. Did I not instruct you to use our financial resources to mitigate the public sentiment?" Qin Xiaodian rebuked, his dissatisfaction evident. "This situation is unlike any we have faced before. The public interest is overwhelmingly intense. We have engaged a public relations firm, yet we are still unable to manage the crisis," the financial director said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Moreover, those reporters are insufferable. They have managed to locate the previous servants who worked at the young master's villa. These servants have embellished the scandalous tales of your relationship with the young mistress, and now the streets are abuzz with these revelations. Your public persona has been utterly shattered. The servants the financial director referred to were those who had previously served Chen Weijie and Lin Xianxian at their villa. They had witnessed the indiscretions between Chen Xiaotian and his daughter-in-law, Lin Xianxian. To silence them, Chen Xiaotian had once lavished a considerable sum to secure their silence and subsequently relocated them. Furthermore, he forbade Chen Weijie and Lin Xianxian from employing any servants henceforth. Unexpectedly, as the events continued to unfold, these servants were once again sought out by the media. Moreover, it was evident that they were not particularly committed to their promises, readily betraying Chen Xiaotian in the face of new incentives. Very well, I understand, Chen Xiaotian said irritably, gesturing dismissively before straightening his suit. He then exited the Chun Group's edifice through the back door and departed in an ordinary vehicle. Chen Xiaotian was on his way to the hospital to visit his son, Chen Weijie, who was teetering on the brink of death, clinging to the last vestiges of life. Chapter 78, The Shadow. Upon entering the hospital room, Chen Xiaotian gestured dismissively for the bodyguards to withdraw. At that moment, only Chen Xiaotian and Chen Weijie remained in the room. Having ruled out any suspicion of murder against Chen Weijie and taking into account his medical condition, the police had granted him medical parole. As Chen Xiaotian gazed upon his son, who lay on the hospital bed with a pallid complexion, there was no trace of compassion on his face. Instead, he scolded harshly. "You worthless wretch, you have failed to execute the final task I entrusted to you." Chen Weijie, lying on the bed, could only weep incessantly. His biological mother had passed away long ago, and his father, who exhibited a pronounced tendency for domestic violence, would unleash his pinned-up resentment on Chen Weijie whenever faced with adversity. Thus, Chen Weijie's childhood was marred by the torment inflicted by his father. Consequently, he harbored a profound fear of the man before him. Even as he approached his 40th year, he still found himself haunted in dreams by visions of his father striking him with a belt. Witnessing Chen Weijie's extreme weakness only intensified Chen Xiaotian's disdain. He turned to leave the hospital room. Just as he was about to step out, Chen Weijie suddenly mustered a timid voice to ask, "Father, have you ever felt even the slightest twinge of guilt?" Chen Xiaotian was utterly astonished that his typically timid son would dare to pose such a question. His body trembled slightly, but he quickly regained the demeanor of a defiant and domineering CEO. "The word guilt has never graced the pages of my dictionary. Your inability to care for your own wife is a reflection of your own shortcomings." With that, Chen Xiaotian strode out of the hospital room without a backward glance. Upon arriving at the hospital lobby via the elevator, he initially intended to exit through the main entrance to reach the parking lot and leave in his vehicle. However, a vigilant bodyguard gestured towards him, drawing Chen Xiaotian's attention to the presence of several reporters lurking outside the hospital doors. Unsure whether they were there for him, he opted for caution and decided to exit through the back door instead. Just as he turned to make his departure, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was an unfamiliar number. For someone of Chen Xiaotian's stature, he possessed numerous phone numbers, each designated for different purposes, with all but one managed by his secretary. The one he kept on his person was indispensable, as it was known only to a select few significant individuals. Thus, despite the unfamiliarity of the number, Chen Xiaotian answered the call. During the brief conversation that lasted about a minute, he remained silent, yet his facial expressions fluctuated dramatically like a roller coaster. Finally, he uttered a simple okay before ending the call. "Chairman, the car has arrived at the hospital's rear entrance." A striking woman clad in a professional suit addressed Chen Xiaotian. She was Chen Xiaotian's personal secretary, Selina. "Where are we headed now?" Selina inquired cautiously. "Back to the company," Chen Xiaotian replied with unwavering certainty. Upon returning to his office, the clock had already struck 6 in the evening. Once seated, Chen Xiaotian turned to Selina and declared, "No one is permitted to work overtime in the building today. All personnel, including the security guards and night patrols, are excused from duty." The young secretary appeared perplexed by Chen Xiaotian's decision. "Chairman, if we remove the security personnel, what if something happens?" "Do not question me. Follow my orders," he commanded. "No one is to remain in this building tonight, and ensure that all surveillance for the crucial company is disabled." Having worked alongside Chen Xiaotian for many years, Selina was well aware of his resolute nature and chose not to press further. Reluctantly, she complied with his directives, evacuating all staff from the premises and shutting down every surveillance camera. After completing these tasks, she swiftly exited the building. Once he was certain that everyone had vacated the premises, Chen Xiaotian opened the safe concealed within his office partition, retrieving gold bars and cash, which he meticulously placed into a leather suitcase, positioning it on the floor in front of his desk. The clock on the wall ticked incessantly, its rhythmic sound piercing the stillness of the night. Chen Xiaotian sat motionless in his office chair, his gaze fixed on the clock. his expression as rigid as that of a lifeless corpse. When the hands of the clock pointed to 10 o'clock, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed through the dim corridor. The footsteps were clearly subdued, each sound barely registering against the ground. Yet, in the profound silence surrounding him, even such muted sounds reached Chen Xiaoyan's ears with clarity. The corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched. Finally, the person he had awaited all evening had arrived. He reached for a cigar on the desk and lit it slowly. At the moment the cigar ignited, the office door was gently pushed open. A shadowy figure, clad in a baseball cap, stepped into the office and stood opposite Chen Xiaoyan. Neither of them spoke, their eyes scrutinizing one another like two wolves poised for a duel, assessing their surroundings and the state of their opponent before deciding their next move. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xiaoyan broke the quietude. Have you brought the items? The shadowy figure smirked ominously. The money, are you prepared? Chen Xiaoyan gestured with his cigar towards the leather suitcase on the desk. It is right in front of you. The shadowy figure slowly advanced a few steps and flicked the suitcase lid with his toe. The lid of the box flipped over with a soft thud. In the faint light streaming through the window, one could discern that the box was filled to the brim with colorful banknotes, alongside several gleaming gold bars that radiated an enticing glow. The shadowy figure's Adam's apple bobbed vigorously, clearly struggling to swallow his saliva. You've seen the money. Where's what I seek? Chen Xiaoyan inquired leisurely. It is here, the shadowy figure replied, tossing an envelope onto Chen Xiaoyan's table. Chen Xiaoyan placed his cigar in the ashtray and slowly opened the envelope, revealing several photographs. The backdrop of the images was none other than the dilapidated ironworks where Li Jinfeng's corpse was discovered. Chapter 79. Confrontation in the photograph. Chen Xiaoyan firmly grasped a dagger, plunging it forcefully into Li Jiangwo's chest. He scrutinized the second image, where he was seen using the knife to sever Li Jinfeng's head. As Chen Xiaoyan continued to flip through the subsequent photographs, they chronologically documented his actions of burying the bodies, cleaning the crime scene, and hastily departing from the site of the murder. This series of images astonishingly reconstructed the entire process of Chen Xiaoyan's murder of Li Jinfeng. Where did you acquire these photographs? Chen Xiaoyan inquired in a low voice. That day, I was wandering around the ironworks out of boredom and inadvertently stumbled upon you committing murder. Out of curiosity, I captured this series of images. To my astonishment, when I later searched online, I discovered that you were the head of the Chen group. I was overjoyed. This truly is an unexpected windfall. Thus, I took the audacious step of contacting you, Mr. Chen. Are these all the photographs? Do you have any backups? Chen Xiaoyan glared fiercely at the shadowy figure. I pride myself on my integrity. As long as you, Mr. Chen, fulfill your end of the bargain and provide me with the agreed sum, I will naturally hand over all the photographs to you. I will not retain any copies. Very well, you may take this box of money. Chen Xiaoyan picked up his cigar again and took a deep draw. The shadow's face broke into a greedy smile. Thank you, Mr. Chen. With that, the figure bent down to close the open lid of the box. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoyan stood up slowly and discreetly seized a golf club from the side of his desk, swinging it down violently towards the shadow's head. With a sudden bang, the shadow let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. Before the shadow could regain its composure, Chen Xiaoyan swung his golf club with force, striking the shadow's head once more. The sound of repeated blows echoed as he delivered 7 or 8 relentless strikes until the shadow lay motionless on the ground. Chen Xiaoyan extended his right hand, removing the cigar from his mouth. Damn it! How dare you attempt to extort me? When I, Chen Xiaoyan, was carving my path, you were still donning your childish trousers. His words were not mere bravado. In his youth, Chen Xiaoyan had indeed been a notorious rogue, engaging in numerous nefarious deeds. However, possessing a sharp intellect, he managed to cleanse his reputation early on and used the initial fortune acquired through his unscrupulous activities to establish the Chen group, gradually ascending to societal prominence. Deep down, Chen Xiaoyan remained an unrepentant rogue, which explained his audacity in taking liberties with his daughter-in-law, Lin Qianqian. After taking another puff from his cigar, he bent down, intent on flipping the shadow over to discern the identity of his would-be extorter. Yet, at the very moment Chen Xiaoyan turned the shadow's body, the shadow's right arm twitched, and a fruit knife lunged toward his chest. The proximity rendered Chen Xiaoyan incapable of evasion. He instinctively raised his hand to block the attack, only to hear a sickening squelch as the knife pierced through his palm. A cry of anguish escaped Chen Xiaoyan's lips as the cigar tumbled from his mouth to the ground. Before he could react, the shadow struggled to sit up and aimed another stab at his thigh. Had Chen Xiaoyan endured such a wound in his youth, he would undoubtedly have mustered the strength to maintain his upright posture. However, now in his 60s, the impact of the blow rendered him unable to resist, and he collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the shadowy figure plunged the fruit knife toward Chen Xiaoyan's chest. In a desperate attempt, Chen Xiaoyan extended his hand, grasping the blade of the knife. Instantly, Thick crimson blood flowed from his hand. The shadowy figure, clearly taken aback by Chen Xiaoyan's defiance, hesitated momentarily. Chen Xiaoyan seized this fleeting moment, launching his head forcefully toward the figure's face. A pained scream escaped the assailant as his nasal bridge fractured. Taking advantage of the situation, Chen Xiaoyan pressed the figure to the ground, wrested the knife from his grasp, and plunged it viciously toward the figure's neck. In the early morning, within the precinct's office, the detectives of the Major Crimes Unit were meticulously analyzing the case. Their current focus was directed toward Chen Xiaoyan, the founder of the Chen Group. As the investigation deepened, an increasing number of suspicions pointed toward him. This Chen Xiaoyan is indeed formidable. He embarked on his entrepreneurial journey at the age of 35 and, within a mere 3 decades, constructed a vast commercial empire, remarked the rotund officer, his tongue lolling out. This fellow is nothing more than a criminal masquerading as a legitimate businessman. Look at his rise. It is steeped in criminality. Only in the last decade or so has he begun to conduct business lawfully, scoffed Gu Jiejia, her disdain palpable toward such a suit-clad rogue. Gu Jiejia's assessment was not without merit. Chen Xiaoyan is, without a doubt, a notorious scoundrel. In his youth, he gathered a band of ne'er-do-wells to monopolize the market, engaging in coercive trade, which allowed him to amass his initial fortune. Later, capitalizing on the boom in real estate development, he transformed himself into a socialite. Yet behind the facade, he continued to perpetrate numerous heinous acts. Each time trouble arose, he would have his underlings take the fall for him. Once Chen Xiaoyan managed to cleanse his reputation, he began to bribe unscrupulous media outlets to construct a narrative portraying him as a benevolent entrepreneur. Forensic expert Su Jingzhong is significantly older than his peers. He had heard of Chen Xiaoyan in his youth and had dealt with numerous assault cases linked to him. Consequently, Su Jingzhong possesses a deeper understanding of Chen Xiaoyan's past. Based on the information currently available, it is highly likely that Chen Xiaoyan is the mastermind behind the 919 series of murders. He is also the true perpetrator of the Musea Entertainment Club rape case from a decade ago, as well as the incident involving Lan Xiaoqing's plunge into the sea. However, to date, apart from a photograph provided by Li Lisha, which confirms that Chen Xiaoyan entered box 1707 on the night Lin Chanqian was assaulted, there is a lack of further evidence linking him to this series of crimes. This presents a considerable challenge in the case, remarked Lin Yihang. Chen Xiaoyan is a habitual offender with a keen ability to evade detection, making the pursuit of incriminating evidence against him an exceedingly arduous task. Even Xie Siyu feels somewhat powerless in this situation. Observing the despondent expressions of those around her, Xie Siyu encouraged, no matter how cunning Chen Xiaoyan may be, he will inevitably leave behind a flaw. We have deliberately disseminated certain information, utilizing the media to wage a war of public opinion, thereby applying pressure on Chen Xiaoyan. Under such immense strain, he is bound to make a mistake. All we need to do is maintain sufficient patience and await the moment he reveals his weakness. No sooner had Xie Siyu finished speaking than the office phone of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit rang. Gu Jiejia casually picked up the receiver. Hello? This is the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Officer Gu speaking. A hurried voice came through the line. After hearing just a few words, Gu Jiejia's eyes widened in astonishment. Resembling saucers. The portly man beside her, puzzled, inquired, Gu Jiejia, what has happened? Ignoring his question, Gu Jiejia fixed her gaze intently on Xie Siyu, exclaiming, Dr. Xie, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Chen Xiaoyan has indeed encountered trouble. He is dead. Chapter 80, Mysterious Death. 1. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Chen Group, the area was besieged by reporters and various media outlets, creating an impenetrable crowd. The Chen Group stands as the largest enterprise in W City, and the death of its chairman has sent shockwaves throughout the city. The peculiar circumstances surrounding his demise have drawn parallels to the notorious 919 series of murders, igniting a fervent uproar across the region. Director Lin, how did Chairman Chen Xiaoyan meet his end? Could he be the mastermind behind the 919 series of murders? Director Lin, is it true that there was an affair between Chen Xiaoyan and his daughter-in-law, Lin Chanqian? As the reporters spotted Lin Yihang arriving at the scene, they swarmed him, bombarding him with an array of questions. At that moment, Lin Yihang felt utterly frazzled, lacking the inclination to entertain such trivial inquiries. Moreover, he himself was still in the dark about the exact cause of Chen Xiaoyan's death. He waved his hand, signaling the media to clear a path. With utmost caution, he positioned himself to create a barrier for Xie Siyu, shielding her from the throng. Seeing this, a warmth surged within Xie Siyu. Despite Lin Yihang's usually taciturn and frigid demeanor, he truly proved to be a considerate gentleman in critical moments, even thinking to protect her from the bustling crowd. On the other hand, Gu Jiejia observed with displeasure, this Director Lin is exceedingly biased. We are both women. Why does he only attend to Xie Siyu? Is it merely because Xie Siyu appears delicate and fragile, akin to a character from a classic tale. That she merits such excessive favoritism? With the assistance of other officers, the detectives from the Major Crimes Unit managed to gain entry into the Chun Group's towering edifice. They swiftly ascended to the chairman's office on the top floor via the elevator. At that moment, a cordon had been established at the entrance of the office. To preserve the integrity of the scene, Lin Yihang, Xie Siyu, and their colleagues refrained from hastily entering, instead allowing Su Jingzhong, in charge of the evidence and forensic investigation, to proceed with his assistants into the crime scene first. Standing in the corridor, Lin Yihang surveyed his surroundings and inquired of the officer maintaining the scene. Who was the first to discover the crime scene? The officer replied, reporting to Chief Lin, it was Secretary Chen Xiaodian. Where is the secretary now? Lin Yihang pressed. She is in the adjacent VIP lounge. Lin Yihang gestured for the others to wait outside, taking only Xie Siyu with him into the VIP lounge. Not long ago, Lin Yihang had visited the VIP lounge to retrieve Chun Weiji's records. He had been taken aback by the opulence of the lounge's decor, even playfully snapping a photograph to send to Xie Siyu. Little did he anticipate that so soon after, he would return to the very same lounge due to the death of Chen Xiaodian. Lin Yihang couldn't help but reflect inwardly on the unpredictability of life. Just the day before, Chen Xiaodian had been brimming with arrogance, and now he had become a lifeless corpse. At that moment, Lin Yihang noticed a young woman seated in the lounge, impeccably fashionable in her attire. Her figure was striking, with a curvaceous body tightly enveloped in a standardized short skirt. Her delicate features were accentuated by subtle makeup, and her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, while her eyes radiated competence. However, perhaps due to a recent fright, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. Upon seeing Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu, the secretary's breathing grew noticeably rapid, indicating her profound panic and fear. The woman promptly rose to her feet, instinctively donning a faint smile born of professional habit. Are you Chen Xiaoyan's secretary? Lin Yihang inquired. Yes, you may call me Selina, she replied. Her voice sweet and slightly coy, possessing a distinctly alluring quality. Lin Yihang could not help but ponder, with such a beautiful secretary by Chen Xiaoyan inside, why would he target his daughter-in-law, Lin Xianqian? It seemed that Chen Xiaodian harbored an unusual and rather perverse inclination. How did you discover Chen Xiaoyan's body? Could you recount the events of that moment? Lin Yihang asked. A flicker of terror danced in Selina's eyes, clearly indicating that the memory of discovering Chen Xiaoyan's body still haunted her. This morning, I arrived at the president's office as usual, only to find the door ajar. I gently rapped on the door, but there was no response from within. Pushing the door open, I was met with a harrowing sight. The president lay sprawled on the floor, his body drenched in blood. Beneath him lay a stranger, a man clad in a baseball cap, his eyes wide and his expression grotesquely contorted, as if caught in the throes of death. I was horrified. I swiftly notified the security department while dialing the police. Before long, the authorities arrived at the scene and subsequently placed me in the VIP room to await questioning. This is how the events unfolded. Does your chairman typically prefer to work alone in his office? Xie Siyu inquired. Selina shook her head, replying, when our chairman works late, he usually has me by his side, with bodyguards stationed outside the office. Then why was he alone this time? What were the bodyguards doing when the incident occurred? Xie Siyu pressed on. Here's the situation. After receiving a phone call yesterday, the chairman's demeanor changed drastically. Upon returning to the company, he brought me to his office and issued a directive, instructing me to clear all personnel on duty, including security staff, from the building and to shut down all surveillance cameras. I found this command exceedingly strange, as it starkly contradicted our company's safety protocols. I was about to question the chairman's reasoning behind such actions, but upon witnessing his chilling expression, I dared not utter another word. Reluctantly, they complied with his orders, dispersing all personnel within the building and deactivating the surveillance system. Upon hearing the secretary's words, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu exchanged a glance, realizing that Chen Xiaodian must have anticipated the events of the evening. Thus, he deliberately evacuated the building and disabled the monitoring equipment, evidently wishing to eliminate any potential witnesses and recorded evidence. Given that Chen Xiaodian had taken such meticulous precautions, one could not help but wonder why he would ultimately meet an inexplicable demise in his office. With these pressing questions lingering in their minds, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu exited the VIP lounge. Chapter 81. The Mysterious Death 2. At this moment, Su Jingzhong, who was responsible for the collection of physical evidence and forensic examination, had completed his preliminary investigation of the scene. He gestured towards Lin Yihang, prompting him and Xie Siyu to don protective suits, gloves, and caps before entering Chen Xiaoyan's office. This expansive office, nearly 150 square meters in size, was adorned with extravagant decor. At the center of the room stood an elegantly antique executive desk, while the floor was marred with pools of blood and scattered stacks of $100 bills. The lifeless body of Chen Xiaodian lay on the ground, alongside that of another male, approximately 30 years of age. Beside the two corpses rested a black leather suitcase, ajar, revealing a significant pile of cash and several gleaming gold bars. It was evident that the bills strewn across the floor had been flung from this very suitcase. Upon our entrance to the crime scene, Chun Xiaoyan's body was found draped over the male corpse. After we turned Chun Xiaoyan's body over, we discovered multiple stab wounds on his palms and abdomen, along with a contusion on the back of his head, indicative of a blunt force impact. The male victim, too, bore the scars of violence, with his head showing signs of repeated blunt force trauma and numerous stab wounds to his chest and abdomen. It appeared that the two had engaged in a fierce struggle, ultimately succumbing to their injuries in a tragic mutual demise. The scattered bills were the result of their violent confrontation, which had caused the contents of the suitcase to spill across the floor. We conducted forensic examinations of footprints and fingerprints at the scene, extracting 3 distinct sets belonging to Chun Xiaoyan, the man in the baseball cap, and Chun Xiaoyan's secretary, Selena. Xie Siyu remarked, "It is hardly surprising that Selena left her fingerprints and footprints here, as she was in the office with Chun Xiaoyan last night. But why did Chun Xiaoyan engage in a physical altercation with the man in the baseball cap?" Gu Jieji inquired. "The answer must lie within these photographs on the table," Su Jingzhong declared, carefully lifting several photographs from the desk with tweezers. These images meticulously captured the entire sequence of events surrounding Chun Xiaoyan's murder of Li Jinfeng. Upon seeing this, Gu Jieji suddenly realized the man in the baseball cap must have recorded the entire murder at the abandoned iron mine, and is now using these photographs to blackmail Chun Xiaoyan. The money in the box is likely the cash Chun Xiaoyan prepared for the transaction. However, a dispute arose during their exchange, leading to their violent confrontation. Ultimately, due to their severe injuries, both perished here. Forensic expert Su Jingzhong nodded in approval, affirming, "Gu Jieji's analysis is indeed accurate. Our team at the Forensic and Medical Center, upon surveying the scene, reached the same conclusion. We found no fingerprints of a third party on the photographs or the murder weapon, which clearly indicates that the two engaged in a fatal brawl." Forensic expert Lao Su, upon reaching this point, picked up an evidence bag containing a blood-stained fruit knife. This fruit knife is the weapon that led to the demise of Chun Xiaoyan and the man in the baseball cap. We have extracted fingerprints belonging to both Chun Xiaoyan and the man in the baseball cap from the knife. Has the identity of the man in the baseball cap been clarified? Lin Yihang inquired with a furrowed brow. Lao Su gently adjusted his mask and replied, "We did not find any identification documents or driver's licenses on the man in the baseball cap that could directly verify his identity. However, we did discover a mobile phone in his pocket. Our technical department traced the phone number and found that the owner of the device is named Li Qing. Li Qing had previously called Chun Xiaoyan and even sent him a photograph." At this juncture, Su Jingzhong retrieved a black mobile phone from another evidence bag. Upon unlocking the screen, it displayed a sent photograph, the very image of Chun Xiaoyan fatally stabbing Li Jinfeng. Observing this, Lin Yihang immediately commanded Gu Jieji, promptly investigate all information related to this Li Qing. Understood, Gu Jieji responded before hastily exiting the crime scene. Although Gu Jieji often displayed a bit of a rebellious attitude and had a sharp tongue, she approached her work with remarkable zeal and vigor, a quality Lin Yihang greatly admired. At this moment, the portly man shook his substantial head and reported, "I went to the security room to review the surveillance footage, but the personnel in charge informed me that last night, Chun Xiaoyan had issued an order requiring all security staff to vacate the building and to disable all surveillance devices within it. Therefore, we have no means of knowing what transpired inside the building last night." The statement from the head of security aligns perfectly with that of Secretary Selena, which implies that during the murder incident last night, there could not have been any surveillance or eyewitnesses. Thus far, the case has become alarmingly clear. This man, Li Qing, inadvertently captured images of Chun Xiaoyan committing the murder of Li Jinfeng. Consequently, Li Qing contacted Chun Xiaoyan, presenting these photographs as leverage. Upon viewing the images, Chun Xiaoyan realized he was compromised and subsequently acquiesced to Li Qing's demands. It is presumed that Li Qing designated the Chun Corporation building as the venue for their transaction, believing that Chun Xiaoyan would refrain from committing murder in the bustling headquarters. However, Li Qing gravely underestimated Chun Xiaoyan's ruthlessness. In order to evade detection, Chun Xiaoyan cleared the building of all personnel and disabled the surveillance systems. His intent was to eliminate any potential witnesses or recorded evidence of the act. Chun Xiaoyan had no intention of engaging in any dealings with Li Qing. He understood that once extortion commenced, it would never cease. Thus, Chun Xiaoyan's fundamental intention in luring Li Qing to this place was to eliminate him. That evening, Li Qing arrived as promised, tossed the photographs onto Chun Xiaoyan's desk, and prepared to leave with the money. Seizing the moment when Li Qing was unsuspecting, Chun Xiaoyan struck him on the back of the head with a golf club. However, Li Qing had evidently come prepared. Upon being attacked, he drew a fruit knife and lunged at Chen Xiaodian. In his youth, Chen Xiaodian would have found it effortless to dispose of someone like Li Qing, but age had diminished his physical prowess. Consequently, during the struggle, he was unable to subdue Li Qing as easily as anticipated and was instead wounded by him. Ultimately, both succumbed to their injuries due to excessive blood loss. Forensic expert Su Jingzhong meticulously reassessed the case based on the evidence at the scene. Those present nodded in agreement, as it seemed the truth of the matter was indeed as such. Chapter 82. The truth of that year. Our greatest gain today is that collection of photographs. The stout man pointed at the images on the table and stated, "This series of photographs meticulously documents the entire process of Chen Xiaodian murdering Li Jinfeng in the abandoned iron factory. This serves as irrefutable evidence that Chen Xiaodian is indeed the true perpetrator of the 919 series of murders. With Chen Xiaodian now apprehended, we can finally bring the 919 series of homicides to a conclusive resolution." His words resonated deeply with every officer present. Since the occurrence of the 919 incident, none of the detectives in the Major Crimes Unit had enjoyed a single restful night. Xie Siyu, in particular, had been driven to the brink of unconsciousness due to the weight of this case. Everyone had invested immense effort and fatigue into this investigation. At long last today, we had uncovered groundbreaking evidence. During the subsequent search, forensic personnel discovered the dagger used to murder Li Jinfeng within Chen Xiaodian's safe, along with some disturbing video footage. These recordings depicted Chen Xiaodian engaging in revelry with various women, including a particularly scandalous scene with his daughter-in-law, Lin Xianqian, on the large bed of his son, Chen Weijie. This confirmed the rumors circulating outside were not unfounded. Chen Xiaodian indeed had an inappropriate relationship with his daughter-in-law, Lin Xianqian. Even more astonishing to the officers were the numerous prominent business figures and even government officials appearing in these shocking videos alongside Chen Xiaodian. It seemed these individuals had all fallen prey to Chen Xiaodian's charms, and he had surreptitiously recorded them to use as leverage for blackmail. While organizing these video materials, the police made a groundbreaking discovery. Among the footage, they uncovered a recording from a decade ago depicting the assault on Lin Xianqian at the Muja Entertainment Club. The video was notably shaky, and analysis of the shooter's voice revealed that it was recorded by Li Jinfeng. On the coffee table before Li Jinfeng lay Lin Xianqian. Her attire inadequate. She struggled desperately, yet her hands were firmly held down by Huang Jiangwo, while Zhao Meiqi clutched one of her legs tightly. Li Jinfeng forcefully pinned Lin Xianqian beneath him, sneering, "You filthy whore, let's see how you struggle now." Just as Li Jinfeng reveled in his malicious intentions, a figure stumbled up from the corner of the private room, forcefully pushing him aside. "Damn it. Do you even understand the rules of the underworld? The boss hasn't even made a move, and you're already so eager?" Li Jinfeng, nicknamed Madman, although typically arrogant and dismissive, instantly shrank in stature upon seeing the individual before him, for it was none other than Chen Xiaodian. Having risen from the underworld, Chen Xiaodian's ruthlessness greatly surpassed that of Li Jinfeng. Although he had since cleaned up his image, Chen Xiaodian's influence remained significantly greater than that of Li Jinfeng. As soon as Li Jinfeng recognized Chen Xiaodian, he immediately adopted a demeanor of utmost respect, exclaiming, "Master Chen, please, after you." Consequently, Li Jinfeng retreated to a corner to continue filming, allowing Lin Xianqian to accompany Chen Xiaodian. The lens captured Chen Xiaodian, his face flushed, swaying unsteadily as he walked, clearly inebriated and losing control of his faculties. Amidst heart-wrenching screams, Lin Xianqian lost the most precious aspect of her youth. After adjusting his trousers, Chen Xiaodian exited room 1707 with an air of triumph. At that moment, Lilisha was in the corridor with her friends, capturing photographs of a birthday celebration. It was during this instant that Lilisha inadvertently recorded Chen Xiaodian as he left room 1707, a crucial piece of evidence for the case that would unfold later. The atrocities within the private room continued unabated. Following Chen Xiaodian's departure, Li Jinfeng and Huang Jiangwo proceeded to further insult Lin Xianqian. The video concluded at this juncture. This Chen Xiaodian is truly a beast. A decade ago, he was already in his 50s, old enough to be Lin Xianqian's father. Yet he dared to act in such a manner. "It is utterly inhumane," Fatty exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation after viewing the video. "Do not be hasty. There is another video that follows." Gu Jiejia cautiously clicked on the subsequent footage. The scene remained within the confines of Muja Entertainment's room 1707, albeit the recording occurred the following day around 5 o'clock. In the video, Lin Xianqian is seen draped in a blanket, her expression vacant as she curls up in the corner of the sofa. Faint traces of blood are discernible on her legs. Chen Xiaodian reappears on screen, his complexion no longer flushed, indicating that he has completely sobered up. Standing beside him are Huang Jiangwo and Zhao Meiqi. From the sound, it is evident that the cameraman is still Li Jinfeng. Li Jinfeng's voice can be heard stating, "That Lin Qianqian, we have already promised you compensation. What more do you want? Do you intend to report us to the police? Let me inform you, we are prominent figures in W City, with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Even if you were to report us, we could easily send a few lackeys to take the blame. In such a case, you would not only lose everything but also jeopardize the safety of your own life and that of your family. Engaging in a confrontation with us would be tantamount to courting disaster. Furthermore, I have captured footage of you reveling with us last night. Should you dare to approach the police, I will disseminate these videos to your classmates and teachers, ensuring your utter disgrace." Huang Zhengwo interjected, saying, "Young lady, that sum of money is considerable. It would be wise for you to accept it." After a puff on his cigar, Chen Xiaodian, who had remained silent, added, "If you feel that amount is insufficient, how about this? I can offer you further compensation. Our company is currently in need of an administrative secretary, and seeing as you are quite attractive and a university student, you could work for me. I assure you, I will treat you well." Seeing Lin Qianqian hesitating, Zhao Meiqi hurriedly approached her and said, "Qianqian, you needn't be so stubborn. What is done, and your body cannot be cleansed of it. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, it would be wiser to heed the counsel of General Manager Chun, General Manager Huang, and General Manager Li. Accepting this opportunity to work at Chun's company is a splendid prospect. The Chun Group is a prestigious corporation in our city, and it is exceedingly difficult for an average person to gain entry. You will become an employee of the Chun Group before even graduating from university. Your classmates will undoubtedly envy you immensely." Faced with such enticing prospects, Lin Qianqian finally relented and nodded. "All right, I agree to your proposal. May I call my classmates to come pick me up now?" "Absolutely. Once you become General Manager Chen's secretary, we will be like family." Huang Zhengwo laughed heartily as he raised his glass, and the others followed suit, drinking in unison. The video concluded at this juncture. Chapter 83. Unexpected involvement. After watching the video, the atmosphere among everyone present was overwhelmingly somber, for they all understood the impending events. According to prior testimonies, Lin Qianqian's roommate, classmate, and closest confidant, Lan Xiaoqing, arrived at room 1707 of the Muxia Entertainment Club upon receiving Lin Qianqian's call, intending to escort her away. It was this very appearance of Lan Xiaoqing that caught the eye of Chen Xiaodian, thus foreshadowing the tragic fate that awaited her. Originally, Lan Xiaoqing had no connection to the entire affair. Her only crime was her unwavering kindness and loyalty, which compelled her to step in during a critical moment to assist her classmate Lin Qianqian. This decision irrevocably froze her brilliant life in time, forever marked by the events of a decade prior. Reflecting on this, the officers present felt a profound sense of lament. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yihang sighed and remarked, "To uncover the more intricate details, we must pay a visit to our old acquaintance, Chen Weijie." As he spoke, he inadvertently snapped the cigarette in his hand in two. 3 days later, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu finally received authorization to meet with Chen Weijie. Due to the continual deterioration of Chen Weijie's health, they had to wait for 3 long days until his condition stabilized, allowing the doctor to grant them access to his hospital room. Upon their arrival, they found Chen Weijie looking even more emaciated, lying weakly on the bed with a pallor as white as paper, devoid of any hint of color. However, Chen Weijie's spirit appeared significantly improved compared to the previous 2 occasions. His expression no longer bore the marks of despair and torment. Rather, it radiated a sense of imminent relief. "You must have heard the news about your father, Chen Xiaoyan's death?" Lin Yihang inquired cautiously. Chen Weijie nodded slightly. "My stepmother informed me." "Ahem. Now, might you share the truth regarding the case with us?" Xie Siyu asked softly from the side. Chen Weijie sighed deeply, to be honest. "Even if you hadn't come to find me, I would have sought to meet with you. Ahem. There are burdens that I have carried in silence for far too long. In the past, due to my father's influence, there were matters I could not disclose to the outside world. However, now that my father has paid the price for his misdeeds, the long-buried secrets no longer require concealment." Chen Weijie took a few breaths before gradually recounting the events of the violent incident that occurred a decade ago at the club. That year, Lin Qianqian was in the prime of her youth, on the cusp of graduating from university. Due to her exceptional performance in various aspects, she was a candidate for a government-funded study abroad opportunity. Yet, Lin Qianqian could not find joy, for a formidable obstacle loomed before her, Lan Xiaoqing. Lan Xiaoqing was Lin Qianqian's closest friend, and also the strongest competitor for the study abroad position. With her outstanding academic record and capabilities, Lan Xiaoqing surpassed Lin Qianqian in many regards. This situation left Lin Qianqian feeling profoundly envious and distressed, yet utterly helpless. She believed she could never compete with Lan Xiaoqing, and thus resolved to make the most of her free time before graduation by earning some extra money. At that moment, Lin Qianqian stumbled upon a job advertisement for waitstaff at an entertainment club. Naive and inexperienced, She was lured by the enticing remuneration and decided to apply at Musea Entertainment Club. Without any doubt, she passed the interview and was subsequently assigned to work alongside Zhao Meiqi. Although Zhao Meiqi was only in her 30s, she was considered past her prime in such a high-end establishment. Desperate to cling to the remnants of her youth and amass more wealth, she schemed to exploit Lin Qianqian. Oblivious to the impending danger, Lin Qianqian followed Zhao Meiqi into room 1707. Inside, they found three men: Huang Jiangwo, the CEO of a construction company; Li Jifeng, a notorious figure from the underworld; and Chen Xiaotian, a real estate mogul who had recently cleaned up his image. The trio had gathered to discuss a new project, having already indulged in excessive drinking at a previous banquet, rendering them somewhat inebriated and disoriented. In search of further thrills, they had also partaken in illicit substances. As Huang Jiangwo danced, he immediately pounced on Lin Qianqian upon seeing her, enveloping her in his arms, showering her with unwanted affection. Terrified, Lin Qianqian's face drained of color. Yet her screams and resistance elicited no sympathy. Instead, they only piqued the interest of the deranged Li Jinfeng. Huang Jiangwo forcefully thrust Lin Qianqian into Li Jinfeng's embrace. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jifeng forced Lin Qianqian onto the coffee table. She struggled vehemently, inadvertently striking Li Jifeng in the process. This only inflamed his carnal desires further, and he stripped her bare, intent on having his way with her. Just then, Chen Xiaotian emerged from the shadows of the private room. As the most powerful figure present, he intended to be the first to savor Lin Qianqian's freshness. Thus, Chen Xiaotian shoved Li Jinfeng aside, and, fueled by alcohol, was the first to defile Lin Qianqian. Following him were Li Jifeng and Huang Jiangwo. The entire night, Lin Qianqian was subjected to the torment of these three lecherous demons. By the time the next morning arrived, the three men had finally sobered up from their drunken stupor. They offered Lin Qianqian monetary compensation. However, Lin Qianqian could not bring herself to accept it, as she was still a virgin on the cusp of graduating from university, with a bright future ahead of her. But after this night of violation, all her dreams had been reduced to ashes, so she simply could not accept mere financial restitution. Therefore, Chen Xiaotian proposed an additional form of compensation, offering Lin Qianqian a position as an administrative secretary in his company. This would not only provide Lin Qianqian with an enviable, high-paying job, but also allow Chen Xiaotian to continue to exploit her at his convenience. Lin Qianqian appeared innocent, but deep down, she was a woman who craved vanity. The position of secretary to the chairman of Chen's group was an extremely alluring prospect, one that Lin Qianqian naturally did not want to miss. Once she secured this position, not only would she reap substantial rewards, but she would also have the opportunity to elevate Lin Qianqian into high society in the future. Consequently, Lin Qianqian acquiesced to this arrangement. After both parties reached an agreement, Chen Xiaotian prepared to arrange for Zhao Meiqi to escort Lin Qianqian to the hospital. However, Lin Qianqian declined. She was unwilling to remain in the company of those malevolent individuals any longer. Attempting to go to the hospital alone, she found herself already bleeding. In a state of desperation, Lin Qianqian dialed a number, requesting Lan Xiaoqing to come and retrieve her. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lan Xiaoqing arrived at the private room, where only Lin Qianqian remained. Lan Xiaoqing inquired about the events that had transpired. Out of embarrassment, Lin Qianqian concocted a fabricated tale, claiming she had taken a part-time job at a bar and was injured by a drunken patron. Lan Xiaoqing refrained from pressing further, as her astute mind had already discerned the true nature of Lin Qianqian's ordeal. Supporting Lin Qianqian, Lan Xiaoqing brought her to the entrance of Musea Entertainment Club. Just as she reached for a taxi, a vehicle occupied by Chen Xiaotian passed directly in front of her, initially reclining languidly in the back seat. Chen Xiaotian sat up abruptly upon catching sight of Lan Xiaoqing, as if jolted by an electric shock. Observing this reaction, Huang Jiangwo leaned in closer. This cunning individual quickly grasped what Chen Xiaotian desired and leered. "Mr. Chen, have you taken a fancy to Lin Qianqian's classmate?" Chen Xiaotian did not disguise his possessiveness. "This girl is even more beautiful than Lin Qianqian. No matter the cost, you must help me win her over." "All right. Leave this matter to me," Huang Jiangwo said, thumping his chest confidently. Chapter 84. The Twisted Woman. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Qianqian was admitted for treatment due to severe lacerations. During her stay, it was Lan Xiaoqing who attentively cared for her. However, upon Lin Qianqian's discharge, she received the disheartening news that a spot for studying abroad had been secured, and it had been awarded to Lan Xiaoqing. This was, in itself, a matter devoid of suspense. Yet, the intensely jealous Lin Qianqian harbored the belief that Lan Xiaoqing had schemed behind her back during her absence from school. Concurrently, rumors began to circulate within the school, alleging that Lin Qianqian had been entertaining clients at a nightclub, which only deepened her resentment towards Lan Xiaoqing. At this juncture, Zhao Meiqi approached Lin Qianqian. "Qianqian, what is the name of your classmate?" Zhao Meiqi inquired, discreetly glancing at Lan Xiaoqing, who was strolling on the playground. Her name is Lan Xiaoqing. She is my close friend. Why do you ask? Lin Qianqian responded with suspicion. Our CEO Chun has taken a liking to Lan Xiaoqing. If you can help me arrange a meeting for her at the vacation villa, he will reward you with an additional 200,000 yuan. What do you say? Humph. I am not one to betray my friends for personal gain, Lin Qianqian retorted. Zhao Meiqi, a seasoned player in the social arena, had already gathered information regarding the ambiguous relationship between Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing before approaching her. Moreover, Zhao Meiqi had already disseminated the news of Lin Qianqian accompanying guests at the nightclub, intending to sow discord between Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. Zhao Meiqi had discerned that her scheme was indeed bearing fruit, as Lin Qianqian's countenance betrayed a profound jealousy whenever Lan Xiaoqing was mentioned. Seizing upon this fissure, Zhao Meiqi resolved to further dismantle the bond between Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing. I have heard that Lan Xiaoqing comes from an affluent background and excels academically. As for her appearance, she surpasses you in beauty. Therefore, regardless of how hard you, Lin Qianqian, strive, you will always be overshadowed by Lan Xiaoqing's radiance. To be frank, I find Lan Xiaoqing's behavior rather excessive. There is but one scholarship available for studying abroad, and given her family's financial standing, why would she compete with you? Your family circumstances are quite dire. Should you lose this opportunity, it may well be a lifetime before you can study abroad. If I were Lan Xiaoqing, I would certainly relinquish this spot to you. Zhao Meiqi's words pierced Lin Qianqian's heart like a sharp blade, striking at her most vulnerable core. Lin Qianqian remained silent. Yet her expression unmistakably conveyed to Zhao Meiqi the depth of her resentment towards Lan Xiaoqing. Now that you have established a connection with Mr. Chun, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to securing his interests. Once you have dealt with Lan Xiaoqing, you can ascend within the Chun group, all the while relishing the opportunity to trample upon that self-assured, affluent beauty. From that moment forth, Lan Xiaoqing shall no longer possess any sense of superiority in your presence. Zhao Meiqi's words once again struck a chord deep within Lin Qianqian's heart. Ever since the harrowing incident at the Musea Entertainment Club, Lin Qianqian's psyche had become profoundly distorted. Particularly upon encountering Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense that Lan Xiaoqing must be secretly mocking her, ridiculing her for deserving the violation she endured, for being toyed with by those despicable individuals. Thus, each time Lin Qianqian laid eyes on Lan Xiaoqing, she was engulfed by an intense inferiority complex and an uncontrollable rage. Meanwhile, the kind-hearted Lan Xiaoqing remained blissfully unaware of these sentiments, pouring her utmost efforts into caring for Lin Qianqian. Moreover, Lan Xiaoqing had buried the humiliating episode deep within her heart, never uttering a word to anyone. Yet, from Lin Qianqian's perspective, Lan Xiaoqing's series of benevolent gestures were nothing short of infuriating. The extent of Lin Qianqian's loathing for Lan Xiaoqing surpassed even her hatred for Chen Xiaodian and his ilk. When Zhao Meiqi handed Lin Qianqian a bag containing 200,000 yuan in cash, Lin Qianqian had already resolved to betray Lan Xiaoqing. A few days later, the school held its graduation ceremony, and Chen Xiaodian fulfilled his promise, ensuring that Lin Qianqian would begin working at the Chun Corporation the day after her graduation. Lin Qianqian's position was that of the chairman's executive secretary, a highly coveted role within the Chun Corporation, offering not only a generous salary but also the opportunity to serve closely beside the chairman, with the potential to ascend to a senior management position. It was at this juncture that Chen Weijie, returning from an overseas business negotiation, re-entered the company and encountered Lin Qianqian for the first time while reporting to his father. Chen Weijie was immediately captivated by Lin Qianqian. By nature, Chen Weijie was a remarkably benevolent individual, having grown up under the imposing shadow of his father, Chen Xiaodian. Thus, he was not like other affluent scions, brash and unruly. Instead, Chen Weijie was an exemplary student, refined and modest. Although he was the eldest son of the Chen group, he had yet to engage in a romantic relationship with any girl. In his view, casual interactions with women devoid of the intention of marriage were tantamount to immorality. Therefore, he had been patiently awaiting the arrival of that special girl who could stir his heart, and Lin Qianqian was precisely the person he had longed for. Since their serendipitous encounter, Chen Weijie took the initiative to approach Lin Qianqian, who, in turn, found herself quite taken by this graceful and humble young gentleman. Naturally, this budding connection did not escape the notice of Chen Xiaodian. Despite his unscrupulous nature, he had no desire to share a woman with his son. In the depths of his mind, Chen Xiaodian resolved that once he had secured Lan Xiaoqing, he would arrange for Lin Qianqian to work at a subsidiary abroad, thereby effectively eliminating this troublesome distraction. As he contemplated the alluring visage of Lan Xiaoqing, Chen Xiaodian could not help but swallow hard. The girl was simply exquisite and remarkably accomplished. In comparison, Lin Qianqian's beauty seemed rather mediocre. After Lin Qianqian had worked at the Qin group for half a month, Chen Xiaodian finally found time to address the situation. he resolved to host a private gathering at his seaside villa. On this occasion, Chen Xiaoyan's primary objective was to win over Lan Xiaoqing. Lin Xianxian, motivated by both monetary gain and a desire for revenge against her close friend, unscrupulously lured Lan Xiaoqing to the villa for the party. That evening, despite Lan Xiaoqing's heightened vigilance and her refusal to partake in the beverages offered by Chen Xiaoyan and his companions, fate took a turn when Lin Xianxian, during Chen's absence, surreptitiously introduced a packet of sleeping pills into Lan Xiaoqing's soup. Upon Chen's return, Lin Xianxian personally presented the bowl of soup to Lan Xiaoqing, trusting her most reliable confidant. Lan Xiaoqing harbored no doubts and consumed the soup entirely. Before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 86. The truth revealed after Lin Xianxian concluded her performance of mourning the loss of her best friend. She shifted the conversation towards the matter at hand. Let us first contemplate how we might resolve this situation. Chen Xiaoyan, having roamed the world for quite some time, immediately discerned the underlying implications in Lin Xianxian's words. What is it that you truly desire? He inquired coldly. You must marry me and subsequently allow me to enter the management of the Chen group. Such fanciful delusions, Chen Xiaoyan retorted without hesitation. Then let us await the arrival of the police. I shall divulge everything I know to them. Are you not afraid that I might eliminate you as well? Chen Xiaoyan replied icily. Mr. Chen, I am aware that you would not act so foolishly. The Lan family possesses a certain standing, and she herself is a university student on the brink of studying abroad with government funding. The mysterious demise of Lan Xiaoqing will undoubtedly become the headline news of the day. If you wish to quell this matter swiftly, it is imperative to frame it as an accident. I am both a classmate and the closest confidant of Lan Xiaoqing. Should I inform the authorities that her death resulted from an accidental plunge into the sea, I am certain that no one would question my account. However, if I were to perish here as well, there would be no one left to shield you, Mr. Chen, from scrutiny. In such a scenario, Lan Xiaoqing's parents, the police, and those relentless reporters would fervently pursue leads, inevitably tracing it back to you. I believe you would not wish to take such a risk. Though Chen Xiaoyan harbored a profound disdain for threats, he contemplated Lin Xianxian's words and conceded that she made a compelling argument. Having just established his career on a steady path, it is imperative that no errors occurred during this sensitive period. Moreover, Chen Xiaoyan remains infatuated with Lin Xianxian. Having already lost one, Lan Xiaoqing, he is unwilling to part with Lin Xianxian as well. My wife's family holds considerable influence, which dissuades me from directly marrying you. However, I observe the mutual glances exchanged between you and my son, Chen Weijia, which seem quite harmonious. Perhaps you should marry my son instead. After pondering this proposal, Lin Xianxian deemed the arrangement rather advantageous and nodded in agreement. Chen Xiaoyan is an exceedingly selfish individual, solely focused on his own interests. As for his son, Chen Weijia's feelings upon discovering the truth, Chen Xiaoyan has neither the time nor inclination to contemplate that. Thus, an insidious plot was set in motion. Lin Xianxian, with her exceptional acting skills, deceived both the media and the police, while Lan Xiaoqing's demise was officially categorized as an accidental drowning. Chen Xiaoyan and his associates skillfully evaded any repercussions. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Weijia, under his father's machinations, unwittingly married Lin Xianxian. Deeply enamored with her, he showered her with affection post-marriage. However, it wasn't long before he discovered Lin Xianxian's affair with Chen Xiaoyan. Faced with the domineering authority of his father, Chen Weijia found himself powerless, resorting to self-destructive behavior to voice his discontent. Lin Xianxian, indifferent to her husband's feelings, sought to amass greater power and thus endeavored to ingratiate herself with Chen Xiaoyan, swiftly ascending to the role of human resources director within the company. As everything unfolded according to Lin Xianxian's wishes, Lan Xiaoqing suddenly made her appearance. She sought out Lin Xianxian, demanding compensation. With no other choice, Lin Xianxian turned to Chen Xiaoyan for strategic counsel. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyan was already distressed by the persistent harassment of Li Jinfeng, who had just been released from prison, and now Lan Xiaoqing had emerged as yet another complication. Determined to eliminate these threats, Chen Xiaoyan devised the 919 series murder plot, intending to make the long-deceased Lin Xianxian bear the brunt of his malevolence. However, he encountered a formidable opponent in Xie Siyu, which caused his seemingly flawless scheme to unravel. Under Xie Siyu's relentless pressure, Chen Xiaoyan was compelled to hastily eliminate Li Jinfeng, leaving behind a critical flaw that was captured on film by someone named Li Qing. After hearing Chen Weijia's account, both Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu felt a profound heaviness in their hearts. Chen Xiaoyan's avarice not only led to his own downfall, but also thrust his son Chen Weijia into a dire predicament. As for Lin Xianxian, she is a remarkably complex character. In the initial case of the Musea Entertainment Club assault, Lin Xianxian was a victim. Yet, in the murder case at the vacation villa, she emerged as a perpetrator, having personally cast Lan Shaoqing into the depths of the sea. Lin Qianqian's depravity is, in fact, no less than that of Chen Xiaotian and his ilk. Just as Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu were about to exit the hospital room, Xie Siyu abruptly turned and asked, Chen Weijia, if you could turn back time to 10 years ago, would you still choose to marry Lin Qianqian? In a state of morbid reflection, Chen Weijia nodded without hesitation and declared, I have never regretted marrying her. The investigation into the notorious 919 series of murders can finally draw to a close. This case, spanning a decade, encompasses a series of heinous crimes, including the infamous Musea Entertainment Club rape case from 10 years prior, the vacation villa drowning incident, and a series of ghastly occurrences a decade later, such as the highway decapitation case, the in-body concealment case, the hospital fall case, the abandoned ironworks murder case, and the wilderness corpse case. The unfortunate victims of this string of incidents included Lin Qianqian, Lan Shaoqing, Zhao Meiqi, Huang Zhangwo, Li Jinfeng, Li Lisha, Chen Xiaotian, and the audacious extortionist Li Qing. The perpetrator, Chen Xiaotian, displayed an exceptionally brutal modus operandi, rife with provocation towards society and law enforcement, culminating in the audacious act of delivering the severed head of victim Li Jinfeng to the police station. The societal impact of these atrocities is unprecedented in the history of W City since its establishment. Not only is the murderer Chen Xiaotian merciless, but he also possesses a remarkable criminal acumen. From the outset, he ingeniously framed victim Lin Qianqian as the culprit. Furthermore, he devised a cunning diversion, placing the English name of the Musea Entertainment Club into the mouths of several victims, successfully diverting the investigation's attention toward Lin Qianqian. Had it not been for the intervention of Xie Siyu, the police might have continued down this perilous misdirection. If that had been the case, Chen Xiaotian would have evaded legal repercussions, continuing to indulge in his cigars while relishing his position as a powerful figure. However, the long arm of the law is ever vigilant, leaving no room for escape. Chen Xiaotian encountered a formidable adversary in Xie Siyu, ultimately committing a fatal error that led to him being surreptitiously recorded by Li Qing during the entire process of murdering Li Jinfeng. Consequently, Chen Xiaotian paid the ultimate price with his life. Given the multitude of fatalities stemming from this series of cases, the detectives of the Major Crimes Investigation Unit did not exhibit any signs of elation upon the resolution of the case. They departed the office with their expressions as impassive as ever. However, Xie Siyu remained seated before the computer screen, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon it. Chapter 85. Into the sea, gazing at the unconscious Lan Shaoqing, clad in a pink gauze dress, Chen Xiaotian's face broke into a wicked smile. He effortlessly hoisted Lan Shaoqing onto his shoulder and made his way to his room. Bastian, wait for us. Don't forget about us brothers. Huang Zhangwo, reeking of alcohol, trailed behind. Meanwhile, Li Jinfeng, brimming with excitement, began to strip off his clothes in the corridor. Suddenly, Chen Xiaotian turned around, casting a fierce glare at Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng. You two should seek out Lin Qianqian. This woman has caught my eye. From now on, I intend for her to be my lover and my office director. You are both strictly forbidden from laying a finger on her. Upon hearing Chen's decree, Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng, despite harboring 1,000 grievances, were compelled to swallow their indignation. They directed all their frustration toward Lin Qianqian. Witnessing this scene, Lin Qianqian ground her teeth in fury, thinking, why must I be subjected to the degradation of so many men, while Lan Shaoqing, having only entertained Chen Xiaotian once, is elevated to the position of his office director? What am I then? Following the traumatic incident at the Muxia Club, Lin Qianqian had set her heart on becoming Chen Xiaotian's lover, hoping to ascend into high society with his influence. Little did she expect that Lan Shaoqing would arrive and overshadow her. The hatred simmering within Lin Qianqian was palpable. Lan Shaoqing, you are more beautiful than I, come from a better background, and excel in your studies. You surpass me in every aspect. And now, even in being toyed with by men, you outshine me. I have been subjected to the torment of these brutes in succession, while you languidly recline in Chen Xiaotian's bed, effortlessly becoming his lover. My hatred for you grows ever deeper. Lin Qianqian's animosity towards Lan Shaoqing intensified. The following morning, after enduring an entire night of degradation at the hands of Huang Zhangwo and Li Jinfeng, Lin Qianqian had just cleansed herself of the grime when Chen Xiaotian summoned her to his chamber. Lin Qianqian, I have a profound affection for Lan Shaoqing. Once she awakens, you must find a way to persuade her to become my lover, Chen Xiaotian commanded, reclining on the bed with a cigar in his mouth. And what about me? Lin Qianqian queried, unwilling to accept her fate. You will no longer serve as my administrative secretary. There happens to be a vacancy for a secretary in the logistics department under Minister Huang. You shall take that position, though still a secretarial role. The disparity between serving the chairman and the head of logistics was indeed significant. Moreover, having only recently joined the Qin Corporation. Being supplanted by Lan Xiaoqing was a bitter pill for Lin Qianqian to swallow. Observing Lin Qianqian's displeasure, Qin Xiaotian chuckled, "While I do hold some fondness for you." Upon encountering Lan Xiaoqing, I realized my preference for her, so I ask you to graciously relinquish your position. Lin Qianqian felt her heart shatter at his words. Yet she understood that she was in no position to negotiate with Qin Xiaotian, unless she could secure greater leverage. "I shall take a hot shower first." Qin Xiaotian spoke as he donned his bathrobe and entered the washroom, whereupon melodious music filled the air. This old fellow certainly knew how to indulge himself. Lin Qianqian cursed inwardly. At that moment, Lan Xiaoqing slowly opened her eyes. "Qianqian, where am I?" Lan Xiaoqing struggled to sit up, only to realize she was completely unclothed. It dawned on her what had transpired the previous night after she ingested the soup you provided. "Why did I lose consciousness after drinking your soup?" Lan Xiaoqing hastily dressed while demanding answers. Lin Qianqian did not shy away from the truth. "They paid me to lure you to the vacation villa. I slipped a sedative into your soup." Though she had long suspected such an outcome, hearing Lin Qianqian confess sent a shiver through Lan Xiaoqing's body. "Lin Qianqian, I am your best friend. Why would you treat me this way?" "Why?" Lin Qianqian scoffed. "Your family background is superior to mine, your academic achievements surpass mine, and your beauty eclipses mine. Even when subjected to the whims of those vile men, your treatment is more favorable than mine. I have always lived in your shadow. That alone is sufficient. You often feign the role of a saint, pitying me, discarding your old clothes and unwanted cosmetics to me. In your eyes, I am merely a wretched creature deserving of your sympathy. I refuse to accept this. Therefore, I too wish for you to be toyed with by those despicable men, just as I have been. Now, like me, your body has become exceedingly tainted. You can no longer flaunt your superiority before me." At this juncture, Lin Qianqian suddenly erupted into a hysterical laugh. "Lin Qianqian, you are utterly shameful. I regarded you as my closest friend, yet you treat me in such a manner. Upon my return, I shall report this to the police, ensuring that you face the legal consequences you deserve." As Lan Xiaoqing prepared to rush out and notify the authorities, she reflected on how she had been played by those vile men numerous times before becoming the secretary of the Qin Group. "If you report this, it would obliterate all the efforts I have previously invested." Lin Qianqian stepped forward to block Lan Xiaoqing, yet Lan Xiaoqing remained unmoved. "I will ensure that you beasts pay the price you deserve." Observing Lan Xiaoqing's resolute expression, a sinister thought suddenly arose in Lin Qianqian's mind. Eliminate Lan Xiaoqing and confront Qin Xiaotian. Having made up her mind, Lin Qianqian seized a vase from the table and struck Lan Xiaoqing forcefully on the head. Lan Xiaoqing staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seizing the moment while Lan Xiaoqing's senses were clouded, Lin Qianqian lunged at her, pushing her off the balcony. With a splash, Lan Xiaoqing plummeted into the abyss below the villa. In the blink of an eye, she was entirely engulfed by the surging sea. At that moment, hearing the commotion, Qin Xiaotian rushed out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel. "What is happening? Where is Xiaoqing?" "Xiaoqing." She could not bear the humiliation and jumped into the sea to take her own life. Lin Qianqian covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Ah, Lan Xiaoqing has jumped into the sea to end her life." Qin Xiaotian hurriedly leaned over the balcony, peering downwards. Yet, there was no trace of Lan Xiaoqing to be found. "Xiaoqing, she's indeed too stubborn. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she would not listen. Xiaoqing cannot swim. If she fell into the sea, there is no chance of survival." Lin Qianqian feigned a heartbroken demeanor, glancing furtively at Qin Xiaotian as she spoke. Chapter 87. The incident. "See you, the case has concluded. Why are you still here working late?" Lin Yihang affectionately addressed Xie Siyu, noticing the absence of others. "I can't shake the feeling that there are still some lingering doubts regarding this case. Take Li Qing, for instance. He was dismissed from the hospital for accepting bribes. Records indicate that, unable to re-enter the medical field, he ultimately found himself laboring in a packaging factory. Now, he survives by picking up odd jobs. How could someone like him acquire Qin Xiaotian's private number? Despite the stark disparity in their social standings, we live in an age of information. Numerous individuals make a living by trafficking personal information. It is conceivable that Li Qing might have procured Qin Xiaotian's contact details through those engaged in such illicit activities. However, I suspect the situation is far more intricate than it appears. Consider that Li Qing attended W City Medical University, the very institution where Lin Qianqian and Lan Xiaoqing also studied. In terms of academic standing, Li Qing is 2 grades ahead of them. Is it possible that these 3 crossed paths during their university years? Lin Yihang had previously overlooked this detail, but upon Xie Siyu's prompting, he acknowledged that indeed Li Qing, Lin Qianqian, and Lan Xiaoqing graduated from the same university. Yet, that alone does not substantiate much. W City Medical University produces thousands of graduates each year, with the majority remaining in W City. Such coincidences are hardly remarkable. Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. Xie Siyu sighed softly, shaking her head in resignation. Uncertain of the reasons, she perpetually sensed that this case was far from concluded. "See you. Perhaps you are being overly sensitive," he remarked. The evidence against Chen Xiaodian in the murder of Li Jinfeng was irrefutable. Undoubtedly, Chen Xiaodian was the mastermind behind the series of 919 murders. Given that the perpetrator had already faced justice, and the chain of evidence bore no flaws, it was time to bid farewell to this case. "Tomorrow, you will depart from the Major Crimes Investigation Unit. Allow me to treat you tonight. Then you must indulge me generously," Xie Siyu exclaimed with a playful twinkle in her eye. Just then, the fax machine emitted a sudden beep. Lin Yihang glanced over, noting it was a police incident report. Whenever a significant case or serious event occurred in the city, the police would disseminate information internally through such notices. Initially indifferent, Lin Yihang's expression shifted when he saw that the incident had taken place in Debiakan. "What's wrong?" Xie Siyu inquired, noticing the change in his demeanor. Lin Yihang tore off the fax and handed it to her. "A fire has broken out in Debiakan. The brothers Li Daigu and Li Ergu, who once imprisoned Lan Xiaoqing, perished in this blaze." "What?" Xie Siyu exclaimed, incredulous. She hastily seized the incident report, scrutinizing it again. Indeed, it clearly stated that a fire had occurred in Debiakan just the previous night, resulting in the demise of Li Daigu and Li Ergu. According to assessments by the fire and forensic departments, the brothers had succumbed to the flames while intoxicated. There were no signs of struggle at the scene, thus ruling out the possibility of homicide. Li Daigu and Li Ergu were apprehended by the police due to their involvement in the trafficking of women. However, due to their lower cognitive abilities and lack of full civil capacity, they were temporarily released under the supervision of their relatives. Unexpectedly, a grave incident unfolded. Detective Lin Yihang's instincts suggested that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "We must promptly visit Debiakan." Xie Siyu had already sensed certain inconsistencies in the case. The sudden demise of the brothers, Li Daigu and Li Ergu, further solidified her suspicions. To uncover the truth, a personal visit to Debiakan was imperative. Upon arriving at Debiakan, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yihang had been in contact with the personnel handling the recent fire incident during the journey. As soon as his vehicle came to a halt in front of Li Daigu's residence, several police officers and firefighters approached him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the officials reported to Lin Yihang. "Chief Lin, early this morning, the fire department received a call from a concerned citizen reporting a fire in Debiakan. By the time the fire trucks arrived, the blaze had engulfed the entire courtyard. The fire was extinguished by 5 o'clock in the morning. We discovered 2 charred bodies at the scene. Forensic examination confirmed that the deceased were the homeowners, Li Daigu and Li Ergu. There were no visible external injuries on the bodies, and no unusual substances were found in their stomachs. It is noted that both men had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol prior to the incident, which may have contributed to their inability to escape the flames." "Do Li Daigu and Li Ergu drink alcohol regularly?" Xie Siyu inquired of the onlooking villagers. An elderly woman replied, "These 2 fellows indeed have a penchant for drinking, but they are so impoverished that they can scarcely afford to purchase any. The villagers refuse to share their alcohol with them, for once these fools indulge, their foolishness only amplifies." Other villagers chimed in. "These dimwits are lacking in both intellect and health. They have kept that female college student in prison for nearly a decade without producing a single child. If you don't understand, it's best not to speak foolishly. The moment that college student arrived, she became pregnant, but alas, these 2 imbeciles caused her to miscarry. Since then, she has been unable to conceive." It was evident that the villagers were aware of the plight of Li Daigu and Li Ergu in relation to the captivity of Lan Xiaoqing. However, in this remote mountain village, the apathetic villagers had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. What was the cause of the fire? Xie Siyu turned to inquire of the fire chief. "Last night, the village experienced a power outage, and the homes of Li Daigu and Li Ergu were illuminated by candles. We suspect that, in their drunken stupor, they knocked over a candle, igniting the blaze." Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu circled the site of the fire several times, both feeling a sense of unease. The timing of this conflagration seemed far too coincidental. Could this truly be an ordinary accident? The scene had been reduced to mere rubble, leaving no valuable clues to be found. Thus, Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu could only resign themselves to walking towards the village entrance. As Lin Yihang passed by the village chief's courtyard, the sound of knocking and beating emanated from within the walls. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a white banner hanging on the chief's door, adorned with wreaths. It was evident that a funeral was underway. Who had died? Was it the village chief himself? Lin Yihang casually inquired. Recently, during an investigation into Debiakan with Xie Siyu, they had stumbled upon the shocking revelation of Lan Xiaoqing's captivity. The village chief, having concealed information about the abducted individuals, was apprehended by the police for his complicity in the crime. Could it be that this old fellow met with an unfortunate fate in prison? Chapter 88. The mystery of identity. It is not the village chief who has passed away. He is still in the detention center. It is the village chief's son, Li Qing, who has died. His family is currently arranging his funeral. Li Qing? Which Li Qing? Xie Siyu inquired with a heightened sense of alertness. Why? It is the very Li Qing who attempted to extort Chen Xiaodian some time ago and was subsequently killed by him. Oh, Li Qing was actually the village chief's son? Lin Yihang and Xie Siyu exclaimed in unison. They had previously investigated Li Qing's familial connections, but had discovered no ties to the village chief. Indeed, this Li Qing is the village chief's fourth son, though he was adopted by another family at a young age. Nevertheless, Li Qing and the village chief maintained contact throughout the years. His adoptive parents passed away several years ago, and with Li Qing being unmarried, there was no one to claim his body upon his death. Consequently, the village chief's family retrieved Li Qing's remains to conduct his funeral rites. Upon hearing the villagers' explanation, a visage flashed through Xie Siyu's mind. This cannot be mere coincidence. It must be the result of someone's meticulous scheming. Siyu, what do you mean by that? Lin Yihang asked, perplexed. This Li Qing was not only an alumnus of the same university as Lan Xiaoqing, but he is also a cousin to Li Daigu and Li Ergu. This significantly suggests that Li Qing's presence in Chen Xiaoyan's office was far from a simple coincidence. Li Qing must have committed some transgression against Lan Xiaoqing, which led him to become embroiled in the 919 series of murders. Are you implying that the true murderer is Lan Xiaoqing? But how could that possibly be? Wasn't Lan Xiaoqing already deceased? Moreover, Chen Weijie had elucidated the entire sequence of events quite clearly, hadn't he? This is merely Chen Weijie's perspective. It is possible that he has been shielding Lan Xiaoqing all along, Xie Siyu speculated. But why would Chen Weijie protect Lan Xiaoqing? What connection could there be between the two? Lin Yihang found himself even more perplexed. I cannot elucidate the reasons behind this at the moment. Yet I have an inkling that the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. After returning from Debiakin, Xie Siyu declined Lin Yihang's invitation to dinner and headed straight to the office. As she massaged her throbbing temples, she began to reevaluate the case. Xie Siyu felt an inexplicable anomaly that she could not overlook. It is inconceivable. She is dead, and how could a corpse continue to commit crimes? Unless a horrifying thought suddenly surged within Xie Siyu's mind. She swiftly opened her computer and began to peruse all the available information regarding Lan Xiaoqing's body and the autopsy report. After reviewing the documents 4 or 5 times, she still found nothing of significance. Just as Xie Siyu was on the verge of giving up, she instinctively clicked on a photograph. It was a close-up image of the deceased's head, and due to high temperatures and immersion in the river, the facial muscle tissues had decayed, leaving only a mass of black hair and 2 ears. What remained was a tangled mess of black hair and the flesh at the back of the head, with the ears still attached to the skull, albeit in a state of decomposition. At the very moment when Xie Siyu was about to close the photograph, a particular detail captured her attention. It appeared that the victim had pierced ears. For contemporary young women, having ear piercings is quite commonplace. It is an utterly ordinary phenomenon. However, to Xie Siyu, this revelation felt akin to discovering a priceless treasure, as she distinctly recalled that Lan Xiaoqing did not have any piercings. Swiftly, Xie Siyu shut the photograph and opened another image of Lan Xiaoqing, one that the police had previously obtained from her classmates during their investigation. Having perused these photographs on numerous occasions, Xie Siyu had committed to memory every detail concerning Lan Xiaoqing. She glanced at the timestamp on the photograph. It had been taken the day before Lan Xiaoqing's mysterious plunge into the sea. Xie Siyu held her breath, carefully magnifying the details of Lan Xiaoqing's face in the image. Indeed, there were no piercings on her ears. This was entirely consistent with Xie Siyu's recollection. The day after this photograph was taken, Lan Xiaoqing had inexplicably vanished into the sea, only to be imprisoned in Debiakin for a decade. She had never had the opportunity to get her ears pierced. The genuine Lan Xiaoqing did not have pierced ears. This indicated that the body purported to be Lan Xiaoqing, discovered in the river, was merely an impostor, a ruse orchestrated by the true culprit to obscure their crime. Upon confirming this revelation, Xie Siyu's emotions could no longer find tranquility. The 919 series of murders is far more complex than previously imagined. The perpetrator is indeed a highly intelligent criminal, concealing herself remarkably well. The female corpse discovered by the riverside was merely an impersonation. Aside from the teeth belonging to Lan Xiaoqing, everything else about the body was fabricated. Xie Siyu swiftly recalled all the details of the case. The various signs indicated that Lan Xiaoqing must still be alive. But where could she be hiding? Just as Xie Siyu felt utterly lost, a name suddenly flickered in her mind. A somewhat stooped woman in her 40s named Qin Xiaolan, who worked at the front desk of Zhao Meiqi's guest house. Furthermore, when Lin Yihang first visited the VIP room of the Qin group, he had clandestinely taken a photograph of the room and sent it to Xie Siyu. In the background of that photograph, there was also a somewhat hunched cleaning lady. Xie Siyu continued to reminisce. Amidst the bustling crowd at the scene of Zhao Meiqi's fall, a fleeting glimpse of a stooped woman seemed to have appeared. Qin Xiaolan. Lan Xiaoqing. Suddenly, Xie Siyu was enlightened. She hurriedly dialed Lin Yihang's number, eager to share her discovery. Yihang. I found something, but just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, the chilling image of the iron chains that once imprisoned Lan Xiaoqing flashed through her mind. Xie Siyu hesitated. What should she do? Should she tell Yihang or not? Siyu. What's wrong? Lin Yihang inquired with concern over the phone. Oh, it's nothing, Xie Siyu replied somewhat flustered. Have you thought of something? No, not at all, she insisted. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you seem a bit off today. Lin Yihang's voice on the other end brimmed with curiosity. Perhaps it's just that I haven't been resting well lately. My head feels a bit foggy, which might explain my disjointed remarks, Xie Siyu evasively responded. You really ought to take care of yourself and rest properly. Lin Yihang urged her several more times before reluctantly ending the call, still harboring doubts. Chapter 89. A narrow escape. A week later, Xie Siyu made her appearance in a quaint CAF. The arrival of a cold front had caused a sudden drop in temperature in W City. From the previous night until the early hours of the morning, heavy rain had poured from the sky, only tapering off as the morning progressed. When Xie Siyu stepped out, she deliberately adorned herself with her beloved orange shawl. As the CAF's atmosphere was warmer than the brisk outdoors, she stirred her coffee while adjusting the shawl around her shoulders. The melodious music that wafted through the air appeared delightful to others. However, to Xie Siyu, it felt astonishingly distant, rendering her surroundings somewhat surreal. Just as she drifted into a reverie, the CAF's glass door swung open. Accompanied by the tinkling of a bell, a figure entered the establishment. The individual surveyed the room briefly before fixing their gaze upon Xie Siyu. Rather than hastily approaching her, the newcomer paused, inhaling deeply as though summoning immense resolve. Before finally making their way to Xie Siyu and taking a seat opposite her, Xie Siyu slowly redirected her attention to the person across the table. Before her sat a woman in her 40s, appearing remarkably haggard, with thinning hair interspersed with strands of gray. The woman's hands nervously caressed the cup of coffee she had ordered, exuding an air of unease. Xie Siyu observed that the woman's knuckles had become distorted and remarkably robust, akin to those of a man. Evidently, there were also marks on the woman's arms, reminiscent of burns from a cigarette. Dr. Xie, what brings you to me? The woman inquired with a hint of trepidation. Qin Xiaolan, oh no. I should refer to you as Lan Xiaoqing now, Xie Siyu remarked, taking a delicate sip of her coffee. The woman let out a self-deprecating chuckle and replied, Dr. Xie, you are exceedingly astute. You have discerned it all. So, you acknowledge your identity as Lan Xiaoqing? The woman nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Lan Xiaoqing. Xie Siyu had anticipated that Lan Xiaoqing would offer various evasions. She was utterly taken aback by Lan Xiaoqing's candid admission of her identity. It is worth noting that to acknowledge this identity entails bearing the weight of 6 or 7 homicides. How did you find me? Lan Xiaoqing queried with curiosity. Through the mapping of social connections, Xie Siyu succinctly replied. I discovered that Li Qin was not only your senior by 2 grades, but also a cousin of Li Degu and Li Ergu. Ultimately, Li Qin met his demise at the hands of Chen Xiaodian, the very individual who had assaulted you. All of this seems rather coincidental. Therefore, I arrived at a bold hypothesis. Lan Xiaoqing is not deceased. She is, in fact, the true mastermind behind this series of homicides. Following this revelation, I swiftly reviewed every detail since the onset of the 919 murder cases. Suddenly, I recalled a person named Qin Xiaolan. If her name is read in reverse, it becomes Lan Xiaoqing, does it not? I continued to reminisce. You once appeared in Zhao Meiqi's guest house as a front desk attendant. You were also present in the background of a photograph taken by director Lin in the VIP room of the Chun Group, where your role was that of a cleaner. I revisited the video from the time of Zhao Meiqi's fall. You were mingling within the crowd, originally intending to seize Zhao Meiqi's phone amidst the chaos, only to be outpaced by another individual. Your figure was captured by a vehicle-mounted recorder at that moment. However, due to the considerable distance and your adept camouflage within the throng, I failed to recognize you at the time. Yet, once I was convinced of your guilt, it became effortless to disentangle you from the crowd. At this juncture, Xie Siyu placed the pre-printed video stills before Lan Xiaoqing. Indeed, among the dark mass of people, there stood a somewhat stooped woman, unmistakably the disguised Lan Xiaoqing. Dr. Xie, your perceptive abilities are truly remarkable, Lan Xiaoqing exclaimed with genuine admiration in her eyes, devoid of any animosity that might arise from being unmasked. Rather, it was filled with sincere respect. Lan Xiaoqing, if my memory serves me correctly, you should be merely 32 years old this year. Yet, why do you appear to be a woman on the brink of 40 or even 50? Is this an intentional disguise or a consequence of a decade of inhumane existence? Xie Siyu inquired, her words striking at the very core of Lan Xiaoqing's deepest pain. Tears welled up in her eyes, and I did not don any disguise. This is my truest self. A decade of hellish existence has rendered me neither human nor ghost. As Lan Xiaoqing spoke, she slowly unfastened her clothing, revealing her chest and back to Xie Siyu. Her form bore little resemblance to that of a woman. It was marred by dozens of scars, etched across her skin in haphazard lines. The sight of those harrowing wounds caused Xie Siyu to instinctively cover her mouth in shock. After donning her clothing once more, Lan Xiaoqing recounted, during the 10 years of my captivity, the sole means by which I gleaned news from the outside world was through newspapers. The brothers Li Daigu and Li Ergu, who had a penchant for scavenging, would toss the newspapers and magazines they collected into the firewood room. Thus, I passed my time with those papers. Through them, I learned of the events unfolding beyond my prison walls. I saw the announcement of Lin Qianqian and Chun Weijia's marriage, and I was also made aware of the public's concern following my disappearance at sea. However, the most unbearable moment came 2 years ago when I learned of my parents' passing. The headline read, "Devoted parents endure a decade in search of their daughter, ultimately departing with regret." Those words pierced me deeply. In that moment, I vowed that if I ever escaped, I would ensure that those scoundrels faced their just deserts. As Lan Xiaoqing recounted her tale, her body trembled involuntarily. The temperature had dropped sharply, yet she remained clad in thin garments, and the rain-soaked fabric only intensified her shivering form. Upon witnessing this scene, Xie Siyu hastily removed her orange shawl and draped it over Lan Xiaoqing. The latter gazed at Xie Siyu with a hint of panic. "Be careful not to catch a cold," Xie Siyu advised. The tenderness of Xie Siyu's gesture caused tears to well up in Lan Xiaoqing's eyes. For the past decade, she had endured a life devoid of humanity, subjected to unspeakable torment. It had been a long time since she had felt the warmth and care inherent in human connections. Although Xie Siyu was the very adversary compelling her to hide, Lan Xiaoqing could not help but admire her from an emotional standpoint. After regaining her composure, Lan Xiaoqing continued, "Perhaps my fate is not meant to end here. Once, during a brutal ordeal at the hands of the brothers Li Daigu and Li Ergu, I lost consciousness. These two dim-witted individuals, believing me to be dead, callously discarded me into a deep ravine behind the mountain, hastily burying me. As the night wore on, rain began to fall, awakening me with its icy touch, and I summoned every ounce of strength to claw my way out of the ravine. I found myself on the roadside, intending to flag down a car to report my plight, yet fear of encountering those from Debiakin held me back. Thus, I abandoned the thought of seeking help. I continued walking endlessly until the dawn of the following day, when I unexpectedly spotted a villa in the distance. Debiakin is a backward mountain village, where the residents live in poverty, making it utterly inconceivable for anyone to afford such opulent accommodation. With every ounce of determination, I reached the villa's entrance and knocked fervently on the door. Soon, a man with bloodshot eyes opened the door. Judging by his appearance, he had likely been gaming all night and was preparing to rest. Upon seeing me, he immediately let out a terrified scream, for I must have appeared utterly horrifying, akin to a zombie that had just clawed its way out of a grave. I hastily addressed the man, saying, "My name is Lan Xiaoqing, a female university student who has been abducted and imprisoned in Debiakin. Please, I implore you to report this at once. Dr. Xie, I trust you have already deduced that this man is none other than Chun Weijia." Chapter 90. The final veil torn asunder at this juncture. Lan Xiaoqing took a sip of her coffee and continued, "Indeed, by a twist of fate, I found myself in the residence of Chun Weijia and Lin Qianqian. Chun Weijia is a remarkably kind individual. Unlike many affluent heirs, he does not possess an air of superiority. Upon learning of my plight, he graciously assisted me into the villa and invited me to sit upon the sofa. He prepared a steaming cup of milk for me, soothing my distress while retrieving his phone to call the authorities. At that moment, Lin Qianqian descended from the upper floor, yawning as if she had just awakened from slumber. Upon seeing me, she let out a terrified scream. In Lan Xiaoqing's narration, Xie Siyu seemed to relive that very scene. "Chun Weijia, have you lost your mind? Why would you bring this beggar into our home?" Chun Weijia replied, "She is not a beggar. She is a university student who has been abducted. Her name is Lan Xiaoqing." Upon hearing the name Lan Xiaoqing, Lin Qianqian's face drained of color. In that moment, Lan Xiaoqing recognized Lin Qianqian as well. All the tragedies in Lan Xiaoqing's life stemmed from this woman, who happened to be the one she once trusted most. The fury that engulfed Lan Xiaoqing was unimaginable. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged at Lin Qianqian, and the two became embroiled in a fierce struggle. At that time, Lan Xiaoqing's frail body was no match for Lin Qianqian's strength, and she was swiftly overpowered, pinned to the ground. Lin Qianqian straddled Lan Xiaoqing, fiercely constricting her neck, seemingly intent on extinguishing her life. Chun Weijia hastily discarded his phone and seized Lin Qianqian. She shouted vehemently, "This Lan Xiaoqing is the wretched woman who was raped by your father a decade ago and whom I cast into the sea. if she continues to exist. Both your father and I are doomed. I am aware of everything. I also know about your affair with my father. Chen Weijie, racked with anguish, replied, You have committed so many heinous acts, harming this innocent woman to such an extent. Do you truly wish to end her life as well? Have you lost all sense of humanity? It turned out that during their honeymoon, Chen Weijie had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Lin Qianqian and Chen Xiaodian, revealing the events of a decade prior. What transpired next? What further events unfolded? Xie Siyu inquired anxiously. Lan Xiaoqing lifted a cup of coffee from the table and took a delicate sip, exclaiming, This coffee is so sweet. Though it was ostensibly a bitter brew, to her, it tasted as sweet as honey. This demonstrated the profound toll that a decade of captivity had inflicted upon her. I haven't tasted coffee in 10 years. Lan Xiaoqing mused softly. I even ordered you a cake. Xie Siyu kindly pushed a slice of cake towards her. Thank you, Dr. Xie. I do not deserve to indulge in such delicacies. Lan Xiaoqing grimaced in pain, then continued to reminisce about the events of that fateful day. What are we to do? Of course, we must eliminate that wretched woman. As long as she breathes, the scandalous affairs between my father and me will be exposed. At that point, not only will we face ruin, but the entire Qin group shall also collapse. Lin Qianqian shrieked in a fit of hysteria. This cannot be permitted. You have already inflicted harm upon this woman once. Look at her now. She has been tormented to the extent that she resembles neither a human nor a ghost. Do you truly feel no remorse? Do not forget, she is your closest friend. Chen Weijie interjected. Remorse? Friend? In my dictionary, Lin Qianqian declared, those terms do not exist. As long as I thrive, the lives of others are of no consequence. With that, Lin Qianqian shoved Chen Weijie aside and seized a vase from the table, bringing it down violently upon Lan Xiaoqing's head. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the vase splintered into shards, and Lan Xiaoqing collapsed into a pool of blood. Enough. Lin Qianqian, I never anticipated you would turn out to be such a person. You have disappointed me greatly. We should divorce, Chen Weijie exclaimed in fury. Divorce? With your meager courage, you dare to speak of divorce? My marriage to you was arranged personally by your father, Chen Xiaodian. Should you dare to pursue divorce? Beware that your father may exact a terrible price. Huh. Chen Weijie laughed bitterly, finding the notion absurd. It would be best if we all perish together. I have long been wearied by both of you. Engaging in such sordid acts before my very eyes, am I even still a man? With a forceful strike, Chen Weijie slammed his hand down upon the table. Blood instantly streamed from his fingers, yet Chen Weijie seemed impervious to pain. Continuing to roar frantically, I've long since wished for death. The woman I cherish most has betrayed me with my own father. My existence is even less significant than that of Wu Dalong. I will call the police and reveal everything. At least then, we shall perish together, which is preferable to this daily torment. As he spoke, he lifted the phone to dial the police station once more. Hello, a female officer's voice came through the line. Just as Chen Weijie prepared to speak, an excruciating pain suddenly radiated from the back of his head. His body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, the phone slipping from his grasp. Lin Qianqian approached him, wielding a baseball bat, and with a single swing, shattered the phone into pieces. Still seething with anger, she struck Chen Weijie again with the bat. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, teetering on the brink of death. Weakly, he gasped, Lin Qianqian. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Why, to kill you, of course. Once you are dead, I can claim your shares as your wife. At that point, I shall be a bona fide shareholder, no longer beholden to Chen Xiaoyan's whims. The police will not overlook your actions, Chen Weijie managed to say with great difficulty. To kill you outright would indeed invite police scrutiny. But this time is different, with Lan Xiaoqing as the scapegoat. When the police arrive, I shall simply claim that an unidentified beggar broke into our home. During the process of driving away a beggar, my husband engaged in a struggle, ultimately resulting in their mutual demise. Lan Xiaoqing's biological parents have already passed away, and she possesses no other relatives in City W. The police are utterly incapable of uncovering Lan Xiaoqing's true identity, leaving the matter unresolved. Lin Qianqian spoke with a sense of triumph. But you are too ruthless. After all, we were once a couple. Chen Weijie attempted to rise, only to be struck down once more by Lin Qianqian's blow. What does being a couple even matter? If I were to divorce you now, I would receive nothing. However, if you were to die, the situation would be entirely different. All of your assets would then belong to me, the widow. Moreover, I had given you an opportunity in the past. During our honeymoon, I suggested that you eliminate your father, Chen Xiaodian, so that we could take control of the entire Chen group together. Yet, you were too cowardly to act against him. Thus, I had no choice but to continue my liaison with your father. You are utterly useless. What hope do I have by staying with you? Do not forget, you also have 2 half-brothers. Given your father's obvious favoritism, it is only a matter of time before you are cast aside. Lin Qianqian's face displayed an expression of profound disdain as she spoke. Chapter 91. A powerful alliance. Lin Qianqian, you are truly ruthless, Chen Weijia uttered in despair. My ruthlessness was born from the pressure exerted by you and your father, she retorted. I once believed that marrying you would change my fate, allowing me to live as a carefree lady of leisure. Yet, your father continues to haunt me relentlessly. And you, my disappointment in you knows no bounds. To witness my intimacy with your father and remain utterly silent is a testament to your cowardice. You are utterly useless. A man like you inspires no affection in me. I, Lin Xianqian, only desire formidable men. Even in death, you would not elicit a single tear from me. Go perish. As she spoke, her expression twisted into a mask of malevolence. She raised the baseball bat and swung it fiercely towards Chen Weijia's forehead. In despair, Chen Weijia closed his eyes, never imagining he would meet his end at the hands of the woman he cherished most. Her venomous words shattered his final hopes, revealing the painful truth that she cared not a whit for him. A bitter smile crossed his lips. Perhaps dying was a form of happiness. At the very least, he would no longer have to witness the sordid entanglements of his father and wife. Such torment was far more agonizing than death itself. However, the baseball bat that Lin Xianqian had lifted did not descend upon him. Instead, it was her own blood that fell. Unbeknownst to them, Lan Xiaoqing had risen from the ground, brandishing a shard of a broken vase. She stealthily approached Lin Xianqian from behind and plunged it into her neck when Lin Xianqian was caught off guard. Lin Xianqian rolled her eyes in disbelief as she glanced at Lan Xiaoqing, then collapsed onto the ground with a thud. The sight of blood stirred something long suppressed within Lan Xiaoqing, rendering her somewhat hysterical. After extracting the shard of the vase from Lin Xianqian's neck, she lunged directly at Chen Weijia. Instinctively, Chen Weijia grasped the shard with his right hand, causing blood to seep immediately from his palm. Gazing at the almost frenzied Lan Xiaoqing, Chen Weijia suddenly released his grip. Just kill me. I have no desire to live anyway, he stated calmly. Lan Xiaoqing paused briefly, her eyes then clouded by a fury and hatred. She raised the shard once more and aimed it at Chen Weijia. Yet this time, he offered no resistance, merely closing his eyes in silence. The sharp fragment halted just shy of 1 centimeter from his neck. Lan Xiaoqing sighed, discarding the shard to the side before languidly leaning against the sofa. Why do you not kill me? I am the son of Chen Xiaodian. Killing me may bring you some solace, Chen Weijia inquired. Lan Xiaoqing let out a sigh and gazed pensively out the window, responding, though you are the son of Chen Xiaodian, you have not wronged me. On the contrary, you just intervened to save my life from Lin Xianqian. If I were to indiscriminately kill the innocent, how would I differ from Chen Xiaodian or Lin Xianqian? Her words struck a profound chord within Chen Weijia. With great difficulty, he rose from the ground and leaned against the armrest of the sofa. Lan Xiaoqing, what do you intend to do next? I originally contemplated alerting the authorities, but now I have become a murderer myself. What purpose would it serve to report it? Moreover, even if I were to notify them, a decade has already passed, and I possess no evidence whatsoever. The law is utterly incapable of punishing them, Lan Xiaoqing expressed with palpable disappointment. Do you not desire revenge? Chen Weijia inquired. Of course I do. The sole purpose of my existence is to seek vengeance. I have devised a plan that could aid you in your quest for retribution, all while shifting the blame onto Lin Xianqian. Chen Weijia revealed his strategy. Chen Weijia, a doctoral graduate in economics from a prestigious foreign institution, had been shaped by a childhood marred by domestic abuse, which rendered him timid. However, this did not imply a lack of intellect. On the contrary, his academic achievements placed him several tiers above the average individual in terms of intelligence. In a flash of inspiration, he concocted an intricately devised plan for revenge. Upon hearing it, Lan Xiaoqing could not help but express her admiration. You are truly brilliant. But why do you wish to assist me? Because you refrained from killing me just moments ago, Chen Weijia replied calmly. You have endured torment at the hands of my father, yet you did not seize the opportunity to eliminate the son of your enemy. This indicates that you possess a kind heart. Had you not encountered such demons, you would have undoubtedly led a life of happiness. I, too, share your plight, having been tormented by that same group of fiends for a decade, ultimately resulting in the disdain for my beloved. Those individuals are, in truth, our common adversaries. Throughout my life, I have never undertaken any earth-shattering endeavors. Just moments ago, in the face of life and death, I came to a profound realization. I refuse to depart this world burdened by regrets. I shall seek vengeance alongside you. Are you implying that you and Chen Weijia orchestrated the 919 series of murders? Xie Siyu inquired. Indeed, our initial scheme was to divert all suspicion onto Lin Xianqian. Thus, we severed her head, obliterating her features, and placed it beside Debiakin. This would lead the investigating officers to mistakenly believe it was my head. Naturally, the entire dismemberment of Lin Xianqian was executed solely by me, for Chen Weijia could never bear to witness such a gruesome scene, given his deep affection for her. Fortunately, my background in medicine rendered the task of dismantling a corpse relatively straightforward. Everything transpired with remarkable efficiency. Before discarding Lin Xianqian's head by the roadside, I adhered to our prior plan and inserted a printed letter into her mouth, deliberately steering the police towards investigating the rape case at the Musea Entertainment Club from a decade ago. To ensure there were no traces left behind, I infiltrated the homes of Li Dagu and Li Ergu, meticulously cleaning the shed where I was held captive and depositing strands of Lin Qianqian's hair within. Xie Siyu nodded with a bitter understanding. No wonder the hair found in the shed matched the DNA of the deceased's head. It seems you had already made preparations. Initially, forensic expert Lao Su had compared the hair from the shed, confirming its DNA was a perfect match with that of the severed head. Thus, the police concluded that the severed head belonged to Lan Shaoqing, and the murderer was none other than the missing Lin Qianqian. Fortunately, Xie Siyu promptly detected the flaw in the scheme and exposed the perpetrator's conspiracy, thereby eliminating Lin Qianqian from the list of suspects. And what transpired afterward? How did you come to murder Huang Zhengwo? Xie Siyu inquired. After eliminating Lin Qianqian, Chen Weijie introduced me to Huang Zhengwo for a position as a nanny. Naturally, Huang Zhengwo was unsuspecting of someone introduced by Chen Weijie. Taking advantage of his unguarded moment, I killed Huang Zhengwo and subsequently dismembered his body within his residence. To ensure that the police would continue to investigate the lead concerning the Musea Entertainment Club from a decade ago, I deliberately sought employment at Zhao Meiqi's guest house. Due to my minimal salary request, Zhao Meiqi promptly hired me. Although Zhao Meiqi and I had crossed paths 10 years prior, the relentless torment of those years had aged me far beyond her, rendering me seemingly older than the over 40 rural woman before her. Consequently, Zhao Meiqi had no inkling that this seemingly aged woman was, in fact, the vibrant university student Lan Shaoqing from a decade ago. I exploited the flaw in the guest house's surveillance system, which automatically overwrites footage every 7 days, to conceal Huang Zhengwo's head, treated with specific preservation methods, beneath the bed in the guest house. Given the bed's cabinet-like structure, it was exceedingly unlikely for the cleaning staff to discover the hidden head. Chapter 92. The flaw. Then it was you who attacked Zhao Meiqi in the alley? Xie Siyu inquired. Indeed. My initial intention was to eliminate Zhao Meiqi in that very alley. However, fate favored her, and she managed to escape. Yet, her escape was not entirely disadvantageous. I could utilize Zhao Meiqi's voice to entirely shift the blame onto Lin Qianqian. Following Chen Weijie's guidance, I abducted Zhao Meiqi's son, Zhao Chong, and coerced Zhao Meiqi to narrate the fabricated version of events to the police. But you were clearly a victim. Why would you choose to portray yourself as a villain? Xie Siyu recalled vividly that, in Zhao Meiqi's account, Lan Shaoqing was depicted as a quintessential wicked woman. She had lured Lin Qianqian to the Musea Entertainment Club solely to conspire against her. Of course, this was to maintain the logical integrity of my crimes. Only by doing so could you be led to believe that Lin Qianqian was a virtuous woman driven by vengeance to eliminate these individuals. Your sympathy would cloud your judgment. As long as you remained convinced of my demise, you would refrain from pursuing my whereabouts, ensuring my safety, Lan Shaoqing elucidated. I had thought of myself as a psychological expert, but it appears that you and Chen Weijie are the true masters of the mind. You successfully deceived me. As I too believed you were dead, Xie Siyu remarked with a hint of self-mockery. Thank you for the compliment. Lan Shaoqing managed to muster a rare smile. In order to safeguard the information and photographs I had sent to Zhao Meiqi, I instructed her to discard her phone before taking her own life. For the sake of her son, Zhao Meiqi had no choice but to comply with my directive. Regrettably, after the phone fell, it was seized by another individual, a twist of fate I had not anticipated. The subsequent events spiraled beyond the control of both Chen Weijie and myself. All of this transpired due to you, Dr. Xie. You preemptively unraveled our scheme, locating Li Jinfeng before we could execute our plan. Had Li Jinfeng revealed the truth of that fateful incident, it is likely that suspicion would have immediately turned towards me. However, it was Chen Xiaodian who acted with greater urgency. He was aware that Li Jinfeng possessed incriminating footage of his past assault on Lin Qianqian and recognized Li Jinfeng as a paper tiger, certainly no match for you, Dr. Xie. Consequently, Chen Xiaodian took the perilous step of using his son Chen Weijie's phone to summon Li Jinfeng to the abandoned ironworks. Initially, Chen Xiaodian intended to offer a substantial sum to buy Li Jinfeng's silence, but the demands laid out by Li Jinfeng were exorbitant. In a fit of rage, Chen Xiaodian fatally stabbed Li Jinfeng. Having navigated the underworld for many years, Chen Xiaodian was a cunning old fox. Naturally, he was unwilling to bear the burden of a murder charge. Thus, he emulated my method of operation, severing Li Jinfeng's head. Furthermore, he placed a note inscribed with the letter Y inside the severed head, in a calculated bid to create a sensational stir and exert pressure on the authorities. Chen Xiaodian employed the services of a blind elderly woman to deliver a box containing a severed head to the police station. This ploy indeed proved effective, igniting a considerable uproar within society. Consequently, Your police force was compelled to list the long-deceased Lin Qianqian as a wanted criminal, initiating a citywide manhunt. Such an outcome was undeniably advantageous for both myself and Chen Xiaotian. Lin Qianqian had effectively become a phantom, forever elusive to capture. At this juncture, Lan Xiaoqing delicately sipped her coffee. So, was the female corpse we discovered in the river a result of your actions? Who was that woman? Xie Siyu inquired. She was a trafficker, Lan Xiaoqing replied with a chilling calmness. That day, I picked up Lin Qianqian's mother from the airport. Our intention was to eliminate her and dispose of the body. This would have rendered any DNA comparison of the severed head impossible, allowing you to continue believing it was mine, while casting Lin Qianqian as the perpetrator. Alas, I proved too compassionate. As the moment of murder approached, I found myself unable to act. After all, it was Lin Qianqian who had wronged me, not her mother. Once I delivered Lin Qianqian's mother to the villa, I hastily departed, for the vicinity was swarmed with police. As she recounted this, Lan Xiaoqing suddenly extended her misshapen fingers, remarking at that moment, "Your officers must have assumed I was a man, correct?" Indeed, Xie Siyu did not deny it. I surmised that at that moment. You must have been wearing shoulder pads to augment the width of your shoulders, coupled with your robust, misshapen fingers, which led us to believe that the perpetrator was male. Lan Xiaoqing nodded and continued. On the escape route, I happened to witness a woman holding a lollipop luring a little boy away from his mother. After rendering the child unconscious, she stuffed him into a car and drove off. Meanwhile, the boy's mother was engrossed in a phone call, utterly unaware that her son had been abducted. Having endured a decade of inhumane imprisonment, I harbor a profound loathing for human traffickers. Thus, I followed that woman in my car to a secluded alley. As she exited the vehicle, preparing to carry the unconscious boy out, I rushed forward and struck her dead with a wrench. At that instant, I was struck by the thought of disguising her as my corpse. Given that her physique and age bore a striking resemblance to mine, how did you accomplish that? You might ask. The answer is simple. Do not forget. I have a background in medicine. During my university years, I audited several forensic courses. Therefore, I comprehend how forensic experts conduct autopsies. After killing that woman, I enlisted Chen Weijie as help to locate a remote courtyard. I placed the body in a room and activated the heating function of the air conditioning. Under the influence of the elevated temperature, the corpse began to decompose rapidly, making it exceedingly difficult for your forensic experts to accurately ascertain the time of death. Lan Xiaoqing paused momentarily and then continued, in order to prevent you from discerning this counterfeit by the contours of the facial features. I have made slight alterations to the corpse's visage. Once the body has been submerged in the river, the facial tissues will rapidly decompose. Consequently, you will be unable to ascertain the identity of the corpse based on its facial characteristics. But what of the teeth? Teeth cannot be fabricated. Did you, perchance, extract all of your teeth? Xie Siyu inquired incredulously. Dr. Xie, your deduction is astute. I am well aware that the police are no simple adversaries. And to deceive their investigative methods, I had to invest considerable effort. Thus, I extracted all of my teeth and placed them into the victim's mouth. I am confident that with your keen intellect, Dr. Xie, you would eventually uncover my history of dental alterations. This would allow you to compare dental records and conclude that the victim was indeed Lan Xiaoqing. The subsequent events confirmed that my assumptions were correct. The police, through dental impression analysis, verified that the corpse was indeed mine. In this way, I could evade the clutches of legal repercussions. Yet, I had not anticipated that you would be one step ahead, ultimately uncovering my oversight. Lan Xiaoqing expressed with a hint of disappointment. Chapter 93, Intricate Schemes then. What about your teeth? Xie Siyu inquired hesitantly. Lan Xiaoqing did not conceal her response. With a gentle push of her hand, she removed a set of dentures from her mouth. You are indeed a person of remarkable resolve. If not for the events of that fateful year, you would undoubtedly have achieved extraordinary success, Xie Siyu remarked with a hint of regret. Lan Xiaoqing remained silent, merely sipping her coffee. However, Xie Siyu distinctly observed a tear slipping from Lan Xiaoqing's eye, cascading onto the table like a delicate mist of rain. If only Lan Xiaoqing had not received Lin Qianqian's call back then, if she had not gone to the Musea Club to meet Lin Qianqian, then all the tragedies would have been averted for this unfortunate woman, Xie Siyu mused to herself. After adjusting her emotions, Lan Xiaoqing continued. I had been trailing Chen Xiaotian when he murdered Li Jinfeng. Does this imply that the photographs Li Qing used to blackmail Chen Xiaotian were also taken by you? Xie Siyu queried. Lan Xiaoqing did not refute the suggestion. I had been following Chen Xiaotian, seeking an opportunity to eliminate him. I initially intended to hand these photographs over to the police. However, merely imprisoning Chen Xiaotian would be too lenient for him. I must ensure that he pays for his crimes in blood. While investigating Chen Weijie, we discovered that shortly after Lin Qianqian's head was found, the Rolls-Royce that Chen Weijie was in was crushed by a steel pipe falling from above. Fortunately, Chen Weijie was not in the car at that time. Is this incident related to you? Xie Siyu recalled that during a previous investigation, Qin Xiaoyan's vehicle had been struck by a steel pipe that fell from the sky. However, at that time, the occupant of the Rolls-Royce was not Qin Xiaoyan, but rather his son, Qin Weijie. Qin Weijie had narrowly escaped disaster after leaving the car due to a dispute with another individual. Of course, I had nothing to do with it, Lan Xiaoqing asserted, dismissing any implications. The car belonged to Qin Xiaoyan, and the route it took was predetermined by him. If there was any intention behind it, it was undoubtedly orchestrated by Qin Xiaoyan. Are you suggesting that someone deliberately engineered this incident to eliminate Qin Weijie? Xie Siyu asked incredulously. Indeed, Lan Xiaoqing replied. After the incident, Qin Weijie and I discussed it. The mastermind behind it is likely none other than Qin Xiaoyan himself. He recognized the deceased, Lin Qianqian, by the hairpin found in her skull. Qin Xiaoyan must believe that his son, Qin Weijie, killed Lin Qianqian out of jealousy over their affair. Qin Xiaoyan is exceedingly selfish and paranoid. He perceives that if Qin Weijie dared to kill Lin Qianqian, he could very well become the next target. Furthermore, Qin Xiaoyan has a pronounced favoritism towards his two younger sons, whom he adores, while harboring disdain for Qin Weijie. Thus, it is highly plausible that this accident was a scheme concocted by Qin Xiaoyan. Upon hearing Lan Xiaoqing's words, Xie Siyu felt an unsettling chill running down her spine. As the saying goes, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. It was unfathomable that Qin Xiaoyan would jeopardize his own flesh and blood for his selfish gain. The sheer malice of his heart was simply unprecedented. Subsequently, everything unfolded in accordance with the expectations of Qin Weijie and myself. However, we were utterly unprepared for the shocking revelation that Qin Weijie had been diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer. Remarkably, he faced this news with an unusual calmness, as if he had long to liberate himself from the agony of his existence. In stark contrast, his father, Qin Xiaoyan, upon receiving this devastating news, audaciously proposed that Qin Weijie take the fall for him, aiming to divert the police's scrutiny away from himself. At that point, the authorities had begun to harbor suspicions regarding Qin Xiaoyan. He was consumed by dread, for while he was not the true perpetrator of the 919 series of murders, he had indeed taken the life of Li Jinfeng and was entangled in a related assault case. Therefore, Qin Xiaoyan felt an urgent need for the investigation to cease immediately. In this dire moment, Qin Weijie found himself in utter despair. His own father, upon learning of his son's terminal illness, did not rush to offer solace, but instead sought to extract the last vestiges of value from him. Qin Weijie was thoroughly disheartened. Nevertheless, he acquiesced to his father's demand. The true motive behind this agreement was known only to him and me. Qin Weijie was acting to protect me while simultaneously seeking atonement for his father's sins. He hoped that after his confession, I would cease my violent endeavors and refrain from further killings. However, I still had several significant adversaries left to eliminate. I absolutely could not afford to halt my pursuit. Thus, one might ponder whether the demise of Qin Xiaoyan was indeed as uncomplicated as it appeared. Is it possible that Qin Xiaoyan's death is not so straightforward? Xie Siyu mused. Lan Xiaoqing smiled coldly. Indeed, I orchestrated the murder that transpired in the president's office of the Qin Group. It appears my intuition was correct. Li Qing's intrusion into the 919 series of murders was not a mere coincidence, but rather a scheme meticulously devised by you. But what exactly did Li Qing do to offend you? Xie Siyu inquired, perplexed. Through her extensive network of connections, Xie Siyu had already deduced that Li Qing must have intricate ties with her. However, the precise nature of their relationship remained a mystery to her. Li Qing was my senior. He was 2 years my elder. During our time at school, he pursued me, but I turned him down. Little did I anticipate that I would later be taken back to Debiakan by Li Qing's uncle, imprisoned in his family's woodshed, and coerced into bearing children for his 2 dim-witted sons. They even held a modest wedding for this purpose. Li Daigu and Li Erge's father invited all their immediate relatives, including Li Qing. As the son of the village chief, Li Qing was also the cousin of Li Daigu and Li Erge, as their fathers were brothers. Upon seeing Li Qing, a flicker of hope for rebirth ignited within me. At that moment, my mouth was gagged, so I desperately gestured to Li Qing, hoping that he might rescue me out of camaraderie from our school days. However, to my utter disbelief, Li Qing, in pursuit of his own desires, violated me before Li Daigu and Li Erge could even lay a hand on me, and then he had the audacity to say, Lan Xiaoqing, you were so high and mighty in university, too proud to even glance my way. At that time, however, he treated me with the same disdain as a mere plaything. Li Qing frequently sought various pretexts to visit the homes of Li Daigu and Li Erge, subjecting me to the vile antics of his 2 cousins. In my refusal to acquiesce to his demands, he resorted to kicking me, branding me with cigarette butts, and inciting his dim-witted brothers to force me to drink urine. Despite our shared experience as classmates, and the fact that I had previously rebuffed his advances, his cruel vengeance was utterly unwarranted. My animosity towards Li Qing surpassed even that which I harbored for Li Dagu and Li Ergu. Eventually, when my body became filthy and infested with fleas, Li Qing finally lost interest in me. From that point onward, he never returned to see me. The next time I encountered Li Qing, he had been dismissed from the hospital for accepting bribes, reduced to a mere idler in society. Chapter 94. Withering upon seeing me, Li Qing was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of fear. His trepidation stemmed from the possibility of my revealing his secrets, for he dreaded the thought of imprisonment. I assured Li Qing that my intentions were not rooted in vengeance, but rather in a desire to extort a substantial sum from Chen Xiaodian, the chairman of the Chen Group. Consequently, I presented him with the photographs taken at the time of Li Jinfeng's murder of Chen Xiaodian. I informed Li Qing that I had secured a position as a cleaner within the Chen Group, thus enabling me to act as his informant. I proposed that he confront Chen Xiaodian with a demand for $5 million, with the understanding that we would equally share the spoils. Li Qing, a man of insatiable greed burdened by hundreds of thousands in gambling debts, readily acquiesced upon hearing of the lucrative opportunity. I subsequently entrusted him with Chen Xiaotian's contact information and the incriminating photographs. Chen Xiaotian's private number must have been provided by Chen Weijia, correct? Xie Siyu interjected. Indeed, you are correct. Chen Xiaotian possesses a highly confidential private number, known only to those in his inner circle. This number was relayed to me by Chen Weijia. My entry as a cleaner at the Chen Group was also orchestrated by him. Although Chen Weijia has fallen into a state of disarray in recent years, he remains the eldest son of the Chen family. The executives within the company still afford him a measure of respect, facilitating my seamless integration into the Chen Group. I explained. Lan Xiaoqing took a sip of her coffee and continued. I seized the opportunity presented by my role as a cleaner to discreetly monitor Chen Xiaotian's every move. On the day of the transaction, Chen Xiaotian indeed complied with Li Qing's requests, evacuating all personnel from the building and shutting down the entire security system. Through Chen Xiaotian's series of actions, I realized he intended to eliminate Li Qing to silence him. Based on my understanding of Chen Xiaotian, he would never allow such a damning secret to fall into another's hands. In comparison, Li Qing appeared exceedingly naive. This turn of events was precisely what I had anticipated. That evening, Li Qing entered Chen Xiaotian's office bearing photographs. Seizing the moment when Li Qing was unobservant, Chen Xiaotian swung a golf club with force, striking Li Qing on the head. However, Li Qing, being young, did not succumb to incapacitation after enduring several blows. Driven by the instinct for survival, he drew a fruit knife he had prepared in advance and lunged at Chen Xiaotian. Due to his age, Chen Xiaotian's agility had diminished, resulting in Li Qing successfully wounding him. Yet, these injuries were not fatal. Chen Xiaotian, despite the excruciating pain, managed to wrest the knife from Li Qing and retaliate fatally. Just as Chen Xiaotian rose triumphantly to dispose of Li Qing's body, I emerged from the shadows, striking him unconscious. I then seized the fruit knife from the ground and plunged it into Chen Xiaotian multiple times. Once I ascertained that Chen Xiaotian was indeed deceased, I meticulously staged the scene to resemble the murder you later beheld. The fabrication was executed with remarkable skill. Anyone witnessing the scene at that moment would undoubtedly perceive it as the aftermath of a brutal mutual slaughter between dogs. No one could have anticipated that behind these two individuals lay another, yourself. You are the true perpetrator. Xie Siyu sighed with genuine admiration. Indeed, this was precisely the outcome I desired. Thus, I willingly risked exposure by working as a cleaner beside Chen Xiaotian. I awaited such an opportunity. On that fateful day, when Selena cleared the building of all personnel, I concealed myself in the restroom. As a mere cleaner, I naturally attracted no attention from Selena, which afforded me the chance to lie in wait and ultimately eliminate Chen Xiaotian. And what of the deaths of Li Dagu and Li Ergu? I firmly believe that these were no mere accidents, Xie Siyu asserted with conviction. Li Dagu possessed a modicum of intelligence, while Li Ergu was utterly devoid of sense. Dealing with these two nearly imbecilic individuals was exceedingly simple. Lan Xiaoqing remarked disdainfully, stating that since the death of their father, these brothers had survived solely by scavenging, lacking the means to purchase food or drink. Their uncle, the village chief, also looked down upon them and seldom acknowledged their existence. Consequently, the brothers lived in abject poverty. Therefore, when I placed 2 bottles of liquor and a package of cooked meat at their doorstep, these foolish fellows, without a second thought, took them home and consumed every last morsel. Before long, they collapsed to the ground, utterly intoxicated. Confirming that Li Dagu and Li Ergu were unconscious, I stealthily entered their yard and extinguished the candles in their room. The rooms of Li Dagu and Li Ergu were cluttered with various refuse they had collected over time. At that moment, a fire ignited, swiftly engulfing the entire space and spreading into the courtyard. By the time the brothers were awakened by the flames, they found themselves incapacitated by the smoke. Tragically, they perished in the inferno, a fate they undeniably deserved. As this narrative unfolded, a fierce glint sparkled in Lan Xiaoqing's eyes, unmistakably recalling the torment inflicted upon her by the brothers in the woodshed. Although she had personally brought about the demise of Li Degu and Li Ergu, who had cruelly wronged her, the 10 years of her life that had slipped away, along with her most precious virtue as a woman, could never be compensated. It was evident that her resentment was palpable. You executed everything with remarkable precision. To this day, I have uncovered no substantial evidence, Xie Siyu queried, bewildered. You could have continued to evade justice. Why, then, have you chosen to meet with me and recount this tale? I am aware that you carry a covert recording device. You must have documented everything I just shared. Yet, I am confident that you will not surrender that evidence to the authorities. Why? Xie Siyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because you are unlike them. With that, Lan Xiaoqing rose slowly, smoothing her disheveled hair. She removed the orange shawl draped over her shoulders, preparing to return it to Xie Siyu. Keep it for now, return it to me later. Observing Lan Xiaoqing's frail form, Xie Siyu felt an inexplicable surge of compassion rise within her. What a beautiful and graceful woman she would have been had nothing ever occurred. Lan Xiaoqing chose not to persist. She merely expressed her gratitude with a polite thank you before exiting the CAF. Through the window, Xie Siyu observed Lan Xiaoqing walking slowly across the street. The rain suddenly intensified, blurring the scene outside, with only the orange shawl standing out vividly. As if sensing Xie Siyu's gaze, Lan Xiaoqing turned her head slightly and offered a faint smile. The streetlights cast a golden halo around her figure. For a fleeting moment, Xie Siyu felt as though she were gazing upon the Lan Xiaoqing of a decade ago. At that time, she was merely 22, youthful, intelligent, and beautiful, brimming with aspirations for the future. That intoxicating smile seemed capable of melting away all worldly troubles. Xie Siyu, too, was touched by that innocent smile. She was about to call out Lan Xiaoqing's name when a jarring screech of brakes pierced the air. In an instant, that beautiful halo vanished. An orange shawl fluttered in the wind, stained with mottled blood, much like Lan Xiaoqing's life, exquisite yet tragically helpless. Xie Siyu, in anguish, covered her eyes, failing to notice the look of terror on the face of the driver who had struck her, a countenance twisted as though confronting a ghost. This tale of the tragic accident is merely the prologue. The ensuing narrative will unravel the enigma surrounding the demise of Lan Xiaoqing and her connection to Xie Siyu. However, Xie Siyu is not as uncomplicated as she appears. She too conceals a staggering secret. The forthcoming chapters promise to be even more enthralling. We invite those who appreciate this story to share your insightful comments.